in an era where others have chosen to awaken. Yet, I chose the path of cultivation with a swift turn of my hand. Seeing my classmates mock me, they say I am foolish. The inheritance of immortality was lost during the Great War a century ago. From this point onward, the pursuit of immortality has devolved into a mere study of health preservation. Awakening is indeed the path to enlightenment. Yet, I remain impervious to the mockery directed at me. Soon, the moon shall fracture. Countless formidable demons will emerge from it. And in the blink of an eye, countless awakened beings were silenced. Only the cultivators embody the sole hope. At this moment, I find myself staring blankly at the form in my hand. In my previous life, my family and I perished in that calamity. I have unexpectedly and miraculously traversed into the realm of cultivation. By a fortuitous turn of events, he obtained the Three Lives Creation Sutra. After a millennium of arduous cultivation, achieving an undefeated legacy in countless battles, one has become a legend of the age. However, such relentless cultivation is merely driven by the hope of transcending time and space upon ascension to immortality, in order to return to the day preceding the arrival of the demons and rescue my parents. Little did I anticipate, while traversing the trials of immortality, that I would be ambushed by a band of scheming brigands, plunging myself into an abyss from which there is no return. To my astonishment, I found myself once again opening my eyes to the moment of selecting my aspirations. If you choose to pursue the path of cultivation, Qin Chuan, for this examination, we shall not form a team with you. Please seek out others. Zhang Shuyas approached, shaking her head in disappointment, accompanied by 2 men and 2 women. A month ago, the 6 of them agreed to form a team for this examination. Last week, these 5 individuals, realizing their failure to awaken, contemplated retreating. After all, those who had not awakened appeared to them as burdens. I can calmly express. Upon hearing this straightforward response, all 5 individuals displayed expressions of astonishment. I once believed I would plead with them not to abandon themselves. After all, it is exceedingly difficult for the unawakened to find companionship with the awakened. It seems that Qin Chuan has completely given up without awakening. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Shuya's eyes reflected a hint of regret. Take care of yourself. A gaunt young man cast a cold glance, seemingly indicating that we are about to witness a momentous event in the annals of our school. Without a decade of experience with cerebral thrombosis, one truly cannot pen the words cultivation of immortality. Seeing myself abandoned by my teammates, a wave of laughter erupted among the surrounding students. However, I remained utterly indifferent. Upon returning home, I found that my parents had prepared a sumptuous dinner, awaiting my arrival. Aware of their son's inability to awaken, the elderly couple deliberately avoided the topic during mealtime. It was not until after finishing dinner that my father finally called out to me, "And hand me a black card. This is..." At that moment, my father took a deep breath and smiled. "This card holds our savings accumulated over the past 20 years. You and I, along with your mother, have yet to awaken to the true potential within us. Nonetheless, life has been quite satisfactory. You have reached adulthood, and it is time for you to take charge of your own affairs. This is all the assistance we can provide you." With that, they placed the card into my hand. Then I proceeded to the kitchen to assist my mother with the dishes. I stood frozen in place, the concern that transcended years. Former memories resurfacing once more in my mind, as the images of recollection intertwined with reality. At this moment, the card in my hand feels as weighty as several tons. This time, I shall ensure that history does not repeat itself. Due to the scarcity of spiritual energy in this world, one can only cultivate by absorbing the essence of treasures. However, acquiring such treasures necessitates a financial investment. Therefore, there was no need for pleasantries with my father. Immediately afterward, I took the money and headed to the nearest and largest pharmacy. At this moment, the Xiuzhen pharmacy is bustling with activity, teeming with patrons. The majority of them are awakened individuals seeking to procure potions. "How may I assist you?" At that moment, a charming female attendant clad in a pharmacy uniform approached to inquire. "Do you have medicinal herbs such as ginseng, snow lotus, and others?" The waitress, upon hearing my desire to purchase medicinal herbs, instantly displayed a look of astonishment. In today's world, Nearly everyone opts for ready-made pharmaceuticals. Who truly purchases raw medicinal herbs anymore? Indeed, our pharmacy boasts a dedicated branch specializing in the sale of medicinal herbs, where you may perhaps find the items you seek. Having spoken, he led me into a pharmacy suffused with the aroma of medicinal herbs. Unlike the previous store, this place is desolate. An elderly gentleman, adorned with reading glasses, sits quietly before his computer, engrossed in a book. Mr. Qi, this esteemed guest, humbly expressed his desire to purchase medicinal herbs to the attendant. Understood. You seem to be quite occupied. Master Qi nodded. Then he set down the book, raised his gaze to me, and inquired what herbal remedy the young man sought. The longer the year, the better. I shall speak plainly. In this day and age, few people purchase medicinal herbs. Elder Qi deftly navigated the computer, examining several options for himself. I wish to behold the tangible specimen. I have selected a plant: the ginseng, the snow lotus, and the millennium rasher mushroom. Elder Qi was somewhat astonished. It is rare to find a young individual capable of recognizing these precious medicinal herbs. He cannot help but rise to his feet. From the wooden cabinet behind, 3 exquisitely packaged boxes were retrieved. You can observe the layering by hand. I sensed the faint, ethereal aura emanating from the 3 medicinal herbs. I inquired, what is the price for each stock? 3 stocks amount to a total of 1.05 million, with each valued at 350,000. I furrowed my brow slightly. It's exceedingly expensive. I currently possess only a little over 500,000, which permits me to afford merely a single share. After a moment of contemplation, one presented several additional medicinal herbs that were relatively more affordable. After a careful examination, he verified the efficacy in relation to their prices. 350,000 is indeed exorbitant. This rare luo flower fruit is priced at merely 10,000. The efficacy of ginseng is comparable to that of 20 luo flower fruits. Moreover, considering the age and rarity of the ginseng, the maximum amount shall be 250,000. I spoke softly. Qi Laowen's eyes sparkled with recognition, displaying a remarkable discernment for one so young. However, this is an elderly wild deity from the wilderness. Prior to the age of 18, he had long consumed substances that could enhance the probability of awakening. Just based on this aspect alone, the price would increase by at least 100,000. The brainwashing points towards the cultivation of ginseng. If you accept the cultivation of ginseng, I can sell it to you for 100,000. I glanced at it and shook my head, for it possessed hardly any spirit, proving to be of no use to me whatsoever. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a scarred face entered the pharmacy, where old Qi was tallying the accounts. As soon as he stepped inside, he tossed his backpack onto the counter. A trickle of blood seeped from the backpack. Old Qi opened the package, spilling forth a heap of bloodied materials from strange beasts. The harvest is quite satisfactory, praised Elder Qi. It was tolerable, until I encountered 2 formidable beasts of the earth, which left several of my comrades incapacitated. The middle-aged man grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. A total of 2 million. Mobile phone earnings. Please remember to prepare some medicine for me. I shall come by tomorrow to collect it. And after speaking, I departed without a glance back. Your pharmacy also accepts material from exotic beasts? I inquired curiously. Old Qi nodded while sorting through the materials. Certain potions require the assistance of materials derived from extraordinary beasts. This individual is a specialized awakener in this field. Old Qi glanced at me with a smile. Little one, would you care to make a deal? Suddenly, I found myself enveloped in a sense of perplexity. What transaction? I have also discerned this. You candidly express your lack of wealth. I see that you possess considerable knowledge about these medicinal herbs. Come and work in my shop. I shall count these 3 plants as your remuneration. After a moment of contemplation, I slowly shook my head, indicating that there was no time to spare. Immediately, old Qi gently tapped the tabletop with his finger and remarked, "Then I shall withdraw." Here, individuals frequently come to trade medicinal herbs obtained from the wilderness. At times, I find myself uncertain about certain peculiar herbs, and I will require your discerning judgment. Would that be possible? I nodded thoughtfully after listening. This condition appears to be a clear transmission. Yet with his experience and insight, assisting the old man Qi in judgment is undoubtedly a tremendous advantage for him. Until next time, I hope you will bring me delightful surprises. Old Qi handed me 3 boxes then turned around to continue organizing the materials. Upon acquiring the medicinal herbs, I took a taxi to the rebirth at Xiuzhen Lake Park. Upon my return, I discovered that the ethereal energy of Xiuzhen Lake Park is more profound than in other locales. At this moment, I am also preparing to engage in competition at Xiuzhen Lake. The spiritual essence contained within the 3 medicinal herbs is rather limited. If offered to other cultivators, it may present some challenges in their pursuit of advancing to the Qi refinement stage. As one who once stood at the pinnacle of humanitarian strength, I am naturally capable of utilizing the 3 herbs to their utmost potential, ensuring a near-certain advancement in my cultivation. Xiuzhen Lake Park is also home to numerous elderly gentlemen who sit by the lakeside, meditating and practicing their needlework. However, what these individuals refer to as meditative needlework is, in their eyes, merely sitting there in a state of complete relaxation and does not truly constitute the cultivation of the spirit. I approached a robust willow tree and took a seat beside it. Almost immediately, a group of elderly men with graying hair gathered around me. A few days ago, when I began my practice, these elderly gentlemen discovered that being close to me invigorated their spirits. Thus, whenever they catch sight of themselves, they draw near. I do not utter much, and thus the mechanism of the 3 lives and creations begins to unfold. The surrounding ethereal aura converges gently. As the willow branches sway, it seems to have taken on a deeper shade of green. The elderly gentlemen around me exude a sense of comfort, their faces aglow with a rosy hue, creating an illusion as if they have regressed in age by a decade. In the late hours of the night, the moon shines brightly amidst the sparse stars, while the park stands deserted, devoid of any lingering souls. It is nearly complete. After a further refinement of the interior, I believe it is time to venture into competitive endeavors. A small spirit-capturing array was inscribed upon the ground. 3 medicinal herbs were then placed within the confines of the array. I emit a hazy radiance in the moment of crisis, while 3 medicinal herbs swiftly wither away. The ethereal energy within was unreservedly extracted, coalescing into strands of visible spiritual mist, which I then absorbed. At this moment, my mind is unburdened by external distractions, as I exert every ounce of my strength to overcome the challenges ahead. In the early morning, a whirlwind swept around me, abruptly causing me to open my tightly shut eyes. Exhaling a breath of murky air, I sensed the long-lost flow of spiritual energy. At last, I have ascended to the first layer of Qi refinement. This advancement allows me to perform minor spells, granting me a measure of self-protection. Initially, I possessed no knowledge regarding the path of cultivation. It took me a century of stumbling and faltering before I finally embarked upon the righteous journey. This time, I shall strive for perfection in every realm, ascending once more to the pinnacle of greatness. He promptly rose and departed. At that moment, several elderly gentlemen engaged in morning exercises arrived at this place. Who has drawn this picture on the ground? An intriguing scene unfolds as an elderly man with silvery hair gazes intently, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Suddenly, I seated myself in the center of the pattern, and in an instant, a powerful tremor surged through me. Please assist me in identifying the artist of this painting. Upon returning home, I changed into a fresh outfit before heading to school. In due course, the Ministry of Education will collaborate with all universities to host the inaugural Destiny Cup competition. The champion of the competition will garner immense attention and abundant resources. Only by successfully passing the college entrance examination can one have the opportunity to partake in the Destiny Cup competition. Thus, one must still endeavor to partake in the excitement of this college entrance examination. At this moment, Class 6 of the 3rd year of high school was bustling with noise. My arrival brought a fleeting tranquility to the classroom. The esteemed master of cultivation has arrived in our class. The foremost figure of the cultivation world graces us with his presence. Some have offered derisive remarks, yet the anticipated wave of mockery has not materialized. At this moment, my classmates gaze at me with astonishment. Today, I seem to radiate an extraordinary essence, imbued with an ethereal quality unlike any other day. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Hailu, entered the classroom, tapping gently on the desk to beckon everyone to silence. Then, let us commence with the important considerations regarding this year's college entrance examination. This examination involves a joint assessment among 28 high schools in Lon City, held at the wilderness area of Examination Room 38. Hunting various tiers of exotic beasts yields different points. Among them, the F and E grade exotic beasts are equivalent to additional entities. Soon, everyone will gather at the playground to collect the supplies before departure. Having said that, Zhang Hailu turned and left. Students, please adhere to order and line up to collect supplies. At this moment on the playground, a commanding voice resonated from the front. It belonged to none other than the principal of the school. As an awakened one, even without a microphone, his voice possessed a remarkable resonance. The awakened one resides in the center. The mechanic can be found on the right. The researcher occupies the left side. Cultivation is not part of our school curriculum. Who chose cultivation? It is widely acknowledged that selecting different preferences during the college entrance examination will yield varying resources and opportunities. Apart from the same medications and the spine pill, awakened individuals shall be bestowed with cold weaponry meticulously tailored by the Ministry of Education. Mechanics will receive rudimentary mechanical exoskeletons, while researchers will obtain elementary firearms. As for the aspiration of cultivating immortality, it has indeed never appeared in the college entrance examination. Even the principal is uncertain about which weapons would be deemed appropriate. After a brief moment of distraction, he smiled once more. This dedicated practitioner of the mystical arts has come to collect supplies for me. Such a scene might be quite awkward for an ordinary student, but it holds no impact on me whatsoever. I calmly ascended the stage. If you have a change of heart at this moment, I can graciously permit you to alter your choice of major. The principal intervenes with words of persuasion, and there is no need for me to shake my head in disapproval. The principal was at a loss for words. How did this little fellow become so swollen? Yet, it was perhaps best not to say much more. Let's strive earnestly. The principal's expression was far from pleasant. He cast a stern glare at the onlooking students. What are you all staring at? Hurry and collect your supplies. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful girl with long ice blue hair, tall stature, and exquisite features passed by him. His gaze shifted subtly, observing her without leaving a trace. Qi Xiao, the sole girl among the 7 prodigies awakened at our school, possesses an extraordinary beauty that captivates all. As I observe her up close, I'm struck by her enchanting allure, leaving the boys around me utterly mesmerized by her presence. In 20 minutes, all individuals have gathered their resources. Under the principal's guidance, thousands of candidates march through the school in a grand procession. At this moment, the atmosphere within the military aircraft was somewhat delicate. Many students were unable to shake off their unease, seeking solace in conversation to alleviate their tension. Many individuals cast furtive glances in his direction. Is he not afraid? I heard from the people in Class 6 that he not only failed to awaken, but was also abandoned by his original team. Who is willing to carry an extra burden? These individuals erupted in hearty laughter, as if such mirth could alleviate their tension. Arrived at the vicinity of Examination Hall 38, currently at an altitude of 200 meters above ground. I'll jump down. The rear cargo door of the military aircraft swung open as escort personnel distributed a parachute to each individual. All candidates descended in succession in small groups. A desolate ruin is overgrown with creeping vines and wild grasses, while swarms of mosquitoes flit about, and the air is thick with a damp, earthy aroma. Who do you see over there? The probability of encountering a cultivator among the entire school is merely 1 in 1,000. Yet it has astonished us to find a boy expressing his surprise. A girl inquired with a hint of concern, if a situation arises, should we intervene to assist him? Assist me? Why do you not lend a hand? Support classmates in their college entrance examinations. Let him report again. We too can earn additional points. A robust young man with a tiger-like demeanor. An expression that exudes relentless determination. During the exchange among the 5 individuals, 3-headed wolfhounds emerged from the ruins behind me, each standing 1 meter tall and measuring 2 meters in length, baring their teeth in a particularly fierce manner. Yet, I seem to have not noticed that the strange wolf dog behind me continues to advance steadily. Clearly, one remains unawakened, yet still dares to be so careless in the wilderness. Truly, it is a path to demise. Though the robust young man boasts otherwise, he grips his weapon tightly, ever poised to strike. The hybrid wolf dog stands atop the overgrown ruins. A gaze filled with chilling anxiety fixates on the figure ahead. Suddenly dash forward. Yet I merely glanced at the three-headed wolf hound wing, unwavering and unflinching before this foolish wave. Ready to take action, the 5 individuals hidden behind the ruins could not help but burst into expletives. This is indeed a wolf dog, rather than a domesticated pet. Not to mention the ferocious wolf dog. Even the mighty trees can be cleaved by its sharp fangs and formidable claws. The force he carried as he surged forward at high speed was no less than that of a racing motorcycle, even for those who had awakened. If confronted with a frontal assault from a foreign wolf dog, one may temporarily lose the ability to act. Those who remain unawakened, if met with a direct collision, would not perish but suffer grave injuries. However, in the next moment, I swiftly turned and struck. Bang, bang, bang. In the void, 3 punches were unleashed in succession. 3 ferocious wolfhounds surged forth, propelled like cannonballs. One of the strange wolfhounds tumbled onto the bodies of 5 individuals, blood trickling from its mouth as it whimpered. After struggling for a brief moment, it succumbed to lifelessness. The robust young man, with a physique reminiscent of a tiger and a bear, lowered his gaze to behold the clasped beast lying lifeless at his feet, leaving him momentarily bewildered. To think that a wolfhound was slain. How can this be? Someone exclaimed in hushed tones. Li Ming, how do you think this fellow managed to accomplish that? A girl gazed wide-eyed at the robustly built young man. Li Ming swallowed hard. How can I possibly know? You ask me, but whom shall I inquire? To hunt down level exotic beasts, one must at the very least be an extraordinary awakener. While ordinary awakeners can indeed slay level exotic creatures, it undoubtedly requires a fierce and arduous battle. Only those endowed with celestial qualities can unleash their awakening abilities. At this moment, I am making my way towards them. The 3rd day of the college entrance examination. The score scanning will not commence until noon. Prior to this, candidates must gather materials from the slain beasts. I carefully preserved the exotic wolfhound that I had deftly dislodged with the tip of my blade, resolutely securing it within my backpack. Without looking back, he departed immediately. After advancing to the Qi refinement stage, his facial features and 6 senses have undergone a remarkable enhancement. Within 100 meters, even the slightest tremors in the air can be effortlessly perceived. Thus, one has long sensed the presence of the surrounding alien wolves and these few students. They are merely a few first-tier awakened individuals, hardly worthy of my attention. After securing the 3 beast fangs, I proceeded directly towards the heart of the desolate city. The further one ventures into the examination hall, the greater the strength of the exotic beasts encountered, and consequently, the more substantial the points accumulated. To participate in the Destiny Cup, one must at least rank within the top 50 of the Blue City. Thus, venturing into the city center to hunt for top-tier targets is ultimately a personal choice. As Qin Chuan passed by the ruins of a dilapidated church, a small team emerged from within. One person gazed in astonishment at Qin Chuan, while Chen Hao, his good friend since elementary school, stood by. What has been the matter with you these past few days? One unable to reach by phone, even when requesting leave. Is everything all right? Inquired Chen Hao nonchalantly. After my rebirth, I found myself with little exposure to electronic devices. Thus, I had not noticed Chen Hao's communication. All is well. You are alone. What about Zhang Shui's and the others? Never mind, never mind. Since you are alone, come with me. Chen Hao babbled on endlessly. I lowered my head and smiled silently. This is how it should be. Together, we, the twin titans of Tianba, shall undoubtedly achieve resounding success in the college entrance examination. Chen Hao was immensely delighted by my joining. Allow me to introduce my classmates, who possess commendable abilities. Qin Chuan is my good friend. Please join us shortly. Let's take care of each other. This was introduced by Chen Hao. I nodded in a nonchalant manner. Wei Tao and the other 2 harbored discontent towards my demeanor. However, out of respect for Chen Hao, they refrained from voicing their grievances. I merely hope that this individual does not possess an excessively thick skin. Once they have earned sufficient points to enroll in university, it would be best for them to depart on their own accord, rather than continually relying on their team. Wandering amidst the ruins, Wei Tao and his companions engage in ceaseless discourse surrounding the Gaokao. Although our team has gained an additional member, with some effort, we should still be able to secure a share of the previous points. Duming cast a glance at me and then spoke. Regarding one's own inclusion, how could one be oblivious to their discontent? Yet, there were few words spoken in response. At this moment, I lifted my gaze towards the ruins in the front right, within the realm of my perception. Strange beasts are approaching from that direction. It appears that they are gathering in numbers. After taking 2 steps, Chun Hao and his companions came to a halt, cautiously surveying their surroundings. At that moment, the sound of monstrous beasts galloping arose from the ruins to the right front. 18 creatures surged forth from the debris. A gathering of armored pigs, 12 level creatures, and a wolfhound, along with 5 level twin-tailed beings. I, along with Qin Chuan, will engage the gathering tank-like creatures, while you expedite the resolution of the level aberrations. Chun Hao's expression was grave. Coldborn and the other 3 said little more, brandishing their battle blades as they charged forth. The tank pig, as its name suggests, possesses formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. It is no simple task to bring it down. Evidently, Chun Hao harbored no intention of single-handedly slaying the gathered aberrant beasts. His movements were agile, executing swift slashes and deft maneuvers, as graceful as smoke. Chun Hao grappled with the tank pig for a duration of 4 to 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Wei Tao and his companions dispatched all the level aberrations before joining forces to encircle and eliminate the tank pig together. In less than 10 minutes, they vanquished the 18 exotic beasts that appeared, earning a total of 27 points. Such speed can be deemed commendable in the context of the college entrance examination. As per the customary practice, each person is allocated 5 points, while the excess 2 points are retained. I have calmly accepted my 5 beast teeth. Since I have acquired the spoils of the expedition, it is only natural that he will soon contribute his share as well. The rewards bestowed upon this team will undoubtedly surpass these 5 beast tokens. This is his unwavering confidence. At that moment, a deep sound emanated from the ruins. Like the wild call of a pheasant echoing through the desolate fields, it is not ideal for gathering the elusive spirits of the ostrich. At least 10 headstrong spirits of the ostrich gather, resonating with sound. Wei Tao and his companions, upon hearing the call, wore grave expressions. Chun Hao furrowed his brows, and then he softly commanded, "Return first." Immediately thereafter, amidst the ruins surrounding them, a magnificent avian creature, akin to a mystical ostrich, emerged, encircling them with an air of enchantment. Each creature stands 2 to 3 meters tall, its claws resembling iron pillars, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Several individuals' expressions changed dramatically. Chun Hao unsheathed his battle blade, preparing to exert his utmost effort. "Wait for a moment, please follow my lead. We must escape from here first." Yet, he had not finished his words. Suddenly, a shadow darted past them. The figure moved with astonishing speed, so swift that their eyes could scarcely keep pace with its motion. It was only when the figure came to a halt, akin to a young chick snapping the neck of a sprite ostrich, that they discerned the visage of this individual. Qin Chuan's Chun Hao was taken aback. Hadn't he failed to awaken? How could he possess such formidable power? Then, I approached them, dragging the enchanting ostrich behind me. Chun Hao approached with a hearty laugh and playfully punched Qin Chuan. "When did you become so formidable? You annihilated the entire series in an instant. Surely, you cannot be an awakened prodigy?" I shake my head, for I am a practitioner of the profound arts. The 4 cultivators were somewhat astonished. Cultivation is not merely a discipline of health preservation. How could it possibly possess combat prowess? Previously, he extended an invitation to Qin Chuan to join the team. In truth, there was a certain degree of pressure, considering that this team was specifically formed with the intention of meeting the admission score thresholds of prestigious schools. I did not expect that Qin Chuan would be so fortunate indeed. It was they who displayed great magnanimity. "Old Du, my friend, is still doing well, isn't he?" Chun Hao looked at Du Ming with a sense of pride and satisfaction. Du Ming's awkward, forced smile. "Since Qin Chuan is so formidable, I propose that we continue to advance." Mei Tao interjected to ease the atmosphere. "Perhaps we might achieve a score exceeding 1,500, which could enable us to gain admission to prestigious universities." I share the same sentiment. "Qin Chuan, have you seen this?" I hold no objections to this matter. Ever since I laid eyes on Chun Hao, I have resolved to lend him a hand. Time swiftly approached the evening, as Zhang Xuya's five-member team advanced slowly through another overgrown ruin. Be cautious, for we are now approaching the heart of the city, where strange creatures are nearly ubiquitous. A bespectacled young man cautiously advised him. There exists within Qin Chuan an unawakened individual. We must exercise caution and vigilance. Now that he has departed, why should we remain subdued? Xiao Song interjected. Zhang Xuya feels a tinge of guilt. Did we truly do the right thing by allowing him to depart at the last moment? He has yet to awaken, yet he has chosen the path of cultivation. How shall he navigate the upcoming college entrance examination? Another girl, Sun Lin, chuckled and said, "Oh dear, Miss Zhang, what benevolence are you whimsically expressing now?" At that moment, there was a stir ahead. Sun Lin whispered a warning. Several individuals fell into an immediate silence, their vigilance directed towards the front, as a feline creature of the leopard-cat variety suddenly emerged from the ruins ahead. This extraordinary creature stands nearly 3 meters tall and is enveloped in a coat of deep black. 2 golden stripes run elegantly from its head to its tail, resembling the intricate patterns of a golden scripted leopard. He was injured. One day, the awakened hunters were pursuing an frank beast. Xiao Song and Tang Yu gazed intently without averting their eyes. Ahead, a figure emerged. Sun Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to discover which prodigious awakened being was hunting the grade aberration. If it were a student from his own school, he could seize the opportunity to make an acquaintance. That is the Qin River forest. Upon seeing the figure of Qin Chuan among the 5 individuals who burst forth, I was instantly taken aback. This fellow is indeed fortunate to be in the company of Wei Tao and his companions. How long have you known each other? Zhang Xuya inquired. Xiao Song nodded. They're all awakeners from our school. Their team is within our institution, and perhaps they could even secure a position in the top 30. That fellow Qin Chuan is truly fortunate, having unexpectedly joined their squad. In Zhang Xuya's eyes, there was a hint of admiration. I am only acquainted with Chun Hao. I never anticipated that the others would be so formidable. Tang Yu, how audacious these individuals are, daring to hunt and class elite. Let's take a look. A few individuals swiftly pursued. Today, they have hunted down a considerable number of otherworldly beings, predominantly gathering and targeting those of grade H. It was not until dusk that I encountered an class anomaly. I struck with my own hands, delivering a significant blow to it. Unexpectedly, this double-striped, golden-spotted leopard, in its final moments, unleashed a surge of strength to flee. Be cautious as you traverse the towering remnants of the ruins. I seized the relentlessly charging Chun Hao with urgency. Just as the elusive double-striped golden leopard was on the verge of being captured, it managed to escape once again. Chun Hao looked at Qin Chuan with a puzzled expression. The sun had yet to rise from its slumber, when a piercing sound of the wind sliced through the air. The path reflected the blade-like gleam of the golden sunset, which cleaved through the void, pinning the 2-tailed golden leopard upon a desolate ruin. Upon witnessing this, Chun Hao could not help but gasp in shock. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's timely intervention, he would likely have met a gruesome fate on the spot. The college entrance examination does not prohibit candidates from seizing points. However, such acts of aggression, disregarding the safety of others, are rarely witnessed. Who is it? Chun Hao cast an angry glance toward the direction from which the warblade was shot. 3 individuals emerged from the ruins, clad in dark gray school uniforms. The insignia of their school was evident, and among them was Wei Tao, a prodigious talent recognized for his awakening abilities. The others quickly identified him. The individuals in the 13th group. What brings you here? Given your demeanor, are you intent on seizing our quarry? Zhao Wenxuan, with his fringe hairstyle, appears exceptionally radiant and handsome. However, at this moment, he gazes at Qin Chuan with an air of pride. Upon hearing Zhao Wenxuan's words, Chun Hao exclaimed that a fire had broken out. What do you mean by your prey? This double-striped, golden-spotted leopard was clearly injured by us and pursued to this very location. Zhao Wenxuan smiled faintly, pointing at the double-lined, golden-patterned leopard nailed to the wall of the ruins. He inquired, "Whose knife is that?" Chun Hao was momentarily at a loss for words, glaring with intensity. Wei Tao and the others also took notice. The other party intends to seize their prey, their fists clenched tightly. The opponent is an awakened being of the highest caliber from the third realm. Even a group of them may not stand a chance against this formidable adversary. This monstrous creature was slain by a blade, and that blade belongs to me. Thus, this creature is inherently a part of me. Xiuzhen remained unfazed by the ire of those around him. Approaching the two-lined, golden-patterned leopard affixed to the wall, I deftly removed my battle blade. With a gentle flick of the tip, I sent the beast's fangs soaring into the air. At that moment, a stone the size of a thumb shot forth, striking the crumbling wall with a resounding clang. It immediately rebounded, colliding with the beast's fang that Xiuzhen had sent soaring. The deflected fang, with perfect precision, came hurtling directly towards me. Then, with a swift motion of my hand, I grasped the beast's fang firmly within my grasp. Masterfully, Xiuzhen's gaze sharpened, coldly observing himself. How intriguing it is that an ordinary person possesses such skills. This extraordinary beast belongs to me. Therefore, the blade embedded within it should rightfully be mine as well. I gaze at the battle blade held by Xiuzhen, gradually extending my right hand. How amusing. It has been quite a while since anyone dared to be so brazen in my presence. Xiuzhen was amused. He gradually raised his right arm. The temperature surrounding him suddenly surged. The weeds at his feet were instantly desiccated, igniting into flames. A prodigy awakened with the power of fire. Once more, I bestow upon you this opportunity, offer my hands in submission. In shame, I kneel to admit my faults. Xiuzhen licked his lips. Flames entwined upon his right arm, serpentine and menacing in their dance. They appeared exceedingly fearsome, as he awaited the moment when his adversary would be struck with terror. To witness them kneel and plead for mercy. Yet I remain as tranquil as water, gently shaking my head. There is no need for laughter. Well, your college entrance examination concludes here. Xiuzhen remarked with a cold smile. The flames entwined around his arm resembled a venomous serpent striking forth, ready to bite. Upon witnessing this, Xiuzhen and Qin Chuan, along with Chun Hao and others, were taken aback in astonishment. Yet in my own eyes, such skills seem more naive and laughable than a child playing with fire. I merely flicked my finger. A fierce slash cut through the air, shooting forth with explosive force. The seemingly formidable fire serpent was effortlessly shattered by this surge of spiritual energy, scattering into a myriad of sparks that gracefully descended to the ground. How could he have shattered my fiery serpent? How did he accomplish that? Xiuzhen and the others gazed at Qin Chuan in astonishment. Interesting, let me give another try. My twin serpents danced wildly. Xiuzhen unleashed a strike. The fiery serpent was extinguished. Fury surged within him. He raised his arms high. Serpents of fire entwined around both arms, lashing out towards oneself in a frenzied bite. Zhu Jiqing abruptly grasped Xiuzhen's shoulder. Xiuzhen's flames have dissipated. He glared at Xiuzhen. It is not yet time to reach the city center. Do not squander your energy here. Merely a lowly grade of beast, nothing more. Just grant them this. Upon hearing this, Xiuzhen regained his composure. It was nearly ruined, but fortune smiled upon you in this significant matter. Speak. Xiuzhen and Xiuzhen, along with the third individual, turned and departed from his place. At that moment, a faint voice resounded once more. Did I permit your departure? This statement left Chun Hao and his companions drenched in cold sweat. My heavens! These few celestial awakeners from the upper echelons have departed. Why do you still provoke them? Xiuzhen, who had been enduring, suddenly felt a surge of rage mixed with laughter upon hearing the other person's words. You are relentlessly encroaching upon my boundaries, while I exhaust myself in pursuit of success, determined to ensure that you lie idle for an entire year. I said indifferently, you may give a try. Xiuzhen furrowed his brow and positioned himself between the two individuals. Waves of energy surged within him, advancing towards Qin Chuan. Yet they were all subdued and pushed back by an invisible force. The brief exchange left Xiuzhen's countenance considerably diminished. This individual possesses formidable strength. At this moment, Xiuzhen wished to refrain from squandering any further time. He bestowed his battle blade upon Qin Chuan, thus rendering him content. I nodded slowly. Let this time be the exception. Remember, there shall be no next time. Zhengqing, do not restrain me, allow me to administer a lesson to this fellow. Zhao Wenxuan resembles an enraged Tibetan mastiff. Yet he was firmly obstructed by Xiao Zhengqing, merely handing him the battle blade. Xiao Zhengqing and Qin Chuan remarked, "We must not allow this to delay the important matters at hand." In the end, Zhao Wenxuan gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and resolutely turned away. Chun Hao and his companions were utterly astounded, rendered speechless by Qin Chuan's maneuver. They are aware that Qin Chuan possesses remarkable prowess. Witnessing the fierce confrontation between Qin Chuan and the awakener of Tianping, and even seizing the battle from the hands of the Tianping awakener, my admiration for him grew ever more profound. They have gone to the city center. Shall we go as well? Chun Hao inquired. Why not go? I responded with indifference. At this moment, within the wilderness area designated for the college entrance examination, there stands a sign forbidding the entrance of unauthorized individuals. Suddenly, 4 shadowy figures of wolves emerged. "What are you stopping for?" inquired he, a middle-aged man holding an exquisite wooden box. The act of trespassing into the examination hall for the college entrance examination is a violation of regulations. Should one be caught, they would face severe penalties. A disheveled young man, with his arm wrapped in bandages, hesitated. "What time is it? If those fellows catch up, there will be no one left, and yet we still fear breaking the rules." After speaking, the middle-aged man embraced a finely crafted wooden box, effortlessly leaping over the 5 to 6 meter high barbed wire fence and plunging into the examination hall. The other 3 hesitated momentarily before following suit. They had scarcely entered when a dozen or so burly men appeared. Wei Ziyuan and his companions entered the examination hall. "Are we still pursuing?" an artist inquired. The effects of pursuing the stellar spirit fruit and the blood sea fruit are astonishing. As long as there is a breath, one can be saved. It is imperative to carry on. Upon returning home the following day at dawn, in the midst of a desolate amusement park, Chun Hao and his 3 companions are engaged in the distribution of tasks. Currently, the series Strange Beasts is produced by Chun Hao and his team. I shall only take action when confronted with a creature of grade F. At that moment, a cacophony of clashing sounds echoed through the ruins. In the context of the college entrance examination, assisting classmates is rewarded with additional points. Thus, Chun Hao and his companions promptly gathered around. Zhang Shuya and Chun Hao suddenly exclaimed. At this moment, Zhang Shuya, clad in a thin garment, heard someone calling his name. He turned towards the source of the voice. As soon as Qin Chuan spoke, his eyes seemed to pop out like loose marbles, falling to the ground with a series of sharp clinks. Our team encountered numerous formidable adversaries, leading to our dispersion. I fought valiantly to escape. Zhang Shuya's eyes were crimson, weeping like a pear blossom drenched in rain. "Go back," I said softly before turning away. "Qin Chuan, we truly do not concern ourselves with him." Chun Hao caught up. Qin Chuan asked in astonishment. "His performance is marked by a fought of injuries, and his legs are devoid of any afflictions." I shook my head, questioning why he would act in such a manner. Chun Hao and the others were left utterly astonished. I chuckled softly upon witnessing the formidable strength of our team, eager to partake in a share of the glory. That woman is indeed quite cunning. Cautiously, I came to a halt, prompting Chun Hao and his companions to immediately adopt a defensive stance. At this moment, a colossal beast looms ahead on the street, resembling a wrecked tank that has shattered through the debris and emerged forcefully. Crimes swirl in chaos. Blood splatters with each strike. A blow to the otherworldly beast. The bloodthirsty fire crab. He was injured. Upon witnessing this, Chun Hao and the others could not help but change their expressions. Qin Chuan unsheathed his battle blade, infusing it with spiritual energy before casting it forth. The battle blade emanates a chilling gleam, slicing through the air. The battle blade struck with unerring precision, embedding itself in the neck of the bloodthirsty fire crab, but did not pin him to the ruins beside. The bloodthirsty tiger, nailed to the wall, emits a deep, hoarse roar, struggling momentarily before falling still. I approached to reclaim the walkway, lifting the fangs of the bloodthirsty tiger. Swiftly, she turned and departed, with an air of elegance and decisiveness. After they departed, 3 more individuals emerged, pursuing from the direction of the bloodthirsty tiger. Upon witnessing the bloodthirsty tiger being condemned to death, everyone's expression shifted dramatically. Xiuzhen approached and crouched down to inspect. Who is the scoundrel that has stolen my prey? Zhao Wenxuan, engulfed in fury, leaps forward as the temperature around rises dramatically. Converging upon the matter, Xiuzhen expressed his displeasure with a scoff. A slight furrow of the brow. This mark resembles that of my battle knife's locking mechanism. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenxuan was filled with rage. That wretched scoundrel again. Do not let me cross paths with him. This time, it matters not who comes. Chun Hao and his companions heard the furious roar emanating from behind, prompting them to hasten their escape from the area. Around 4 p.m., at the ruins commercial center, the 5 of them were meticulously cataloging their spoils on the ground floor of the ruins. Chun Hao and his companions spoke with a certain excitement about their current scores. In less than 2 days, they have already amassed over 1,000 points. With a little more effort tomorrow, reaching 1,500 points may very well be within their grasp. A score of 1,500 represents the threshold for admission to a prestigious university. I intend to take a solitary stroll, I said. Joining this team was initially intended to assist Chun Hao in acquiring points. Now that Chun Hao has amassed sufficient points, there seems to be little reason for me to remain. Although Wei Tao and the others had anticipated this outcome, hearing Qin Chuan articulate, it still brought a sense of disappointment. All right, but do exercise caution when you venture alone into the city center. Tomorrow marks the final day of the college entrance examination. The official website will only activate the points entry portal after noon. Prior to that, chaos reigns, as Chun Hao cautioned. I nodded. After parting ways with Chun Hao, I ventured forth alone along the desolate streets of the ruins. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the dilapidated structure to his right, overrun with creeping vines, was struck by a monstrous beast. The armored wild boar charged forth like a tank, barreling toward me. As Qin Chuan was about to strike, he sensed something amiss and swiftly withdrew, stepping aside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind the armored wild boar, 3 massive ice spikes, each as thick as a thigh and over 2 meters long, shot forth with great velocity. 3 ice cones, akin to navigational instruments, pierced with precision into the armored wild boar, firmly anchoring it to the ground. The armored wild boar emits a fierce roar. As the blood spilled forth, it was instantly frozen into a solid block. A layer of white frost enveloped his entire body, and before long, he succumbed to his fate. For shadowy figures emerged from the ruins of the collapsed structure, struck by the armored wild boar. One of the young maidens possessed long, icy blue hair, a tall and graceful figure, and a delicate visage, reminiscent of a beautiful swan gliding elegantly towards them. She was none other than Qi Shuiyao from Qin Chuan School. It was you, Qi Shuiyao, who instantly caught sight of Qin Chuan, your face reflecting a look of astonishment. What brings you here? This area can be considered the heart of the city. All around, the extraordinary beasts gathered. Your courage is truly remarkable. Qi Shuiyao gazed at Qin Chuan with curiosity. With a casual wave of her hand, the sharp ice embedded in the armored wild boar melted away, and a tooth, encased in icy fragments, fell into his palm. Just wandering around, I remarked casually. I am acquainted with several venerable elders who practice cultivation. They often indulge in meditation. Furthermore, one is utterly terrified of the otherworldly beasts. It seems you harbor no fear of the S-class monstrosities, do you? Kixueo inquired. I cast a glance at the armored wild boar of Gala. What is there to fear from Gala? Qi Shuiyao smiled like a blooming flower. You are quite amusing, please refrain from wandering too far ahead, she cautioned. Many awakened individuals of exceptional caliber are currently congregating in the city center. There will be frequent outbreaks of fierce battles here, and you may find yourself caught in the crossfire. With that, Qi Shuiyao gracefully turned and departed. I continued my stroll toward the city center. As night fell, the stars twinkled in the sky. I find it quite difficult to adjust without snacks. My performance relies heavily on vision, and the nighttime has a profound impact on me. Yuanying turns away. Today's hunt concludes here. Tomorrow, I shall venture to the city center to pursue a Class 1 beast. He resembles a nimble creature of the wild, leaping a few steps upon the ruins, before vanishing into the shadows. Upon arriving at a relatively well-preserved ruin, I halted my steps. Just as I was about to enter, I was suddenly startled by the sounds of a fierce struggle emanating from a short distance away. By the light of the moon, he beheld a dozen strange beasts besieging 3 individuals. Judging by their attire and physique, they appeared to be anything but students. Ling Chuan had no intention of intervening. In the realm of cultivation, he had developed a habit of avoiding unnecessary involvement, unless there was a tangible benefit to be gained. At the moment of turning, he was suddenly enveloped in a profound reverie. It landed upon a meticulously crafted wooden box held by one of the individuals. The elixir caused me to raise an eyebrow. Hasn't the world been drained of spiritual energy? How can there still be elixirs? Could it be that within this world, there exist mysterious realms of such peculiar nature? Although the vast world is devoid of spiritual energy, within these secret domains, an abundance of spiritual energy is available for cultivation. One can cultivate a mystical herb pricked by a thorn, a beast's claw ends. The air embraces the delicate figure of a man. He fell to the ground, yet still clutched the wooden box tightly. 3 brothers, 3 brothers. You proceed ahead, we shall hold the rear. Enough of the nonsense. If we are to leave, let us leave together. I have lost a peculiar fruit, and Ji Feng has also gone missing. How can I return alone? What will I say to Qi and the others? The trio joined forces, valiantly breaking free from the encirclement of the otherworldly beasts, and swiftly plunged into a narrow alleyway. A resounding roar echoed through the alley, revealing the lair of the first-tier beast, the bloodthirsty tiger. The 3 individuals were taken aback by the sudden turn of events, their faces pale with fear as they hastily retreated. However, the monstrous beast behind has already caught up, baring its teeth in a terrifying display. With a tiger in front and a wolf behind, we find ourselves trapped, unable to advance or retreat. It seems that we are doomed to face this calamity tonight, Wei Ziyuan said with a bitter smile. Regrettably, we discovered a potential remedy to heal grandfather's wounds, yet we were unable to bring it back. Just as Wei Ziyuan was prepared to fight with all his might, a sudden blur caught his eye. A shadow darted past, and several ferocious glass monsters collapsed, blood gushing forth. A young man wielding a battle knife is amidst a throng of otherworldly beasts, ruthlessly slaying them. The glass monsters, which pursued them relentlessly with no escape in sight, appear as feeble as wild dogs in his grasp, succumbing to his every strike without resistance. Before long, all the glass beasts surrounding him lie vanquished. Thank you very much, little brother. Sincere gratitude from Wei Ziyuan and the others. I nodded slightly, my gaze landing upon the exquisite wooden box cradled in Wei Ziyuan's arms. Wei Ziyuan's heart tightened. Could it be that this young man is also a bandit, coveting his extraordinary treasure? Indeed, it is akin to stepping from the wolf's den, only to enter the tiger's mouth. Young brother, you must be a college entrance examination candidate, right? May I kindly ask you to do me a favor after you complete your exams? I remain indifferent. You refer to me as Wei Ziyuan of the Lan family. Inside this box lies an extraordinary item. I kindly request that you deliver this box to the Wei family in 10 days' time. At that moment, we shall reward you handsomely for your efforts. I hope that the young man before me, considering his status and the price of his downfall, refrains from taking action against him. Upon hearing the name Iga, I furrowed my brow slightly, for it was a name that felt quite unfamiliar. Whether in my past life or this one, I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Wei Zion, having never encountered the exotic fruit, elucidated that it resides deep within the wilderness, shrouded in the misty embrace of the forest. On these peculiar fruit trees, wondrous fruits flourish. These fruits possess numerous miraculous effects, such as curing ailments and enhancing strength, among others. Wei Ziyuan continued to speak. However, within the forest shrouded in mist lies peril. Countless formidable beasts dwell there, and even the most powerful awakened beings of heavenly caliber tread with caution. I nodded in understanding and spoke. I just heard you mention that you seek the rare fruit to heal your grandfather. Wei Ziyuan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I possess a modest understanding of medicine. If you do not mind, I can tend to your grandfather's wounds. As for revenge, I desire this extraordinary fruit, I stated directly. Wei Ziyuan chuckled bitterly within his heart. Ultimately, it all comes down to this solitary fruit. Young brother, you have saved our lives today. Initially, I intended to repay you with wealth, but since you desire a fruit, let this fruit serve as my token of gratitude. Then, he presented the exquisite wooden box. extending my hand to grasp my own fate. Since I have spoken, after the completion of the college entrance examination, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the Wei family. Young brother, it is time for us to part ways, Wei Xiuan said, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Before departing, he offered a final reminder. The Qin family is also keeping an eye on this obligation. It is now entrusted to you. Exercise caution. I nodded in acknowledgement of their kind reminder. After Wei Xiuan and his companions departed with their grievously injured forms, I tucked away the fangs of the otherworldly beast and likewise took my leave from this place. Having barely ventured far, 15 figures hastily pursued. Have you seen 3 injured individuals pass by here, little one? I shook my head. How can those 3 rascals run so fast? The leader, a burly man, cursed and swore. Brother Chun, take a look at the box in this young man's hand. Chun, whose gaze flickered with a chilling light as he coldly remarked, Little one, from whence did you acquire that box in your hand? Show it to me. I took out the box. Indeed, grant me this. Chun, who reached out to grasp, yet he ended up clutching nothing but air. I reclaimed the box it is mine to keep. Chun, who felt a surge of anger rising within him. How dare you provoke death? The energy within him erupted, causing the stones beneath his feet to tremble. Surely, brother who would not go that far. To rush into the examination hall and harm the students is an egregious crime. The consequences would be grave, and even the Chun family would face repercussions. The individuals behind, witnessing Chun Hu's genuine fury, were all taken aback. Chun Hu is a 4th-tier awakener, capable of delivering a casual punch that can generate a force of 30 to 40,000 kilograms. Even in class, aberrant beast would fall before his single blow. The crowd sighed collectively. It seems the only recourse is to masquerade as a monstrous beast. To eliminate this little creature, a deep, resonant voice erupted, and a figure was hurled backward. With a thunderous crash, he collided into the adjacent ruins. The debris collapsed, enveloping him within its embrace. Brother Tiger, your actions are indeed quite ruthless. If you were to damage the items within the box, what would happen then? The visibility is poor at night, and they cannot discern the specific circumstances. The 2 of them hurriedly approached. I wish to obtain the box from Chun Hu to examine its contents. How is it that you are here? Where is my brother Hu? In swift succession, 2 figures were once again hurled backwards, landing amidst the ruins where Chun Hu had collided with them. I have become somewhat out of practice. I shall engage in some physical activity. The Azure transformation is the foundational secret manual for the Azure Immortal Odyssey. Once, I could possess the ability to shatter planets with a single kick. Though I may no longer reach that former pinnacle, I am more than capable of handling a few awakened ones with ease. The others were taken aback by this scene. How fortunate was this candidate? Suddenly, someone among the group shouted, prompting all the remaining individuals to erupt in excitement. Charge forward. In the blink of an eye, a dozen individuals were propelled backward, crashing into the ruins. Wails of despair rose and fell. I approached the buried Chun Hu, spitting out the mud and grime from my mouth. Chun Hu, disheveled and covered in dust. He realized he had encountered a calamity, having struck against a metal plate. That young man he had just faced was undoubtedly someone he had fought before. Suddenly, he found himself gazing intently at him, a wave of apprehension washing over him. What are your intentions? You are indeed one of this group of individuals. The leader disregarded Chun Hu's inquiry and instead posed a question to the barrage. Chun Hu quickly shook his head and replied, No. I furrowed my brow slightly and pulled another individual from the ruins, inquiring, Who is your leader? The individual offered no response, merely gazing intently at Chun Hu. Cold sweat broke out on Chun Hu's forehead. Spare me, he exclaimed, dropping to his knees, embodying the essence of humility and adaptability. Encountering those weaker than oneself, one tends to become arrogant and overbearing. When encountering someone more formidable than oneself, one can only acquiesce. I did not dwell on it excessively. Instead, I raised my hand and performed a gesture. At the center of Chun Hu's brow, a glimmer of golden light flickers gently. Chun Hu felt a chill penetrate his mind, and suddenly, it was as if countless ants were gnawing away at his thoughts. He clasped his hands around his head, struggling and rolling upon the ground. In excruciating agony, I observed the person beside me, trembling uncontrollably. Moments later, Chun Hu finally ceased his struggle, his eyes bloodshot and his body drenched in sweat. He appeared as if just pulled from the water, his voice frail and trembling incessantly. What have you accomplished? It's merely a trivial matter. It has been of no use for a long time. Let us observe the outcome. Qin Chuan remarked softly, "You are not human." Chun Hu gritted his teeth, his trembling fingers pointing at Qin Chuan. He was oblivious to the deeds of Qin Chuan, yet he would rather perish than endure that sensation again. Qin Chuan smiled serenely, acknowledging that everything comes at a price. "Should you lay hands upon me, I shall grant you a reprieve, however, your lives shall bear cost. You 15 must deliver to me 15 such shares within 6 months, otherwise, every 3 days, you shall once again endure the agony you just experienced." Upon hearing this, Chun Hu was rendered utterly speechless, collapsing onto the ground in a state of shock. A visage of utter desolation. Such a rare stock is valued in the tens of millions. 15 such stocks amount to several hundred million. You may as well end my life. Qin Chuan felt a sudden shock within his heart. Though this peculiar fruit could indeed be classified as a form of spiritual medicine, yet it is merely the most rudimentary elixir, astonishingly priced so exorbitantly. Upon reflection, it is quite understandable. In this world, the spiritual essence has dwindled, marking the end of an era. It is a rare occurrence for such a miraculous herb to flourish. Certainly, they will be sold at an exorbitant price. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again, 3 pieces. Half a year later, it shall come before me. I shall decipher the mysteries for you. Upon hearing this, Chun Hu was intrigued. Once again, a glimmer of hope for life has emerged. The 15 tokens are utterly unattainable for him. Even if he were to recklessly search through the misty forest, it would remain impossible. 3 tokens indeed hold a glimmer of hope, for recently, within the mist-laden peaks of the Forest of Mists, an abundance of peculiar fruits has emerged. They desperately strive, perhaps hoping to find something. He wishes to negotiate for a lesser price. Yet upon witnessing Qin Chuan's self-assured demeanor, he immediately falls silent. He fears that should he utter another word, Qin Chuan might take his life. Even the ant strives to survive who wishes to perish. He fell silent for a moment, then suddenly. "Then you must also employ this technique on them, otherwise, I alone cannot accomplish it." Qin Chuan unexpectedly cast a glance at him. Gohen is a remarkable talent within the realm of cultivation. At this moment, others have also emerged from the ruins upon hearing Chun Hu's words. The terrified souls lift their hats. Some kneel in supplication, while others rise and flee in haste. With a flick of his fingers, Qin Chuan unleashed his spiritual power, striking the legs of the fleeing individuals. Instantly, they collapsed to the ground, clinging to a powerful figure, lamenting with grandeur, striking from above, inflicting harm. Astonishment envelopes the crowd. Cold sweat trickled down my spine. Isn't this a high school student? How could one be so twisted? He is still a human being, one who initially harbored thoughts of escape. However, he no longer dares to entertain such notions. Qin Chuan refrains from idle chatter, promptly unleashing the soul slaughter technique, and subsequently leaves them with a contact number. After they obtain the extraordinary fruit, they shall contact Xiuzhen and leave this place. Once he departed, the 15 individuals felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, their bodies drenched in sweat. Sitting helplessly on the ground, gasping for breath, regret enveloped them. Had I known that Wei Ziyuan and his companions had fled into the examination hall, they would have ceased their pursuit, leaving them with nothing. Going back might result in nothing more than reprimands and punishment, yet now they are prepared to risk their very lives. Some individuals gnashed their teeth, casting furious glances at Chun Hu. Rafita, Qin Chuan would never cast spells for them. Yet now, they have become grasshoppers on the same line. The urgent matter is to find the extraordinary fruit and utilize it to decipher the enigma. Chapter 14. Don't hit. It hurts upon a relatively intact ruin of a skyscraper. Qin Chuan retrieved the extraordinary fruit from its box. He had long since cultivated the habit of enhancing his strength whenever he encountered something valuable. He would utilize it at the earliest opportunity to transform it into his own power. After all, in the realm of cultivation, no one could guarantee their survival until the morrow. On the ground of the ruins, Qin Chuan inscribed a spirit-absorbing array with his spiritual energy, placing the extraordinary fruit within it before settling into a meditative posture. The array flickered with golden light, and strands of visible spiritual essence seeped from the fruit, which he inhaled into his being. This was the first time since his rebirth that he absorbed such an abundance of spiritual energy, filling him with a profound sense of comfort, as if he were truly within the cultivation realm. However, the extraordinary fruit rapidly shriveled under his absorption, resembling a long-forgotten apple in an instant. To his dismay, he found he had not even reached the mid-stage of the Qi refinement realm. Qin Chuan opened his eyes, feeling somewhat unsatisfied with the extraordinary fruit. Nonetheless, recalling the scarcity of resources on this terminally flawed planet, he felt some relief. If there existed such a fruit, might there be even rare spiritual herbs in its vicinity? He resolved to delve deeper into this information upon his return after the examinations. If such treasures were available, ascending to the golden core stage within a year would be significantly simpler. The appearance of the extraordinary fruit indeed brought him some unexpected delight. The following day, as dawn's light began to creep over the horizon, Qin Chuan set forth towards the city center. Arriving at a dilapidated commercial hub, he noted the remnants of crumbling walls and the overgrowth of vines, permeated by the scent of blood and vegetation, suggesting a recent battle had transpired. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out amidst the ruins. Bullets whizzed through the air, narrowly missing him on either side before embedding themselves into the wall behind him. "Classmate, are you alone?" A boy clad in a blue uniform emerged, brandishing a combat knife and sizing up Qin Chuan. How pathetic. Not even an awakened. Well, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Hand over your spoils from the past 2 days to spare yourself some pain. Qin Chuan remained steadfast and unmoving. The boy chuckled. "We have 3 researchers in our team, and currently, 3 guns are aimed at you. Stop stalling. We have another fateful encounter to wait for." Qin Chuan smiled, amused that someone dared to rob him. 1 minute later, "Brother, please, don't hit me. It hurts. Be gentle. Brother, these are the materials we've gathered from extraordinary beasts over the last 2 days, worth a total of 3,000 points. Please take them." 5 students in blue uniforms, bruised and battered, knelt before him, respectfully offering the materials from their backpacks. They recalled the earlier encounter with lingering trepidation. This peer of theirs was nothing short of extraordinary. Though he was not an awakened, his prowess was formidable. Just moments ago, he had evaded bullets and subdued 2 awakened individuals in an instant. He had even dispatched a few stones that revealed the hidden marksman lurking nearby. Their team had been utterly annihilated. Scram. Qin Chuan calmly collected his backpack, his demeanor unruffled. At such a tender age, one resorts to robbery. Had they not merely threatened him with a firearm, intending no actual harm, these 5 would have been reduced to ashes by his fireball spell. How fortunate. The 5, bruised and battered, fled the scene in a disheveled manner. While their threat was minimal, it nonetheless illustrated the chaotic state of the city center, where even first-tier awakened individuals dared to waylay and rob passersby. One can only imagine the audacity of those with higher-tier awakening abilities. As Qin Chuan proceeded further, the sounds of combat and the anguished cries of exotic beasts echoed around him, accompanied by the intermittent crack of gunfire. Along the way, he encountered several high-tier awakened beings, but they merely cast a cursory glance at him before dismissing him entirely. What could a non-awakened individual possibly possess of value? Engaging him would be a futile expenditure of energy. Suddenly, a shadow of a beast plummeted before Qin Chuan, causing a dilapidated building to collapse with a thunderous crash. A fearsome creature, the E-class silver-armored rhinoceros, burst forth from the ruins. Its silver-hued skin, marked with deep grooves, boasted formidable defenses, impervious even to specially designed steel-core bullets. Its only weakness lay in its cumbersome nature. A team of high-tier awakened beings was currently hunting it. At that moment, the silver-armored rhinoceros, appearing disheveled and dirted, charged from the wreckage, only to be met with 8 massive ice spikes, each as thick as a thigh and over 2 meters long. The spikes struck the creature, causing it to tumble but inflicting no substantial damage, though they effectively hindered its escape. A figure darted from the debris, neither human nor entirely human-shaped, but rather a being that was half tiger, half man. This entity charged at the clumsy silver-armored rhinoceros, raining down blows that failed to penetrate its defenses. Soon after, 3 additional individuals joined forces, and together they succeeded in slaying the E-class silver-armored rhinoceros. Qin Chuan stood to the side, astonished. He had not anticipated encountering Qi Shuiyao here once again. At that moment, Qi Shuiyao spotted Qin Chuan, her lips parting in surprise before her brows furrowed in discontent. "Why do you refuse to heed my advice? I told you not to come to the city center, yet here you are." The other 3 turned to look at Qin Chuan and exchanged bemused smiles. "Classmate, Your audacity is remarkable. Opting for cultivation over becoming a mechanic is a waste of your talents, remarked Bei Ninghua, expressing admiration for Qin Chuan's boldness. Wait here for a moment, Qi Shuiyao instructed. The group swiftly removed the horns from the silver-armored rhinoceros and approached Qin Chuan. Is there something you need? Qin Chuan inquired. Is there something you need? Qi Shuiyao retorted with an eye roll. Do you not grasp the gravity of the situation? This place is teeming with high-tier awakened beings and F-class exotic beasts. What business do you have here as a mere practitioner? I know of a relatively intact building nearby that offers safety. We shall escort you there. And you can wait until the college entrance examinations conclude, understood? Qin Chuan sensed an unusual kindness from Qi Shuiyao, prompting him to steal a few more glances at her. The trio accompanying Qi Shuiyao regarded her with astonishment. Shuiyao, why are you being so nice to him? Have you developed feelings for him? You are a second-tier celestial awakening being, while he is a practitioner of the mystical arts. There is no future for the two of you. Just moments after his transformation, Li Zixiang reverted back, now regarding the two with suspicion, his words dripping with the essence of youthful bravado. Chapter 15. A share for those who witnessed Qi Shuiyao's delicate face flushed a deep crimson as she shot a fierce glare at Li Zixiang. As if I were interested in you, you big-headed fool. I was merely helping him out of consideration for our shared school. Oh, I see. Li Zixiang replied with an expression of understanding. Then let us hasten, for we agreed to join in on the ambush against Feng Xiaoxiao and her crew. Bei Ninghua nodded in agreement. I heard that Feng Xiaoxiao and her group plundered the elite awakeners from the 7th, 9th, and 11th schools, amassing considerable wealth. Their team now boasts at least 20,000 points. It was common knowledge that Feng Xiaoxiao's group had become quite affluent, attracting the attention of many. It might be rather troublesome to approach them, Gu Minghui remarked. I think it would be wiser to seek out Zhao Wenxuan and his team. Seek them out? Have you lost your mind? Zhao Wenxuan is from the 3rd high school. Why would we approach him? That would be sheer folly. Bei Ninghua exclaimed, astonished. Historically, students from the 3rd high school had always bullied those from ordinary high schools, and there had never been a case of ordinary students confronting them. Any attempts made by others had only resulted in tales of being plundered by the 3rd high school. Zhao Wenxuan's group isn't that formidable. I heard they attempted to rob an F-rank beast and ended up with nothing, even losing a weapon in the process. They barely managed to defeat a bloodthirsty E-rank tiger mastiff, only to have their spoils snatched away by another, Gu Minghui explained with a chuckle. Bei Ninghua was taken aback. But they are elite awakeners from the 3rd high school. How could they be so weak? Gu Minghui replied, they are decent enough. But their opponents seem to be quite formidable. Zhao Wenxuan's fire snake was easily countered by someone. What? Such powerful individuals exist in Launcher? How come I've never heard of them? This revelation astonished not only Bei Ninghua, but also Li Zixiang and Qi Shuiyao. In Launcher, high school elite awakeners formed a close-knit circle, and they were well aware of the prowess of Zhao Wenxuan's fire snake. Thus, hearing that someone could effortlessly overcome it was quite shocking. What is so surprising about it? Gu Minghui observed their astonishment and continued. I heard from Zhao Wenxuan that the one who stole their prey was actually from our 13th school. Really? From our school? The revelation left them even more astonished. Could it be Tang Yo and his crew? Bei Ninghua speculated, considering that the 13th school had only a handful of elite awakeners. Aside from their team, the only other candidates were Tang Yao and his group. However, after some thought, he shook his head, but Tang Yao and his team are only 2nd-tier elite awakeners. Their strength cannot surpass mine. How could they possibly have robbed Zhao Wenxuan? But our school has only these few elite awakeners. There are no others. He protested. This must be a fabrication. Gu Minghui also shook his head. I'm not sure. It could also be individuals from another school wearing our uniforms to frame us. Goodness. They could resort to such tactics? These people are truly malicious. Li Zixiang scoffed from the sidelines. Hearing Li Zixiang's remark, Bei Ninghua and the others exchanged astonished glances. Have you forgotten your own escapade of donning another school's uniform to carry out your misdeeds? Li Zixiang glanced at the military uniform he wore and asserted with righteous indignation. I change so frequently because transforming damages the uniform. It is not intentional. Do not speak recklessly. The others murmured as they walked. Qin Chuan, listening silently, was surprised to discover that his feud with that fellow had spread so rapidly, even to Qi Shuiyao and her companions. It seemed that Zhao Wenxuan and his group were indeed unfortunate, having been thwarted by the same individual on 2 consecutive occasions. If they were to confront that person and still be unable to prevail, it would certainly be amusing. Qi Shuiao felt a twinge of sympathy for Zhao Wenxuan and his group, but then her thoughts turned to the amusing aspect of the situation, bringing a bright smile to her face. Bei Ninghua and the others, upon hearing this, also chuckled. If they truly fell 3 times to the same adversary, Zhao Wenxuan and his companions would become notorious within their circle. In future encounters, even while lying in hospital beds, they would surely find themselves the subject of jovial ridicule. Suddenly, from the ruins ahead came a series of snoring sounds. The group fell silent, entering a state of alertness, cautiously peering from behind the debris. Their faces lit up with joy. An E-grade beast, the bloodthirsty tiger mastiff. What splendid fortune! Li Zixiong licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. However, 8 F-grade beasts lingered nearby. Qi Shuiao furrowed her brow slightly and instructed Qin Chuan, "Stay close to me and do not stray too far." Qin Chuan remained non-committal. "Let us move." Bei Ninghua was the first to act. As a fire-type awakener of the highest caliber, flames danced around his hands, creating an impressive spectacle. Li Zixiong grimaced in apparent agony, his muscles rippling as his clothes tore apart, his stature soaring to nearly 3 meters, his body adorned with tiger-like stripes of fur, even whiskers sprouting from his face. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a half-man, half-tiger beast form, exuding an aura of wild ferocity. With a powerful push of his legs, he launched himself forward. Gu Minghui, wielding a battle knife, followed closely behind, the blade shimmering with golden light, easily dispatching an F-grade beast that lunged at him. The battle erupted instantaneously. Li Zixiong engaged in close combat with the bloodthirsty tiger mastiff, delivering solid blows with remarkable intensity, while Bei Ninghua and Gu Minghui tackled the F-grade beasts. Qi Shuiao, embodying the role of a mage, summoned ice spikes as thick as arms, launching them like arrows to support the battlefield. In less than 5 minutes, through their seamless collaboration, they eliminated all the beasts. Perfect. 1,800 points secured. Li Zixiong reverted to his normal state, retrieved a short-sleeved uniform from his backpack, and cheerfully approached the bloodthirsty tiger mastiff to extract its teeth. Subsequently, Bei Ninghua collected the teeth from the F-grade beasts and tossed one to Qin Chuan. "I have one too." Qin Chuan was taken aback. "Keep it. Since Shuiao invited you to join, you are temporarily considered a member of the team, and everyone shares in the spoils," Gu Minghui remarked with a smile. Qin Chuan glanced at Qi Shuiao, who beamed playfully, offering no further explanation. "Not too shabby, right?" Li Zixiong, having changed his attire, approached and patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder, saying, "Join us. With our provisions, you shall have your share of broth. You surely wouldn't want to miss out on the credits needed for university, would you?" "Enough boasting, let us hasten," Bei Ninghua interjected. Li Zixiong shrugged, ceasing his bravado. "We shall arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Later, you can opt to accompany us in hunting some otherworldly beasts. Once you accumulate sufficient credits for university, you may return to your previous abode," Qi Shuiao remarked as they traversed the ruins of the buildings. Qin Chuan observed her keenly. She appeared somewhat guilty. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly averted her gaze. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Li Zixiong mockingly shook his head, prompting Qi Shuiao to swing her long leg and kick at him, eliciting an exaggerated wail from him. Suddenly, 3 gunshots echoed through the ruins, accompanied by the sharp sounds of bullets ricocheting off the debris nearby. The playful Qi Shuiao and her companions swiftly took cover behind the rubble, adopting a defensive posture. "Qi Shuiao, cease your hiding. You 5 possess 5,000 points. We'll turn and leave," a melodious female voice called out. Chapter 16. The college entrance examination also faces the tide of exotic beasts. Do you know who they are? Bei Ninghua inquired, casting a glance at Qi Shuiao. Qi Shuiao shook her head in bewilderment. Li Zixiong cautiously poked his head out, only to retract it immediately, exclaiming, "Damn it, it's Feng Xiaoxiao." The revelation left the group astounded. They had previously been discussing the wealth of Feng Xiaoxiao's team, preparing to lay in wait, yet before they could act, they were already under Feng Xiaoxiao's gaze. How audacious are these individuals? After plundering 3 schools, instead of seeking refuge, they dare to target us? Li Zixiong gritted his teeth, feeling belittled by Feng Xiaoxiao and her crew. After a moment of silence, Qi Shuiao remarked, "I've heard that there is a healer with awakened abilities in No. 5 high school. Perhaps they are among Feng Xiaoxiao's team. No wonder they are so brazen." Bei Ninghua's expression turned grave. "What should we do?" Gu Minghui asked. "What should we do? We should confront them head-on. All 3 of you are second-tier awakened beings. Although I am not yet at that level, I am not afraid," Li Zixiong declared, slamming his fist into a crumbling wall, creating a large dent. "As a beast master, even in the early stages of the first tier. His strength could rival that of a second-tier elemental awakened being. This is unwise. They have a healer among them, capable of sustaining them in battle, Yuanying countered. Shaking his head. What is the configuration of Feng Xiaoxiao's team? After a prolonged silence, Qin Chuan spoke up. 3 second-tier awakened beings and 2 first-tier awakened beings. Yuanying replied. However, this information seems inaccurate, as I know they do not have anyone armed with firearms, but that has evidently changed. Perhaps they only came together after entering the examination venue. Qin Chuan nodded and inquired, do they have any third-tier awakened beings? Upon hearing this, Yuanying and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. To mention third-tier awakened beings with such ease is rather audacious. How could a mere cultivator, who has not even awakened, presume to belittle Feng Xiaoxiao's team of second-tier awakened beings? Do you think third-tier awakened beings are as common as cabbages? There are only a handful of awakened beings among the over 1,000 students in the senior year at number 13 high school. And it is only through substantial resources from their backing forces that they have ascended to the second tier in such a short time. Third tier? That is mere fantasy. Are you planning something? Yuanying questioned Qin Chuan. Without third-tier awakened beings, why do you fear them so? Qin Chuan replied with a slight shake of his head. Those in the cultivation world contend against heaven, earth, and humanity. Those unwilling to strive cannot survive in this realm. Although Qin Chuan, having reached the pinnacle of the cultivation world, remains cautious, he undeniably possesses a spirit of perseverance and a heart that yearns to forge ahead. When the moment calls for action, one must act. Thus, his demeanor, in the eyes of Yuanying and the others, was interpreted differently. Does Qin Chuan harbor some misunderstanding about his position? As a cultivator, how does he dare to look down upon Feng Xiaoxiao and her team of second-tier awakened beings? It seems he looks down upon us, thinking we dare not take action. Just as several individuals began to react and confront Qin Chuan, the ruins where they were hiding erupted in a deafening explosion. Debris and gravel filled the air as they swiftly emerged from their concealment. A towering figure, nearly 3 meters high and covered in brown fur, let out an ecstatic roar towards the heavens. Huh, do you really think I fear you? Xiuzhen cursed, his muscles swelling and tearing through his clothing as he transformed instantaneously into a fierce tiger-like beast. The clash between the bear man and the tiger man ensued. An intense close combat battle where every punch struck with vigor, sending shockwaves through the surrounding gravel. The battlefield quickly divided into 3 distinct zones. The most dramatic scene unfolded with Yuanying, who faced off against a fire element awakened individual. Their confrontation resembled a special effects display as flames erupted, scorching the surrounding grass into ashes. Qishuiyao, your time is up. Pay me 5,000 points, and I shall allow you to leave. Otherwise, do not blame me for employing ruthless measures, exposing your high and mighty image to the world. Feng Xiaoxiao approached with a playful smirk, teasing Qin Chuan. Oh, who is this handsome boy? Quite dapper. Isn't. Young man, there is no future with Qishuiyao. Why not come with me instead? Qishuiyao's cheeks flushed with anger as she retorted, Feng Xiaoxiao, he is merely my classmate. If you continue to spread rumors, I swear I will silence you. In that moment, her usual aloof demeanor faded, replaced by a fierce glare directed at Feng Xiaoxiao. The latter only laughed more heartily. Oh, are you flustered? But tell me, can you actually defeat me? With a flick of her wrist, 8 more awakened individuals emerged from the rubble. Though they were only of the first tier, their numerical superiority was enough to overwhelm Qishuiyao. Gritting her silver teeth, Qishuiyao shot an angry glare at Feng Xiaoxiao. Qin Chuan stepped forward, chuckling lightly. If you are willing to give me 20,000 points, I might consider following you. Upon hearing this, both Qishuiyao and Feng Xiaoxiao froze, their mouths agape in shock as they stared at the composed Qin Chuan. How could he utter such bold words so calmly? Surely, he must be joking, right? Ha. 20,000? Do you really think you can demand that much? Feng Xiaoxiao burst into laughter. You might as well go rob someone. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment. Nodding thoughtfully, you said it, so I shall take your 20,000. Qishuiyao fiercely tugged at Qin Chuan, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she whispered urgently, enough. Stop talking. Initially, she perceived Qin Chuan as shy and reticent, but as they journeyed together, she realized he was not only frequently astonishing in his remarks but also possessed a brash demeanor. What do you have to fear? Without a third-tier awakened individual, why should you be concerned? 20,000 points to follow Feng Xiaoxiao? To rob her and her companions? Does he not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Qishuiyao silently criticized in her heart. The elderly cultivators she knew were all about self-cultivation, exuding cheerfulness, unperturbed by material gains or losses. How did Qin Chuan, as a cultivator, become so audacious? Do not presume that your good looks grant you the liberty to act so brazenly. Feng Xiaoxiao gazed at Qin Chuan with a smile, then turned to the 8 individuals beside her and commanded, "Bring him to me. I shall personally educate him." The 8 stood still. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression darkened as she lowered her voice. 100 points. No problem. Rest assured, Sister Xiaoxiao. We will ensure the task is accomplished. They chuckled. They could easily discern that Qin Chuan was not an awakened individual. Capturing an ordinary person for a mere 100 points was indeed a lucrative endeavor. Qi Shuiyao, upon hearing Feng Xiaoxiao's orders and the mention of points, couldn't help but smile. However, as she saw them preparing to act, she feared for Qin Chuan's safety. Just as she was about to intervene, she heard Qin Chuan say, "Do you truly believe these people can lay a hand on me?" Qi Shuiyao's head spun. Could it be that he was actually a top-tier awakened being? Is arrogance a trait of awakened talents? Feng Xiaoxiao snorted coldly. Her verbal prowess was indeed formidable. The 8, initially focused on completing their task, now felt belittled by Qin Chuan's words and were instantly incensed. Qin Chuan slightly raised his hand. "Be careful," Qi Shuiyao exclaimed. With a swift motion of her delicate hand, a thick ice spike soared past Qin Chuan, shooting upwards. Thud. A bloodied was pierced through by the ice spike and was pinned against a crumbling wall, originally aimed at Qin Chuan. An alien beast was attacking. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Even Li Zixiong and his companions, who were engaged in battle, paused. With the appearance of the alien beasts, the candidates naturally set aside their personal grievances to confront this new threat. The ruins echoed with the cacophony reminiscent of a stampede, drawing nearer. A pungent smell of blood mingled with a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. This scent was nearly identical to that of the roar. Countless alien beasts, most of which were injured and drenched in blood, leaped onto the ruins, surging towards Qin Chuan and the others like a deluge. What is happening? Is there a beast tied during the examination? The crowd was taken aback. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up as he spotted an E-class alien beast clutching a delicate wooden box, nearly identical to the one he had previously obtained from Wei Ziyuan. The box had been gnawed open, revealing and the other beasts were evidently drawn to it, vying for possession. "Stop looking. Run." Qi Shuiyao's face was filled with panic. There were so many alien beasts of various ranks. Even E-class ones numbered no less than 10, far beyond their capacity to withstand. Qin Chuan remained unfazed. The incoming was an opportunity not to be missed. Its allure far surpassed that of mere points. Beside him, Li Zixiong cast an approving glance at Qin Chuan, then, filled with excitement, declared, "Damn it. A true man should face challenges head-on and never retreat. Shuiyao, inform our teacher that I shall not return." Disdainful glances were cast his way, yet they continued to flee. In the next moment, they halted. For the direction they had chosen to escape also bore the scent of attracting more alien beasts. Originally, they had been fiercely competing for points. But now they found themselves surrounded by monstrous beasts. It was as if a deluge had swept through, leaving ants perched upon rocks, in imminent danger of being engulfed by the surging tide of creatures. "We must fight," Chu Xiao declared with resolute authority. "You 3, protect Han Lu, the rest follow me." Feng Xiaoxiao acted decisively, embodying the essence of a leader. Han Lu, the healer of their team, was a charming girl with a ponytail, an alluring figure, and perfectly developed features. "Qin Chuan, what are you doing? Don't stray too far from me," Qi Shuiyao shouted. Alarmed by Qin Chuan's inclination to charge into the throng of beasts, Qin Chuan shook his head dismissively. These mere beasts are of no consequence, and without a backward glance, he plunged into the fray. Chapter 17. The Unexpected Fruit. What manner of person is he? Clearly just an unawakened cultivator, yet more impulsive than Li Zixiong. He even dares to request an introduction to his master. Qi Shuiyao, infuriated, stamped her foot, but the overwhelming tide of exotic beasts left her no room to focus. Though the awakened beings had slain numerous beasts in recent days, they had never witnessed such a multitude outside the confines of news footage. Consequently, they were all in a flurry of chaos. Li Zixiong and another beast mimicking awakened being resembled human-shaped tyrannosaurs, rampaging through the ranks of lesser beasts with unparalleled ferocity. Gumingwei, alongside several other awakened beings, wielded blades that shimmered with lethal light, executing their signature techniques with astonishing precision. Capable of cleaving stone and severing metal in their battle against E-grade beasts, Yuanying transformed into a human-shaped flamethrower, his palms continuously unleashing searing flames, preventing any F-grade beasts from approaching, leaving them howling in agony. Feng Xiaoxiao moved with an ethereal grace, as elusive as a falling leaf, despite the abundance of beasts. None could inflict harm upon her, and she occasionally struck with her battle blade, effortlessly dispatching foes. Qin Chuan melded into the throng of beasts, disappearing from sight. Gripping his battle blade, he summoned his spiritual energy to manifest a blade-like aura that cleaved through the advancing beasts, even finding the leisure to pluck out their fangs. He fought his way to 5 E-grade beasts still grappling for the exotic fruit, employing the illusory blade technique to unleash a torrent of blade auras upon them. The 5 E-grade beasts, their fur bristling in alarm, swiftly evaded the onslaught. Qin Chuan executed the 7-star step, appearing before a bloodthirsty tiger mastiff clutching the exotic fruit as if teleporting. At the height of his prowess, he could traverse between 2 planets with this technique. Though now merely at the first layer of Qi cultivation, he could still flash several dozen meters effortlessly. Startled by Qin Chuan's sudden appearance, the bloodthirsty tiger mastiff bared its fangs and lunged, causing the exotic fruit to drop. Qin Chuan swiftly kicked the beast away, sending it crashing into the throng of beasts. He retrieved the fruit, now marred with bite marks and dirt. Unperturbed, he recognized that in the realm of cultivation, even treasures consumed could be retrieved from the belly, and the surface damage to this fruit was of little consequence. Casting a spiritual seal, he temporarily preserved the exotic fruit, preventing the dissipation of its spiritual energy. The frenzied beasts, suddenly sensing the absence of the fruit's allure, fell into a brief confusion, their madness waning. Some of the more intelligent E-grade beasts, having sustained injuries during the scuffle, promptly fled. With the E-grade beasts retreating, the remaining creatures posed no challenge to the second-tier awakened beings. Before long, the exam participants had eliminated every last one. Amidst the chaos, Qi Shuyao searched frantically and was stunned to see Qin Chuan approaching, entirely unscathed, as if strolling through a serene garden. "Qin Chuan, are you all right?" she gasped, having mentally prepared herself for a scene of blood and dismemberment. Yet here stood Qin Chuan, untouched by injury. Not only Qi Shuyao, but also Yuanying, drenched in blood, gazed at him in disbelief. "How did you manage this?" Before I could even make my entrance, he managed to burst in, yet emerged unscathed, not a drop of blood upon him. Li Zixian wiped the blood from his body with a tattered cloth, his gaze fixed upon Qin Chuan. "Not bad for a young lad," he remarked, killing effortlessly, as if it were nothing at all. Feng Xiaoxiao, agile and unharmed, nevertheless bore the stains of beast's blood upon her attire. Approaching with a smudge of crimson on her face, she raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is your talent?" "Quite impressive, I must say. I hadn't heard of such a formidable individual from the 13th middle school before." Qin Chuan replied, nonchalantly, "I practice cultivation." "Cultivation?" Feng Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow and turned to ask, "What kind of talent is that? Have you all heard of it?" The followers trailing her from the 5th middle school shook their heads in unison. "Never heard of it. It's not known within the elemental or beast mimicry systems." Qi Xiao scoffed, with long hair but short sight. "Qin Chuan hasn't he awakened? He is a cultivator." "A cultivator? A cultivator?" Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Qin Chuan. "Aren't cultivators engaged in philosophical pursuits, preoccupied with thoughts of immortality? How are you so powerful?" The individuals behind her were equally astonished. They were aware of cultivation but had never conceived of a cultivator possessing combat prowess. Just moments ago, Qin Chuan had ventured boldly into a frenzied horde of beasts, emerging unscathed, moving with an air of nonchalance. In certain respects, he appeared even stronger than they. What a jest! If cultivators were so formidable, who would bother with awakening? Qin Chuan had little desire to elaborate further. Earlier, he had acquired 9 F-grade beast fangs and 3 E-grade fangs, which, combined with his current points, qualified him to participate in the Destiny Cup. Thus, upon obtaining this rare fruit, his sole intention was to refine it swiftly. Consuming this fruit would likely elevate him to the mid-stage of Qi training. As he passed Qi Shuyao, he paused, and her inquiring gaze revealed her unease. Biting her lip, she hesitated before speaking. "Actually, I have a favor to ask of you." Qin Chuan had already discerned her favorable disposition towards him, indicating a request, so he was not surprised. "Go on," he encouraged. "It's just that I would like to ask you to introduce me to your master," Qi Shuyao whispered. "My master?" Qin Chuan chuckled. He had recently entered the cultivation realm, stumbling upon the 3 lives transformation technique. After progressing to the foundation establishment stage, He had been taken under the wing of the esteemed Tian Songzhenren at the Kanglan sect, thus becoming a member of their ranks. Tian Songzhenren was indeed his master. However, now that he had returned to this world, Tian Songzhenren was no longer present. To meet his master seemed a far-fetched notion. My grandfather has suffered from hidden injuries for decades, ailments that modern medicine cannot cure. He once mentioned that perhaps a skilled cultivator could provide treatment. Qi Xiao explained. Noticing Qin Chuan's calm demeanor, she hurriedly added, "Rest assured, if he can be healed, the rewards will be substantial. My grandfather has amassed numerous treasures during his illness, which could serve as compensation for your master." Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. It is evident that Qi Xiuyao hails from a distinguished lineage, with her family possessing considerable influence. The treasures amassed by her grandfather should certainly contain items of value. Perhaps after the college entrance examination, I shall take the opportunity to explore them. He remarked, "There is no need for my master to intervene for mere mortal injuries. Once the examination is concluded, I will have time to investigate." Qi Xiuyao's delicate face expressed disdain as she retorted, You are so young. Can you truly heal?" Qin Chuan was at a loss for words. Previously in the cultivation realm, others had referred to him as an ancient being with millennia of experience. This was the first time he had been dismissed for being too youthful. He chuckled, "If I am unable to provide a remedy, it would not be too late to summon my master." Qi Shuyao smiled. "Then it is settled. I shall seek you out after the exams." Qin Chuan nodded, and then gradually departed under the gaze of the onlookers. "Damn it!" Feng Xiaoxiao stamped her foot in frustration. "He actually ignored me. Humph." She was strikingly beautiful, tall with long, slender legs, and a second-tier awakened talent. At 5 high school, she was a figure of adoration. Qin Chuan was the first to overlook her allure. "Sister Xiaoxiao, do not be upset. Hurry and collect beast fangs," called out a boy who was busy gathering fangs. Feng Xiaoxiao shot a glare at Qin Chuan before turning to collect the fangs. Qi Shuyao and Bei Ninghua also joined in the collection. The two factions, which had recently clashed, now exhibited a surprising harmony. After all, they were all examinees from Lan City, frequently gathering together. And their competition was merely a means to earn assessment points. With so many beast fangs awaiting collection, hostility had dissipated. At that moment, 3 figures approached, Zhao Wenxuan and Xiao Zhengqing among them. Observing their industriousness reminded me of ants laboriously transporting food back to their nest. A smile crept across Zhao Wenxuan's face. "Only to be swept away by you," Xiao Junren remarked, half smiling. "The weak should indeed be treated as such." Xiao Zhenqing turned to Zhao Wenxuan. "So, what do you think? Previously, I advised you to conserve your strength. Now, there are more than one F-grade mutant beast here." Hiki. Zhao Wenxuan was quite pleased, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until it suddenly sharpened, landing on Qin Chuan. "It is him." Chapter 18. Who said I was leaving? Was it him? As Xiao Zhengqing and Xiao Junren caught sight of Qin Chuan, their gazes turned icy. "Having stolen our prey, he dares to venture into the city center? Heaven has a path, yet he chooses to seek death." Zhao Wenxuan let out a cold chuckle and raised his hand, unleashing a fiery serpent that struck the ground before Qin Chuan, igniting the surrounding weeds in a blaze. The commotion immediately drew the attention of the crowd. Qi Shuyao and Feng Xiaoxiao lifted their heads, and upon recognizing the school uniforms worn by Zhao Wenxuan and his companions, their expressions shifted. People from number 3 high school. The awakened elite of Lan City High School have their own circle, confined to the ranks of number 4 to number 28, as the elite from No. 3 looked down upon the others, disdainful of mingling with them. Prior to the college entrance examination, rumors circulated within their circle that the elite from No. 3 would take action against all ordinary high school awakened beings during the exam. Thus, they had intentionally avoided encounters with number 3's elite, only to unexpectedly confront them now, while they were collecting beast fangs. You would do well to tread carefully. Take another step forward, and no one can guarantee your safety. Zhao Wenxuan cast a cold glance at Qin Chuan before turning his attention to Feng Xiaoxiao and the others, wearing a facade of insincere politeness. "Thank you for your hard work. You may leave the materials you collected here. You now have 5 minutes to vacate this place." His words were laced with arrogance, showing no regard for Qi Shuiyao and her numerous elite peers. Qi Shuiyao and the others exchanged glances. They had just endured a fierce battle and were not at their peak, while Zhao Wenxuan and his companions were in prime condition. Although they enjoyed a numerical advantage, the outcome of a confrontation remained uncertain. Moreover, Zhao Wenxuan's presence hinted at the possibility of other elites from number 3 lurking nearby. With the clock nearing midnight, and the imminent recording of points. They wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Bei Ninghua cursed his luck. They still had at least 1,000 points worth of beast materials left unclaimed, which would now benefit Zhao Wenxuan and his group. There was no choice, after all. They were unable to match their strength. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Zhao Wenxuan waved his hand, and a line of fire shot forth, landing at Bei Ninghua's feet. You may leave, but leave the goods behind. Bei Ninghua's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, Zhao Wenxuan, do not push your luck. You can take the beasts here, but do you also intend to rob us of our spoils? Even if you are from number 3. We have 6 second-tier elite awakened individuals and 2 beast mimicry tier elites here. If you wish to act recklessly, feel free to try. Zhao Wenxuan smiled indifferently. Oh, is that so? In an instant, Zhao Wenxuan, Xiuzhen, and Qiao Junren moved simultaneously. Zhao Wenxuan, a fire-type elite awakened being, caused the surrounding temperature to surge, warping the very air with heat. Xiuzhen, an earth-type elite, made each step resonate as though the ground itself was responding, sending ripples through Qi Shuiyao and her companions. Stirring their blood, Qiao Junren, a second-tier beast mimicry elite, transformed into a monstrous hybrid of man and black bear, towering nearly 4 meters high. Looking down at them with a frigid gaze, in a swift and decisive move, Bei Ninghua unleashed his fiery prowess, his arms swirling with flames, resembling a frenzied fire spirit. The fire serpent dance? A mere display of ineptitude. Zhao Wenxuan scoffed, flames erupting from his arms as he clapped his hands together. The inferno surged forth, transforming into a barrage of fiery projectiles that shot towards his opponent. In an instant, Bei Ninghua's encircling flames were dispersed by Zhao Wenxuan's fiery missiles, striking him and causing him to spit blood as he was hurled backwards to the ground. Under the searing heat, the blood sizzled and evaporated almost instantly. Li Zixiong, transformed into a hybrid form of man and tiger, stood at a height of 2 to 3 meters, yet found himself dwarfed by Qiao Junren, who had morphed into a bear-like figure. The two exchanged powerful blows, with Li Zixiong stumbling back several steps, while Qiao Junren remained unfazed, his cold bear-like eyes fixated on him. Do you dare challenge me, a first-tier beast mimic? Go Minghui, wielding his battle blade that shimmered with golden light, charged towards Xiuzhen, but before he could reach him, his weapon clattered to the ground, sent flying by a swift kick from Xiuzhen. Go find Han Lu for healing. Feng Xiaoxiao's figure danced gracefully as she led her classmates into the fray, employing her ethereal footwork. Xiuzhen quickly discerned her technique, stamping his foot to unleash a ripple of force that destabilized her footing. Just as she attempted to evade, he struck her in the chest with a palm, causing pain and indignation to flush her cheeks. With a mighty roar, Qiao Junren, in his bear form, unleashed a sound wave that left the crowd dizzy, sending a top-tier awakeners and a beast mimicry awakener flying with a single kick. Double serpent dance, Zhao Wenxuan shouted, his arms sweeping as 2 fire serpents, thick as a man's thigh, coiled in the air, crashing into the 2 advancing top-tier awakeners. They grunted in pain, collapsing to the ground. Qi Shuiyao, a mage, summoned over 100 ice spears, each as thick as her arm, which shot forth like arrows towards Xiuzhen and his companions. Zhao Wenxuan opened his mouth to unleash a fiery tempest, engulfing the ice spears and transforming them into swirling clouds of steam that ascended into the air. Are the top-tier awakeners from ordinary schools truly this feeble? Zhao Wenxuan's flames flickered as he looked down at the defeated Bei Ninghua and the others, shaking his head slightly in disbelief. Such strength. The vanquished opponents felt their spirits plummet at his words. They had long been aware of the formidable prowess of the top-tier awakeners from the Third High, not merely due to their innate talents but also their access to a wealth of esoteric techniques. Yet, they had never anticipated the extent of their strength. Despite having 6 second-tier top-tier awakeners and 2 beast mimicry awakeners, they were no match for their adversaries. Gu Minghui's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. Just moments ago, he had contemplated robbing Zhao Wenxuan and his group, but now that seemed a fanciful notion. Accepting defeat graciously, Bei Ninghua gritted his teeth, blood still staining the corner of his mouth, as he retrieved a pouch of exotic beast materials from his backpack and tossed it towards Zhao Wenxuan. Catching it, Zhao Wenxuan opened the pouch to reveal its contents, a satisfied smile gracing his face before he turned his gaze back to the others. Though the remaining challengers ground their teeth in frustration, they had no choice but to relinquish their gains from the past days, tossing them towards their victorious opponents. Even Feng Xiaoxiao and Qi Shuiyao were not spared. As for you, it is best to remain uninvolved. Xiuzhen halted Han Lu, who was reaching for her backpack. Wearing a benevolent smile, it is said that a grand competition will be held once the university semester commences. I eagerly anticipate our collaboration. Han Lu remained non-committal. Hee. Although these individuals may lack remarkable prowess, their ability to gather materials from exotic beasts is commendable. Xiuzhen returned to his usual demeanor, examining the materials and revealing a smile. There are approximately 30,000 points here. It seems we need not exert ourselves further. Simply waiting until midnight will suffice. Xiuzhen also smiled, glancing at the time, and remarked indifferently, "You may take your leave. There is still an hour until midnight, and if fortune smiles upon you, you might still discover 800 points. Let us go." The group gritted their teeth and stood, supporting one another as they departed. Unable to fight back, they had no choice but to endure. At least Zhao Wenxuan and his companions did not pursue them to their utter demise, allowing them some strength to hunt exotic beasts and retaining hope for entering prestigious universities. "Come, let us depart," Qi Shuiyao weakly called out to Qin Chuan. Just moments ago, Qin Chuan had refrained from intervening. He sat atop a pile of rubble, legs crossed, elbows resting on his knees, his head propped up as he observed the skirmish like a spectator. Now that the spectacle had concluded, he rose and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Their performance had ended. It was time for him to take the stage. "Halt!" Zhao Wenxuan's voice rang out coldly. The group paused. "I did not say you could leave." Zhao Wenxuan pointed at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan chuckled. "Who said I intended to leave?" Chapter 19. This breath. I cannot swallow. Qin Chuan, cease your temper. Hand over the beast's fangs, Qi Shuiyao urged, her voice lowered with concern. Take a step back, and the sea will open wide. Endure for now. Later we can hunt the exotic beasts. Feng Xiaoxiao and the others also turned their gaze towards Qin Chuan, subtly signaling that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Although they had previously considered ambushing Qin Chuan and his companions, it was evident that they stood united in the face of the formidable trio from Class 3. Qin Chuan shook his head, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the arrogant Zhao Wenxuan, and replied coldly, I have stated before that I would let the previous incident pass. Do not provoke me again. It seems my words have fallen on deaf ears. His tone was one of seasoned authority, reminiscent of an elder admonishing a younger generation. Qi Shuiyao and the others felt a wave of anxiety wash over them at Qin Chuan's audacity in addressing Zhao Wenxuan in such a manner. Buddy, do you grasp the gravity of the situation? Those individuals are second-tier, top-tier awakeners from Class 3. If they do not seek trouble with you, consider it a blessing. How dare you challenge them? It was absurd. Feng Xiaoxiao, nursing a bruised ego, cast a resentful glance at Qin Chuan, instinctively distancing herself to avoid being lumped in with him should Zhao Wenxuan retaliate. Her mouth agape, she was taken aback by this forthright young man's boldness. Glancing at Qi Shuiyao, has this handsome fellow always been this audacious? Qi Shuiyao sighed, recalling Qin Chuan's earlier bravado, and couldn't help but remark, a haughty heir to a legacy. They say I'm reckless. Finally, there is someone even more audacious than I. Li Zixiong expressed similar sentiments. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Zhao Wenxuan and his companions' expressions darkened significantly. Even Xiuzhen, known for his restraint, felt a cold fury welling up within him from such reprimand. Previously, I spared you to conserve my strength for acquiring points. Now that I possess ample points, do you believe you can escape my grasp? Zhao Wenxuan's face contorted in a sinister grin. Flames dancing upon his arm as though they would erupt at any moment, aimed directly at Qin Chuan. At this proclamation, Qi Shuiyao and the others held their breath, wide-eyed as they looked at Qin Chuan. They had previously speculated on which formidable individual could thwart Zhao Wenxuan's fiery serpent, guessing various names but arriving at no satisfactory conclusion. They even considered it a mere rumor, for how could anyone from Class 13 possibly dispel Zhao Wenxuan's fire? It was known that even Bai Ninghua, a fellow second-tier top-tier awakener, could not withstand a single skill from Zhao Wenxuan, and there were few from Class 13 who surpassed Bai Ninghua. Yet now, Zhao Wenxuan himself had declared that the individual in question was none other than Qin Chuan, a non-awakened cultivator. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Chuan spoke slowly. You may certainly try. Pausing for a moment, he then turned to Xiuzhen and Xiuzhen. You might as well join in. Let us not waste time. Xiuzhen chuckled at this remark, a cold laughter escaping him. It has been a long time since anyone dared to so brazenly belittle the top-tier awakeners of our Class 3. Xiuzhen, an awakened beast-type individual, was known for his volatile temperament. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, he felt a profound insult and uncontrollably began to transform into a bear-like figure. The towering 4-meter bear man twisted his massive body, his enormous eyes fixated on Qin Chuan, who barely reached his knees. In the next moment, he raised his fist and swung it towards Qin Chuan's head. "Watch out! Dodge!" Qi Shuyao exclaimed, a chill of terror coursing through her. She wished to assist Qin Chuan, but before she could conjure ice shards, a colossal figure was suddenly hurled backward, crashing into the ruins behind him with a thunderous roar. Burying himself beneath the debris, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Not only had Qin Chuan thwarted the bearman Chao Junren's assault, but he had also sent him flying. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Zhao Wenxuan, now losing his composure, felt flames surging around him, mirroring his agitated heart. He clapped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of fire that transformed into a barrage of flaming arrows directed at Qin Chuan. In response, Qin Chuan opened his mouth and exhaled forcefully. A wave of icy air sweeping forth that froze Zhao Wenxuan's fiery projectiles into solid ice sculptures, which fell to the ground with a clattering sound. Mere inches from Qin Chuan. With a grim expression, Xiuzhen clenched his teeth and suddenly crouched down, pressing his palms against the earth. An invisible wave surged towards Qin Chuan, causing the grass along its path to bend towards him as if trampled by an unseen force. In a swift motion, Qin Chuan stomped the ground, summoning a miniature storm of spiritual energy that swept forth. The grass reversed direction, now pointing menacingly at Xiuzhen. The spiritual energy storm dissipated Xiuzhen's attack, and he was sent hurtling backward, as though struck by an invisible truck, spitting blood mid-air. Zhao Wenxuan, witnessing this, was struck with dread, abandoning any semblance of restraint. Surrounding flames surged, morphing into a fire dragon the size of a barrel, roaring as it lunged towards Qin Chuan. Unfazed, Qin Chuan inhaled deeply, swallowing the ferocious fire dragon whole, then let out a satisfied belch, releasing a wisp of white smoke. It's impossible," Zhao Wenxuan stammered, his pallor reflecting disbelief as he pointed at Qin Chuan and retreated in haste. He inadvertently stepped on the corpse of a beast, slipping and falling. Qi Shuyao and the others stood agape at this spectacle, oblivious to the cold sweat soaking their clothes. In their eyes, the top-tier awakened individuals from the third high school were insurmountable mountains. Just moments ago, they had been soundly reprimanded by Zhao Wenxuan and his companions. Yet now, those haughty individuals had all been defeated by Qin Chuan. How could Qin Chuan possess such formidable prowess? His earlier words were not mere boasts or arrogance. He truly wielded such strength. The other candidates, maintaining their distance from Qin Chuan, gulped nervously, regarding him as if he were a monster. In stark contrast, Qin Chuan appeared to be merely performing a common task as he approached Zhao Wenxuan, retrieving his backpack and inquiring, "Have you ever heard of exotic fruits?" A flicker of confusion passed across Zhao Wenxuan's pale face. "What if I know? What if I don't? What do you intend to do?" Qin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. "Knowing is sufficient. I shall grant you 5 days to procure an extraordinary fruit. Consider it the price of your robbery." Zhao Wenxuan scoffed. "Humph. Who do you think you are? You want the extraordinary fruit? Impossible. If you dare, kill me. I want to see if you possess the courage." Qin Chuan chuckled lightly, and then gently tapped Zhao Wenxuan on the chest. Zhao Wenxuan winced in pain, and suddenly, a look of horror crossed his face as he gazed at Qin Chuan in terror. What have you done to me? Why has my talent vanished?" Qin Chuan replied, "Bring me the extraordinary fruit, and I shall restore it. If you prefer the life of an ordinary person, then feel free to refrain from seeking me out. You wretched creature, release me, or you will surely regret it once the college entrance exams conclude." Zhao Wenxuan shouted in a frenzy. Qin Chuan's eyes turned icy. "Repeat that." Zhao Wenxuan was taken aback. Under Qin Chuan's gaze, he felt as though a slippery serpent coiled around his neck, its mouth agape, flicking its tongue, poised to strike at any moment. Fear gripped him. He glared angrily at Qin Chuan, but dared not raise his voice again. "Remember, within 5 days." Qin Chuan rose and approached Xiuzhen, inquiring, "Did you hear my conversation with Zhao Wenxuan?" Xiuzhen nodded, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth. "A bet is a bet. I shall deliver an extraordinary fruit to your school after the exams." Compared to Zhao Wenxuan, Xiuzhen clearly had a better sense of the situation. However, Qin Chuan still temporarily sealed Xiuzhen's talent. "Bring me the extraordinary fruit, and I will lift the seal." Xiuzhen nodded, saying little else. After taking Xiuzhen's backpack, he dragged Chao Junren from the ruins, sealing his talent before discussing the extraordinary fruit. After being struck away by Qin Chuan, Xiuzhen was thoroughly convinced and nodded in agreement. Qin Chuan felt quite satisfied. 3 extraordinary fruits should suffice for him to advance to the second level of Qi cultivation. This acquisition was far more valuable to him than 30,000 points. Having completed these tasks, Qin Chuan turned his attention to Qi Shuiyao, who appeared as if frozen in place, tossing 2 backpacks to her. Qi Shuiyao and Li Zixiong each caught a backpack. Bewildered, Qin Chuan, what do you mean by this? Qin Chuan smiled. Are we not a team? Everyone shares in the spoils, as you said. Huh? Li Zixiong's mouth fell open, momentarily stunned. He had given Qin Chuan a tooth from an F-grade extraordinary beast, merely 100 points. Yet now Qin Chuan was bestowing upon them 2 backpacks containing 20,000 points. An astounding 200 times the return. This. Qi Shuiyao hesitated. Is this not too extravagant? Is it? Qin Chuan pondered. Then return it to me. Qi Shuiyao immediately clutched the backpack. I was merely being polite. How can one reclaim what has been given? Qin Chuan was speechless and then turned to leave the scene. Hey, where are you going? Qi Shuiyao asked. To find a place to hide until the points are distributed at midnight. Qin Chuan replied without looking back. Do not forget the promises made. Qi Shuiyao called out. Having witnessed Qin Chuan's prowess, she now fully trusted his previous words. Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively, rest assured. Zhao Wenxuan and the others, feeling utterly drained, supported each other as they departed. Zheng Qing, can you really swallow this indignation? Zhao Wenxuan asked with a fierce glare. Xiuzhen turned to him. I wish to seek assistance from Xinling Hao. If I offer him an extraordinary fruit, he will surely be willing to intervene. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhao Wenxuan's eyes. Xiuzhen shook his head. Forget it. Qin Chuan has tampered with us. I do not wish to provoke further trouble until he unravels his manipulations. Zhao Wenxuan, exasperated, retorted, what means does he possess? After the college entrance examination, there will be countless ways to resolve this. What are you afraid of? Xiuzhen continued to shake his head. Zhao Wenxuan then turned to Xiuzhen. What about you? Xiuzhen replied, I cannot match him. I yield willingly. Spineless fool. Zhao Wenxuan scolded. If you want to go, then I shall go alone. This grievance I cannot bear. Chapter 20. Awakening the spiritual awareness after parting ways with Qi Shuiyao and the others. Qin Chuan sought refuge in a relatively intact ruin, where he inscribed a spirit-absorbing formation and placed the incomplete exotic fruit within it. Wisps of pale spiritual energy wafted out, soon drawn into his body. He channeled the 3 lives transformation technique to refine it. He had reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement, feeling the dense spiritual energy within him, even more potent than when he was at the second level of Qi refinement. He smiled. Although he was merely in the mid-stage of the first level, his foundation was remarkably solid. Even without employing numerous secret techniques, he surpassed the typical second-level Qi refinement cultivator. Qin Chuan mused to himself. In this rebirth, armed with the experience of his past life, his foundation in cultivation was unyieldingly robust. Moreover, he was poised to attempt awakening his spiritual awareness while still at the first level of Qi refinement. It is noteworthy that ordinary cultivators generally awaken their spiritual awareness in the mid-stage of Qi refinement, typically after attaining the 4th level, while those with talent might do so slightly earlier, at the 3rd level. To awaken spiritual awareness at the 1st level was something Qin Chuan had never witnessed in his previous life. However, lack of prior experience did not equate to impossibility. He firmly believed he could accomplish it now. Seated in the dilapidated structure, he activated the Proud Heart technique he had acquired from the Proud Heart Immortal sect to condense his spiritual awareness. Half an hour passed. A fine sheen of sweat formed on his forehead. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a brilliant light flashing within them before gradually dissipating. He smiled, retrieving a thumb-sized metallic sphere from beneath his shoe. With a slight exertion, the sphere exploded with a resounding pop, sending sparks flying. A tracker? Qin Chuan murmured, realizing that Zhao Wenxuan and his companions harbored ulterior motives. Previously, he had been unaware of this small device due to his lack of spiritual awareness. But now that he had awakened it, he had truly opened his eyes. Nothing within a 500-meter radius could evade his sight. Thus, he quickly detected the tracker on him. I hope you bring more people. Do not disappoint me too much, Qin Chuan thought, unperturbed. The more people they brought, the more exotic fruits he could acquire. He cast a glance at the battle blade embedded in the ground, shaking his head slightly. The blade never felt comfortable, now that I have awakened my spiritual awareness. If I can find suitable materials, it would be best to forge a spirit sword. Without drawing the battle blade, he rose to his feet, channeling his spiritual power to blow away the debris clinging to him, then slowly raised his gaze toward the outside. At this moment, Xiuzhen appeared pale and extremely weak. Yet he gritted his teeth, leading a vigorous and imposing young man through the ruins. This individual was none other than Shen Linghao. Ranked first in their school and the sole third-tier awakened individual of the highest grade, Xiuzhen had summoned him at the cost of an exotic fruit to deal with Qin Chuan. Upon learning of the substantial points Qin Chuan possessed, he had readily agreed after a brief contemplation. With an exotic fruit on offer and over 10,000 points at stake, what was there to lose? Throughout the entire Lan City High School, aside from the two other third-tier awakened individuals from the first and second schools, he was confident he could dominate all others. Even though this person had previously overwhelmed second-tier awakened individuals like Xiuzhen. Moreover, behind them stood 8 second-tier awakened beings, each possessing extraordinary abilities. Xiuzhen halted his steps, gazing at the vine-covered ruins ahead, and coldly remarked, "The tracker may have been discovered and destroyed, but he certainly does not suspect that we have arrived." Shen Linghao nodded slightly, then cast a sidelong glance at the individuals behind him. One burly student stepped forward, swiftly transforming into a half-human, half-tiger beastman. Towering at 3 to 4 meters, he bent his legs, preparing to leap onto the ruins in search of Qin Chuan, when a figure emerged, none other than Qin Chuan himself. "Is this all there is?" Qin Chuan asked nonchalantly, his expression calm. "Have those two not arrived? Humph, you're finished. No one dares to steal from your esteemed Zhao without facing dire consequences." Though Xiuzhen harbored trepidation towards Qin Chuan, his confidence surged with Shen Linghao's presence. Emboldening his loud proclamation, Qin Chuan turned his gaze to Shen Linghao, his spiritual sense sweeping over him to discern the robust energy coursing within, indicating that he was a third-tier awakened being. In the realm of humanity, a third-tier awakened individual was indeed a rare gem, deserving of the title genius. "Are you interceding for him?" Qin Chuan inquired before engaging. Shen Linghao responded with a composed smile, saying, "Xiuzhen offered me an exotic fruit to sever your arms. I find that quite worthwhile. However, I wield my strength with discretion. If you possess any wisdom, you should consider severing your own arms now to avoid further suffering." Qin Chuan chuckled, a hint of nostalgia washing over him. In his previous life, after ascending to foundational cultivation, none had dared to be so audacious before him. It had been nearly 9 centuries since then. "Lin Hao, this fellow is exceedingly arrogant. Cease your banter and strike him directly." Xiuzhen's sinister grin suggested he envisioned Qin Chuan kneeling in blood, pleading for mercy after Shen Linghao broke his arms. "I had expected him to be formidable, yet he is not even an awakened being. Does he truly warrant my intervention?" Shen Linghao scoffed, shaking his head dismissively, then glanced back at the 7 individuals behind him. They understood his unspoken command and advanced forward. "Stop." At that moment, a group emerged from the ruins, Qi Shuyao and Feng Xiaoxiao among them. Upon hearing that Xiuzhen had led Shen Linghao and his entourage towards a particular direction, they quickly surmised their intent to confront Qin Chuan and followed closely behind. Though they arrived slightly late, they managed to catch up. Shen Linghao halt. Qi Shuyao called out. Breathless, Feng Xiaoxiao, panting, remarked with a grin, "The illustrious Shen Linghao, the top genius of our school, has now resorted to being a mere enforcer?" Shen Linghao cast a fleeting glance at Feng Xiaoxiao, a faint smile gracing his lips, but he regarded her with indifference, firmly stating, "Attack." The 8 individuals, initially hesitant, seemed to spring to life as if a switch had been flipped, unleashing their energy with wild flames and tumultuous winds. Some transformed into bear-like and rhinoceros-like beings, ferociously charging towards Qin Chuan. Qi Shuya and the others were struck with alarm, shouting, "Qin Chuan, run!" Even though they witnessed Qin Chuan face off against Xiuzhen and managed to take on 3 opponents simultaneously, they could not fathom his capability to confront 8 adversaries. Furthermore, even if he were to exert every ounce of strength to escape from these 8, what of Shen Linghao? He is a third-tier celestial awakener. In the realm of high school, a third-tier celestial awakener is synonymous with invincibility. The only individuals capable of contending with him are the 2 extraordinary prodigies from the first and second high schools. Qin Chuan, as an unawakened practitioner, has already displayed remarkable prowess, yet when compared to a prodigy like Shen Linghao, he inevitably falls short. Qin Chuan did not evade the confrontation. Instead, he bore a smile. 9 exotic fruits. No, Shen Linghao possesses at least 2. Chapter 21. Instant Kill. Qin Chuan stood resolute, his spiritual energy surging as he uttered a low growl. This was a technique he had casually acquired from the Wanshou immortal sect, known as the Shattered Star Chant. Mastered to its fullest, it could shatter stars and pierce the moon with ease. In his previous life, during the void connecting stage, he had once shattered a powerful foe of the same rank with a single roar, thus earning immense renown. The ripples of spiritual energy spread forth, distorting the surrounding air. Of the 8 assailants charging forward, 5 were struck by the waves of energy, grunting as they were sent flying, crashing to the ground while spitting blood. Only 3 second-tier beastkin awakens managed to endure, gritting their teeth as their feet carved deep grooves into the earth. In the next instant, Qin Chuan seemed to teleport, appearing before a rhinoceros man. In the astonished gaze of his opponent, he swiftly delivered a slap. Slap. The rhinoceros man's head jerked aside as his massive form was propelled into the air. He had been sent flying by Qin Chuan's single blow. This was a beast transformed. Top-tier awakener, one could only imagine the might behind that strike. The other 2 beastkin awakens, witnessing this, displayed fear in their wide eyes and attempted to retreat, only to collide with someone behind them. Turning in terror, they found Qin Chuan had materialized at their backs. Qin Chuan lifted his leg, delivering 2 kicks that left them sprawled on the ground, face first in the dirt. In less than half a minute, he had actually won, and with such ease. He was human, wasn't he? Qi Shuyao and the others stood dumbfounded, initially believing that the strength Qin Chuan had previously exhibited was his limit, only to be utterly astonished by his greater prowess. 8 second-tier top-tier awakeners, reduced to mere playthings before him. Isn't cultivation a discipline for self-improvement? How could he be this powerful? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such a formidable individual exist in the 13 middle school? Zhao Wenxuan appeared frenzied, shaking his head vigorously, muttering incoherently, "You're cheating. No. You can't be a student from 13 middle school. Who are you? What trickery allowed you to infiltrate?" The typically arrogant Shun Linghao had long since lost his former calm demeanor, his face etched with an indelible mixture of shock and wariness. Qin Chuan stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Shun Linghao. "It is your turn." Suppressing his trepidation, Shun Linghao replied coldly, "You've merely dealt with a few worthless foes. What is there to boast about? Kneel and admit your fault now, and I may spare you. But should I take action, you will either die or be left crippled." Upon hearing this, even after a millennium of experiences, Qin Chuan couldn't help but be amused by Shun Linghao's bravado. "Your tongue is quite sharp. Seeking death." Shun Linghao erupted in fury, arcs of electricity crackling in the air around him, producing a series of pops as his hair whipped about. As if he had succumbed to madness. Hiss, he had awakened the power of anomalous lightning. Among elemental awakeners, aside from healing talents, anomalous lightning abilities were the rarest. In Lan City, with nearly 100,000 awakens, there were perhaps fewer than 100 anomalous lightning awakeners. The speed and offensive capabilities of anomalous lightning awakeners are among the most elite in existence. He is, astonishingly, an awakened wielder of, and has even ascended to the 3rd tier. A 3rd-tier wielder is indeed more formidable than an ordinary 4th-tier awakener. It seems that the 2 individuals from the 1st and 2nd high schools are unlikely to be his match. Can Qin Chuan hold his ground? As the crowd beheld the crackling energy surrounding Shun Linghao, they instantly comprehended the extent of his extraordinary talent. Amidst their astonishment, they couldn't help but gasp, instinctively distancing themselves from him. Despite being fellow high school graduates, this individual was simply terrifying. The onlookers glanced at Qin Chuan, their hearts racing with concern for him. However, upon seeing Qin Chuan maintain his usual composure, they finally exhaled in relief. Even if he couldn't win, escaping should prove feasible. Otherwise, how could he remain so calm? Qin Chuan's interest was piqued. In his past life, he encountered numerous adversaries, yet few possessed mastery over lightning. In his recollection, only the esteemed ancestor of the Thunderclap sect, in his united phase, stood out. However, after a fierce competition for treasures, he had been gravely injured by the ancestor's slicing attack and subsequently closed the sect's doors. Was he afraid? It was too late. Observing the crowd's shocked reactions, Shun Linghao regained his confidence, his eyes shimmering with a faint blue hue as lightning danced around him. With a swift motion, he directed his hand towards Qin Chuan. The arcs of electricity around him coalesced into a lightning whip, tearing through the air towards Qin Chuan. The electric charge pierced the atmosphere, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby. They were astonished. Shun Linghao's strike was overwhelmingly powerful, capable of overwhelming even Yuanying. Yet, Qin Chuan, upon witnessing this, shook his head in disappointment, realizing he had overestimated Xin Linghao. In that fleeting moment, he had absurdly compared Xin Linghao to the venerable ancestor of the Thunderclap sect. It is known that when that ancestor unleashed his fury, a sea of lightning would descend, stretching for miles, with golden and purple arcs that even some great ascendants dared not confront directly. And now, looking at the lightning that Xin Linghao had conjured, was it akin to that of a mere worm? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Chuan swiftly extended his right hand, pinching the approaching lightning whip with 2 fingers. With a gentle tremor, he sent a surge of spiritual energy racing along the length of the whip. Boom! In an instant, an explosion erupted around Xin Linghao, arcs of electricity flaring wildly, leaving him charred and his hair standing on end. You seek your own demise. Xin Linghao, who valued his appearance above all, had spent half an hour preparing before stepping out, and now his image lay in ruins, igniting his furious wrath. With arcs of electricity crackling around him, he moved with unparalleled speed, akin to a bolt of lightning hurtling towards Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, arms crossed in the void, emanated an intangible yet formidable aura. It was as though he encompassed a colossal mountain, magnified countless times, within his embrace. Everything in this space seemed to fade away, leaving only his figure, standing tall and resolute. The 9 transformations of the vast ocean, second transformation, fist technique, embrace of the mountain. Qin Chuan, still enveloped in the void, thrust forward. Boom! The force erupted, sending ripples through the very fabric of space. As Xin Linghao surged forward, merely 10 meters from Qin Chuan, he felt as though he had plunged into a quagmire, utterly unable to advance. An invisible force struck him repeatedly, causing his blood to surge uncontrollably. With a sudden expulsion, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into and collapsing a nearby dilapidated building, becoming enveloped in the debris. What on earth is happening? The events orchestrated by Qin Chuan today have left Qi Shuiyao and the others utterly astounded. Since their first encounter with Qin Chuan, they had been rendered speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. Witnessing Qin Chuan effortlessly subdue Xin Linghao with a single strike left them stammering in astonishment. Zhao Wenxuan was on the brink of madness. Initially, he had been confident when Xin Linghao made his move, believing victory was assured. Yet he was blindsided when Xin Linghao was also vanquished by Qin Chuan in one fell swoop. The drastic oscillation of fortune was difficult for him to fathom, leaving him grinning like a fool. Qin Chuan remained motionless, grounded in place. At present, he was merely in the mid-stage of Qi training, finding it somewhat strenuous to wield the Bashan seal. However, given that his opponent was a 3rd-tier celestial-grade awakened being, he understood the necessity of exercising caution to avoid a potential downfall. After a brief moment of recuperation, he gradually advanced towards the scene. Meanwhile, at the renowned Bayan Hotel in Lan City, the conference hall on the 23rd floor was bustling with the principals of the 28 high schools in the city. Ostensibly gathered to exchange educational insights, the true purpose was a covert competition to showcase which school's students achieved superior results. Traditionally, the top 200 spots were claimed by the 3rd high school, resulting in the principal of 3rd high school, Yang Qi, organizing the meetings. This occasion was no different, as Yang Qi had arranged for a colossal display screen showcasing the top 200 student scores from the entrance examinations across the 28 high schools in Lan City. As the clock neared noon, these students were about to begin uploading their scores. One could only wonder what delightful surprises these young prodigies would unveil this time. Yang Qi chuckled, his face aglow with anticipation. Chapter 22, College Entrance Examination Rankings. Old Yang, tone it down, your grin is nearly reaching your ears. It is well known that Xin Linghao from your school has advanced to the 3rd tier. But let us not forget that both the 1st and 2nd high schools also boast 3rd-tier awakeners. No need to be overly jubilant. A principal interjected softly, unable to bear the spectacle. Who knows? Our Xin Linghao is an awakened of the. Yang raised his chin, brimming with pride. What? He is an awakener. While the principals were privy to certain insider information about various schools, they could not ascertain the talents of outstanding students if such details were deliberately concealed. Hearing Yang Qi mention for the first time that Xin Linghao possesses the talent left the principals astounded. Yang Qi reveled in their astonishment. He had kept this secret for so long, waiting for this very moment to savor his triumph. Patience, for this is merely the beginning. Soon, when you see Xin Linghao's score, your astonishment will reach new heights. The moment has arrived. One principal announced. The leaderboard on the large screen began to fluctuate. Each time the scores from the college entrance examination were uploaded, the rankings experienced the most significant shifts. After 5 minutes, the standings gradually stabilized. The top 200 students all scored above 5,000 points, and from the 92nd position onwards, the scores had already exceeded 10,000. This batch of youngsters is impressive. Just in the 90s, a score surpassing 10,000 is remarkable, and the top 10 have even exceeded 18,000. One principal exclaimed, "There's still time. Some of the top students may still be hunting and have yet to upload their scores." The principal from the 7th high school remarked. The principal from the 2nd high school nodded in agreement, for he had not yet seen Liu Tianfeng's name on the leaderboard. Liu Tianfeng is their school's third-tier awakener. Moreover, Zhang Haoyu from the 1st high school and Shenling Hao from the 3rd high school were also absent from the list. Currently, the leading position is held by a 2nd-tier awakener who has amassed 19,758 points. Yet, this student is merely ranked 9th in their own school, with 8 others outperforming him. 11,000. Hey, Feng Xiaoxiao actually achieved such a high score. The principal from the 5th high school beamed with delight as he spotted Feng Xiaoxiao's name in the 85th position. It is worth noting that in recent years, the top 200 spots have been monopolized by the 3rd high school, so Feng Xiaoxiao's entry into the top 100 certainly brings him pride. Though this is not the final ranking, her score exceeding 10,000 guarantees her a place among the top 200. A feat that will be etched into the annals of their school's history. How could Feng Xiaoxiao, a 2nd-tier awakener, possibly achieve such a high score? You old fool. Did you let the other candidates share their scores with her? This is cheating. The principal from the 7th high school immediately stood up, denouncing the situation. Without evidence. Do not spout nonsense. If you have proof, feel free to report me to the Ministry of Education. The principal from the 5th high school retorted confidently. He had assigned Han Lu to the same group as Feng Xiaoxiao, suspecting that the situation might indeed be as the principal from the 7th high school suggested. But was there any evidence? Without evidence, what could they possibly do? The principal from the 7th high school snorted coldly, continuing to scrutinize the leaderboard. After glancing through more than 300 names without seeing any students from his school, he couldn't help but feel agitated. In the 13th school, for students have remarkably made it into the top 80. Each of them has garnered over 10,000 points. Old Shun, what is the situation on your end? When did such formidable students emerge? On the leaderboard, the names of Qi Shueyo, Bai Ninghua, Gu Mingwei, and Li Zixiong stand out conspicuously among those from the 3rd school. Numerous principals turned their gaze towards Principal Chun. He never anticipated that any of his students would breach the top 100, so he began his search from the 100th position, only to find himself sweating profusely as he scoured beyond the 300 mark without encountering any familiar names. Unlike the previous year when a student from their school had even reached the top 300, this time none had succeeded. Not only had the bonuses vanished, but he also felt humiliated before his fellow principals. Did his school not possess a few 2nd-tier awakened students to uphold their reputation? How could they collectively falter in this examination? This was unexpected. Just then, someone mentioned that the 4 students from the 13th school ranked in the 70s, leaving Principal Chen utterly bewildered. His incredulous gaze turned upward, and upon seeing the names of Qi Shueya and the others, he was left dumbfounded. This was a tremendous surprise. Out of the mere 7 awakened prodigies in the school, 4 had now entered the top 100. This made Principal Chen feel as though he were dreaming. However, moments later, a proud smile graced his face, and he held his head high when glancing at the other principals. These 4 youngsters were indeed impressive, justifying the efforts he had invested in their education. The other principals collectively looked down upon Principal Chun. Just moments ago, he was agitated and sweating profusely, and now he was putting on airs. Oh, I recall that the 13th school has a cultivator. How did he perform? The principal of the 12th school, unable to tolerate Chen's smug demeanor, intentionally prompted. Principal Chen's smile abruptly faded, and his countenance darkened. The emergence of a cultivator in his school was, in his eyes, a disgrace. The other principals, however, chuckled and jeered. Indeed, let us see how our city's only cultivator is faring. That was the dark horse nurtured by our dear old Chun for 3 years. Let us bring him out for a stroll. Yang Qi smiled, finding amusement in observing the subtle jibes directed at the principal of the 3rd school. He manipulated his smartphone, accessing the search box. Old Chun, what is the name of your cultivator? Old Chun shot Yang Qi a fierce glare, his expression darkening as he fell silent. I believe it was Qin Chuan. The principal of the 12th school remarked with a chuckle. Yang Qi entered the name, and the results revealed Qin Chuan's score, 0. As expected, a complete failure. Many principals wore expressions of feigned disappointment, shaking their heads as if it were inevitable. Alas. It seems the dark horse nurtured by Old Qin ultimately stumbled and could not take flight. Old Qin's expression darkened further. Although he had long anticipated that others would mock him regarding Qin Chuan, the collective ridicule from the principals about his physical and magical deficiencies was still difficult for him to bear. He wished to retort, but after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for words. In his mind, having a cultivator in the school was truly absurd. If only Qin Chuan were at another school. Old Qin fantasized inwardly. At this moment, he would surely be delighted, observing the misfortune of that colleague who had been bested by Qin Chuan. And there appeared Lu Tianfeng from number 2 high school, a staggering score of 27,000 points. An astonishing lead of nearly 10,000 points over the second place. Unbelievable. As the rankings shifted, Lu Tianfeng's name rose to the forefront. Upon seeing the score beside his name, the gathered principals gasped in disbelief, all except the principal of No. 3 high school turned to the principal of number 2 with astonished expressions. Old Li, what on earth is happening with this young lad? Over 20,000 points. Equivalent to vanquishing more than 200 F-class exotic beasts and over 20 E-class ones. How did he achieve this? Principal Li of No. 2 high school reveled in the astonished gazes of his peers, slowly responding, Lu Tianfeng is a prodigy, a once-in-a-century talent from Lan City. Oh, come on. Stop being so cryptic and just tell us. He is a dual-element awakener of fire and wind. What? Dual elements? I have only heard of multi-element awakeners in this year's Gene City cohort. Yet we have one here in Lan City as well? Old Li, you truly have a knack for keeping secrets, revealing this only now. A dual-element awakener is even rarer than one awakened by the exotic thunder. And the synergy between fire and wind amplifies each other's power. Thus, his strength is far more complex than mere addition. It seems that the top spot in this year's college entrance examination will undoubtedly belong to him. Lu Tianfeng. The upcoming University Destiny Cup may very well be the stage for his grand display of talent. The gathered principals expressed their astonishment, engaging in fervent discussions. Principal Li of number 2 basked in their admiration. Yang Qi, however, remained impassive, harboring disdain within. Shenling Hao, being a third-tier exotic thunder awakener, could effortlessly achieve over 20,000 points by single-handedly defeating E-class exotic beasts within 3 days. Just wait. Once Shenling Hao uploads his scores, it will surely dazzle your eyes. The principal of number 1's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I did not expect number 2 high school to also have a dual-element awakener. If not for Zhang Haoyu in this cohort, he might have actually surpassed him. Alas, encountering Zhang Haoyu, the top spot will still remain with us. Look quickly. The principal of number 23 trembled as he pointed to the screen. The astonished crowd turned their attention. Zhang Haoyu, 31,658 points. After a collective gasp, the sprawling conference room fell into an eerie silence. All eyes, except for that of the principal of number 1, widened in disbelief at the digits displayed on the screen. Over 30,000 points. Incredible. Such a remarkable feat has never been witnessed in the history of the college entrance examination in Lan City. Principal Li of number 2 opened his mouth, swallowing hard, then mechanically turned to principal number 1. The latter smiled faintly. This fellow, why the rush? I should have told him to upload his scores half an hour before the deadline. Does he truly fear someone might snatch his position? Abnormal. The principal silently mused. Principal Chun of number 13 gazed at the screen, hoping, when will one of our students grace the top position? It would be worth it, even if it meant death. Suddenly, the screen flickered once more, and another name supplanted Zhang Haoyu in the top position. Principal Qin blinked in disbelief, and upon re-examining the display, he still found it hard to accept. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The foremost name remained that of the individual he had deemed a harbinger of misfortune, Qin Chuan. In that moment, it felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire being trembling with shock. He resembled a fortunate soul who had just won a staggering 5 million, clutching the ticket with a heart pounding like a drum and breaths coming in quick succession. He opened his mouth as if to utter something, but suddenly, his brain faltered under the weight of exhilaration, and he fainted. Chapter 23. First place. Hey, Old Chun. What is the matter with you? The principal beside him was startled and quickly supported Principal Qin. All eyes were drawn to the commotion, momentarily diverting attention from the rankings. What on earth was happening? Old Qin was a 4th-tier awakened being. How could he suddenly faint? Perhaps it was the case that the first 100 students had entered the rankings, while others faced dismal scores, creating an overwhelming psychological blow. The principals engaged in animated discussions. and a healing-type awakened principal approached to offer assistance. Gasping for breath, Principal Qin suddenly came to, as if he had been rescued from drowning. Old Qin, take it easy. Look at our school. Not a single student made it into the top 200, and there are at least a dozen with failing scores. Why should I be anxious? Exactly. The disparity among candidates is vast. What is there to be worried about? What are you still fixating on the rankings for? Take a moment to breathe. Stop looking at the scores. The principal from number 17 middle school attempted to comfort Old Qin, gently pressing his trembling hand back down in a gesture of concern. And no, it's not that, Qin Chuan. What about Qin Chuan? First place. Old Qin stammered, his excitement rendering him tongue-tied as he struggled to articulate. Upon hearing this, the other principals erupted into laughter. Old Qin, you must have omitted a rank, ha ha ha. The room filled with mirth. With the principal from number 3 middle school mocking Old Qin's fanciful notions. Did they not know the capabilities of the students from number 13 middle school? First place? What was he thinking? However, the principal from number 8 middle school found something amiss. Old Qin's reaction was too intense to be mere folly. He turned a glance at the rankings and instantly felt his own composure shatter. With eyes wide open, mirroring Old Qin's symptoms, he pointed at the display, trembling. Truly, Qin Chuan is first. What? At that moment, the other principals finally grasped the situation, directing their gazes toward the screen. The leaderboard was like Medusa. Anyone who dared to look was instantly petrified, stunned into silence as if confronted by the divine. The esteemed principals stood still, like 3,000 arhats, each frozen in their own astonishment. After a long pause, the principal from number 2 middle school finally broke the silence. Old Yuanying. Where did you procure this faulty piece of equipment? The system must be malfunctioning. Yang Qi's expression darkened as he cursed. Get lost. I spent 980,000 to have this system specially crafted. It absolutely cannot be faulty. A collective gasp echoed through the room. If the system was functioning correctly, it meant that Qin Chuan had indeed scored 37,850 points, securing the first position. Among the crowd, the principal from number 17 middle school, who had just consoled Old Qin, now bore a face shifting from green to red. Moments ago, he had used his own students to illustrate a point to Old Qin, urging him to remain calm. Now, he felt like a fool, wishing desperately to find a hole to hide in. It was unbearably humiliating. Impossible. Zhang Hao, you only scored a little over 31,000. How could someone from number 13 achieve over 37,000? It must be cheating. The rest no way. The principal from number 1 middle school shook his head in disbelief. Cheating is out of the question. It must be an instance of proxy examination. Indeed, it is a proxy. To my knowledge, Qin Chuan has not even awakened, which is precisely why he chose the path of cultivation. A cultivator would struggle to take down a mere H-level beast. How could he possibly score over 30,000 points? A thorough investigation is imperative. The principals of the second and third high schools unanimously concurred. As representatives of the third high school, they had recruited nearly all the talented students from Lan City and had long been the leaders of the high school echelon in the region. Now, the emergence of a student from the 13th high school, capable of surpassing their own prodigies, was a bitter pill for them to swallow. Thus, their immediate reaction was not to recognize this student's genius or the prowess of cultivators, but rather to suspect foul play, cheating, a proxy exam. Enough with the nonsense. Principal Qin exclaimed, his anger palpable. As the principal of the 13th high school, he felt compelled to defend his students against such slander. In the past, he might have hesitated, weighed his options, but with 4 students in the top 100 and 1 holding the first position, he found the courage to stand up and argue with the principals of the 3rd high school. I have met Qin Chuan. I personally handed him his exam supplies. He is an exceptional young man and would never resort to cheating. Principal Qin declared firmly. Humph. You think a cultivator could achieve such scores without assistance? Do you take us for fools? I suspect this cheating scandal will not escape your notice, Old Qin. Yang Qi scoffed. Yang Qi, speak not without proof. If you believe there is cheating, present your evidence and report me to the Ministry of Education. Otherwise, I will not let this rest. Principal Qin retorted, his fury ignited. Previously intimidated by the 3rd high school, he now stood firm, emboldened by having the top student. Evidence. Yang Qi laughed. I shall head to the examination assembly point right now and see what sort of person this Qin Chuan truly is. The other principals were taken aback. Typically, they awaited their students' return from the examination, never venturing into the wilderness to locate them. If Yang Qi were to do so, it would indeed mark a historic first for Lan City. Principal Qin fell silent. Although he had been confident moments ago, uncertainty began to gnaw at him. He had intended to question Qin Chuan thoroughly upon his return to school and then strategize their public response. Yet now, Yang Qi's unexpected decision to seek out Qin Chuan left him somewhat unprepared. Has Yang Qi lost his senses, becoming so hot-headed? Principal Qin mused, casting a glance at Yang Qi. The latter was equally agitated, especially as he observed Lu Tianfeng from the second high school and Zhang Haoyu from the first high school already making their appearances, while his own student, Shinling Hao, had yet to show up. This situation ignited his frustration, and Qin Chuan's first-place position was the spark that could set it ablaze. Humph. Once I catch him in the act, let us see what excuses he has left. Yang Qi huffed. I shall accompany you, Principal Qin declared. For as the principal of the 13th high school, he could not stand idly by while others sought to apprehend his student. If that is the case, I shall also join in the commotion, the principal of the first high school remarked, his expression grave. He, too, was eager to ascertain whether Qin Chuan was indeed cheating. Let us proceed together. The principal of the second high school interjected. Upon witnessing that the principals of the third high school and Old Shun were also joining, the other principals felt compelled to attend this spectacle. They swiftly expressed their intent to accompany them. Thus, a procession of principals made their way towards the examination venue. Inside the examination hall, after subduing Shun Linghao and sealing his talents, compelling him to procure the exotic fruit for liberation, Qin Chuan took his leave. At present, he was at the first layer of qi cultivation, and his practical skills were still somewhat inadequate to withstand the energy consumption, necessitating a place to recuperate his spiritual energy. Within the ruins of a building, Qin Chuan sat cross-legged, slowly opening his eyes as he exhaled a breath of stale air. The spiritual energy was insufficient. To regain his peak condition would require at least 2 days. Qin Chuan shook his head slowly. After his rebirth, he had trained for nearly 10 days, and now, after only a few actions, he needed an additional 2 days to recuperate. To paraphrase a popular saying online, it was akin to charging for 2 hours only to talk for 5 minutes. It appeared he would need to conserve his energy in the future, he mused, rising gradually. Since it would take 2 days to restore his zenith, there was no need for haste. He would wait until after the college entrance examination to venture out. He retrieved 3 backpacks, his own, Zhao Wenxuan's, and Shun Linghao's. Previously, after defeating those opponents, he had acquired 8 backpacks from Shun Linghao's subordinates, which he could not carry alone. Thus he had entrusted them to Qi Shuyao and Feng Xiaoxiao. Hence, only these 3 remained. Extracting the points recording device from one of the backpacks, he began to scan the exotic beast materials within. There was a multitude of materials, and the scanning process consumed several minutes. The score read 37,850. Observing this figure, Qin Chuan remained impassive and then clicked to upload. Once the upload was confirmed successful, he tossed the recording device aside. For him, the college entrance examination was already concluded. Shortly, he would need to reach the assembly point and board a plane back to Lan City. Once Zhao Wenxuan and the others delivered the exotic fruit, he should be able to advance to the second layer of qi cultivation. There was a month between the college entrance examination and the start of university, during which he could explore the misty forest. Contemplating this plan, he sat for a while longer before rising and making his way back to the assembly point. By around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he was merely 2 or 3 kilometers from the gathering site. The number of examinees around him gradually increased. Many wore somber expressions, their spirits low, evidently disheartened by their results. Some were even gravely injured, being supported by their classmates as they moved forward. Is that Qin Chuan? Why is he alone? A chuckle rippled through the crowd. Perhaps he was abandoned by Chen Hao and his team. This seemed plausible, although Chen Hao had a good rapport with him. Wei Tao and the others were not familiar with him and would surely refuse to carry a burden. Amid the crowd, Zhang Shi's team, appearing rather disheveled, spotted Qin Chuan by himself and couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Chapter 24, The Gathering Point. Is that not someone we know? I recall that he was quite chummy with Chen Hao. How is it that he finds himself alone now? Xiao Song, slender in stature, cast a scornful glance at Qin Chuan, wearing an expression of petty triumph. Zhang Shuya observed Qin Chuan in silence, feeling a twinge of satisfaction upon realizing that he was not as formidable as she had imagined. Had Qin Chuan only spoken a few more words earlier and persuaded Chen Hao to include her, she might have secured a score in the 700s or 800s. But now, aligned with Tang Yu and the others, she had barely surpassed 500. It was all due to Qin Chuan's audacious refusal of her request. He deserved to be cast aside. Sun Ling shot a disdainful glance at Qin Chuan, scoffing like one might at refuse, before redirecting her attention elsewhere. Tangyu. Witnessing yet another team abandon Qin Chuan, speculated that his prospects for the upcoming college entrance examination were grim. He might not even achieve the score necessary for university admission. This thought stirred a semblance of sympathy within him. Look, isn't that Qin Chuan? Yes, that's him. I saw him clearly in the front row during the pre-exam distribution of materials. He's the one who opted for the elective. Who would have thought he managed to come through the exam unscathed? Impressive. Impressive? With his caliber, he likely just hid away the moment he entered. He hasn't slain even a single beast. If he wishes to score a 0, so be it. TSK, I wouldn't want to bear such a burden. Qin Chuan had become something of a public figure at Xiuzhen High, albeit not in a particularly flattering light. As more students gathered, a multitude of Xiuzhen students recognized him. Unable to contain their chatter, Qin Chuan, however, paid no heed to their whispers. He considered even the top-tier awakened individuals of his school beneath his notice, let alone these ordinary candidates who lacked any awakening. What is happening at the gathering point? Why the commotion? Some students at the front craned their necks, perplexed by the disturbance. Are you not aware? This year, all the principals have come to the gathering point as if they were on something. Really? The principals are here? I've never witnessed such a spectacle before. What is going on? You truly don't know? Rumor has it that there have been instances of cheating in this year's examination, and the principals are personally here to apprehend the culprits. Who dares to be so bold? Currently, the examination is merely a process of class division. Only a fool would cheat. It's tantamount to self-sabotage. Who knows? Perhaps someone is desperate for high marks. Do you know who it is? It must be a student from Xiuzhen, right? TSK. The gathering point has a leaderboard, and Xiuzhen has made a remarkable showing with 4 students in the top 100, including a previously unknown individual who claimed first place. What? The top student from Xiuzhen? You must be joking. I heard that there are third-tier awakened individuals at Sanzhong. How could they have overlooked someone from Xiuzhen? See, you've already spotted the issue. This is why they suspect cheating. It's painfully obvious. Haha, Xiuzhen still has its talents. What was that person's name again? Ah yes, Qin Chuan. Many are now eagerly awaiting to see this impressive fellow. A throng of examinees ahead engaged in animated discussions. Yet they were not from the 13th middle school and thus did not recognize Qin Chuan. Their voices reached the back, leaving Zhang Xuan and her companions astounded, their eyes widening in disbelief at the revelation that he had secured the top position. What were they thinking? He must have cheated, didn't they hear? Xiaosong sneered, deriving a perverse thrill from Qin Chuan's predicament. He approached Qin Chuan, deliberately adopting a mocking tone. Though we scored just over 500, it was through our own efforts. Some individuals, in their desperate quest for high marks, resort to cheating. How disgraceful. Not only do they tarnish their own reputation, but they also bring shame upon our school. As a fellow student, I feel utterly embarrassed. Truly shameless. Qin Chuan cast a fleeting glance at him, causing Xiaosong's breath to hitch, as if he were being scrutinized by an otherworldly beast. Every hair on his body stood on end, his blood nearly freezing. What do you intend to do? I warn you, this is a gathering point. Do you still dare to use your cheating tools? You're finished. Xiaosong recoiled from Qin Chuan, his voice trembling. What are you? Do you think you are worthy of my attention? Qin Chuan lightly shook his head, his gaze casually drifting towards Zhang Xuan before he continued onward. How could he be such a person? Zhang Xuan sighed, internally chiding herself for ever feeling an attraction towards him. She truly had been blind. Qin Chuan, you're finished for cheating, and yet you still pretend. Let's see how long you can keep up this facade. Xiaosong, now safely out of Qin Chuan's reach, shouted arrogantly from behind. Suddenly, it appeared as though an invisible bullet struck his knees, causing them to shatter as he collapsed to the ground before Qin Chuan with a thud. He curled up, writhing in pain, grimacing and drenched in cold sweat. Qin Chuan, he's here. Goodness, let me see which brother is so formidable. At the mention of Qin Chuan's name, those in front quickly turned around. After a brief search, all eyes landed on Qin Chuan. Despite his handsome features, he donned a simple black t-shirt and shorts, presenting as an unremarkable high school student, surely not someone who would resort to cheating. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Are you Qin Chuan? A burly second-tier awakened individual named Qi Ming swaggered over, looking down at him with disdain. You're the one who cheated? Qin Chuan paid him no mind, continuing his forward stride. Hey, I'm talking to you. Qi Ming raised a hand, attempting to grasp Qin Chuan's shoulder. However, the moment his hand made contact, it recoiled as if shocked, trembling uncontrollably as he inspected it, bewildered by the sensation. I know that guy. Qi Ming from the 3rd middle school, a second-tier beast-type awakened one. Rank 93rd this time. Who would have thought he fell for Qin Chuan's trick? It seems Qin Chuan's methods are rather formidable, whispered the onlookers. With Qi Ming suffering embarrassment before the crowd, his expression darkened as he prepared to retaliate for his lost dignity. But suddenly a voice called out, "Stop." Qi Ming turned around to see Principal Yang Qi from the 3rd high school. "Principal, why do you want me to stop? I was just about to catch this cheating scoundrel and bring him to you for punishment," Qi Ming explained. "Humph." Yang Qi coldly snorted, glaring at Qi Ming with disappointment. Before directing his gaze at Qin Chuan, "I said for him to cease." A collective gasp rose from the onlookers. Yang Qi was actually telling Qin Chuan to hold back? Could it be that this Qin Chuan, even in the act of cheating, posed no threat to a second-tier beast mimicry awakener of top-tier talent? Qi Ming furrowed his brow, feeling quite indignant. "Principal, what does this mean?" Yang Qi's gaze fell upon Qi Ming's arm. "Look at your own arm." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming glanced at his arm, and his expression instantly changed. "What? How could there be a black line on my arm?" At that moment, a black line, as thick as a thumb, coiled around his arm like a small snake. Qin Chuan merely patted your shoulder. "Is this really necessary?" Yang Qi said in a cold tone. "I have already shown restraint." Qin Chuan replied. "In the cultivation world, anyone who dared to strike him like this would have been reduced to ashes by now." "Huh? Showing restraint? If sparing him a single arm is considered mercy, then what would it mean to be merciless? Would you have killed him?" Yang Qi chuckled at Qin Chuan's retort. Qin Chuan cast a calm glance in his direction, slowly nodding amidst the gaze of the crowd. Chapter 25. A stumble. Yang Qi's smile faltered, replaced by a cold expression. "What a vicious little brat," he exclaimed. With that, he reached out, and a surge of energy began to flow towards Qin Chuan. Even before his hand arrived, the pressure of the wind was palpable. This individual likely possessed 6th-tier strength. Qin Chuan mused, yet he felt no fear. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a hand appeared and met Yang Qi's palm. Boom. Energy transformed into visible ripples that spread out, the overwhelming force rendering those nearby unable to open their eyes. A figure descended, staggering back several steps. It was Qinyu, the principal of the 13th high school. "Yang Qi, this is excessive. A principal of the esteemed 3rd high school attacking a student? Have you no shame?" Qinyu said sternly. Yang Qi remained unmoved, dismissing Qinyu entirely. His demeanor one of condescension as he scrutinized Qin Chuan. "Speak, how did you cheat?" Qin Chuan smiled faintly. "Cheat? Do you have any evidence?" "Ha ha ha, evidence." Yang Qi laughed derisively. "You, an unawakened cultivator, everyone knows you cannot even defeat an H-level beast, yet you scored over 30,000 points in this entrance examination. That is evidence." "Oh, is that considered cheating?" Qin Chuan regarded Yang Qi with a calm demeanor. "If I were to discipline all the students of your 3rd high school, and they couldn't even best me but still obtain high scores, would that count as cheating as well?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Qin Chuan's audacity was staggering. In the 3rd high school, there was one 3rd-tier celestial awakener and dozens, if not hundreds, of 2nd-tier celestial awakeners. Even if he were to cheat, it would be impossible to best them all. Yang Qi's smile abruptly vanished, his expression darkening as Qin Chuan's words served as a blatant provocation. Energy surged around him, his clothes billowing as if caught in a wind. "Enough, old Shun. Why engage in a contest of wills with a student?" The principal of the 2nd high school interjected as he arrived, urging calm. He turned to Qin Chuan, speaking in an authoritative tone. "Come with us. I have questions for you." Qin Chuan cast a sidelong glance at him, hands in his pockets, and walked away without a backward glance. In front of so many students and principals, his actions were a blatant disregard for the 2nd high school principal, whose face visibly darkened. Yang Qi chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. "What is this? Are you also going to challenge a student?" The principal of the 2nd high school glared at Qin Chuan's retreating figure, his teeth clenched. The surrounding students struggled to suppress their laughter, all secretly admiring Qin Chuan's fearless demeanor in the face of the 3rd high school principal. Only Xiaosong stood by, sneering, "You're finished. You dare to offend the principal of the 3rd high, and you're done for." At that moment, several injured students, leaning on each other for support, approached. Yang Qi's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized one of them. "Shenlinghao, what happened to you?" he demanded, striding over with a stern face. Shenlinghao, a prominent figure from the 3rd high school, had not submitted any scores, which had already tarnished Yang Qi's reputation. Seeing Shenlinghao injured only fueled his displeasure. As Zhao Wenxuan was about to speak, he was silenced by a piercing glare from Shenlinghao. Casting a glance at the other principals, he clarified, "It's nothing. I just had a minor fall." "A fall?" How could a prodigy awaken such talent stumble in this manner? Yang Qi's expression was utterly captivating. He nearly let slip a curse in front of the students, but fortunately, he regained his composure just in time. Principal, let us discuss this later, Shun Linghao implored softly. Not wishing to elaborate further, Yang Qi sensed that there was more to Shin's injury than met the eye and nodded grimly in acknowledgement. Old Yang, is it really acceptable for Qin Chuan to leave like this? The principal of the second high school inquired in a low voice. Humph, Yang Qi scoffed. Determining exam cheating was the purview of the Ministry of Education. Their attempt to corner Qin Chuan bore the semblance of vigilante justice. Typically, a student would be intimidated into submission by such a display, but Qin Chuan showed them no respect. Lacking evidence, they could do little more than whisper their grievances to the ministry, suggesting that a closer examination of Qin Chuan might be warranted. Shall we seek an opportunity to test him? Proposed the principal of the second high school. The principal of the first high school, who had been silent until now, subtly nodded in agreement. The fact that a student from the 13th high school had outperformed one from the 3rd high school was a source of embarrassment for them. They were eager to substantiate any claims of cheating by Qin Chuan to safeguard the reputation of the 3rd high school. Yang Qi frowned, and Shun Linghao quickly reminded him. Principal, my ankle is sprained, we should return promptly. Yang Qi shot him a frustrated glare, then stormed off in anger. The 3rd high school had lost considerable face, and he was unwilling to linger any longer. The other principals, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, felt somewhat unsatisfied as the situation resolved itself in such an unexpected manner. They had initially planned to incite the principal of the 3rd high school to take further action against Qin Chuan, but upon meeting Qin Yu's gaze, they swallowed their words. Once the principals departed, the students present erupted in astonishment. These were, after all, their principals, figures of authority who typically commanded absolute respect. Yet, this individual named Qin Chuan had shattered that dynamic. His name resonated anew among the crowd, and many viewed him as an exemplar to emulate. How could this be? Qin Chuan was accused of cheating. Why were they admiring him instead? How had events unfolded in such a manner? The principal of the 3rd high school, having been publicly humiliated, was left in disgrace. Xiaosong questioned the very essence of his existence. Zhang Shuya regarded Qin Chuan's silhouette, hands tucked into his pockets. Her expression a blend of confusion and complexity. Back in the VIP room of the 3rd high school, Yang Qi summoned Shin Linghao, his demeanor icy. Speak, what exactly transpired? Shin Linghao, head bowed, wore a face of shame. It was Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan? Yang Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. Did he attack you? Shin Linghao nodded. But do you have any evidence of his cheating? Yang Qi pressed. Shin Linghao shook his head. Principal, this Qin Chuan is quite extraordinary. My unique talent had little effect on him, yet he effortlessly countered my every move. I believe he has undoubtedly awakened, and his level is not insignificant. He is merely concealing it from everyone. Humph. Yang Qi let out a cold snort, perceiving that Shin Linghao was merely concocting excuses for his own failure. Please recount the details. Shin Linghao recounted the battle circumstances in meticulous detail, causing Yang Qi's eyes to gleam with intensity. After he finished speaking, Yang Qi remained silent for an extended period. If what you say is true, he may indeed have awakened a formidable talent, Yang Qi speculated softly. Should we inform both the 1st and 2nd schools? I fear they might seek him out. Humph, what are you afraid of? If the 1st and 2nd schools wish to approach Qin Chuan, what concern is that of ours in the 3rd school? The intelligence on Qin Chuan was obtained at the cost of your examination results. Why should it be given to them freely? Information comes at a price. Yang Qi admonished Shin Linghao with a stern expression. Shin Linghao nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, I understand, sir. Yang Qi's expression softened slightly, and after a moment of silence, he added, Come here, let me take a look. Shin Linghao approached, and as Yang Qi conducted his examination, his frown deepened. Strange, this young lad possesses some skills. Even I cannot discern the underlying reasons. Principal, should I take the extraordinary fruit to visit him? Although Shin Linghao had already made up his mind, he casually inquired at that moment. Not in haste. I know a few high-tier healing-type awakeners. Let them assess the situation first. Understood, Principal. Chapter 26. After the college entrance examination, as the aircraft descended, students from the 28th High School of Lawn City gradually returned to their alma mater. Among the myriad topics of discussion, none captured the collective interest more than the college entrance examination and the enigmatic figure of Qin Chuan. Prior to this moment, the vast majority had never heard of Qin Chuan, nor were they aware of whether he had awakened his abilities. Thus, when ordinary candidates witnessed Qin Chuan's name atop the leaderboard, they were filled with elation and excitement. At last, a genius from an ordinary high school had eclipsed the students of the prestigious third high school, instilling a sense of pride among fellow ordinary school candidates. Conversely, students from the third high school were skeptical, with many firmly convinced that Qin Chuan had resorted to deceit. Immediately upon disembarking, they flocked to the Ministry of Education, urging officials to investigate Qin Chuan and substantiate their allegations of cheating. The ministry, however, offered no response. Yet the students of the third high school, who regarded themselves as the elite, were unwilling to accept being overshadowed by someone from a humble background. In the absence of an official reply, they sought out the principal, applying pressure for an explanation. What was once a sparsely populated principal's office now resembled a bustling fair. Ultimately, the three principals promised to provide a response, prompting the students to disperse. Xinyu, with a smile as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum, engaged in an extensive conversation with Qin Chuan aboard the aircraft. Through their dialogue, Xinyu gained a fresh perspective on Qin Chuan. Unflappable and articulate, Qin Chuan addressed the principal with a commendable poise, revealing himself to be a rare talent. Xinyu inquired multiple times whether Qin Chuan had secretly awakened his abilities, subtly probing the possibility of cheating. Qin Chuan candidly affirmed that he had not awakened but was indeed a practitioner of cultivation, explicitly stating that he had not cheated. This confirmation filled Xinyu with joy. Nurturing such a genius would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards, paving the way for a bright future ahead. His admiration for Qin Chuan only deepened, dispelling any lingering discontent he had previously harbored. As they exited the aircraft, numerous students streamed out in succession. Yet, an intriguing phenomenon emerged, despite the crowding. A spacious area formed in the center, where Qin Chuan stood. They gazed at him with a mix of astonishment and reverence, whispering amongst themselves about the possibility of his alleged cheating. After all, it was common knowledge at the 13th high school that Qin Chuan had not awakened but had chosen the path of cultivation. Now, this ordinary individual who opted for cultivation had astonishingly claimed the top spot in the college entrance examination. This revelation profoundly challenged their long-held beliefs. Was cultivation truly that formidable? Or had Qin Chuan secretly awakened his powers? Perhaps he had indeed cheated? These three questions lingered in their minds, shrouded in uncertainty. Nevertheless, the majority leaned towards the second hypothesis, recognizing that it was well known that cultivation alone did not confer strength. Furthermore, they had previously witnessed Qin Chuan during resource distribution. Observing no signs of deceit on his part, how could he have achieved first place? Chen Hao and Wei Tao understood Qin Chuan's prowess. Yet upon learning of his triumph in the examination, they were momentarily taken aback. Thank goodness for him. We managed to score nearly 2,000 points. Admission to a top-tier university is now assured, Li Dehai exclaimed with a grin. Ah, I had thought I would be the top student at the 13th high school. What an naïve thought. Even if I am not Qin Chuan, how could Li Zixun claim the first position? The few others, including Bei Ninghua, were also expressing their astonishment. Qi Shuiao's beautiful eyes shimmered with excitement. Given Qin Chuan's performance, she found herself anticipating his words. Perhaps he truly possessed a method to heal her grandfather's injury? In the teacher's lounge, Zhang Hailu, who welcomed the returning students, was still in a state of bewilderment. She recalled how she had once felt pity for Qin Chuan, and now, he had astonishingly claimed the top spot. The teachers at the school were also privy to the college entrance examination rankings, and when Qin Chuan's name appeared at the top, chaos erupted in the conference room. They all flocked around Zhang Hailu, bombarding her with questions. In that moment, her mind went blank. When they asked her, who could she ask in turn? She merely shook her head, still dazed by the unexpected turn of events. She couldn't fathom how a non-awakened cultivator could achieve the first position. However, she vaguely considered that with Qin Chuan securing the top score, her future application for a senior teaching position should be a breeze. Such as Qin Chuan. I knew the moment he dared to choose the path of cultivation that he was extraordinary. He must have awakened secretly and opted for cultivation to maintain a low profile. A humble demeanor coupled with grand accomplishments. What a remarkable talent. It is indeed a blessing for the 13th high to have produced such an individual. Old you, did you not previously remark that your family was beset by misfortune due to a cultivator? That you were ridiculed for it while out drinking? Get lost. Which of your ears heard me say such a thing? The teachers were in an uproar. No one suspected Qin Chuan of cheating. They were all well aware that from the moment he collected his exam materials to boarding the military aircraft, he had not carried any unauthorized equipment or had the opportunity to deceive. If the Ministry of Education sent someone to investigate, they would stand up without hesitation. After all, Qin Chuan was a graduate of their 13th high and the first ever to overshadow the 3rd high. They had to protect the glory of the 13th high. Upon returning to class, Qin Chuan had undeniably become the center of attention, and Zhang Hailu was lavish with her praise. It was nearly an hour before she finally declared the end of class. Nowadays, the college entrance examination did not hold the same significance as before. Thus, high school was considered concluded, and the next chapter awaited. Qin Chuan stopped. Just as Zhang Hailu departed, Qin Chuan prepared to leave when Xiao Song suddenly called out to him. The entire class turned to look. Xiao Song, with an air of arrogance, questioned him like a judge. Qin Chuan, confess honestly, did you cheat? Qin Chuan merely cast a fleeting glance his way, disregarding him as he continued on his way. Did you not hear me telling you to stop? Xiao Song's mind was becoming increasingly clouded, lost in his own delusions. He believed that Qin Chuan was afraid and attempting to flee. He lunged forward, aiming to grab Qin Chuan's shoulder. However, before he could make contact, he felt as though he had been struck by a speeding vehicle, and his body was sent flying, crashing into a row of desks with a cacophony of noise. The entire class fell silent, breathless, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Qin Chuan. Since awakening, they had never witnessed such a terrifying side of him. Zhang Shuya, mouth agape, appeared utterly stunned. When had Qin Chuan become so formidable? Who did he think he was? Qin Chuan, with an air of indifference, turned and exited the classroom. Once he departed, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of gasps and exclamations. At Qin Chuan's home, a multitude of recruitment representatives from various universities had already gathered. After verifying with the Ministry of Education that Qin Chuan had not cheated, they hurried to his residence. Eager to recruit him, they presented an array of dazzling offers, hoping to entice Qin Chuan to their institutions. Qin Chuan's parents, busy serving tea to the unexpected guests, were taken aback when they learned that their seemingly unawakened son had achieved the top score in the college entrance examination. For a moment, they were bewildered, but as reality set in, they felt a surge of pride. However, they refrained from making any decisions, opting to wait for Qin Chuan to choose for himself. When Qin Chuan returned, the representatives swarmed around him. Among them were the admissions directors from prestigious schools, brimming with confidence, believing they had a high chance of securing Qin Chuan. After a round of introductions, Qin Chuan decisively selected a first-rate university. The admissions director from the top school was left dumbfounded. Why would you choose them? What do they have that we don't in terms of faculty, facilities, or resources? Because it's closer to home, Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. The director was momentarily stunned. Was there truly someone who made their selection based on such a criterion? Humph. Just because he topped the entrance exam, he thought he could find a future there? The director scoffed internally, then stormed off in frustration. Once the guests had departed, Qin Chuan received a call from Chun Hao, inviting him out for drinks. He acquiesced. Upon arriving at the street-side eatery, he spotted Chen Hao and Wei Tao waving him over, and he was struck by a sense of déjà vu. Recalling the last time they had shared drinks in this very place, they had confided in each other, dreaming of the future. But soon after, the moon had split. Demons had descended, and they had lost the chance to meet again. As the drinks flowed and the atmosphere grew more boisterous, Qin Chuan sat there smiling. For him, the alcohol was as trivial as water. I need to use the restroom, he announced, rising to leave. As he did, a middle-aged man at the adjacent table also stood up and turned to enter the alley, only to be suddenly blocked by Qin Chuan. What are you up to? Lurking around, Qin Chuan appeared out of nowhere. The man was taken aback for a moment, but soon regained his composure, grinning maliciously. I'm quite curious about how you cheated on this entrance exam. Will you confess willingly, or shall I teach you a lesson first? After which you might be more inclined to tell the truth. Qin Chuan understood at once. Did someone from Sanzhong send you? Loose lips. Care for a test of strength? The man retorted arrogantly. Qin Chuan surveyed his surroundings. The nearest martial arts school is quite a distance away. Let us not bother. Just go ahead and make your move. The middle-aged man laughed. So brazen are we? A mere fourth-tier ordinary awakener. No need for fuss. Qin Chuan discerned the opponent's strength with a single remark. The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly, and in anger, he struck out. His fist thundered toward Qin Chuan like a cannonball. Qin Chuan tilted his head slightly, the fist nearly grazing his nose before crashing into the adjacent building with a resounding boom. The middle-aged man, a fourth-tier awakener, wielded a punch that could exert a force of 40 to 50,000 kilograms, creating a sizable dent in the concrete wall. Still evading? The middle-aged man scoffed, his arms moving in unison, fists slicing through the air with precision. Yet, no matter his efforts, he could never touch Qin Chuan. Each time it seemed he would land a hit, Qin Chuan would slip away like a wraith. After only a brief exchange, the middle-aged man was already drenched in sweat, feeling the pressure. How perplexing. He muttered curses under his breath, yet he exerted even more effort. Qin Chuan shook his head slightly. The opponent was too weak, even inferior to Shinling Hao. How could the upper echelons look down on him so much as to send such a person? He raised his hand and gently brushed aside, causing the middle-aged man to stumble forward, only to receive a swift kick to the abdomen from Qin Chuan. It was as if he had been struck by a train. The impact left him breathless, crashing against the building behind him, which collapsed inward by half a meter. Coughing violently, a small identification card, roughly the size of a palm, fell from his grasp. Chapter 27. The Delivery of Money. The instructor of Yizhang's boxing, Huang Dongyang. Qin Chuan picked it up and recognized the identity of the other. Huang Dongyang's expression changed, and feeling around his body, he found no identification, which immediately brought a smile to his face. Well, my classmate, I was merely passing by to have a bit of fun with you. Please return the teacher's belongings to him. However, Qin Chuan tucked it away. Have your principal come to retrieve it from me. Otherwise, this item may very well find its way into the hands of reporters from Lon City Radio tomorrow. Earlier that afternoon, Huang Dongyang had been training at the martial arts hall when the principal of Yizhang summoned him, assigning him a secret task. It was revealed that someone was cheating and undermining Yizhang's reputation, and he was to investigate the true nature of this cheating student. Enraged at the audacity of anyone daring to tarnish Yizhang's name, he accepted the task without hesitation. This was inherently a covert operation, and should the principal become involved, his own position would be at risk. Furthermore, he could not allow Qin Chuan to deliver the work identification to the television station. Otherwise, what would become of Yizhang's dignity? Young man, please do not jest with me. I am not well. My heart cannot take it, Huang Dongyang said, his tone now lowly and devoid of the earlier arrogance. Qin Chuan chuckled. Are you attempting to threaten me? Not at all. Young brother, return the badge to me, and I will grant you 500,000. I concede. Huang Dongyang gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Who said Qin Chuan cheated? That scoundrel. I have endured injuries and now must pay for the honor and reputation of the school. This expense must be reimbursed by Lao Sunday. After pondering for a moment, Qin Chuan took out his phone. Do not speak of this to anyone else, Huang Dongyang said before departing. The esteemed teacher from Yizhang had been beaten by a student. It would be utterly humiliating if word got out. Son, who claimed that Qin Chuan cheated. Quite formidable. Huh, what does this have to do with cultivation? I suspect he has quietly awakened his abilities and possesses extraordinary talent. I sustained injuries and paid to uphold Yizhang's reputation. You must reimburse me. Should we communicate with the second and third schools? Very well. After hanging up with Sun, Huang Dongyang wore a sinister expression. Notify me? What nonsense. I have already suffered losses. How can I prevent them from falling into the trap? Returning to the dining table, it was not long before they dispersed. On his way back, Qin Chuan encountered another teacher from the second school. This teacher, also a fourth-tier awakener, had been subdued by Qin Chuan and was now compliant. Young brother, promise me, do not speak of this. The teacher transferred 500,000 to Qin Chuan, pleading pitifully. Upon seeing Qin Chuan nod, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Such a good fellow, bringing me $1 million, Qin Chuan mused inwardly. Having waited for a long time without seeing anyone from the third school, it seemed that Shinling Hao had gone back to discuss his matter with the principal of the third school, which explained their absence. Clearly, the people from the third school were underhanded, failing to inform the principals of Yizhang and the second school. On his way back, Qin Chuan deliberately took a detour to the pharmacy where he had previously purchased ginseng, intending to see if there were any extraordinary fruits available. What are you looking for? Upon entering the pharmacy, old Qi, seated at the computer engrossed in reading, asked without raising his head. Have you heard of the? Qin Chuan inquired. Elder Qi lifted his head, momentarily startled to see Qin Chuan. Is it you, young man? He set down the book in his hands, removed his spectacles, and smiled, saying, I was just contemplating how to contact you since I hadn't taken your details, and here you are. What do you need me for? Qin Chuan asked. Oh, I noticed your keen interest in medicinal herbs. In a few days, there will be a medicinal exchange conference in Lon City, and I thought to ask if you would like to attend. An exchange conference? Yes, the conference will cover 2 segments, medicinal herbs and tinctures. The herb segment involves discussions about raw medicinal materials, while the tincture segment features the latest concoctions like qi-enhancing tonics and muscle-replenishing pills aimed at boosting the strength of awakened individuals. When will it be held? Next week. All right, I will attend if I have time. Qin Chuan nodded. Do you have any here? Upon hearing this, Elder Qi chuckled and scrutinized Qin Chuan. Young man, is not ginseng. It is not only expensive but also quite rare. My humble establishment lacks such items. Do you truly wish for? Elder Qi's condescension was evident, especially since Qin Chuan had previously struggled to afford even ginseng, let alone. I do indeed require it, Qin Chuan affirmed. If you do not have it, then so be it. Do you possess any literature on? Literature? Elder Qi shook his head. This phenomenon has only emerged in recent decades. The only information available is online. There are no official publications. Afterward, the two exchanged contact details, and Elder Qi sent Qin Chuan the website link. Qin Chuan felt a sense of frustration. Had there been books, he could have comprehended everything with a mere sweep of his consciousness. But scouring through a website one page at a time posed a challenge for someone recently reborn and unaccustomed to electronic devices. Just as he was about to exit, a burly man suddenly burst through the door. Qin Chuan recognized him immediately as the awakened individual who had previously come to sell materials. However, he appeared quite disheveled now, with several wounds and blood ceaselessly oozing from his body. Wang Hu, what happened to you? Elder Qi quickly retrieved a first aid kit to assist him. Ugh, don't even mention it. What a stroke of bad luck. In the misty forest, there is a mountain called Timing, and recently have been appearing there with alarming frequency. We thought we could strike it rich by joining the frenzy, and our luck was decent. We found him before reaching Timing Mountain, but then a gang of ruffians spotted us and became envious upon seeing our find. You know how it goes in the wilderness, only the ruthless prosper. A group of awakened individuals, ranks 4 and 5, relentlessly pursued us. In the end, we couldn't withstand the onslaught, and they snatched it from us, Wang Hu grumbled, wincing as Elder Qi tended to his wounds. I thought your team was adept at escaping. How could rank 4 and 5 awakened individuals have bested you like this? Elder Qi questioned skeptically. Those ordinary awakened ones. Even if they were rank 6, I could still outrun them. Wang Hu recalled something, his face contorted with anger. Damn it. Among those despicable individuals were mechanics. While I was engaged in combat, 2 armored figures suddenly appeared. How am I supposed to contend with that? Elder Qi nodded in agreement. Indeed. The armor provides a significant advantage against ordinary awakened beings. Absolutely. Those things are akin to having cheats activated. Your strikes barely faze them. Yet a single punch from them delivers a force of tens of thousands of pounds. How can one withstand that? Wang Hu continued, moreover. They possess remarkable speed and an array of firearms. It was only thanks to Yuanying being a top-tier awakened that we were able to escape. Otherwise, I fear I might not have returned. As he spoke, Wang Hu produced a blood-stained cigarette and lit it. But Elder Qi swiftly snatched it away and extinguished it. Now is not the time for smoking. What about the other 4? When the fight broke out, I held the rear guard. The injuries of the 4 of them are not severe. I advised them to stay home and recuperate, so I didn't want to trouble you. Wang Hu replied. Elder Qi nodded, examining him carefully. Your injuries will likely take 1 to 2 months to heal. Particularly your chest. Several ribs are fractured and your lungs have been harmed. It would be best to avoid any strenuous activity for at least 6 months. 6 months? If I don't go out for half a month, I'll starve. You need to give me something potent. Wang Hu exclaimed loudly. I can assist in your recovery. Qin Chuan, who had been listening to their conversation from the doorway, interjected as he returned. Chapter 28. Healing. Wang Hu cast a glance at Qin Chuan. Noting his youth and the absence of any awakening, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. I believe I have encountered you before, young lad. Are you still here this time? He turned to old Qi. Is this little fellow a relative of yours? Quite handsome, though he seems to have a loose tongue. If he doesn't mend his ways, he may find himself in dire straits in the future. Old Qi chuckled. He is no relative of mine, just a young brother with whom I have some collaboration. His name is Qin Chuan. This is Wang Hu. Since you have an interest in exotic fruits, you might accompany him to broaden your horizons. As old Qi introduced them, Qin Chuan nodded indifferently. Ah, this young brother seems rather proud, Wang Hu remarked, observing Qin Chuan's impassive demeanor and mature nod with a smirk. Unfazed, Qin Chuan spoke. If I heal your injuries, will you take me to the location of the exotic fruits? Wang Hu erupted in laughter, causing some wounds to split open, blood seeping anew. Old Qi frowned. Qin Chuan, do not speak nonsense. Even with the finest medical equipment and medications, Wang Hu's injuries would take at least 10 days to heal. Can you truly manage that? Ignoring the two, Qin Chuan fixed his gaze on Wang Hu. Do you agree? Wang Hu's laughter faded, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. akin to a bloodthirsty wolf assessing its prey. Kid, are you serious? Qin Chuan nodded slowly. Wang Hu grinned. All right, you may treat me. I am eager to see your methods. Old Qi wished to intervene, but recognized the determination in their expressions. He was also curious to discover the capabilities of this enigmatic young man. He stepped aside, gesturing for Qin Chuan to proceed. My medical equipment is limited here. If you require more advanced tools, we must go to another facility, Old Qi mentioned from the side. No need, Qin Chuan replied, shaking his head gently. Having survived in the realm of cultivation for over 1,000 years, he felt that healing an injured mortal was a trivial matter. Not needed? Old Qi was astonished, but chose to remain silent, intently watching to see how Qin Chuan would proceed with the treatment. Speak, how shall I assist you? However, should you fail, I will seek retribution. Wang Hu added from the sidelines. Qin Chuan extended a single finger. What does that mean? 1 hour. You still bear injuries. I allow you to do as you wish during that time, Qin Chuan stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu's expression shifted, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Good. I like your spirit. Quite audacious. Old Qi shook his head, thinking to himself that the young were indeed fearless. Nevertheless, he refrained from stopping them. Wang Hu, out of respect for him, would likely not go too far. Lie down. This may be quite painful, Qin Chuan instructed. Bring it on. If I wince, then I am no man. Wang Hu gritted his teeth defiantly. As Qin Chuan's consciousness swept over him, he comprehended Wang Hu's injuries in their entirety. 3 broken ribs, one of which had punctured a lung. This was the most critical concern. In addition, he bore 18 varying depths of knife wounds across his body. Though they had managed to avoid critical areas, Wang Hu had run far and lost a considerable amount of blood. Qin Chuan acted decisively, forming his fingers into a blade and cleaving through Wang Hu's chest in the most straightforward and brutal manner, reattaching 3 of his rib bones, and subsequently using his spiritual energy to mend the injured lung. Once the internal wounds were healed, he gently waved his right hand, and astonishingly, the laceration he had inflicted miraculously closed. Old Qi, who had just witnessed Qin Chuan's barehanded incision into Wang Hu's chest and was drenched in cold sweat, now widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at Qin Chuan as if he were a specter. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a technique. Wang Hu felt a hand stirring within his chest cavity, yet he dared not lift his head, fearing it would disrupt Qin Chuan's work. Moments later, a wave of comfort washed over his chest. The severed ribs returned to their normal state, and his breathing became significantly easier, leaving him utterly astonished. Qin Chuan maintained a serene expression, lightly stamping his right foot on the ground, which immediately summoned a small healing formation. The formation flickered with light, and the knife marks on Wang Hu, positioned at its center, visibly healed at an astonishing pace, in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. All 18 wounds had completely mended, leaving not a single scar behind. This left Old Qi, who had been watching from the sidelines, utterly dumbfounded, his scalp tingling and goosebumps rising all over his body. A miracle. It was undeniably miraculous. Having spent his entire life in the medical field, he was certain that even the most advanced medical technology today could not heal Wang Hu's injuries in such a brief span. Yet, Qin Chuan had achieved this. It could only be described as divine intervention. Wang Hu sensed the changes within his body but refrained from making any sudden movements, gently testing his arms and body instead. Try standing up, Qin Chuan suggested. Wang Hu gradually rose to his feet and immediately removed his clothes to inspect his wounds. Upon discovering that his entire body bore not a single mark, not even a scar, he was left in utter disbelief. How? How did you accomplish this? Wang Hu stared blankly at Qin Chuan, his previous disdain and skepticism replaced by shock and admiration. Such trivial methods were hardly worth mentioning. Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Although I have healed your wounds, your internal energy is severely depleted. It would be wise to procure some restorative herbs to take for a day or 2. That should restore you fully. Understood. Wang Hu, now regarding Qin Chuan as a divine being, naturally heeded his words without question. Remember our agreement. Qin Chuan reminded him once more. Let it be 2 days hence. Wang Hu grinned, contemplating before adding, Brother Qin, I no longer regard you as a stranger. To speak candidly, we discovered 3 extraordinary fruits at the site. To be cautious, we only collected 1 at the time. Thus, we must expedite our return to retrieve the remaining 2. Old Qi gasped in astonishment. 3 extraordinary fruits in one place? In all my years, I have never heard of such a fortuitous occurrence. Wang Hu chuckled, looking at Qin Chuan. If you are not prepared, We shall proceed this time without you and take you along on our next visit. No need. We can go in 2 days, Qin Chuan replied. With the appearance of the exotic fruit, he certainly would not miss the opportunity. Then it's settled. We shall meet at the Dianhong Memorial Square in 2 days. Wang Hu declared. Qin Chuan nodded and promptly turned to leave. Once he departed, old Qi slowly remarked, "This young lad is quite remarkable. Cultivating a good relationship with him can only yield benefits." Wang Hu concurred, as he shared the information about the exotic fruit with Qin Chuan not only to express gratitude for his healing, but also to extend goodwill. The treatment of Wang Hu had indeed taken a considerable toll on Qin Chuan. In truth, he possessed numerous methods to treat Wang Hu. Yet he opted for this exceedingly direct approach, motivated by his own considerations. Since his rebirth, he had discerned that this world seemed markedly different from what he had previously encountered, or rather, the reality he had faced in life had not unveiled the true essence of this world. For instance, the misty forest and exotic fruits were entirely foreign to him before. Old Qi, having navigated the medical field for quite some time, and Wang Hu, who had roamed the wilderness for years, undoubtedly possessed a deeper understanding of the world's true state than he did. Thus, Qin Chuan harbored the intention of enlisting their assistance. To win people over, one may employ 2 primary strategies, strength and benefit. Currently, he was rather impoverished and could not offer them direct rewards. Hence, demonstrating a modicum of strength seemed the most prudent approach. On the following day, with his parents gone to work, Qin Chuan found himself alone at home. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find Zhao Wenxuan and a group of people, each bearing dark circles under their eyes and a grim countenance. "Is it true that if you give him the exotic fruit, the seal can be lifted?" Zhao Wenxuan asked wearily. Following the college entrance examination, he had been seeking help to understand why he could not exert his talent. Those who had examined his condition, even a 5th-tier healing awakener, shook their heads, stating they could not resolve the issue. Despairing, Zhao Wenxuan ultimately disclosed the truth to his elders. After their initial anger, they refrained from hastily confronting Qin Chuan, at least until he had lifted Zhao Wenxuan's seal. After all, Zhao Wenxuan was their most outstanding junior. They could not allow him to lose this talent. Thus, early in the morning, they gathered the exotic fruit for Zhao Wenxuan, instructing him to seek out Qin Chuan for the seal's removal. The other 10 individuals followed suit, having sought connections in vain, ultimately leading them to Qin Chuan. Notably absent from the crowd was Shun Linghao. Chapter 29. Journey to the Wei family. Speak quickly. Are we going or not? Chao Junrin, with a fiery temper, exclaimed impatiently upon noticing Qin Chuan's silence. Previously, he had conceded defeat to Qin Chuan during their examination, but now, back in the city, emboldened by the formidable influence behind him, he no longer feared his rival. Should Qin Chuan dare to utter a single negative word, the power backing him and his companions would undoubtedly compel Qin Chuan to wish for death. Qin Chuan nodded. Very well. Have you brought the items? The 11 individuals promptly produced exquisite wooden boxes, from which wisps of ethereal energy wafted forth. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. He then performed a hand gesture, touching each of their foreheads in succession. A warm current surged within them, instantly lifting the seals that had confined their abilities. My talents have returned. Goodness. It feels as if a century has passed in just a day or two. How exhilarating. Each individual radiated joy at the restoration of their lost powers. Let us depart. Zhao Wenxuan, his expression dark, cast a cold glance at Qin Chuan before turning away. The others exchanged meaningful looks with Qin Chuan before following suit. Having lived for over a millennium, Qin Chuan understood that such means of acquiring extraordinary fruits would not be overlooked by the forces behind these individuals. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. In the urban landscape, the authorities maintained order, and even the awakened dared not act recklessly. In the wilds, however, the roles of hunter and prey were not clearly defined. That matter could be addressed tomorrow. With that thought, Qin Chuan returned to his quarters. He had procured the extraordinary fruit from Wei Ziyuan during the college entrance examination and had promised to visit his family afterward, originally intending to pay a visit today. The recent acquisition necessitated that he first assimilate the extraordinary fruit to enhance his abilities. Upon returning to his room, he inscribed the spirit-seizing array, placing the 9 extraordinary fruits within the formation, and commenced his cultivation of the 3 lives creation technique. Visible wisps of spiritual energy emanated from the fruits, which he absorbed into his being. After a considerable duration, Qin Chuan abruptly opened his eyes. He glanced at the shriveled extraordinary fruits within the array, frowning slightly as he picked one up for a closer inspection. It was indeed an extraordinary fruit, yet its effects were disappointingly lackluster. 5 of these only equated to the energy contained in a single fruit from before. Despite having 9, they merely allowed him to advance to the second layer of qi refinement. Qin Chuan felt a sense of dissatisfaction. According to his previous expectations, the fruits brought by Zhao Wenxuan and his cohort should have sufficed for him to ascend to the 4th layer of qi refinement, yet they fell significantly short. It appeared that extraordinary fruits, much like the rare treasures of the cultivation world, were subject to levels of classification. After a moment's contemplation, he came to a realization. The extraordinary fruit previously obtained from Wei Ziyuan must have been of superior quality, while those brought by Zhao Wenxuan were merely a means to alleviate their own sealed states. Hence the inferior quality. Alas, Qin Chuan rose. He could only blame himself for not being sufficiently knowledgeable about extraordinary fruits. Had he been more informed, such a situation might have been avoided. It seemed imperative to enlist assistance soon. He mused that while the world contained vast amounts of literature, which could be easily gleaned through a sweep of his spiritual awareness, the current abundance of information resided within the depths of the internet, making it considerably time-consuming for even a cultivator to comprehend. In just a year's time, the moon is destined to fracture, yet he is wholly absorbed in enhancing his strength, leaving little opportunity to comprehend such matters. Engaging capable individuals to attend to his affairs is the simplest solution. That evening, when Qin Chuan's parents returned, he offered them the remaining 2 exotic fruits, which would aid in their refinement. Although neither had awakened, the fruits would fortify their bodies and ward off ailments. The following day, Qin Chuan arrived at the entrance of the Wei family estate. The Wei family is quite renowned in Lan City, their residence sprawling over 10,000 acres, surrounded by mountains and water, exuding opulence, making it easy to locate. "Young sir, whom do you seek?" inquired the security guard. Given that visitors to the Wei family are often of considerable wealth or status, even those merely lingering are treated with respect. "I seek Wei Ziyuan. Is he available?" Qin Chuan asked. The guard frowned slightly, discreetly sizing up Qin Chuan. Wei Ziyuan is a scion of the Wei family, overseeing 3 publicly listed companies and himself a 4th-tier awakener, held in high esteem even within the Wei household. Being the 3rd in line, he is commonly referred to as Wei Sanyi, while the younger generation typically address him as Uncle Wei or 3rd uncle. The direct manner in which this young man inquired after Wei Ziyuan seemed rather impolite. "What is your name, and what business do you have with 3rd Master Wei?" the guard inquired, adhering to protocol. "Just inform him that the person he was promised during the college entrance examination has arrived," Qin Chuan replied. The guard scoffed, finding Qin Chuan's words somewhat pretentious, yet he said, "Please wait here. I shall notify him." Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. After a brief exchange with another guard, the first entered the estate. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan observed the layout of the courtyard. The design was well thought out, harmonizing with the flow of energy, and adorned with subtle feng shui elements, indicating the guidance of a professional. Indeed, there are remarkable individuals in this world, Qin Chuan mused. At that moment, the courtyard gate was abruptly flung open, and a middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly emerged, closely followed by the guard, who appeared visibly astonished. When he reported to Wei Ziyuan, the latter was engaged in a tea gathering with several friends. The guard had assumed that Wei Ziyuan would simply wave him off, as was customary. However, upon hearing the mention of the person promised during the college entrance examination, Wei Ziyuan sprang to his feet and dashed out, nearly leaving the guard behind. What on earth is going on? The guard wondered, casting another scrutinizing glance at Qin Chuan. Perhaps due to the newfound perspective, Qin Chuan now exuded an air of mysterious sophistication. "Young sir," Wei Ziyuan strode towards Qin Chuan, his excitement palpable. "You truly have come." Qin Chuan looked at Wei Ziyuan and replied, "Do you truly doubt my word?" "That is not the case." Wei Ziyuan forced a smile, though his thoughts were quite different. Naturally, he could not voice them aloud. "Let us proceed and examine your grandfather's condition," Qin Chuan suggested as he walked into the courtyard, with Wei Ziyuan trailing a step behind, resembling a mere follower. "Allow me to first elucidate my grandfather's situation," Wei Ziyuan began. He was once a 7th-tier awakened, but after suffering injuries during a mission, he chose to retire. Externally, he appears no different from an ordinary person and is capable of managing his daily life. However, every 10 to 15 days, he experiences a resurgence of his old ailments, enduring excruciating headaches that render him nearly incapacitated. Logically, with today's advanced medical science, one would expect the underlying cause of his afflictions to be identified. Yet, Despite visiting countless esteemed specialists over the decades, he has found no remedy. Even the higher-tier healing awakened have proven ineffective. In recent years, as his age has increased, the intervals between his episodes have grown shorter. Not long ago, I heard whispers of the thousand-star spirit fruit appearing in the misty forest, an extraordinary fruit rumored to possess the power to restore life to the deceased. Hence, I embarked on a quest to find it. The outcome, well, you are already aware. Wei Ziyuan offered a resigned smile, leading a group into the misty forest, which included 2 first-tier mechanics, only to return with 3 survivors was indeed a source of embarrassment in his circle. Qin Chuan, however, remained unfazed, nodding nonchalantly. Chapter 30. Is he a remarkable individual? As the 2 passed by a tea house, 3 distinguished middle-aged gentlemen seated at a tea table rose to greet them, smiling warmly. This young brother must be the little hero who previously lent assistance to Brother Wei, one remarked. I had heard Brother Wei speak of your extraordinary abilities and was eager to make your acquaintance. Indeed, upon meeting you, your remarkable demeanor is apparent. The flattery was not lost on Qin Chuan, who had grown immune to such pleasantries in his previous life, merely nodding in acknowledgement without further engagement. The 3 gentlemen, accustomed to being treated with deference, found themselves momentarily taken aback by his cool response, leaving the atmosphere somewhat tense. Wei Ziyuan interjected to ease the situation, saying, Young brother Qin has come today specifically to attend to my grandfather's ailments. We shall catch up later. The 3 men's smiles returned as they replied, very well. Under Wei Ziyuan's guidance, they traversed the corridor of the courtyard for nearly 10 minutes, arriving at a serene rear garden adorned with lush bamboos and a gentle stream. That small courtyard ahead is my grandfather's residence, Wei Ziyuan explained. As one ages, they tend to favor tranquil surroundings. Qin Chuan nodded, casually commenting, this courtyard is quite delightful. The harmony of the mountains and waters, coupled with the verdant bamboo, suggests that thoughtful design was employed. However, it lacks a certain vitality. It would benefit from the presence of living creatures in the water. Upon hearing this, Wei Ziyuan gazed at Qin Chuan in astonishment. The layout was indeed crafted by a master geomancer. There were living creatures in the water, but they were temporarily relocated for cleaning. He continued with curiosity, young brother. Do you have some knowledge of feng shui? Just a smattering, Qin Chuan replied modestly. Impressive, Wei Ziyuan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Previously aware only of Qin Chuan's formidable strength, he now harbored a newfound hope regarding Qin Chuan's ability to heal his grandfather's long-standing affliction. At that moment, a distinguished elderly man with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of authority, spoke gently but firmly, Ziyuan, what brings you and an outsider here? Dad. Wei Ziyuan greeted softly, this is the young brother who once saved me during the examination. I have brought him here today to treat grandfather. Oh? The elder narrowed his eyes, his piercing gaze assessing Qin Chuan. Is he the one who obtained our exotic fruit? That was a misunderstanding. The exotic fruit was a gift I offered in gratitude for the young brother's assistance, Wei Ziyuan clarified. He added nonchalantly, it was merely a fruit. And I had no expectations of it curing grandfather's ailments. If it was given, then so be it. However, I have arranged for 3 eminent medical experts to consult on my father's case, and we shall postpone the visit. Uncle, Wei Ziyuan began. But the elder waved dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. In the Wei family, the venerable patriarch held the highest esteem but had long ceased to involve himself in family matters due to his advanced age. Thus, the affairs of the household were managed by the elder generation of Wei Ziyuan's family. This elder, Wei Qianming, stood as the public face of authority in the Wei family. Revered and commanding, and his word was law. Even Wei Ziyuan's father would not dare to contradict him. At this moment, he instructed Wei Ziyuan to take Qin Chuan away, leaving Wei Ziyuan feeling somewhat out of place. My young brother, might it be possible to select another day? Wei Ziyuan's expression turned awkward as he cast a pained smile towards Qin Chuan. However, Qin Chuan was unfazed by Wei Qianming's demeanor. Such trivial matters were inconsequential to him. He spoke, I have come here to fulfill a promise. If you allow me to leave, it shall not be deemed a breach of my word. Next time, I may not have the opportunity. Wei Ziyuan felt a sense of reluctance. Particularly after his recent interaction with Qin Chuan, he sensed that Qin Chuan was far from ordinary, calm, composed, and self-assured despite his youth. Given that Qin Chuan had mentioned he could treat the elder's old ailments, Wei Ziyuan believed there was a high probability he could indeed succeed. Nonetheless, out of respect for Wei Qianming's usual authority, he refrained from voicing his objections. Just as he was at a loss, a short-haired young man in camouflage hurried into the courtyard. Third brother, Uncle Wei. The youth greeted Wei Ziyuan and Wei Qianming with a smile. His name was Zhou Hao, a guardian specifically assigned to the elder by the military. A fifth-tier awakened individual at the age of 26, his future was deemed limitless. Thus, the Wei family held him in high regard, and Wei Ziyuan's generation considered him a brother. Even the often arrogant Wei Qianming rarely showed a smile, but he did so now. Xiao Hao. It has been a while since we last saw you. What have you been busy with? I have been assisting the elder in searching for an extraordinary individual he encountered recently, Zhou Hao replied candidly. I have indeed heard the elder speak of this person, who is said to have left a pattern that possesses health-enhancing properties. Wei Qianming inquired further. Have you found him? Zhou Hao shook his head. It is difficult. We have merely seen him at Yun Lake a few times, but he has not appeared in recent days, and no surveillance has captured him either. People around say he suddenly appeared some time ago and then inexplicably vanished, leaving no trace of his origin. Wei Qianming sighed. What a pity. According to the elder, if we could locate that remarkable person, it might be of great assistance to his old ailments. Zhou Hao added, I have stationed personnel around the area. As long as he returns to Yun Lake, we are certain to find him. Thank you for your efforts, Wei Qianming said, patting Zhou Hao on the shoulder. Go and see the elder. 3 experts are currently in consultation. We hope for a favorable outcome. Zhou Hao nodded, and just before entering, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to Wei Ziyuan. By the way, third brother, a few of my fellow apprentices wish to visit Lansher for the upcoming medical exchange event. Could you please make the arrangements? Not a problem. Please send me their information shortly, and I will ensure everything is meticulously organized, Wei Ziyuan assured him confidently. Thank you, Zhou Hao replied with a smile. As he turned away, his gaze momentarily brushed against Qin Chuan beside Wei Ziyuan, causing him to pause in surprise. He had accompanied the elder to Yun Lake numerous times and had glimpsed that enigmatic young man. In recent days, his mind had been filled with thoughts of him while searching. At that moment, he suddenly beheld Qin Chuan, whose figure seamlessly merged with the shadow etched in his memory. Turning back once more, he scrutinized Qin Chuan, and a profound shock surged across his face. It was him. After searching for so long, he never expected to encounter him at the Wei residence. Truly, it was a case of relentless pursuit yielding unexpected fortune. Wei Qianming noticed the fervent expression on Zhou Hao's face as he gazed at Qin Chuan and discreetly furrowed his brow. Xiao Hao, do you know him? Zhou Hao shook his head, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he regarded Qin Chuan. May I inquire your name, young brother? Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan. Brother, did you visit Yun Lake not long ago? Zhou Hao questioned, articulating each word with care. Upon hearing this, Wei Qianming and Wei Ziyuan finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Their expressions shifted dramatically, astonishment flickering in their eyes as they exchanged glances between Zhou Hao and Qin Chuan. Xiao Hao, are you suggesting? Could he be the extraordinary person the old master spoke of? Wei Ziyuan gulped, his eyes widening as he fixated on Qin Chuan. The old master had weathered countless storms in his life, and anyone who caught his discerning eye must be a transcendent figure. While Qin Chuan was undeniably formidable, Wei Ziyuan believed he had yet to reach the level of distinction that would warrant the old master's admiration. Yet now, the only other person who had encountered the extraordinary being, Zhou Hao, had posed such a question. This inquiry unmistakably indicated that Zhou Hao had indeed recognized Qin Chuan as that remarkable individual. Qin Chuan was the extraordinary person the old master had been in search of all along. Wei Ziyuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Meanwhile, Wei Qianming's brow remained tightly knit, a pang of regret coursing through him for having hastily dismissed the situation without clarity. If this young man truly was the extraordinary person spoken of by the old master, then his previous demeanor had been rather excessive, and he began to ponder how to amend his actions. Chapter 31. Diagnosis. Indeed, I did spend a few days at Yun Lake previously, but I have not returned recently due to the impending college entrance examination, Qin Chuan replied calmly. Having overheard their earlier conversation, Qin Chuan understood that Zhou Hao was searching for him. The pattern they spoke of must be the spirit-seizing array he had drawn during his ascension to the Qi refinement stage. After his advancement, he departed without dismantling the formation. The spirit-seizing array, even in the absence of spiritual objects, autonomously absorbs the surrounding spiritual energy. While this minuscule amount may be inconsequential to cultivators, it undoubtedly benefits ordinary individuals in enhancing their physical well-being. Since the last time he missed meeting you, the old gentleman has been longing to see you. We have searched for several days without success, so encountering you at home is indeed a stroke of fate. Zhou Hao's joy was palpable upon receiving Qin Chuan's affirmation. By the way, may I inquire about your purpose in visiting the Wei family? If you are facing difficulties, I might be able to assist you in some manner. Zhou Hao offered proactively. In his perspective, most visitors to the Wei family were likely seeking resolutions for various troubles, engaging in business dealings, seeking investments, or searching for support. Qin Chuan smiled gently, stating, I have come merely to fulfill a promise, yet it seems the Wei family does not welcome me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hao's expression shifted, and he cast a questioning glance toward Wei Ziyuan and Wei Qianming. The former wore a bitter smile, while the latter frowned deeply. Recalling Wei Ziyuan's earlier mention of the events that transpired during the examination, Zhou Hao quickly realized that Qin Chuan must be the one who saved Wei Ziyuan, obtained the extraordinary fruit, and promised to treat the old gentleman after the college entrance examination. However, given Wei Qianming's status as the head of the Wei family, he might not regard a high school student like Qin Chuan with the respect he deserves. Did he perhaps speak disparagingly to Qin Chuan, or was he trying to make things difficult for him? With this thought, Zhou Hao slightly furrowed his brow and remarked, Uncle Ming, Qin Chuan is a distinguished guest whom the old gentleman has longed to meet. We should treat him with utmost courtesy. Wei Qianming nodded solemnly and then apologized to Qin Chuan, saying, I was abrupt earlier. I hope you will not take offense. It is of no concern, Qin Chuan replied, not holding a grudge. If I lacked such a mindset, I would not have reached the pinnacle of cultivation in my previous life. If all is well, let us proceed inside and take a look. Of course, Zhou Hao replied with a smile. Has Brother San informed you about the old gentleman's condition? Qin Chuan nodded, stating, I have a general understanding, but need to examine some details. Please, lead the way. Zhou Hao walked ahead to guide him. Upon pushing open the door, they entered a room containing a bed where old Master Wei lay. Surrounding him were various advanced medical devices, with countless lines extending from the apparatus and connecting to him, while the screens displayed fluctuating data. 3 elderly gentlemen clad in white lab coats were observing the data, their brows furrowed in concern. How is my father? Wei Qianming inquired. One of the elderly men shook his head, exclaiming, Strange, strange. All of old Master Wei's health indicators appear normal, by all accounts. He should be in excellent health and should not have any lingering ailments. Another elder remarked, You claim that old Master Wei suffers from headaches. Thus, we specifically examined his skull, and everything appeared normal, no foreign objects to affect the nerves or compress the blood vessels. Wei Qianming, upon hearing this, could not help but smile bitterly. He had received this answer countless times. For decades, each time he summoned medical experts or awakened treatment practitioners for old Master Wei's ailments, they would invariably respond with the same conclusion. Everything is normal and there is no identifiable cause. Yet, why does the old gentleman endure excruciating headaches at regular intervals? To the point of wishing for death? At times, he felt a strong urge to kick these so-called renowned doctors, but ultimately he could only suppress his frustration. Maintaining a cordial demeanor as he addressed the 3 elders, Gentlemen, your journey here has been arduous. I have prepared everything. Please rest for a few days, and allow me to extend my hospitality. The 3 elders nodded and then turned to their 3 young assistants, who were also clad in white coats, instructing, Pack up the equipment. As the assistants collected the gear, they inadvertently roused Wei from his slumber. Has it ended? He murmured, having dozed off unknowingly due to his age. Upon opening his eyes, he casually inquired without waiting for a response, his gaze landing on Zhou Hao. Is there a result? Zhou Hao looked towards Qin Chuan. Upon noticing Qin Chuan, old Master Wei's eyes brightened. Lie down comfortably, Qin Chuan said, gently pressing his hand against the old man's brow as he attempted to rise. Wei felt a warm flow spreading across his forehead, enveloping his entire head in warmth. Qin Chuan remained silent, and the others held their breath. Even the assistants handling the equipment became exceedingly cautious. The room fell into a hushed stillness. Even the 3 elders, who were about to depart, turned curiously to observe. Upon realizing that Qin Chuan was also a doctor invited by Wei Qianming, they could not suppress a slight scoff. In the realm of medicine, it takes at least a decade of study to master the craft. What expertise could such a young man possess? They suspected he was merely a charlatan skilled in the art of persuasion. Wei Qianming, the head of the Wei family, typically had a keen eye for people and matters. Yet in the case concerning his father, he seemed to have lost his usual discernment. The 3 elders exchanged glances, sighing inwardly before nodding slightly. Since we have accepted Wei Qianming's invitation, let us engage in further discussion to avoid being deceived. After a brief pause, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow and asked, When the episodes strike, does it feel as if countless ants are gnawing at your head, making you wish to shatter your skull and pour molten iron upon it? Old Master Wei, despite his efforts to suppress his emotions, revealed a significant tremor in his gaze. Nodding solemnly, indeed. Do you know the cause? As he inquired about the ailment, perhaps unbeknownst to himself, his voice quivered slightly. For decades, he had sought remedies far and wide, yet no one had been able to articulate the cause of his suffering. Not even the symptoms could be clearly defined. Qin Chuan was the first to accurately describe his condition, and he remained the only one. Consequently, even with his seasoned demeanor, he found himself stirred with excitement. Qin Chuan nodded. I understand. Humph. Before Wei Lao could utter a word, an elderly gentleman, who had been observing quietly, snorted disdainfully. We have brought the most advanced medical equipment from Jin City, and even we could not ascertain any underlying ailment of the old gentleman. How can you, with a mere casual examination, claim to know the cause? Nonsense. Which university did you graduate from, and who was your mentor? Young people these days lack grounding. Who taught you to spout such absurdities? Another elder joined in with a reprimanding tone. Gentlemen, let us first hear his diagnosis. What if? There is no what if. Old Huang is a leading expert in internal medicine. Old Wu is a foremost authority in hematology, and if I claim to be the second in neurology, who dares to contest my assertion? If he were to discuss other matters, we might remain silent. But to assert knowledge of the cause of illness? None of us could identify it. So what can this young fellow discern? Wang Qifeng interjected, his voice laced with indignation, asserting the authority of a luminary in the medical field, cutting off Wei Qianming mid-sentence. Wei Qianming frowned slightly, displeased with Wang Qifeng's demeanor. However, as he was the one who had invited the gentleman, he refrained from further protest and merely remarked, Gentlemen, why engage in conflict with someone so young? Rather than waste time in anger, it would be more prudent to rest at Tingxian Pavilion. His suggestion was a subtle dismissal. Yet, the three elders were incensed, crossing their arms with an air of superiority. No rush. I am eager to see what insights he can possibly offer. Chapter 32. The Struggle of Souls. Dear brother, there is no need to concern yourself. Please continue, Zhou Hao remarked, casting a dissatisfied glance at the three elderly men before turning to Qin Chuan. Naturally, Qin Chuan had no intention of engaging in a dispute with these three foolish old men. He spoke, Old Master Wei, the root of your ailment has persisted for at least 70 years, stemming from a catastrophic battle. During that confrontation, you must have forcibly unleashed an extraordinary level of power, and afterward, you fell into a coma for no less than 6 months. Upon awakening, everything seemed to return to normal, and thus you continued to actively participate in frontline combat until 40 years ago, when the onset of your headaches prompted your gradual withdrawal. Am I correct? Old Master Wei shuddered, as if a memory had surfaced, his eyes reddening. He grit his teeth and nodded in agreement. Indeed, at the age of 47, I ascended to the 7th tier, reaching the pinnacle of my life, and undertook the task of hunting an S-class beast. However, unforeseen circumstances arose. 3 S-class beasts appeared, scattering our team in disarray. I chose to stay behind, unleashing unprecedented strength to slay 1 S-class beast and injure 2 others. Yet, I collapsed from exhaustion and was subsequently rescued, only regaining consciousness 7 months later. Remarkably, after awakening, I felt no discomfort until I turned 80. When the initial signs of headaches began to manifest, if this ailment truly originated from that time, why did it not emerge until after my 80th year? Qin Chuan elucidated. It is entirely normal for a 7th-tier awakeners to live for 1 or 2 centuries. Prior to the age of 80, one is still considered in their prime. Your body was in a phase of ascension, allowing certain ailments to be overlooked. However, after 80, your body's growth stabilizes, and the absence of that upward momentum reveals the underlying issues. Old Master Wei pondered this and inquired, what is the underlying cause then? Soul, Qin Chuan replied, his expression unwavering. Your explosion of power back then came at the cost of burning your soul. In dire situations, practitioners instinctively ignite their souls to unleash extraordinary strength. In the cultivation realm, there are even specialized techniques for soul burning. Old Master Wei, lacking access to such methods, must have instinctively burned his soul in that critical moment to obtain formidable power. Thus, he was able to face 3 adversaries, defeating one and driving off the others. The consequence, however, was a wounded soul. Soul, 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 haraha. The onlookers held their breath, attentively listening to Qin Chuan's diagnosis, only to have him attribute the ailment to the soul. In this modern age of advanced science, where even a single cell can be divided into countless minuscule particles, it has long been established by biologists that the soul does not exist. This is common knowledge. Yet here stood Qin Chuan, solemnly asserting that old Master Wei's soul was in jeopardy. To the crowd, this was far more absurd than the doorman downstairs claiming to be a long-hidden extraterrestrial. Wang Qifeng and the other esteemed medical experts, usually serious in demeanor, could no longer contain their laughter. The three young assistants turned crimson, desperately suppressing laughter as they recalled the most distressing moments of their lives. In stark contrast, Wei Qianming seethed with anger, convinced that Qin Chuan was mocking the esteemed Wei patriarch. The audacity to even mention the soul was preposterous. He pondered whether their previous encounters at Yun Lake and the examination hall had been orchestrated by this young rascal, all in an attempt to infiltrate the Wei family. Wei Ziyuan wore an expression of shock and disappointment. He had never expected the usually composed Qin Chuan to utter such nonsense. It was utterly disheartening. Even if one were unaware of the underlying cause, it would have sufficed to admit ignorance, rather than conjuring tales of the soul. What a farce. Zhou Hao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Qin Chuan, hoping to detect even a hint of jest upon his countenance. Yet, he failed. Qin Chuan's demeanor was solemn, devoid of any semblance of humor. Among all present, only the Wei patriarch lay contemplative on the bed. After a prolonged silence, he finally inquired, "Can you provide a cure?" Qin Chuan shook his head. Not at this moment. Currently, he was merely at the second level of qi cultivation, although his past life had granted him the expertise to precisely manipulate and mend souls. The endeavor was immensely taxing, and his current energy was insufficient to sustain such an action. To heal the patriarch's spiritual wounds, he would need to reach at least the fourth level of qi cultivation, a feat already considered extraordinary, one that even many foundational practitioners might struggle to achieve. However, his words were misconstrued by the others. What nonsense about a wounded soul that cannot be healed? It's as if nothing was said at all. They scoffed, interpreting his claim as an excuse to evade exposure, believing he was far too inexperienced. Wang Qifeng and his companions exchanged derisive glances, clearly having seen through Qin Chuan's facade. Others also shook their heads in disappointment. Wei Ziyuan felt a twinge of regret for having brought Qin Chuan along. After all, he was merely a high school student. How could he have been foolish enough to believe that he could cure his grandfather's ailment? Qin Chuan turned to Wang Qifeng, who had persistently targeted him. Did he truly believe that Qin Chuan lacked resolve? Although I cannot heal the patriarch's spiritual wounds, I can certainly make you experience the agony of a wounded soul. You claim there is no soul. Do you dare to test this? Qin Chuan challenged. Everyone gasped in astonishment, clearly unprepared for such a proposition. Wang Qifeng's expression stiffened, caught in a dilemma. To refuse would imply an unconscious acknowledgement of the soul's existence, thus undermining modern medicine and all he had studied. Yet, to agree would mean subjecting himself to whatever torment Qin Chuan might devise, which he was unwilling to endure. After a long moment of contemplation, Wang Qifeng gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well. I shall see how you intend to inflict harm upon my soul." Resolute, he vowed to endure whatever Qin Chuan inflicted, determined to expose his deception. As Qin Chuan approached, the onlookers braced themselves for an imminent confrontation. Instead, he merely raised a hand and gently pressed his finger to Wang Qifeng's forehead. As soon as Wang Qifeng's fingers left, he cried out, overwhelmed by an unbearable pain that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. He began to pound his head with both hands, collapsing to the ground, his eyes bloodshot and saliva dribbling from the corners of his mouth as he convulsed like a person afflicted by a severe condition. Old Wang, Professor Wang, two elderly men, along with 3 assistants and Wei Qianming, were taken aback and rushed to his aid, lifting him up. In less than 10 seconds, he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. Though his body had ceased convulsing, it continued to tremble uncontrollably, his face ashen and ghostly pale. "What the hell did you do to old Wang?" The elderly man named Wang Ling barked in anger. "I merely allowed him to experience a second of soul assault. His willpower is far too feeble," Qin Chuan replied, shaking his head calmly. He turned his gaze to old Wei. "Every time your illness strikes, it lasts at least half an hour, and the intensity of the pain is at least tenfold that of his." The crowd fell silent, stunned, and all eyes turned toward old Wei. It seemed he, too, recalled the sensations during his episodes, causing his complexion to pale slightly as he nodded gently in affirmation of Qin Chuan's words. This acknowledgement from old Wei shifted the expressions of the onlookers, who now regarded Qin Chuan with astonishment. He speaks the truth. Old Wei managed a wry smile. Young brother, what did you mean when you said it cannot be treated yet? Chapter 33. The Conspiracy in Truth. Curing your ailment is not a formidable task. There are two methods to achieve this. The first involves concocting the revitalizing elixir, while the second requires my personal intervention to assist in your restoration. Qin Chuan remarked, however. My current strength is insufficient, and acting recklessly may yield counterproductive results. Elder Wei hastily inquired, what about the concoction of the revitalizing elixir? Qin Chuan shook his head. The ingredients for the revitalizing elixir are exceedingly difficult to procure. Do not worry, young brother. Simply state your needs. I shall ensure the materials are at my disposal. Elder Wei, upon hearing that Qin Chuan possessed a remedy for his chronic affliction, was unwilling to let this opportunity slip by, even if it meant traversing treacherous paths. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Chuan nodded. Very well, fetch me some paper and a writing instrument. Zhou Hao promptly exited to retrieve paper, a pen, and a tablet, presenting the paper to Qin Chuan and the tablet to Elder Wei. With a flourish, Qin Chuan inscribed the necessary ingredients upon the paper. Considering that the nomenclature here might differ from that of the cultivation realm, he thoughtfully illustrated the herbs alongside their names. Wei Qianming and the others gathered around to scrutinize Qin Chuan's script, yet none could decipher it. Even the esteemed Huang Ling, a titan in the field of medicine, found it incomprehensible. Their expertise lay in the formulation of established remedies, rendering them inept in the realm of primitive herbs. Meanwhile, Elder Wei perused the tablet, his expression shifting to one of profound shock as he absorbed the information. That is sufficient. Qin Chuan handed the completed prescription to Elder Wei. If you can procure these items, I shall prepare the revitalizing elixir for you. Elder Wei accepted the prescription with both hands, examining it closely. I believe I have encountered the blood spirit flower and the 9 abyssal fire root before, but the other 3 ingredients are entirely unfamiliar to me. Their appearances are quite peculiar. He shook his head slightly before passing the prescription to Zhou Hao. Should you find any of the listed herbs, please inform me. I shall take my leave now. With that, Qin Chuan rose to depart. Wait. Elder Wei half sat up, rummaging through a box on the bedside table before producing a set of keys, which he extended towards Qin Chuan. I noticed your fondness for wandering to Yun Lake. This is a place I purchased there previously for respite, and now I bestow it upon you. Qin Chuan hesitated. Elder Wei pressed the keys into his hand. Consider this a fee for your treatment. After a moment's reflection, Qin Chuan acknowledged that his own residence was nearing 2 decades in age, and it was indeed time for a change. Furthermore, it was only fitting for a powerful adept to receive compensation for healing others. Thus he accepted the keys. Then I shall graciously accept. Elder Wei nodded with a smile. As Qin Chuan turned to leave, those present instinctively parted to grant him passage. Old Wang, are you all right? What transpired just now? Huang Ling and Wu Zhenghai anxiously inquired as they assisted Wang Qifeng in departing. With a pallid complexion, Wang Qifeng shook his head. No, he did not employ a needle. Then how could a mere touch elicit such a dramatic reaction? Wu Zhenghai questioned. I cannot explain it. I have performed countless craniotomies and am intimately familiar with cranial models and specimens. I can assert that I am acutely aware of every nerve within the brain. However, the pain I experienced just now did not originate from anything within my head. It felt as if there truly exists a soul, distinct from the corporeal form. Wang Qifeng's gaze became vacant as he murmured, Old Wang, please do not frighten me. Huang Ling and Wu Zhenghai's expression shifted. I am not trying to scare you. I genuinely find myself believing this, Wang Qifeng stated earnestly, pausing momentarily. No, I must seek out that young fellow. I need to clarify this matter. With that, he dashed out, eager to find Qin Chuan. Huang Ling and Wu Zhenghai were left dumbfounded. This old fellow, could he have lost his mind? Dad, that villa was purchased for 18 million back in the day. Now, with land becoming scarce, that villa is worth at least 25 million. Are you really considering giving it away as a consultation fee? As Qin Chuan exited the courtyard, Wei Qianming asked in astonishment. 25 million was not a significant sum for the Wei family, but the thought of parting with such a valuable property for merely a few words from Qin Chuan felt excessive. Wei, the cunning old fox, shook his head with a smile, saying thoughtfully, Old man, your perspective remains rather limited. This Qin Chuan is no ordinary individual. Are you suggesting we cultivate a relationship with Qin Chuan? Wei Qianming pondered, fully aware that for a family to prosper, the support of formidable awakened beings was indispensable. In Lan City, each prominent family boasted at least a 7th-tier awakened being backing them. Otherwise, they would have no chance of claiming their share of the pie. The Qin family had maintained its dominant position in Lan City for over a century, its enterprises spanning clothing, food, housing, transportation, weaponry, and pharmaceuticals. All thanks to the 8th-tier awakened being supporting their fortune. Without such an ally, the Qin family would have long been devoured by the wolves of Lan City. Could it be that aside from his medical skills, Qin Chuan possesses considerable talent as an awakened being? Do you truly believe he can reach the 8th tier and contend with the Qin family's representative? Wei Qianming questioned, somewhat skeptical. Wei shook his head. The future is unpredictable. I cannot ascertain how far he will go, but his current performance certainly warrants my investment. Moreover, after discovering Qin Chuan's identity, Xiao did a bit of digging. Did you know he is not an awakened being? Wei Qianming was even more perplexed. What? He is not even an awakened being. So why do you wish to cultivate a relationship with him? Wei's gaze deepened, and after a long silence, he replied, he is a cultivator. Besides us old-timers, I doubt many have heard of such beings in recent times. Cultivation? Isn't that merely the pursuit of physical enhancement and longevity? You frequently practice at a Yun Lake. Do you not? Wei Qianming was bewildered. Wei shook his head. This cultivation is not the same as what you think. You will understand in due time. For now, simply heed my words. Despite his lingering doubts, Wei Qianming nodded. Understood. Upon returning home, Qin Chuan tossed the villa keys that Wei had given him onto the table, intending to discuss it with his parents upon their return and then find a suitable time to move there. However, his parents stated they were visiting relatives and did not return that night. The following dawn, Qin Chuan set off for the Dianhong Memorial Square. In the Dianhong Memorial Square stands a colossal gilded statue of a hero, gripping a long spear and gazing toward the heavens. The statue commemorates Ji Dianhong, a remarkable awakener from over 2 centuries past, who is said to have transcended the 9th tier. With unparalleled strength, he single-handedly vanquished 9 formidable S-class beasts, sacrificing himself to save millions of citizens in Lan City. Thus, in the era of peace that followed, the people erected this statue in his honor, hoping that generations in Lan City would remember his extraordinary deeds. As Qin Chuan gazed up at the towering statue, reaching a height of 100 meters, a sense of reverence filled his heart. In the realm of cultivation, during times of cataclysmic crisis, even the mightiest warriors might choose to safeguard their own lives. Yet, this world is fundamentally different from the cultivation world. Here, the powerful possess a vision for the greater good, guided by their beliefs and responsibilities. It is precisely because of such individuals that humanity endures. They are truly deserving of respect. At that moment, Wang Hu approached, accompanied by 3 others, to greet Qin Chuan. Chapter 34. Mechanic Level Kong Xian, a 4th-tier awakened, Zhuang Ming, a 3rd-tier celestial awakened, and Shi Hao, a 4th-tier beast mimicry awakened. This gentleman is Dr. Qin Chuan, a master of medicine. Wang Hu introduced each individual to one another. Kong Xian and the others showered Dr. Qin with accolades, warmly welcoming his presence. For having a medical expert alongside them in the wilderness was invaluable, especially in critical moments when a life could be saved. Dr. Qin acknowledged their greetings. The 3 companions who accompanied Wang Hu were indeed formidable, exuding a genial demeanor yet harboring a glint of lethality in their eyes, suggesting they were seasoned veterans of the wild. Have you ever ventured into the wilderness, Dr. Qin? Shi Hao, a robust figure with arms thicker than Qin Chuan's thighs, his face marred by rugged flesh and unkempt facial hair, bore the visage of a beast. Qin Chuan shook his head. In this lifetime, he had just returned from his rebirth. His previous existence was spent in university, although there was a practical course in the wilderness during his sophomore year. The onset of calamity had forced him to join the military, plunging him into the war before he could even step into that course. Dr. Qin, I am a straightforward man and shall speak plainly. Your expertise as a healer is most welcome amongst us. However, we are bound for the wilderness, where encounters with monstrous beasts are inevitable, particularly in the misty forest, where creatures are predominantly ranked F and above. Once we step into the wilderness, it becomes a perilous endeavor, with our lives hanging by a thread. I must inquire, will you be paralyzed by fear in the presence of such creatures? Shi Hao regarded Qin Chuan with a serious gaze. Wang Hu refrained from interrupting, and the others remained silent, listening intently. As a team, the failure of any single individual could jeopardize them all, potentially leading to fatal consequences at critical junctures. Thus, it was imperative for them to ascertain Qin Chuan's resolve. If he were timid and cowardly, they would not bring him along, no matter how skilled he was in healing. Qin Chuan smiled. There should be no beast capable of rendering me immobile. Upon hearing this, Sure Hao's expression shifted to one of amusement. How audacious. But I find it appealing. Rather than those who incessantly vow not to fear beasts, I prefer the self-assured bravado exhibited by someone like you. When we reach the wilderness, I shall see whether your words hold true. Sure Hao grinned. Now, the doctor is a master of medicine. He cannot be expected to engage in our skirmishes. Wang Hu interjected, clearly pleased with Qin Chuan's confident response. We must ensure Dr. Qin's safety on this journey. Let us board the vehicle. Before we head into the wilderness, we must first visit Wild Front Town, where some of our equipment is being repaired at the armory. Once they were in the vehicle, Kong Xian took the wheel, while Wang Hu conversed with Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan nodded. Although he had never been to the wilderness, he was aware that before entering the wilds from the city, there existed a designated town where awakeners could procure various goods, including entertainment, medical supplies, and weaponry. Wild Front Town, due to its higher foot traffic, offered more competitive and transparent prices compared to that of the city, making it a favored destination for many awakeners preparing to venture into the wilderness. The last time I encountered those rascals, they had reduced my exoskeleton device to a twisted mess. I wonder if it has been repaired in these past few days, Kong Xian mused while driving. Rest assured, I have instructed old Liang to prioritize the repairs on our equipment, Wang Hu replied, offering a thumbs up. Despite his advanced age, that fellow possesses exceptional skills in mending exoskeleton devices. I've heard he was once a 2-star mechanic, but for reasons unknown, he was expelled from the military and now works as a repairman at the Qin Chuan weaponry shop in Xiuzhen town. Wagu. I recall you had also passed the 1-star mechanic exam 2 years ago. How much have you saved up? Enough to purchase a set of battle armor? Zhuang Ming inquired curiously. Sure Hao perked up his ears, and even Kong Xian slowed down the vehicle. Get lost. You have no idea how much I have. A basic set of battle armor costs over 100 million. Even if I sold myself, I couldn't afford it. Wang Hu grumbled. I was just hoping you'd get a set of battle armor so I could experience it myself. The exoskeleton device enhances my combat prowess significantly, and if I donned battle armor, I would dare to challenge a 7th tier awakened. Sure Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of becoming a 1-star mechanic and acquiring his own set of battle armor. Don't even mention it. With your physique, even if Hui Gu bought battle armor, he wouldn't dare let you wear it. One transformation, and it would be torn to shreds. Zhuang Ming joked. Get lost. Even the most basic battle armor has adaptive features. Who could possibly break it? Qin Chuan sat back, listening to their banter, feeling quite relaxed. However, he was somewhat surprised by Wang Hu's status as a 1-star mechanic. It is true that awakened individuals can qualify as mechanics, but few choose this path. After all, the greatest advantage of an awakened is their formidable physical prowess, which is diminished upon donning battle armor. Additionally, unlike ordinary individuals who can devote themselves entirely to becoming mechanics, awakened ones must invest significant time in their training, resulting in a low pass rate for them. Mechanics are categorized by levels, which differ from the self-directed advancement of awakened individuals. The levels of mechanics are officially recognized and certified. Those, like Wang Hu, who passed the mechanic examination are designated as 1-star mechanics, receiving a corresponding 1-star medal. Furthermore, the authorities organize an annual assessment for mechanics, allowing them to advance 1 star upon passing. Currently, the highest-ranking mechanics in humanity are only 5 stars. The tiers from 1-star to 5-star mechanics correspond to basic battle armor, intermediate battle armor, advanced battle armor, super battle armor, and specially customized battle armor. The entry threshold for mechanics is notably high. Upon attaining the title of 1-star mechanic, one can pilot basic battle armor, which grants them the capability equivalent to a 5th-tier ordinary awakened. Battle armor significantly diminishes pain sensation, leading to reduced energy expenditure for the wearer, thus enhancing the endurance of mechanics in prolonged engagements. Moreover, battle armor is equipped with various firearms and high-tech devices to assist the user, rendering 5th-tier awakened individuals generally unable to contend with 1-star mechanics in typical scenarios. However, the mechanic merely begins with a higher starting point. Thereafter, each elevation and rank only enhances their prowess to a degree comparable to that of an awakened individual advancing in their journey. For instance, a 1-star mechanic corresponds to a 5th-tier awakened, while a 2-star mechanic aligns with a 6th-tier awakened. It is important to note that this pertains specifically to elemental-grade awakened individuals, as ordinary awakened beings tend to lag behind mechanics at the same stage. In his previous life, Qin Chuan ascended to the rank of a 1-star mechanic within a mere year, causing quite a stir at his school, and he was filled with hope for the future. Yet, when the demons descended, even a 3-star mechanic was rendered mere cannon fodder. His humble status as a 1-star mechanic could affect no change whatsoever. Before he could even flourish, he was stifled in his cradle. At last, Kong Xian came to a sudden halt with a firm application of the brake. Chapter 35. Journey to the Misty Forest. They arrived at a parking lot in Wildfront Town, surrounded by towering buildings bustling with activity as vibrant as the city itself. Under Wang Hu's guidance, the 5 entered the Qin Chuan weaponry pavilion. The grand hall was adorned luxuriously, illuminated by dazzling lights, with numerous awakened individuals leisurely browsing. Display cases showcased a myriad of cold weapons, firearms, and even advanced detectors and drones. I need to find old Liang, Wang Hu informed a staff member. Following the attendant, the 5 made their way to the waiting area in the back hall. Shortly, a disheveled middle-aged man entered, resembling someone with a bird's nest atop his head, dragging a large case behind him. This individual appeared to be in a frazzled state. Qin Chuan immediately discerned that Liang Yu was troubled, similar to Wei Lao, though not as severely afflicted. Typically, he would exhibit no peculiar behavior, but external stimuli could induce episodes of mania or unconsciousness. The 4 sets of exoskeleton devices, with repair materials costing 4.5 million, along with rush fees and labor, total 6 million, Liang Yu stated, casting a brief glance at the group, his gaze settling on Wang Hu as he extended his hand for payment. Wang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Old Liang, we are old acquaintances. Why are you charging so exorbitantly? A brand new exoskeleton only costs a little over 5 million. Humph. To repair your shabby devices. I sacrificed the modification of 3 exoskeletons and the repair of a set of basic battle armor, working tirelessly for 2 nights just to get them fixed. Is 150,000 too much to ask? If you don't want it, then forget it, Yuanying replied. His expression stern as he turned to leave with the case. Kong Xian promptly stepped forward, gripping the case. Of course we want it, he exclaimed cheerfully. He then pulled out his phone, executing a series of transactions. The money has been transferred. Seeing this, Liang Yu's expression softened slightly. Old Liang, the payment is settled. I need to inquire about something. Has that bastard Zhang Hai returned yet? My exoskeleton was messed up by them, and I need to demand an explanation. Wang Hu leaned in to ask. In truth, he could hardly recall the faces of those who had pursued them, only remembering one name as Zhang Hai. How would I know? I'm not his father, Yuanying retorted, his eyes narrowing. Have you been taking gunpowder? Why are you so irritable? Wang Hu shot back. Yuanying huffed in response, ignoring him and casting a glance at Qin Chuan. When did you, Wang Dama, start taking on tasks involving children? Old Liang, you don't know the half of it. Wang Hu's eyes sparkled with admiration as he began to boast about Qin Chuan's accomplishments. Upon hearing Wang Hu recount Qin Chuan's feats, Liang Yu's expression shifted. Skepticism creeping in. He's barely in his teens. Does he truly possess such remarkable medical skills? Hey, do you recall my condition the last time I returned? Wang Hu said, lifting his shirt to reveal his robust chest, proudly exclaiming, Look, this is the work of Dr. Qin, not a trace remains. Qin Chuan. Liang Yu pushed aside his messy hair, his gaze flickering as he scrutinized Qin Chuan intently. Qin Chuan seemed to perceive Liang Yu's thoughts and offered a faint smile. I can treat your injury, but it requires some expensive medicinal herbs, and I currently lack the time. Upon hearing this, Liang Yu shivered slightly. 10 years ago, his obsession with studying battle armor led to mental issues, rendering even the military's awakened healers helpless, which forced him to leave the army. His journey to Xiuzhen town was motivated by the hope of encountering extraordinary individuals among the numerous awakened ones here who might be able to heal him. Over the past decade, from initial anticipation to his present indifference, he had nearly abandoned the notion of finding such a person. To his surprise, he had indeed encountered one. How much? Yuanying Yu inquired. Having grown accustomed to business dealings in Xiuzhen town, he always discussed the price beforehand. Do you have paper and pen? Qin Chuan asked. Yes. Liang Yu promptly retrieved the items and handed them to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan wrote down a list of herbs and drew corresponding illustrations, then passed it back to him. Once you have gathered these items, we can negotiate. All right. Liang Yu trembled as he clutched the prescription, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. What's wrong with you? You seem perfectly fine, Wang Hu remarked in confusion. Get lost, Yuanying Yu retorted rudely. As the 5 emerged from the Qin Chuan weapon shop, they made their way straight out of the town and into the wilderness. Initially, there were many awakened ones traveling with them, But as they passed through the ruins of various cities, some began to separate, leaving only Qin Chuan and his small team. These individuals were awakened ones who hunted exotic beasts to sell their materials. Wang Hu explained, in the wilderness, awakened ones can generally be divided into two categories. One group specializes in hunting exotic beasts for their materials, primarily operating in the ruins of former cities. The other seeks rare medicinal herbs, usually venturing deep into the forested mountains. The former group finds relative safety in the city ruins, though the rewards are modest. Conversely, the latter faces greater dangers in the complex terrain of the deep mountains, but the potential gains are significantly higher. For instance, hunting an E-class exotic beast in the city ruins yields only 300,000 to 400,000, while finding even common herbs like ginseng or ganoderma in the deep mountains can fetch around 300,000. This is merely for the smaller finds. The most coveted treasures in those depths are the exotic fruits, the very ones that pique your curiosity. The cheapest of these fruits are valued in the millions, and acquiring even one can equate to the rewards of several months' worth of hunting in the city ruins. Therefore, typically, those in urgent need of money or thrill seekers are drawn to the forests, whereas those with families, merely seeking to make a living in the wilderness, often remain in the city ruins. However, Wang Hu's tone shifted. Recently, exotic fruits have been frequently discovered in the misty forest as Timing Mountain, enticing many awakened ones who hunt beasts in the city ruins to succumb to temptation and venture into the forest. Upon hearing the news earlier, we thought to venture in for a substantial gain, only to find ourselves pursued after encountering an enigmatic fruit along the way. Wang Hu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Qin Chuan nodded, eager to explore Timing Mountain as soon as possible. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous exotic beasts, including several of grade F. However, these were all dealt with by Wang Hu and his companions, leaving no opportunity for Qin Chuan to intervene. Their expectations of Qin Chuan were quite modest. The mere fact that he remained unshaken by the exotic beasts was enough to satisfy them. After all, in their eyes, Qin Chuan was merely accompanying them as a doctor, requiring no martial contribution, only the ability to keep pace. As evening fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, the sweltering heat became increasingly unbearable. Wang Hu and his companions were drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging to their robust physiques. In contrast, Qin Chuan appeared unaffected by the heat, despite their lengthy trek. He had not perspired at all, his garments billowing gracefully in the warm breeze. Nonetheless, Wang Hu and the others failed to notice this subtle detail. As they approached a vast expanse of shadowy forest, Wang Hu and the others began to don their exoskeleton devices. Dr. Qin, would you care to try the exoskeleton? Sure Hao asked, adjusting his own apparatus, which emitted a satisfying clatter as he flexed his arms. Through several generations of refinement, the exoskeleton had evolved from its cumbersome predecessors into a lightweight and sleek design, adorned with metallic shells that exuded a distinctly cybernetic aesthetic. Never mind, Qin Chuan replied, shaking his head. The so-called exoskeleton was merely a rudimentary version of battle armor, a substitute for those lacking the qualifications of a mechanic or the financial means to procure true battle gear. While it could enhance the abilities of an awakened individual to a certain extent, it paled in comparison to actual battle armor, especially in terms of user experience. Battle armor far surpassed exoskeletons in every regard. In his previous life, though Qin Chuan was only a one-star mechanic, he had at least wielded battle armor, rendering him indifferent to the exoskeleton's appeal. Perhaps when you procure battle armor, you can let Brother Qin give it a try. This shabby exoskeleton hardly merits consideration, Yuanying remarked as he secured his own device. Get lost. Sure Hao retorted. All right, everyone, let us focus, Wang Hu interjected. Once we enter the misty forest, we must proceed with utmost caution. Rest assured, Brother Hu, this is not our first expedition, Yuanying assured him. Wang Hu nodded slightly before instructing. In the event of any trouble, the three of us will take action. You ensure Dr. Qin's safety. Understood, Yuanying replied solemnly. With that, the group plunged into the depths of the forest. Chapter 36, Cooperation? A gentle white mist enveloped the forest. Outside, the air was stiflingly hot. But upon entering the misty woods, the temperature plummeted swiftly. Mosquitoes danced about, and from deeper within the forest, the distant roars of beasts echoed. Surrounding them, the freshly broken branches and foliage indicated that many had recently passed through. After walking for a short while, amidst the shadowy expanse of trees, a delicate fog lingered. This was the famed misty forest spoken of by many. Once inside, Wang Hu and his companions navigated effortlessly towards the location where they had previously discovered the peculiar fruit. Brother Hu, which direction did we take to find the strange fruit? Sure Hao inquired, his eyes darting around amidst the towering trees. With the evening light dimming, the surroundings resembled a labyrinth. Wang Hu's expression turned troubled when they had been fleeing. He could only recall a vague direction and was unable to pinpoint the exact location of the fruit. Let us think it over and search carefully. This way, Qin Chuan gestured towards the right. Within the range of his spiritual sense, he distinctly observed a small tree, half a person's height, growing among a cluster of rocks. 2 fist-sized fruits hung from its branches, and a new stem suggested it was one of the exotic fruits they had previously harvested. However, to Qin Chuan, these fruits appeared rather inferior compared to those delivered by Zhao Wenshuan. How do you know if you've never been here? Wang Hu exclaimed in surprise. They were still trying to recall, yet Qin Chuan, a newcomer, had pointed out the direction with such confidence. The exotic fruit is also considered medicinal. As a physician, I possess the discernment for such valuable herbs, Qin Chuan replied casually. Impressive. Wang Hu and the others gave him a thumbs up, wholeheartedly believing in his words. This Qin Chuan was not only capable of being a doctor, but also served as their navigator, earning their admiration even more. The group traversed through the misty forest. Yes, this is the spot. As the surroundings grew brighter, Wang Hu and the others no longer required Qin Chuan's guidance, rushing towards the cluster of rocks. They plucked the additional 2 exotic fruits and stowed them in their backpacks, satisfaction evident on their faces. Wang Hu tossed a pack to Kong Xian. You head back now. We'll accompany Brother Qin to Tai Ming Mountain. Kong Xian nodded, clearly indicating that this plan had been discussed beforehand. Qin Chuan merely observed from the side, choosing not to intervene. After a brief discussion, Kong Xian hoisted his backpack and bid farewell to Qin Chuan. Dr. Qin, I'll be leaving you for now. I'll return tomorrow. Take care, Qin Chuan replied with a smile. Kong Xian nodded and leaped onto the rocks, bounding 7 or 8 meters into the misty forest. Suddenly, Sure Hao glanced in the direction where Kong Xian had vanished, his expression shifting with concern. As an awakened beast mimic of the highest caliber, he possessed an instinct akin to that of wild creatures, enabling him to sense impending danger. Someone is pursuing Kong Xian. Sure Hao growled, immediately entering his beast mimic form. His body swelled to 5 or 6 meters, limbs sprouting claws, resembling a prehistoric tiger standing on 2 legs, exuding an aura of wild ferocity. He crushed the stones beneath him and charged like a cannonball towards the direction Kong Xian had departed. Wang Hu closely pursued, while Yuanying was about to reach out to grasp Qin Chuan, only to discover that Qin Chuan had already caught up with Wang Hu's figure. A flicker of surprise surged within him, prompting him to follow suit. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed through the misty forest, accompanied by the rush of wind from powerful punches. Sure Hao's massive frame crashed into a tree, sending it splintering back, and with a final kick, he shattered a boulder before finally coming to a halt. He gently set down Kong Xian, his piercing tiger-like gaze fixed coldly ahead. Kong Xian clutched her chest, coughing softly. What is happening? Wang Hu asked, his expression grave. Zhang Hai. Sure Hao ground his teeth, uttering the 2 words with venom. No sooner had he spoken than 7 figures emerged from the fog-laden forest, one of which was a towering figure, a beast man awakened at the celestial tier. No less formidable than Sure Hao. What a coincidence. Huzi, we meet again. Zhang Hai emerged clad in black, draped with a long, unwashed red cloak, a cigar clamped between his teeth. Upon seeing him, Qin Chuan felt a sudden jolt of alarm. This man is trouble. It was as if he had fallen under the influence of the heart-bewitching technique of the Thousand Illusions sect, his entire soul ensnared in ignorance. Such a high-level spell capable of ensnaring the soul could only be wielded by true cultivators. Could it be that there are genuine practitioners in this world besides myself? Zhang Hai. Wang Hu's expression shifted, taking a step forward to shield Qin Chuan behind him. Oh, 2 days apart, and you've acquired a new underling? Zhang Hai smirked disdainfully at Qin Chuan, then swiftly disregarded him, his gaze landing on Kong Xian's backpack. Why the rush? Let me see that backpack. Zhang Hai, I admit defeat for the events of the past days, but do you still intend to trouble me today? Wang Hu spoke with a composed visage. He silently assessed the combat capabilities on both sides. Zhang Hai was a 4th-tier awakened, flanked by 2 others of the same tier, 3 3rd-tier awakened, and a 4th-tier beastman awakened. With such a formidable lineup, Wang Hu knew they stood no chance. Thus he could only yield, hoping to allow Kong Xian to escape with the exotic fruit. Zhang Hai chuckled. In the wilderness, there is no concept of admitting defeat. However, I am quite reasonable. If you remove your exoskeleton and place the backpack on the ground, I shall grant you a way out. Wang Hu snorted coldly, taking the initiative. He too was a fourth-tier awakened, his physical prowess reaching astonishing heights, and in an instant, his speed surpassed 130 ms. Transformed into a shadow darting forth with the aid of the exoskeleton. Sure Hao bellowed and charged out as well. Kong Xin tossed the bag to Zhuang Ming, unwilling to lag behind. Bang! Fists collided. Zhang Hai, cigar in mouth, bore a smile, unmoving. Behind him, the two fourth-tier awakened and the beast-man awakened surged forth, engaging fiercely with Wang Hu and his companions. Their speeds were astonishing, the air thick with the force of their strikes. Towering ancient trees, as thick as barrels, fell in response. The battle raged for but a moment, leaving chaos in its wake. Zhuang Ming, filled with concern, wished to join the fray but feared for Qin Chuan as safety, thus he retreated, shielding Qin Chuan as they moved back. Qin Chuan discerned that Wang Hu and his companions had not exerted themselves to the fullest, thus he refrained from taking action. At that moment, Zhang Hai cast his gaze upon Zhuang Ming, lifting his chin slightly, prompting three fourth-tier awakeners to step forward from behind him. Zhuang Ming's expression turned grim. Although he was a top-tier awakened individual, his talent merely enhanced the speed of his teammates, rendering it an auxiliary ability with little impact on his own strength. Abandoning his awakened abilities, he would merely be a third-tier awakener. Facing three third-tier awakeners while also tasked with safeguarding Qin Chuan's safety was a feat he believed he could not accomplish. Wang Hu, having observed the situation, suddenly roared. And with a surge of air from the exoskeletal apparatus on his legs, his speed skyrocketed, transforming him into a fleeting shadow. Boom, boom, boom. With three consecutive punches, he sent the three approaching third-tier awakeners flying. It was at this juncture that the fourth-tier awakener battling Wang Hu finally reacted. Zhang Hai, witnessing this, was momentarily enlightened and raised his hand to call for a halt. Stop. The combatants abruptly ceased their clash, gazing at Zhang Hai with confusion. Wang Hu, it seems your strength has significantly increased in just a few days, Zhang Hai remarked with a grin. Humph. If it weren't for the collective assault that injured me that day, do you think you could have posed a threat? Wang Hu retorted with a cold snort. Ha ha. Splendid, splendid. Zhang Hai laughed heartily, clapping his hands, leaving the crowd perplexed. He continued leisurely. Since you are so formidable, why not consider a partnership? Partnership? Wang Hu's brow furrowed in suspicion. Collaboration for profit. It is as simple as that, Zhang Hai explained. I am aware of a location where a peculiar fruit grows. If we join forces to retrieve this fruit, we can split the spoils 80-20, with you receiving 20%. Of course, this fruit is of a completely different caliber compared to the one you previously acquired. Even a mere 20% could amount to 200 million. Chapter 37, The Ghostly Blood Frost Tree 200 million. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu and his companions could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Their earnings typically amounted to millions, yet Zhang Hai suddenly mentioned a transaction valued at 200 million, a sum they had never encountered before. However, it took only a moment for them to regain their composure. Are you truly so benevolent? Wang Hu questioned skeptically. Speak plainly. What dangers lie ahead? If you do not clarify, this deal cannot proceed. Zhang Hai chuckled. There are D-grade and even C-grade anomalous beasts lurking around the extraordinary fruit. Leading the expedition myself, I have only a 10% chance of success. However, if I collaborate with you, our odds should increase to 20%. Please consider it carefully. With that, Zhang Hai fell silent, awaiting their response. Wang Hu and the others whispered among themselves. A fourth-tier ordinary awakened individual corresponds to E-grade anomalous beasts. And dealing with D-grade beasts would require several fourth-tier awakened individuals working in concert. They had previously encountered a few D-grade beasts and had barely escaped, spending days recuperating from their injuries. C-grade beasts were even more formidable, requiring sixth-tier awakened individuals to confront them. Their speed could exceed 200 ms, and a single charge could demolish a high-rise building. Encountering a C-grade beast would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, there exists no entirely safe place in the wilderness. They were accustomed to living on the edge. The allure of 200 million was hard to resist. After some deliberation, they all nodded slightly, evidently agreeing that this venture was feasible. Dr. Qin, I shall escort you out of the forest shortly and arrange for your return, Wang Hu stated, his voice filled with regret. Qin Chuan smiled. No worries, I will accompany you. Wang Hu was taken aback, then spoke earnestly. Brother Qin, do not jest. If we encounter a horde of D-grade or C-grade beasts, we cannot guarantee your safety. Am I jesting? Qin Chuan replied confidently. There is no need for your protection. I have my own means. Very well then. Wang Hu gritted his teeth. While having Qin Chuan along might be somewhat burdensome, he was a doctor in critical moments. He could be the one to save lives, making his presence essential. We shall proceed, Wang Hu declared. Excellent. Zhang Hai responded with a knowing smile. May our collaboration be fruitful. Thus, the two parties, who had recently been adversaries, reached an agreement. Such is the nature of the wilderness, profit above all. When sufficient stakes are at play, even sworn enemies can unite, and brothers may betray one another. Let us move. It will become troublesome once darkness falls, Zhang Hai urged. Wang Hu and his companions, seasoned in the wilderness, acted decisively and set off together. Soon, they arrived at a massive boulder covered in moss, overlooking the terrain. A few kilometers ahead lay a vast pit, over 500 meters in diameter, filled with stones covered in moss and vines. The anomalous fruit we discovered is located within that very pit, Zhang Hai remarked. However, around the giant pit, there are still D-class and even C-class mutant beasts lurking. Entering the pit to gather the exotic fruits is quite a formidable challenge. My plan is to divide our group of 12 into 4 teams, attacking from 4 distinct directions. The first to enter the pit and collect the exotic fruit should notify everyone and then make a swift exit. Having succinctly outlined the strategy, Zhang Hai did not afford Wang Hu or the others an opportunity for input, promptly commencing the assignments. Wang Hu, Qin Chuan, and Shi Hao formed one group, while Yuanying, Kong Xin, and another beast mimic awakened individual constituted another. Let us depart, Zhang Hai commanded, leading the charge as he leaped down the massive stone. The 4 teams swiftly navigated through the dense forest. Qin Chuan found the journey quite effortless, as Shi Hao remained in his beast mimic form, allowing him and Wang Hu to perch comfortably on Shi Hao's shoulders without exertion. How peculiar, Shi Hao suddenly remarked as they neared the giant pit. What is it? Wang Hu inquired. Did Zhang Hai not mention that many mutant beasts, including D-class and C-class, inhabit the vicinity of the pit? Yet, we have encountered none along our path. Wang Hu furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. Perhaps the beasts are within the pit itself. Remain vigilant. Shi Hao nodded in agreement. As the trio approached the edge of the giant pit, they had yet to encounter a single mutant beast. With determination, Shi Hao embraced both of them and leapt down into the pit, which stood over 20 meters high. Upon entering, a pungent scent of blood inundated their nostrils, causing even the seasoned survivors of the wilderness like Shi Hao and Wang Hu to gag involuntarily. Even Qin Chuan furrowed his brow at the intensity of the stench. Reminiscent of a massacre of a sect, Qin Chuan extended his spiritual sense to investigate further. When his perception zeroed in on the exotic fruit in Zhang Hai's grasp, his scalp prickled with shock. It was the elusive ghost blood frost tree, an authentic spiritual herb. In the cultivation realm, spiritual herbs are categorized into 9 grades, with the 9th being the highest and the 1st the lowest. The exotic fruit Qin Chuan had previously obtained from Wei Ziyuan barely qualified as a 1st-grade herb, while the fruits brought by Zhao Wenquan and his group were not even classified. Yet, this ghost blood frost tree, albeit not fully matured and still in its growth phase, was a coveted 3rd-grade spiritual herb, sought after by many qi refining practitioners. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered Qin Chuan's reverie. An invisible sound wave rippled through the air as Shi Hao positioned himself in front to shield Wang Hu and Qin Chuan. Someone has encountered a mutant beast, Shi Hao intoned gravely, turning to Wang Hu. Shall we provide support? Support my foot. We need to find that exotic fruit first, Wang Hu retorted. Then turned to Qin Chuan. Dr. Qin, you can discern the location of the exotic fruit, cannot you? Which way should we go? Qin Chuan pointed to the right. To the right. Let us move. Shi Hao hoisted both of them onto his shoulders once more and sprinted towards the indicated direction. However, after only a few strides, 3 figures suddenly flew back, crashing onto the stony ground and leaving deep impressions. It was Yuanying, Kong Xin, and the beast mimic awakened individual, Xiuzhen. What transpired? Shi Hao inquired as he assisted the 3 of them. Damn, a C-rank aberration. It has slain all the other aberrations, burying them in a pit. Xiuzhen recalled the harrowing image of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, shivering with trepidation. Both Yuanying and Kong Xin nodded, their faces pale. What about Zhang Hai? Wang Hu inquired. I haven't seen him. Never mind, since the surrounding aberrations have been annihilated by the C-rank beast. They must have already reached the giant pit and are heading towards the aberrant fruit. We will surely encounter them on our way. The group made a quick adjustment before proceeding once more. This is the apex of C-rank aberrations, the bloodthirsty golden ape. As the onlookers beheld the towering figure, standing 8 meters tall and draped in crimson fur, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. You've just arrived? Zhang Hai emerged from behind a massive rock, his expression grave as he gazed intently at the imposing figure ahead. It is guarding that aberrant fruit. To claim the fruit, one must first slay it. Upon hearing this, the group's faces instantly turned grim. Chapter 38. Betrayal. What shall we do? Sure Hao glanced at Wang Hu. Wang Hu fixed his gaze upon the enormous bloodthirsty golden ape. Having come this far, what else is there to do but fight? Zhang Hai grinned. Well said. Let us strike together. I refuse to believe that so many of us cannot subdue a C-class beast. With that, he took the lead and charged forward. Alas, his strength was lacking, and he was sent crashing back by the bloodthirsty golden ape with a single swipe, shattering several stones and spitting out blood. Wu Xiang let out a low growl, his fist colliding in front of his chest before he leaped several meters into the air, delivering a punch aimed at the bloodthirsty golden ape. The beast, surprised by the audacity of a creature daring to challenge it, bared its sharp yellow teeth and retaliated with its own punch. Boom! A deep sound reverberated as the air compressed into waves, scattering the surrounding grass like ocean waves. Wu Xiang, a beast mimicry awakener, dared to trade blows with the C-class bloodthirsty golden ape. Enough watching, let us engage. Zhang Hai shouted from the side, drawing his battle knife from beneath his tattered cloak and charging forward once more. Wang Hu and the others, no longer hesitating, unleashed their unique abilities and surged into the fray. 11 individuals besieged a C-class beast, creating a scene of extraordinary intensity. Shi Hao and Wu Xiong, as the most ferocious beast mimicry awakeners, clashed head-on with the bloodthirsty golden ape, their fists meeting flesh in a thrilling exchange. However, despite their fervor, their strength and defense fell short. After a few exchanges, they found themselves at a disadvantage, with the beast landing a powerful blow to Wu Xiong's chest, sending him hurtling backward and spitting blood. Yuanying utilized his innate ability, bestowing enhanced speed upon Kong Xian and Wang Hu, rendering them remarkably agile and capable of evading the bloodthirsty golden ape's attacks. Zhang Hai and his 6 companions fought in unison, their practiced martial arts and techniques blending seamlessly, allowing them to counter the beast effectively. Wang Hu, for heaven's sake, stop dodging and create an opportunity for us. Zhang Hai shouted in frustration as he observed Wang Hu and the others bouncing around like monkeys. It's a habit, Wang Hu replied with a grin. Their team had trained in evasive maneuvers, and in the heat of battle, they instinctively sought to avoid confrontation. Zhang Hai, enraged, realized it was time for Wang Hu to engage directly. Exchanging a glance with Kong Xian, both nodded slightly in agreement. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan sat leisurely atop a massive rock, reflecting on how regrettable it was that the ghostly blood frost tree was not fully matured. Otherwise, it would have been an opportune moment to harvest. Bored, he watched the childish skirmish of Wang Hu and his companions with keen interest, his gaze resting on Zhang Hai, revealing a hint of amusement. The battle raged on for approximately 5 minutes, and ultimately, with the collective strength of the group, they succeeded in slaying the bloodthirsty golden ape. As Zhang Hai severed the beast's head, blood gushed forth like a fountain, filling the air with a thick, iron-like scent, as if the very atmosphere had been stained crimson. With a thud, the bloodthirsty golden ape collapsed, and everyone exhaled a sigh of relief. Wang Hu supported Kong Xian and Yuanying as they approached Qin Chuan, requesting his assistance in healing. Qin Chuan did not refuse. He pointed a finger at their chests, channeling his spiritual energy to help them regulate their chaotic vital energy. Zhang Hai has gone to obtain the extraordinary fruit. Shi Hao restored his human form, fixating on Zhang Hai's silhouette. Let him be, Wang Hu remarked indifferently. In the wilderness, one may ambush, plunder, and act with impunity, yet one must never violate their word. This is a rule universally acknowledged by all in the wilderness. For there are often numerous occasions requiring cooperation for mutual benefit, necessitating a fundamental rule to safeguard interests. Should someone breach their promise and it becomes known, they would be met with disdain and even pursuit from the masses, forever barred from thriving in the wilderness. Thus, Wang Hu did not fear that Zhang Hai would monopolize the extraordinary fruit. If he dared to attempt such an act, even without Wang Hu intervening, his 6 awakened subordinates would never permit it. Zhang Hai, what are you doing? Just as Qin Chuan was tending to Wang Hu and the others, a voice of shock and anger erupted nearby. Following that, a terrified scream pierced the air. What is happening? Wang Hu and the others turned their gazes in that direction. Qin Chuan replied calmly, Zhang Hai is killing. Killing? Wang Hu and the others instantly became alert. Is someone else here attempting to seize the extraordinary fruit? Qin Chuan shook his head. He is killing his own. His own. Wang Hu and the others were momentarily taken aback. Once they realized, they immediately cursed. Damn. Does he intend to monopolize the extraordinary fruit? That bastard. He doesn't even spare his own kind? You are mistaken. He does not wish to monopolize the fruit, but rather intends to accelerate its ripening with blood. Qin Chuan stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Wang Hu and the others changed drastically. At that moment, the beast-like Wuxiong was sent flying, crashing into a pile of stones with a resounding thud. He kicked aside the debris and stood up once more. Zhang Hai, you are inhuman, actually laying hands on Lin Yu and the others. Boom. The roar of an engine reverberated through the space. A suit of battle armor, shimmering with silver light, surged forth, its angular design exuding a mechanical aura, the silver mask's dual eyes radiating an intensely dangerous crimson glow. It resembled a merciless killing machine, cold, unfeeling, and terrifying. Zhang Hai remained silent, yet the mere gaze of his crimson eyes sent chills through the onlookers. Wang Hu and the others were left in a state of panic, resembling frightened cats. Had they been at their peak, they might have had a chance to escape the grasp of the armored figure, but after the recent battle, they were utterly exhausted, rendering them no match for Zhang Hai. Even if this were merely the most rudimentary of battle armors. The battle armor activated, the engine roared, transforming into a silver streak of light that lunged towards the weakest among them, Wuxiong. Wuxiong fought valiantly, but his efforts were futile, as Zhang Hai cleaved half of his head away with a single strike. After dispatching Wuxiong, he seized one of Wuxiong's legs and tossed it beside the Yuanying Shuang tree, allowing the blood to flow and nourish the sapling. You are quite astute. Realizing that escape is impossible, Zhang Hai turned, his cold, merciless crimson gaze fixed upon Wang Hu and the others, causing their blood to nearly congeal. Zhang Hai, we shall abandon the exotic fruit. Let us consider today's events as if they never transpired, Wang Hu murmured. In response, Zhang Hai let out a cold snort before activating his battle armor, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards Wang Hu. Boom. Shihao's body swelled, instantly morphing into a beast-like state, and he launched a powerful kick. This kick possessed the force of tens of thousands of pounds, capable of obliterating E-rank anomalies with a single blow. However, Zhang Hai crossed his arms in front of him, withstanding the strike, though his legs carved deep grooves into the ground. Be careful, Yuanying shouted, summoning a gust of wind that coiled around Shihao, yanking him back with great force. Slicing through the air, a silver crescent narrowly missed where Shihao had just been standing. Had Yuanying not intervened, Shihao would have surely lost an arm. This is troublesome. Zhang Hai's voice echoed within the metallic confines of his armor. Wuxiong and Lin Yu had been caught off guard, allowing Zhang Hai to dispatch them with ease. Now, facing Wang Hu, he realized that subduing him would not be an easy task. Yet, Wang Hu and his companions were already weary. Conversely, Zhang Hai, clad in armor, would not cease until his energy was utterly depleted. With this ebb and flow, their defeat was merely a matter of time. I apologize, Brother Qin. Wang Hu glanced at Qin Chuan, a wry smile gracing his lips. I had hoped to take you out for a stroll, but I never anticipated encountering such a predicament. It seems our greed has led us here. Had it not been for the exotic fruit, we would not have faced this fate. It is of no consequence, Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. I cannot discern whether you are feigning this tranquility or if it is genuine. Your composure is rather striking, remarked Wang Hu, reflecting on their journey. Whether confronting anomalies or Zhang Hai, even upon witnessing the C-rank anomaly and Zhang Hai slay Wuxiong, Qin Chuan's expression remained unchanged. He appeared as serene as still water, seemingly unfazed by the tumultuous events transpiring around him. Even if I must perish, I will take a piece of him with me. Shihao grinned. Yuanying and Kong Xian nodded in agreement. Having spent considerable time in the wilderness, they had inevitably developed a certain wildness. Fighting desperately in the face of death was a common occurrence. Wang Hu retrieved a backpack from Kong Xian and thrust it into Qin Chuan's arms. Brother Qin, we will do our utmost to hold Zhang Hai at bay. You must seize the opportunity to escape. If you manage to flee, spread word of this incident. Even in death, we cannot allow Zhang Hai to emerge unscathed. Indeed, we are counting on you. Kong Xian solemnly regarded Qin Chuan. The four of them wore resolute expressions. Their actions elicited a nod of approval from Qin Chuan. These individuals possessed commendable character, for even in the face of mortality, they remained true to themselves. refusing to betray one another for the sake of survival. In the realm of cultivation, Qin Chuan had witnessed far too many betrayals. Allow me to take the lead. Stepping forward under the gaze of his companions, he regarded the shimmering battle armor. It is merely a set of rudimentary armor. What is there to fear? Chapter 39. Watered with blood. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu and the others widened their eyes in astonishment as they gazed at Qin Chuan, subsequently exchanging incredulous glances. Convinced they had misheard, Wang Hu, with a dry throat, remarked, "Brother Qin, while this may merely be a set of rudimentary battle armor, it can contend with fifth-tier awakened ones. If we were at our peak, we might just escape. But in our current state, it may only hold him off for about 10 minutes. You are a doctor, hence you may not grasp the true might of battle armor," he added. Qin Chuan chuckled, turning his gaze towards Wang Hu. "Who says a doctor cannot possess a few skills?" Wang Hu was momentarily rendered speechless. Kong Xin and the others opened their mouths, realizing the validity of Qin Chuan's words, and found themselves unable to retort. However, before Wang Hu could voice further thoughts, the thunderous roar of the battle armor echoed once more, tightening the tension in the air. "They're coming." They stood shoulder to shoulder with Qin Chuan, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. The dazzling silver streak hurtled towards them, causing them to hold their breath in focused anticipation. Suddenly, they perceived a flicker before their eyes. Boom! The silver streak veered sharply within 10 meters of them, crashing violently into a nearby pile of rubble. Countless shards of stone scattered like petals in the wind. At the point where the battle armor turned, Qin Chuan clutched a shimmering silver metal panel, a fragment from Zhang Hai's battle armor. Casually discarding the metal panel to the ground, he approached Zhang Hai, who lay buried beneath the debris, and seized one of the battle armor's legs, dragging him out. At this moment, the crimson eyes of the armor had dimmed, and Qin Chuan pulled it along the ground, leaving a deep furrow in his wake. This Wang Hu and the others, their minds taut with anxiety, stared in disbelief. Zhang Hai, clad in battle armor, should have possessed at least the power of a fifth-tier awakened, yet now he resembled a lifeless dog. How had Qin Chuan achieved this? It was utterly unfathomable. What the hell did you do? Why can't I use my battle armor? Zhang Hai bellowed in a fit of rage. He struggled to rise, but found it utterly impossible. Qin Chuan cast a sidelong glance at him, coolly replying, "When it comes to battle armor, I have a millennium of experience on you." In his previous life, Qin Chuan had barely passed the practical examination as a one-star mechanic with a score of 62. Yet he had achieved a perfect score in theory. He was acutely aware of the weaknesses inherent in unmodified standard battle armor by dismantling its energy source. One could easily render it powerless. With keen perception, he scanned the armor's structure, effortlessly dismantling its energy source and transforming the armor into a mere hunk of scrap. For him, even a rudimentary battle armor was less formidable than a fourth-tier awakened. He tossed the armor beside the ghostly bloodfrost tree and murmured, "Ghostly bloodfrost tree. A creature of bloodlust, requires the nourishment of blood to mature during its growth phase. The surrounding exotic beasts were likely lured here by you, only to be slaughtered by the C-tier beasts, correct? Later, you realized that the blood of the beast alone was insufficient, which is why you brought others to assist in the harvest. Dividing everyone into 4 small teams was merely to facilitate the slaughter of that beast. You just didn't anticipate that they would escape from the C-tier beast. From the very beginning, your purpose was to nurture the blood-draining frost tree with their blood." Zhang Hai's voice trembled with fear. "How do you know this?" Qin Chuan replied with a smile. "I am also aware that the blood-draining frost tree will undergo a mutation. The altered tree can influence the souls of cultivators, luring more of them without their knowledge. Your actions are merely those of a puppet controlled by the blood-draining frost tree." Zhang Hai roared in anger. "You speak nonsense. Once I consume this unique fruit, I will awaken my innate talent, becoming a top-tier awakened being, and later ascend to a 9th-tier awakened being. You are still lost in the beautiful dreams it has woven for you." Qin Chuan shook his head. He removed Zhang Hai's armor and killed him on the spot. Blood flowed into the roots of the blood-draining frost tree, which absorbed it ravenously. The leaves of the tree trembled, and the fruit hanging from it became increasingly translucent, resembling a brilliant ruby. It had ripened. Qin Chuan reached out to pluck it. Wisps of faint red mist seeped from the fruit and leaves, drifting toward him. Qin Chuan snorted coldly, dispersing the red mist. As he harvested the blood-draining frost fruit, he felt the vibrant spiritual energy within and smiled with satisfaction. This journey was not in vain. "Brother Qin, has Zhang Hai died?" At that moment, Wang Hu and the others approached, their expressions shifting as they saw the scattered metallic fragments of armor and the lifeless Zhang Hai. They hadn't anticipated that Brother Qin was also an awakened being, We have underestimated him. Impressive. Wang Hu felt a genuine awe. A master of medicine deserves the respect of those awakened beings who dance on the edge of danger, for they are inevitably in need when injured. Great strength instills fear in the hearts of those awakened beings. Qin Chuan, being not only a skilled physician but also powerful enough to single-handedly slay Zhang Hai, naturally commanded both respect and fear from Wang Hu and the others. What shall we do now, Brother Qin? Wang Hu inquired. Previously, he had been the strongest among them, serving as the leader of their small team. Now, knowing Qin Chuan to be stronger, he sought Qin Chuan's opinion. It is already late, and you are all injured. Let us rest for the night and discuss it in the morning, Qin Chuan advised. Wang Hu and the others nodded in agreement. Kong Xian looked toward the blood-draining frost tree and asked, should we take this unique fruit tree with us? No need. It would be difficult to nurture it back home. Let it remain here, Qin Chuan replied before turning to leave. He did not wish to rest in this blood-soaked pit. Although he had spent many years in the cultivation world amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, it did not mean he relished such an environment. After exiting the pit, they found a relatively flat area to rest. Qin Chuan intended to refine the unique fruit, so he did not join them. At this moment, Wang Hu and the others recalled the events that had transpired, their hearts racing and spines chilling. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's timely intervention in defeating Zhang Hai, their own strength would have surely led them to certain death today. Brother Hu, what exactly is the situation with Brother Qin? Kong Xian whispered. Wang Hu sighed with a wry smile. Did I not tell you already? I encountered him at Old Qi's shop as well. I only knew of his remarkable medical skills. Who would have thought he was so formidable? After a moment of silence, Yuanying inquired, what shall we do? Should we follow him or seek an opportunity to depart? Sure Hao shot him a glare. Damn it, Yuanying. Your mind is usually sharp. Why are you being so dense now? What do you mean? Yuanying looked at Sure Hao with confusion. What do you mean? Can't you comprehend this? How old is Qin Chuan this year? Just graduated from high school. Have you ever seen someone who, fresh from high school, can single-handedly take down armored opponents? No, not even heard of such a person? Sure Hao questioned. Yuanying pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Exactly. A genius capable of defeating armored foes at the tender age of 18 would hardly spare us a glance on ordinary days. Now that we fortuitously encountered Qin Chuan, you still wish to leave? Sure Hao chuckled. In times like this, we must cling tightly to his coattails. Just think, he is already this powerful now. In a few years, he may very well ascend to the 7th or even 8th tier. When that time comes, a mere sprinkle of his prowess would shower us with unimaginable wealth. Upon hearing this, Yuanying suddenly understood and, for the first time, gave Sure Hao a thumbs up. Well said. Chapter 14. Entering the mountain beneath the resplendent night sky, the stars shone brilliantly, especially above Tai Ming Mountain, where the celestial glow intertwined, resembling a breathtaking canvas unfurled across the heavens. Qin Chuan sat cross-legged upon a colossal stone, facing the spirit absorption array he had inscribed with his ethereal energy. In the center of the array lay a crystalline yuhua frost fruit. As he cultivated, wisps of spiritual essence emanated from the fruit, drawn into his being. The following morning, the misty forest was enveloped in a shroud of white fog, resonating with the melodious calls of birds and beasts echoing through the woods. Qin Chuan sat in serene stillness, akin to a meditating monk, surrounded by a veil of thin mist. The mist swirled around him, forming an intricate and harmonious cycle. At a certain moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, causing the surrounding fog to dissipate in an instant. With a deep exhalation, Qin Chuan released a breath of stale air and rose slowly. The yuhua frost fruit truly deserved its reputation as a third-grade spiritual herb, its efficacy surpassing that of many exotic fruits by hundreds of times. A sense of satisfaction welled within him as he realized that a single yuhua frost fruit had propelled him from the 2nd to the 3rd level of qi refinement. This was a conscious restraint on his part, had he not aimed to solidify his foundation. He could have ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement solely through this fruit. However, such rapid advancement would have far-reaching consequences, rendering it a Pyrrhic victory. If I were to encounter Zhang Hai now, I could easily vanquish him without resorting to subterfuge, Qin Chuan mused. This journey has proven immensely worthwhile. The value of the misty forest far exceeds my expectations. Even on the periphery, I have already discovered spiritual herbs of this caliber, suggesting that deeper within the forest, there may be even more astonishing discoveries awaiting. Perhaps within a year, I shall ascend to the golden core stage. A flicker of anticipation ignited within him. After tidying his belongings, he set off. Wang Hu and the others had long since awakened and were prepared, waiting for Qin Chuan. I plan to explore Tai Ming Mountain next. If you have matters to attend to, you may return, Qin Chuan announced. No worries. What matters could we possibly have? Our duty lies in the wilderness, Wang Hu replied, each of them closely following Qin Chuan. Very well, Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. He perceived that these individuals possessed commendable qualities, and they would be valuable allies in the future. Additionally, he was unfamiliar with the intricacies of the misty forest, making Wang Hu a suitable guide. What do you have packed in that large bag? Qin Chuan inquired, noticing the substantial load on Shihao's back, recalling that it had not been so filled the previous day. Oh, this morning, I had some free time, so I retrieved Zhang Hai's battle armor from the pit. Wang Hu explained. I checked it. The armor is mostly intact, and with some repairs, it should be usable. Shihao grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Qin Chuan, aware of Shihao's fondness for battle armor, chose not to comment further. As they traversed the misty forest towards Tai Ming Mountain, they encountered numerous bloodstains and signs of conflict, indicating that previous travelers had clashed with beasts. Suddenly, an injured E-grade double-line golden-striped leopard burst forth from the thicket, pursued by 5 awakened individuals. A 5th-tier awakener, 3 4th-tier awakeners, and a 3rd-tier celestial awakener were present. Among them, the 3rd-tier celestial awakener was a young man, while the others were men in their 40s. Make way, exclaimed the youthful 3rd-tier awakener, his face alight with excitement as he dashed through Qin Chuan's group, pursuing the injured dual-striped golden leopard. Dual serpent dance. The 3rd-tier celestial awakener's arms ignited in flames, transforming into fiery serpents as thick as a man's thigh, lunging towards the wounded leopard. With a low growl, the already injured leopard struggled in vain, engulfed by the flames, ultimately succumbing to the fire. Uncle Li, I just single-handedly took down an E-class beast. Impressive, right? Do you think I can make it to the top 10 in the Destiny Cup? The young man boasted with pride. Ding has exceptional talent. An E-class beast is hardly a challenge for him. However, this Destiny Cup gathers numerous prodigies. To my knowledge, there are at least 100 capable of single-handedly slaying E-class beasts, and many have even claimed D-class beasts. If Ding wishes to rank in the top 10, he will need to exert considerable effort in the coming time, remarked the 5th-tier man in his 40s, his robust frame marked by a menacing scar. Ding's expression fell, and he shot an indignant glare at Qin Chuan and the others. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm hunting beasts? Why are you blocking my way? Seeking death. Qin Chuan turned to Ding, realizing this was the first time he had heard the term Destiny Cup from someone else. It appeared that the relevant authorities were starting to plan for this grand tournament, as it was evident that many had already secured their spots. Kong Xin and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. It was clear that Ding's confidence had been shaken, and he sought to vent his frustration on them. Shihao braced himself for any potential confrontation. Wang Hu, sensing the tension, stepped forward. You, young man, seem quite imposing, yet your words lack reason. Imposing? Ding turned to Uncle Li. What does that mean? It's a local dialect from Lan City, meaning handsome, Uncle Li replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Ding's mood lightened, and he appraised Wang Hu. You, old man, have quite the discerning eye. Fine, I shall overlook your obstruction this time. Just remember not to stand in the middle of the road. Not everyone is as charming and benevolent as I am. Uncle Li, let us go. Ding issued a warning before turning to leave with his companions. Once they disappeared into the woods, Kong Xin and the others exhaled in relief. Qin Chuan glanced at Wang Hu, surprised that the seemingly burly man could articulate so well. No wonder Kong Xin and the others held him in such high regard. It was indeed Brother Hu, who could resolve matters with just a few compliments. If it had been me, I would have already engaged in a brawl. Shihao grinned. Wang Hu smiled wryly. That's because he's easy to talk to. If it were someone truly unreasonable, no amount of words would suffice. After this minor incident, the group resumed their journey towards Tai Ming Mountain. As one approaches Mount Tai Ming, the evidence of battle becomes increasingly pronounced, and the number of awakened individuals encountered rises correspondingly. However, there exists an almost palpable barrier between the unfamiliar teams, each member adorned with an expression that conveys a desire for solitude. Brother Hu, the awakened ones daring to venture into Mount Tai Ming are no trifles. I have already observed at least 3 squads boasting 5th-tier awakened individuals, Kong Xin remarked in astonishment. He had initially believed that his team's composition was rather impressive until he laid eyes upon the other squads and realized the extent of his naivety. We are merely at the foot of Mount Tai Ming. Once we truly enter its domain, one will comprehend the true meaning of a mixed bag of talents. Wang Hu declared gravely. To my knowledge, 7th-tier awakened beings have also come here in search of rare fruits, and the number of armored mechanics is simply overwhelming. Xiuzhen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Damn it, having roamed the wasteland for so long, I have scarcely encountered a handful of mechanics, let alone 7th-tier awakened beings. We typically linger amidst the ruins. How could these individuals possibly be interested in the trifles we possess? Were it not for the sudden appearance of abundant rare fruits at Mount Timing, they would not have returned from the depths of the wilderness. Wang Hu sighed reflectively. Rare fruits. Goodness, 3 rare fruits. Stop. Those are mine. Get away. Suddenly, shouts erupted from ahead as someone on Mount Timing discovered rare fruits, igniting a fierce scramble. The roar of armored engines filled the air, accompanied by the explosive skills of top-tier awakened individuals. From their vantage point, Qin Chuan and his companions could observe the lush mountainside enveloped in the thick smoke of battle. Chapter 41. The Secret Realm? TSK. The mountains are truly abundant with peculiar fruits. We have encountered them so swiftly. Wang Hu and his companions' eyes sparkled with excitement. However, they refrained from making any rash moves. Firstly, they already possessed 2 exotic fruits, and secondly, Qin Chuan had yet to give his command. At present, Qin Chuan had assumed the role of the team leader, and without his endorsement, Wang Hu and the others would not act impulsively. Dr. Qin, shall we proceed? Xiuzhen inquired eagerly, glancing at Qin Chuan. Having previously been pursued for their exotic fruits, he was curious about the thrill of cornering others himself. Qin Chuan shook his head. He had already surveyed the area with his spiritual sense and discerned that there were merely 3 unripe exotic fruits. Even if they were ripe, they would only be of the same caliber as those gifted by Zhao Wenxuan. Had he not previously encountered exotic fruits, he might have considered taking action. But now they hardly piqued his interest. Besides, with his spiritual sense, he could locate exotic fruits within a 500-meter radius. Why bother competing with them? Follow me. Qin Chuan directed, changing course to avoid these individuals and ascending via another narrow path. Wang Hu and the others trailed behind Qin Chuan, utterly astonished. Isn't this his first visit? How does he know there is a hidden path here? This is astonishing. What is this? Qin Chuan was taken aback. Entering Tawning Mountain felt akin to crossing an iris into another realm. The spiritual energy here was far more abundant than outside, making it more conducive to cultivation, which likely explained the proliferation of exotic fruits. This reminded Qin Chuan of the secret realms within the cultivation world. Timing Mountain bore a striking resemblance to them. In the cultivation world, secret realms are categorized into small, medium, and large types, and in Qin Chuan's view, Timing Mountain barely qualified as even a small secret realm. In the cultivation world, it would merely be regarded as a training ground for mid to late-stage qi refinement practitioners. However, this world was different. In a realm plagued by spiritual energy depletion, even a secret realm deemed inferior in the cultivation world could be considered a top-tier treasure. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had traversed countless secret realms in preparation for his ascension tribulation. He understood that behind these secret realms lay some extraordinary existence. It was these peculiar entities that gave rise to the secret realms. Some realms emerged alongside the birth of innate beings. Others manifested due to the emergence of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that transformed their surroundings into secret realms. And some were born from the demise of formidable beings above the divine transformation stage, evolving over countless years. Regardless of the origin, each represented a rare opportunity for the current Qin Chuan. He could hardly believe that such places still existed in this world. Qin Chuan felt a surge of joy within. He chose to remain discreet, planning to explore independently later. Gathering his thoughts, he continued onward. They arrived at a location where peculiar stones jutted out. And Qin Chuan leaped up onto a rock 7 or 8 meters high, plucking 2 orange fruits the size of apples from above and tossing them to Kong Xian. Instinctively, Kong Xian caught them, and upon closer inspection, he was utterly astonished. These are 2 exotic fruits. Wow! Xiuzhen exclaimed, equally dumbfounded, as he took a look at what Kong Xian held. They truly are. Wang Hu and Zhuang Ming inhaled sharply. It was only then that they recalled that Qin Chuan was a doctor, capable of effortlessly locating rare fruits amidst the dense forest. Being in his company was akin to possessing a portable radar for extraordinary fruits. Put it away, Qin Chuan said indifferently as he leaped down from the boulder. It seemed as though he were plucking not rare fruits, but rather 2 ordinary apples, an act so mundane. The gaze of Wang Hu and his companions towards Qin Chuan grew increasingly filled with respect. In the following hours, they meticulously followed in Qin Chuan's footsteps, and to their astonishment, They had gathered 10 rare fruits in merely half a day. Though all 10 were of the same type as those brought by Zhao Xuan, their worth was still in the millions. Wang Hu and his companions realized that they would have to toil for an entire year to earn such a sum, yet now, they had achieved it in just half a day. They revered Qin Chuan as if he were a deity. At that moment, under Qin Chuan's guidance, Xiuzhen climbed the cliff to gather another rare fruit, only to prepare for the next one. Suddenly, Qin Chuan frowned slightly and called out, "Do not collect that one." Xiuzhen, puzzled, turned back, but upon seeing it was Qin Chuan speaking, he jumped down without hesitation, handing the plucked rare fruit to Kong Xian. Just as Xiuzhen was about to inquire about the reason, 13 figures burst forth from the forest, akin to agile mountain apes, swiftly ascending the cliff towards the very fruit Xiuzhen had intended to gather. Get lost. Such audacity. A fifth-tier awakened dared to act so brazenly? The 13 figures moved with ease on the cliff, engaging in fierce combat, sending rocks flying in all directions with their powerful strikes. Goodness. 7 fourth-tier awakened and 5 fifth-tier awakened. Wang Hu and his companions stared in shock at the unfolding scene. They had never encountered so many high-tier awakened. We're leaving. Qin Chuan had already turned away. He preferred to avoid commotion unless something truly enticing drew his attention. Clearly, there was nothing here. Oh. Wang Hu and the others quickly regained their composure and followed Qin Chuan. Stop. At that moment, a trio emerged from the woods, barring the path of Qin Chuan and his companions. These were 3 young men, seemingly of a similar age to Qin Chuan. However, they exuded powerful energy waves, all being 4th-tier celestial awakened. The leader, sporting a mohawk and clad in a deep brown trench coat, cast a cold, disdainful glance over Qin Chuan and his companions, uttering, "Leave the bag. You may go. You are all young yet 4th-tier celestial awakened, clearly renowned talents. Why resort to thievery?" Wang Hu questioned. Enough with the prattle. You have 5 seconds. The young man in the brown trench coat shot a frigid glance at Wang Hu, his tone indifferent. 5, 4, 3, 2. He halted at the count of 2 as Qin Chuan took Kong Xian's backpack and offered it forward. Do you dare to take it? For a moment, the young man in the brown trench coat was taken aback by Qin Chuan's imposing demeanor, but upon realizing that Qin Chuan was not an awakened, he sneered dismissively. Dare to take it? Who do you think you are? Having spoken, he slightly lifted his chin, and the youth behind him, clad in a red short-sleeve shirt that revealed his muscular arms, promptly stepped forward to retrieve the backpack. A hearty laugh erupted at that moment, drawing the attention of the crowd. Emerging from the woods were 5 individuals, notably the same group they had encountered previously, led by Ding Xiao. How curious it was that Lu Ming, a prominent figure among the top 5 in Aming City, would engage in such petty thievery. What a loyal dog indeed. Ding Xiao's face bore a mocking smile. Lu Ming, donning a brown trench coat, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of coldness in his eyes, his smile devoid of warmth. Ding Xian? Step aside. Ding Xian, brimming with arrogance, brushed past Lu Ming, pulling aside the youth in the red shirt to stand before Qin Chuan and his companions. These gentlemen are acquainted with me. You would be wise to depart. Ding Xian's reprimand ignited Lu Ming's fury, his teeth clenched. Ding Xian, do not mistake your status as the son of the Ding family from Jin City for invincibility. There are many who could bring you to heel. Lu Ming, mind your language, came the stern voice of Uncle Li, standing behind Ding Xian. The Lu family, to which Lu Ming belonged, was indeed respectable in Aming City, ranking among the top 3. However, Jin City served as the administrative center, and families capable of establishing themselves there were beyond the reach of those from Aming City. With a disdainful huff, he cast a glance at Uncle Li and chose silence. Observing Lu Ming's retreat, Ding Xian laughed haughtily. There are indeed many who could put me in my place, but you are not among them. Should your master, Yuanying, come, I might afford him some respect, but as for you, what are you? Lu Ming suppressed his anger, glancing once more at Uncle Li, and delivered a chilling retort. We shall see. With that, he pointed a finger at Qin Chuan, his voice icy, and you. It would be best if our paths do not cross again. Chapter 42. The Celestial Tree. Ding Xiao, a young hero, effortlessly intimidated that fellow into retreat, a display of prowess that commanded admiration. Wang Hu sincerely expressed his gratitude. It was but a trifling matter. Lu Ming is nothing but a sycophant to Yuanying, strutting about with false bravado. I am unperturbed by Yuanying. Should he provoke me, I would break his leg. Upon hearing Wang Hu's praise, Ding Xian felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained an outward calm. By the way, are you all here in search of exotic fruits? Wang Hu nodded, a smile gracing his features. We heard that exotic fruits are frequently appearing on Taiming Mountain, so we thought we might join the fray and, with a stroke of luck, perhaps earn some pocket money. Ding Xian assessed the group with a discerning gaze. Given your strength, it may prove quite challenging to seize any exotic fruits on Taiming Mountain. Wang Hu and his companions stiffened at this remark, but found themselves at a loss for rebuttal as his observation bore the truth. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's unique ability to detect exotic fruits, their chances of success would indeed be slim. We did not anticipate such fierce competition before our arrival. The presence of 5th and even 6th tier awakened individuals is ubiquitous. Not only is finding exotic fruits difficult, but one might even risk their life in the process, Wang Hu lamented. Ding Xian, appreciating Wang Hu's keen insight, turned to his companion, Uncle Li. Uncle Li, why not allow them to accompany us? After all, I am merely seeking to hone my skills against exotic beasts. They can also search for exotic fruits along the way. Uncle Li surveyed Qin Chuan and the others before responding, as the young master wishes. Thank you, Uncle Li. Ding Xian beamed, then addressed Wang Hu. Sir, why not join us? Wang Hu was taken aback by the invitation, but after a moment of ecstatic surprise, he discreetly glanced at Qin Chuan. Ding Xian was evidently a young master of considerable stature. Ordinarily, individuals like Wang Hu would hardly capture his attention. His proactive invitation was an exceptional opportunity, one they were eager to seize. Yet, following the events that had unfolded, they had come to regard Qin Chuan as their leader, thus seeking his approval. With a smile, Qin Chuan replied, I have no objections. Accompanying Ding Xiao would indeed be advantageous. Upon receiving Qin Chuan's endorsement, Wang Hu and his companions erupted in joy, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Ding Xian and showering him with praise. Ding Xian reveled in their appreciation, his smile radiant. I shall remain here, Qin Chuan stated. He had been contemplating how to part ways with Wang Hu and the others, and this presented a perfect opportunity. Dr. Qin, you are not coming? Wang Hu and the others were taken aback, a hint of reluctance evident in their expressions. Ding Xian's family was affluent and influential. He likely invited them for mere novelty, but Qin Chuan was different. With his burgeoning talents, his future was undoubtedly promising. Comparatively, Wang Hu and his companions would have preferred to follow Qin Chuan. After all, they knew well whom to choose for sustenance. Go ahead. Qin Chuan discerned their thoughts and handed the backpack he had just acquired from Kong Xian back to him. We can regroup at Lao Yao's shop later. Very well. Wang Hu nodded cheerfully. As Qin Chuan departed, Ding Xian, filled with curiosity, inquired, why does he, an ordinary person, not accompany you? The exotic beasts of Taiming Mountain abound. Is he not afraid of death? Wang Hu chuckled. Ding Xiao, you have misjudged him. Though Qin is outwardly an ordinary man, he possesses remarkable strength. Remarkable strength? Ding Xian's eyes widened in amusement. How strong, exactly? While Wang Hu pondered this, sure how interjected. He can single-handedly obliterate a mechanic clad in powered armor. The room fell into a stunned silence. Not only Ding Xian, but even Uncle Li and the 3 others behind him were momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, Ding Xian burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, a mere ordinary man, capable of dismantling a mechanic in armor with his bare hands? Do you think a mechanic's armor is akin to a toy? Have any of you encountered a mechanic? Uncle Li chuckled softly, shaking his head, as if amused by a gathering of frogs at the bottom of a well. Sure how, feeling disgruntled, wished to further substantiate Qin Chuan's prowess. Yet Wang Hu restrained him with a glance, signaling, let them laugh, it matters not. After parting ways with Wang Hu and the others, Qin Chuan swiftly navigated through the mist-laden forest alone. Upon reaching a higher elevation, he employed his spirit-seeking technique to trace the origins of the abundant spiritual energy surrounding Taiming Mountain. The spirit-seeking technique was a secret art he had sought in his previous life, aimed at uncovering more resources within the secret realms. And it was this very technique that had unveiled the mysteries of their genesis. The current circumstances were perfectly suited for its application. With his eyes closed, every pore of his being exuded strands of spiritual energy, which danced and merged into the void. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment illuminating his gaze. It was the star tree. The star tree, a precious entity born from the absorption of stellar energies, does not fall within the category of spiritual herbs. Such treasures are primarily utilized for cultivating unique secret methods to transcend the confines of one's realm. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had sought the star tree in hopes of advancing to the nascent soul stage, yet his efforts were in vain. To his surprise, In this rebirth within a world devoid of magic, he encountered it once more. The serendipity was nothing short of extraordinary. It was evident that the exotic fruits of Tai Ming Mountain were likely influenced by this star tree. Qin Chuan mused, no wonder the night before, while he was cultivating, he had observed the sky ablaze with brilliant starlight, a convergence of celestial bodies. It was revealed that a star tree had taken root here. However, according to his knowledge, the region surrounding the birth of a star tree typically transforms into a vast secret realm spanning dozens, if not hundreds, of kilometers. Yet, the appearance of this star tree had only altered the vicinity of Tai Ming Mountain, suggesting that the desolate nature of this world had significantly impacted the tree, rendering it a malnourished treasure. Even so, for Qin Chuan in his current state, it was an invaluable find. With the acquisition of the ghost blood frost fruit already validating his journey, the discovery of the star tree was of immeasurable worth. Even for one of Qin Chuan's temperament, it was difficult to contain his excitement. He promptly set off toward the summit of Tai Ming Mountain. Due to the sparse vegetation at the mountain's peak, extraordinary fruit trees seldom thrive there, resulting in a lack of human presence, with even the traces of mythical beasts being remarkably scarce. Upon arriving at the summit, Qin Chuan was immediately struck by a wave of dizziness. As if whispers urged him to depart from the area post-haste. Nature's treasures possess an instinct for self-preservation. Had it been a fully matured celestial star tree, Qin Chuan's current abilities would have rendered him incapable of unraveling its enchanting illusions. However, a mere undernourished celestial star tree could not deter him. Employing the purifying spirit technique, the world around him fell into tranquility. Before him stood a sapling, half a person's height, its leaves glistening with lush vitality. The tree emanated an ethereal glow, with wisps of mist coiling around it like serpentine clouds, a sight both wondrous and enchanting. Yet, upon sighting the celestial star tree, Qin Chuan did not express elation. Instead, he furrowed his brow. This undernourished specimen was not yet fully matured. After employing a secret technique to inspect it, Qin Chuan discerned that the tree required at least 9 more months to absorb the celestial energy necessary for utilization. 9 months. Qin Chuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Even in its immature state, this undernourished celestial star tree would yield effects comparable to a 5th-grade spiritual herb, far surpassing the efficacy of the blood-cleansing frost fruit. With its aid, he could ascend to the 5th level of qi refinement. Yet, such an act would ultimately be a waste of a precious resource. If he were to wait until the celestial star tree fully matured, its potency would increase tenfold. With nearly a year until the moon's rupture, 9 months was a wait he could endure. Resolutely, Qin Chuan decided to return for the harvest of the celestial star tree after the 9-month period. Before that, however, he would lend it his assistance. Channeling his spiritual energy, he inscribed the spirit-enhancing array and the deception array around the tree. The spirit-enhancing array would facilitate the tree's absorption of celestial energy, while the deception array would prevent any unwitting intruders from disrupting his plans. For added security, Qin Chuan meticulously inscribed the concealment array, ensuring absolute safety before he descended the mountain, satisfied with his preparations. Chapter 43. Pursuit at this moment. Within a dense forest enveloped in swirling white mist, Wang Hu and his companions followed Ding Xian as he regaled them with tales of his past exploits. With the flattery of Wang Hu and the others, he felt particularly pleased with himself. Behind them, Uncle Li and his associates remained vigilant, closely observing their surroundings. Suddenly, a small missile, about the length of an arm, screeched through the gaps in the trees. Uncle Li's eyes narrowed as he deftly flicked a fist-sized stone with his toe, sending it hurtling forward. Boom! The small missile exploded about 20 meters away, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Nearby trees were shattered, and debris flew in all directions. Wang Hu's expression changed dramatically. A small missile. We are under attack. Kong Xin and the others also assumed a defensive stance, alert to their surroundings. Ding Xian, however, appeared unfazed. Don't worry, with Uncle Li here, everything will be fine. Uncle Li chuckled, assuring him, indeed, as long as I'm here, I won't let young Master Ding come to harm. With that, he slightly raised his chin, signaling the 2 bodyguards behind him to investigate the situation. After a few minutes, however, the 2 bodyguards had yet to return. Uncle Li furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before saying, Young Master Ding, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Before Ding Xian could respond, Uncle Li dashed into the depths of the forest with another bodyguard in tow. Why is everyone gone? Wang Hu felt a twinge of unease as he noticed Uncle Li and the bodyguards pursuing the enemy. Rest assured, it will be fine. We merely need to wait here for Uncle Li and the others to return. Ding Xian, full of confidence in Uncle Li and the team, found a relatively clean stone to sit upon. Yet, Wang Hu, having spent many years in the wild, sensed something amiss. After a moment of silence, Wang Hu spoke. Young Master Ding, this place seems rather unsafe. Perhaps we should leave and find a safer spot to wait for Uncle Li and the others? Come now, Uncle. You are being overly cautious. Ding Xian dismissed him nonchalantly. I am a third-tier awakened individual, and the three of you are fourth-tier awakened. We will not face any danger. But Wang Hu attempted to persuade him further, but Ding Xian raised his hand to interrupt. No more. I am feeling a bit fatigued and wish to rest. Wake me when Uncle Li returns. Having said this, Ding Xian leaned against a tree and closed his eyes. At that moment, 6 figures slowly emerged from the forest. 3 of them donned basic silver armor that shimmered in the sunlight filtering through the leaves. They snapped brittle branches beneath their feet, producing crisp sounds that captured the attention of Wang Hu and his companions. As they pushed aside the obstructing branches, their true forms were finally revealed. Lu Ming, it's you. Wang Hu's expression shifted dramatically. Upon seeing Lu Ming and the 3 armored individuals behind him, they immediately grasped their combat knives. While Xiuzhen prepared to transform into his beastly form at any moment, Lu Ming casually scanned Wang Hu and the others, his disappointment evident when he did not see Qin Chuan. That arrogant fellow is not here, allowing him to escape this encounter. Let us make our move, Lu Ming said, slightly tilting his head towards the 3 armored companions. They nodded in agreement and stepped forward. Stop. Lu Go, do you treat my words as mere whispers? Take another step forward, and do you dare to believe I will shatter your dog legs? With a cold voice, Ding Xian opened his eyes from a feigned slumber and exclaimed, Umph, still so arrogant with me? Attack. Lu Ming let out a cold snort and commanded once more. Boom. The engines of 3 battle armors roared to life simultaneously. Even though they were merely basic armors, their instantaneous acceleration could reach subsonic speeds, creating a deafening sonic boom. The 3 silver armors transformed into streaks of light, almost teleporting in front of Wang Hu and his companions. In an instant, Xiuzhen underwent beast transformation, morphing into a towering half-human, half-tiger figure, and collided with one of the armors, unleashing a shockwave that rippled through the air. The surrounding trees shook violently, and the clothes of Wang Hu and the others flapped wildly in the gust. Ding Xian was utterly unprepared for Lu Ming's audacity. Like a dog whose tail had been stepped on, he sprang up in alarm. Just as he was about to speak, an armor darted towards him, its long legs slicing down like a guillotine. With his body crackling with blue arcs of electricity, Ding Xian teleported 10 meters away. Boom. The tree directly behind him was severed by the armor's kick, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Lu Ming, are you seeking death? Ding Xian bellowed furiously, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Humph. Let us see if you can survive to say that. Lu Ming retorted coldly, addressing the 3 mechanics. Do not hold back. Eliminate him swiftly. The roar of the battle armor engines intensified, shaking the very ground beneath them. Bang! With a tremendous crash, the beast transformed Xiuzhen was sent flying by the armor, like a tank being tossed aside, hurtling towards Ding Xian. Ding Xian, surrounded by swirling arcs of electricity, dodged once more. However, a metallic fist awaited him, striking him with the force of a speeding train against his abdomen, leaving him no chance to resist as he spat blood. He was sent flying, crashing through 3 thick trees before finally coming to a halt. Thud, thud, thud. 4 figures shot forth, breaking through the trees, collapsing to the ground like discarded dolls. It was Wang Hu and his 3 companions. How could these mechanics be so formidable? Wang Hu, breathless and incredulous, gazed at the 3 gleaming battle armors. Previously, they had fought against Zhang Hai, who piloted an armor. Though they were outmatched, they could at least exchange a few blows. Yet now, these 3 mechanics, clad in the same basic armors, possessed strength that surpassed Zhang Hai by at least 1 tier. Their speed and power were leagues beyond his capabilities. Cough. Ding Xian, with fractured ribs, coughed up blood. He glanced at Wang Hu, realizing, were there really weak mechanics? He had previously thought it impossible that Dr. Qin could dismantle an armor with his bare hands. It seemed that Wang Hu and his group had merely never encountered true mechanics before. The 3 mechanics, operating their armors, approached slowly, resembling merciless metal machines, their eyes glinting with a dangerously vivid red. One of the mechanics stepped before Ding Xian, mechanically lifting its right leg, poised to stomp down on Ding Xian's head. Should it connect, his skull would undoubtedly burst like a watermelon. Ding Xian suffered a fractured rib and internal injuries, leaving him devoid of mobility as he helplessly watched the colossal metallic foot rapidly loom larger, unable to evade its impending doom. "Uncle Li, hurry!" Ding Xian fervently cried out in his mind. Yet, no miracle occurred. Uncle Li did not appear. At the critical moment, an unexpected force propelled Ding Xian like a cannonball, allowing him to narrowly escape the mechanic's impending strike. The mechanic's foot crashed down, shattering the rocks beneath into countless fissures. The battle armor turned its head, its crimson eyes fixating on the injured Yuanying. It was Yuanying who had just utilized his talent, weaving the wind into a line to pull Ding Xian beyond the mechanic's reach. This minor twist of fate momentarily stunned the trio of mechanics. "Let us go." Sure Hao seized the opportunity, enduring excruciating pain as he lifted the four of them like a human tank, barreling through the forest. "Thinking of escaping?" Lu Ming sneered, extending his hand toward Sure Hao's fleeing direction. Ice wall. A swirling mist coalesced around them, forming a thick, white ice barrier before Sure Hao. He immediately altered his course, but stumbled and fell, sending Wang Hu and Ding Xian tumbling out. His foot had been ensnared by frost, and it took considerable effort to extricate himself. Collapsing on the ground to regain his human form, he was utterly exhausted, unable even to maintain his beast-like transformation. Chapter 44. Together? Ding Xian. "We shall see how you escape today." Lu Ming sneered, advancing step by step with his battle blade in hand. Ding Xian, drenched in blood, nevertheless threatened with unwavering resolve. "Lu Ming, should you dare to lay a hand on me, not only you but your entire Lu family shall accompany you to the grave. Stand down now, and I may yet spare you." "Master Ding, it seems you are unaware of your current predicament." Lu Ming raised his blade, its cold glint reflecting ominously as he mockingly continued. "With Li Dafu and his ilk absent, what right does a third-tier awakened being like you have to negotiate with me? Threatening me with the Ding family? Ha ha ha, once you are all dead, who will know that I was the one who killed you?" Ding Xian's expression shifted, his bloodied visage finally betraying a flicker of fear. He Wang Hu chuckled, revealing his blood-stained teeth. Since entering the wilderness zone, he had anticipated such a day. Fortunately, he was unmarried and devoid of family ties, thus unburdened by attachments. All his earnings had been spent. He lived a carefree life. If death were to come, so be it. Just as Lu Ming was about to strike, a voice echoed. "What are you doing here?" The tone was calm, as casual as a neighbor asking if one had eaten. This question captured everyone's attention. Lu Ming turned towards the source of the voice and saw a figure approaching from the woods. His brows furrowed in recognition. "You?" A grin spread across his face, reminiscent of a wolf eyeing its prey, exuding a chilling murderous intent. "I was lamenting your absence, thinking it would be less enjoyable, but you have arrived just in time." Dr. Qin, Wang Hu and the others felt as though they had heard a celestial melody, the ominous shadow of death lifting as excitement surged within them. Kong Xian, battered and clutching his backpack tightly, managed a bittersweet smile. Thankfully, nothing was stolen. "Dr. Qin, how have you returned?" Sure Hao struggled to lift his head, gazing at Qin Chuan. "I was on my way back when I heard there was a brawl here, so I came to take a look." Qin Chuan approached and assisted the others, propping them against a tree as he raised his hand to staunch their bleeding. What transpired? Wang Hu recounted the events truthfully. Drawing the tiger away from its mountain? Qin Chuan cast a meaningful glance at Ding Xian. "Did your family not provide you with other means of protection?" "I have them. But Uncle Li said those items require nurturing by high-tier awakened beings, so I gave them to him," Ding Xian replied, his voice weak as blood still trickled from his lips. "It seems your Uncle Li is not a person of good character," Qin Chuan scoffed. Although they had only met briefly, he was acutely aware that Uncle Li was no ordinary individual. His true strength undoubtedly exceeded the mere fifth tier. Yet, he had been easily led away, taking with him Ding Xian's means of survival. It was evident that there was a conspiracy at play. Perhaps he had been bribed by an enemy, or perhaps he harbored his own ulterior motives. Or there could be some arrangement from the Ding family. The possibilities were too numerous, and Qin Chuan could not be bothered to delve deeper. "Your implication is that Uncle Li is being manipulated." "Impossible. Uncle Li has watched me grow since childhood, and I regard him as a father. He would never betray me." Ding Xian, raised in the Ding family, is not a fool. With just a slight nudge from Qin Chuan, he grasped the situation. Yet, he found it hard to accept this grim reality. "As for the specifics, you may investigate them at your leisure upon our return." Qin Chuan was disinclined to elaborate further. "Return? You must first ensure you have the means to do so." Lu Ming burst into hearty laughter. raising his chin to signal the three mechanics and two fourth-tier awakened individuals to encircle Qin Chuan and his companions, sealing off their escape routes. Ding Xian, reminded of their current predicament, deflated like a punctured balloon and self-deprecatingly remarked, "With death looming, what do such trivial concerns matter?" He wearily lifted his eyelids to glance at Qin Chuan. "You are truly foolish. Despite having parted ways with us, you have returned to court death. A needless sacrifice. Alas, you must consider yourselves entangled by my misfortune, otherwise you would not find yourselves in this plight." As he spoke the last words, a flicker of guilt surfaced within Ding Xian. In stark contrast to Ding Xian's despair, Wang Hu and the others brimmed with hope at Qin Chuan's arrival. "Dr. Qin, these three mechanics are no less formidable than Zhang Hai and Lu Ming. Along with those two, are all fourth-tier awakened beings. I just noticed that Lu Ming possesses water-based abilities and can wield ice magic." Zhuang Ming relayed the information he had gathered. Lu Ming, wearing a mocking smile, awaited Zhuang Ming's conclusion before interjecting. "Even ants strive to survive. Humans will not forsake even the slightest glimmer of hope. A mere ordinary person without awakening. Does he truly believe he can save you?" Wang Hu and the others remained silent, but regarded Qin Chuan with unwavering trust. Observing this, a flicker of hope ignited within Ding Xian, though it was swiftly extinguished. "What am I anticipating? An ordinary person defeating Lu Ming and several fourth-tier awakened beings alongside three mechanics to rescue me?" Ding Xian confronted this thought and could not help but chuckle. Qin Chuan ignored Lu Ming. He retrieved 5 exotic fruits from the backpack protected by Kong Xian and distributed them among the 5. "Consume these first. We shall discuss matters later." He handed the last fruit to Ding Xian, patting him on the shoulder. Ding Xian's gaze remained fixed on Qin Chuan as he gradually rose to his feet, then watched as Qin Chuan turned to face Lu Ming. At that moment, it seemed as though Qin Chuan was the sole figure in this world, standing tall and resolute. Within Ding Xian, the hope he had attempted to extinguish burgeoned wildly. "All of you, come at me together," Qin Chuan said softly, surveying Lu Ming and his companions. What did you just say? Did I mishear? Together?" "Ha-ha-ha." Lu Ming laughed heartily. His 2 accompanying fourth-tier awakened beings joined in the laughter, and even the 3 armored suits emitted a metallic resonance of mirth. It was as if they had just heard the greatest joke in the world. "He is truly beyond belief. I cannot endure this any longer." Lu Ming crouched down, clutching his abdomen, his eyes glistening with mirth. He waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "You all go and deal with him. Grant him a swift end. After all, he has brought us joy." A mechanic prepared to unleash his battle armor, but a fourth-tier awakener behind Lu Ming interjected, "Allow me." Eliminating such an intriguing character should prove quite entertaining. The mechanic halted, gesturing for him to proceed. The man suppressed his laughter, stepping forward, surrounded by swirling flames. Resembling a deity of fire, exuding an extraordinary presence. As a fourth-tier fire element awakener, he was a prodigy in any setting. "To perish by my hand is your honor. For I do not slay the inept. You shall be the first ordinary one to meet my blade." Yue maintained a cold demeanor, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Chuan, but before he could complete his sentence, Qin Chuan's figure vanished. Suddenly, Yue perceived a flash before his eyes. As if his abdomen had been struck by a high-speed missile, an overwhelming force surged through him, wreaking havoc within. Bang! Yue, trailing a fiery tail, shot forth like a meteor streaking across the sky, crashing through dozens of trees before finally coming to a halt. The flames lingered, igniting the fallen timber. The joyful laughter of Lu Ming and the others abruptly ceased, replaced by a collective intake of breath. Their heads turned mechanically. Disbelief etched on their faces as they rubbed their eyes in astonishment. The crimson double pupils on the 3 silver battle armors flickered incessantly, as if warning, "Danger! Danger!" Wang Hu and the others, witnessing this spectacle, clenched their fists in exhilaration. Had they not been injured and hesitant to make sudden movements, they would have surely risen to roar in defiance. Ding Xian stood dumbfounded, the exotic fruit he had been chewing awkwardly lodged in his throat. His gaze fixated on Qin Chuan. No way, is he truly that formidable? With Qin Chuan advancing to the 3rd level of Qi training, his strength had multiplied several times, allowing him to effortlessly eliminate a 4th-tier prodigy caught off guard. "Let us not dawdle. Everyone, charge at him." Lu Ming finally regained his senses, shouting in alarm. Chapter 45, The Fragility of the Flesh Boom. The battle armor's engine roared, unleashing a sudden surge of speed. It must be said that the velocity of the battle armor was indeed impressive, instantly reaching subsonic levels. even producing a sonic boom as 3 suits of armor streaked towards Qin Chuan like 3 beams of radiant light. Unfortunately for them, Qin Chuan was a cultivator, and their speed appeared somewhat pedestrian in comparison. The techniques he employed transcended mere velocity. With a graceful step of the 7 stars, he appeared beside the fastest mechanic as if by magic. The mechanic, clearly taken aback that his opponent could match his speed, stood momentarily dumbfounded. The battle armor's crimson eyes flickered, issuing warnings to its pilot, who then reacted, but it was too late. Qin Chuan's fist struck the chest of the battle armor with tremendous force. The armor flew like a meteor, crashing through a dozen towering trees in the dense forest before coming to a halt, its formidable metallic shell marred by a striking dent. Bang! Bang! Seizing the opportunity, the other 2 mechanics charged at Qin Chuan from either side. Without flinching, he met their assault head-on, engaging in a fierce battle. Hiss! How could a mere mortal contend with battle armor? Lu Ming was stunned at the sight. He had never witnessed anyone dare to confront mechanics in such a manner. Even beast-type awakeners would not be so audacious. Is this truly a human? The more Lu Ming observed, the more his astonishment grew. Qin Chuan was overpowering both mechanics. Old Lu, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, said a pale-faced 4th-tier top-tier awakener behind Lu Ming. Sensing the danger and hastily retreating without a backward glance, Lu Ming's expression darkened, his gaze shifting to Ding Xian, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. Since the confrontation had begun, he must die. Should he return alive, not only would I be in peril, but so would the entire Lu family. Having witnessed Qin Chuan's prowess, he had already lost hope of killing him, but his final line of defense was to eliminate Ding Xian. While Qin Chuan battled the 2 mechanics, he waved his hand, conjuring 3 transparent ice crystals, each as thick as an arm. Die. The 3 ice shards hurtled toward Ding Xian. Just as they were about to pierce his body, a metallic figure crashed down before him. Clang, clang, clang. The transparent ice crystals shattered upon impact with the battle armor, exploding into a flurry of icy fragments. Failing to achieve his goal, Lu Ming's face contorted in rage as he recklessly charged forward, intent on killing Ding Xian. Humph! With a cold snort, Qin Chuan unleashed a soul-shattering impact that momentarily disoriented Lu Ming. He executed the 7-star step, appearing beside Lu Ming in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful strike to his chest. This blow, imbued with spiritual energy, was akin to a dimensional strike for an awakener, and Lu Ming's frail body could not endure it. Puff! Lu Ming was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Let us go. The 2 mechanics, realizing they could not gain the upper hand against Qin Chuan, hastily grabbed Lu Ming and fled the scene. The battlefield lay in disarray, with toppled trees, shattered rocks, resembling a field that had been mercilessly plowed, a chaotic spectacle of destruction. Qin Chuan stood there, making no attempt to pursue Lu Ming. His recent strike had already inflicted grave injury upon Lu Ming's internal organs, rendering any chance of recovery futile. It was merely a matter of prolonging the inevitable. This corporeal form was simply too frail, Qin Chuan murmured softly. He could have dismantled the energy cores of the 2 armors, as he had done with Zhang Hai. But he refrained from doing so, wishing instead to test the resilience of the armors against his own physical prowess. The outcome, however, left him somewhat dissatisfied. He discovered that a practitioner of the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation had a physique that was surprisingly less robust than mere iron. Now that he had reached the 3rd layer, he could commence the practice of certain body-refining techniques, and the 9 Xian tribulation body seemed promising. Qin Chuan spoke to himself, recalling that in his previous life, he had cultivated the 9 Xian tribulation body, often enduring thunder tribulations with sheer physical strength, allowing the lightning to refine his body. He had made the most of his resources, resulting in a physique that surpassed his peers, even outmatching the more formidable beasts of the same rank. In his current rebirth, while this body was indeed strong, it still appeared inadequate in his eyes. Wang Hu and his companions had long been aware of Qin Chuan's prowess, yet in the darkness, they could not fully discern it. Now, witnessing Qin Chuan strike the armor with his fists, they involuntarily held their breath. With each punch that landed upon the armor, their hearts twitched in unison. Unbeknownst to them, beads of sweat began to form, and as the perspiration seeped into their wounds, the pain jolted them back to reality. Ding Xian stood there, utterly astonished. Qin Chuan's strength far exceeded his expectations. He had encountered individuals who could withstand armor with their bare bodies, but those were seasoned veterans of the 7th tier or above, and they were all middle-aged. Yet how old was Qin Chuan now? Reflecting on the disdainful smile he wore when Shi Hao spoke of Qin Chuan's formidable strength, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. It seemed the world was vast, populated by countless extraordinary individuals. He had underestimated the heroes of the realm. From a certain perspective, he too was akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. Can we proceed? Qin Chuan inquired as he approached. Yes. Sure. Hao was the first to stand up, patting his chest in a symbolic gesture to demonstrate his readiness, only to be struck by a fit of coughs he could not suppress. Let us go. Qin Chuan turned and began to walk away. Wait. Ding Xian suddenly spoke up, gritting his teeth. I want to go with you. Sure. Hao cast a disapproving glance at Ding Xian, recalling that just moments ago, Wang Hu had suggested leaving, and had it not been for Ding Xian's insistence on waiting for Uncle Li, they would not have faced such peril. Thus, he replied with some sarcasm. Didn't he, brother, who just say we should leave? You insisted on waiting for your Uncle Li. Are you no longer waiting for him? Ding Xian's face flushed a mixture of blue and red, and he remained silent. Be quiet. Wang Hu barked, then moved to support Ding Xian, saying, Young Master Ding, you are still young. Although a hero in your own right, you do possess the flaw of inexperience. In the future, be more discerning in your dealings with others. Ding Xian nodded vigorously in agreement. Qin Chuan led them down a narrow path off the mountain, and along the way, he sensed with his spiritual awareness that Li Dafeng and 3 others were frantically searching for Ding Xian, prompting him to take a deliberate detour. By the time they departed from Taiming Mountain and returned to Yiqian town, it was already evening. Ding Xian mentioned that he had already contacted his family. He bid farewell to Qin Chuan and assured him that he would express his gratitude in due time. Wang Hu and the others accompanied Qin Chuan back to Lan City. They all visited Old Qi's pharmacy, while Qin Chuan returned home. Where have you been these past 2 days? Qin's father, stern-faced, questioned as he sat on the sofa watching television. I was at a friend's place. Qin Chuan casually fabricated a reason. At a friend's place? Qin's father expressed skepticism. Yet Qin Chuan nodded with unwavering certainty. A girl? Qin's father probed further. Qin Chuan appeared bewildered. A girl? Is that so? Did you not notice that several people came looking for you these past 2 days? A girl claimed to be your classmate and mentioned that you had made plans together. Did you not go to meet her? Qin's father tossed aside the remote control, gazing at Qin Chuan with curiosity. Logically, since you've graduated high school and reached adulthood, we cannot interfere in your friendships or romantic pursuits, but you must not be fickle. The Qin family has no room for such disorderly traditions. That girl is quite lovely. You must not lead her on. Chapter 46. The arrival of Qin Chuan. What? Qin Chuan's expression mirrored that of a bewildered monk. Father, what are you talking about? Humph. Qin's father wore an expression that suggested he was not easily deceived. That girl has visited twice, blushing each time as she inquired about you. Do you still intend to keep this from me? What does she look like? Qin Chuan asked. Well, she has white hair. No, rather, a light blue hue. Qin's father recalled, grasping at this singular detail. She mentioned she obtained your address from that Shenhao boy. The girl had been so proactive. You mustn't let her down. Qin's father admonished once more. Qin Chuan suddenly remembered. The girl his father spoke of was likely Qi Shuiyao. They had agreed to reconnect after graduation to discuss a visit for her grandfather's medical care. However, Qin Chuan had been preoccupied with various matters and had recently traveled to Taiming Mountain, leaving her unable to reach him. Consequently, she sought Shenhao for his address, leading to this minor misunderstanding when she encountered Qin's father. Father, you've misunderstood. She came to consult me about her grandfather's health, not for the reasons you surmise. Qin Chuan replied, exasperated. What do you mean it's not as I think? Qin's father interjected, his eyes wide in stern admonition. Opportunities must be seized. That girl seems quite delightful, well-mannered and thoughtful, even bringing me a gift. Qin's father wore a look of fondness, pausing to add, your mother also thinks highly of her. What? My mother? Qin Chuan was utterly flabbergasted. Indeed, the first time she came, your mother wasn't home. The second time, I specifically arranged for her to take leave. Qin's father declared with pride. Feeling overwhelmed, Qin Chuan retreated to his bedroom, wishing to avoid further discussion. His phone lay on the table, flashing a low battery warning. He connected it to the charger, intending to contact Qi Shuiyao. However, just as he powered on the device, a call from Shenhao came through. Damn. Your call is hard to get through. Shenhao complained. What is the matter? Qin Chuan responded curtly. This year, our school achieved a record high in the college entrance examination, and the principal insists on hosting a graduation celebration. He wants you to represent the outstanding students and give a speech, but the teachers couldn't locate you, so they sought me out. I must ensure you attend. Shenhao explained. Though Qin Chuan was not fond of such gatherings, he realized this was an opportunity to meet Qi Xiao, so he agreed. All right, when is it? Tomorrow. Okay. The following day, Qin Chuan arrived at school early. At the entrance of number 13 middle school, a throng of students gathered, creating a scene reminiscent of a bustling fair. Almost all were unfamiliar faces, their expressions radiating arrogance as they surveyed their surroundings with palpable disdain. Some students from No. 13 middle school, whom Qin Chuan recognized, avoided the newcomers like venomous snakes, taking detours to enter the school. Hey, which school are you from? A boy with acne approached, greeting Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan scrutinized the other party and retorted, which school do you attend? Class 7 of the 3rd high school. And you? Class 7 of the 3rd high school. What brings you here? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, extending his senses to perceive his surroundings, only to discover that all the unfamiliar faces were awakened beings of the highest caliber, predominantly at the 2nd tier. Such a force, within the high school realm of Lan City, would indeed be a formidable presence. What were these individuals doing, loitering at the entrance of the 13th high school? Hey, you don't know? The boy looked at Qin Chuan in surprise. We're looking for Qin Chuan. Looking for Qin Chuan? Indeed. That fellow cheated on the college entrance examination. And after it concluded, someone confronted the Education Bureau at their gates. However, the Bureau deemed the exam unimportant and thus offered no substantial response. Consequently, a post was made on the Lan City Forum, rallying numerous candidates to seek out Qin Chuan for clarification, urging him to step forward and address the matter. Yet, that turtle, Qin Chuan, shrank back after the exam, making him impossible to find. Now, word has it that the 13th high school still has the audacity to hold a graduation celebration, so we gathered to catch that turtle. The boy was eager, brimming with excitement, as if he felt honored to be part of this effort to confront the cheating incident. The so-called numerous candidates he referenced were primarily from the 3rd high school. Having long been accustomed to dominance and pride, they felt resentment after Qin Chuan shattered their status, leading them to imagine that he must have cheated to secure the top spot in the exam. Thus, they united, their voices mingling to portray Qin Chuan as a cheater, striving to preserve their dignity and pride. Brother, which school do you attend? The boy inquired again. Qin Chuan did not respond and strode directly into the 13th high school. TCH, what nonsense, the boy scoffed, observing Qin Chuan's retreating figure. A waste from the 13th high school. I thought he was from the 3rd high school. At that moment, a robust boy approached. It was Qi Ming, the student from the 3rd high school who had once intended to confront Qin Chuan after the exam. At that time, buoyed by his strength as a 2nd-tier beast-like awakened being, he had sought to coerce Qin Chuan into submission, only for Qin Chuan to unceremoniously brand his arm with a blood mark. The blood mark devours the host's vitality and grows, ultimately reducing one to an ordinary person. However, he now appeared vigorous, suggesting that someone had managed to lift the blood mark's curse. I don't recognize him. I thought he was a classmate from the 3rd high school. But he ended up in the 13th, Sunwon replied. Why does his silhouette seem somewhat familiar to me? Qi Ming mused, watching Qin Chuan disappear into the crowd. After a moment of contemplation without arriving at a conclusion, he stated, forget about him. Come with me to meet a few seniors. Upon hearing this, Sunwon immediately became excited. Did the seniors agree to come? Qi Ming nodded. However, we could only invite 4 third-year seniors who are 5th-tier awakened beings. The others who ascended to the 6th tier are away on missions and cannot attend. That's more than enough. Hee, the principal said he wouldn't interfere in student matters. But our seniors are students too. Students who graduated from Shangsan Middle School are all exceptional talents. Just bringing back 2 of them would suffice to confirm the fact that Qin Chuan resorted to cheating. Even if we were to condone such actions, the alumni from Shangsan Middle School would vehemently oppose it. If this news were to spread, it would be utterly embarrassing. Sunwon grinned, his eyes shimmering with excitement. This incident illuminated the remarkable network of graduates from Shangsan Middle School, where numerous individuals have awakened to the 5th or even 6th tiers of their abilities, with the majority now serving as the backbone of humanity. Someone envisioned himself entering this elite circle post-graduation, expanding his resources and connections, with an immeasurable future ahead. Qi Ming called upon a few students from the 1st and 2nd high schools to join him in welcoming those waiting in the parking lot outside the school gate. Shortly after, a striking black SUV came to a halt. Wow! The latest model of the Baikaiyu SUV, the top configuration costs a staggering 88 million. Upon seeing the vehicle, Sun Wen's eyes widened in astonishment. The door swung open, and 4 young men, around 23 or 24 years old, clad in athletic attire, emerged, engaged in lively conversation. Have you guys been to Tamingshan to join the excitement recently? I just returned from Haisai Tiandao yesterday. Where is Tamingshan? It's a mountain in the wilderness area. Recently, numerous awakeners have discovered anomalous fruits there, and it's bustling like a temple fair. Oh, anomalous fruits. What can grow in the wilderness area? Just some worthless stuff that was previously deemed precious because we hadn't visited the islands of the ocean. Don't brag too much. How much did you harvest from Tiandao? Not much, just 5 3-star anomalous fruits. 3. What kind of luck do you have to find so many? I remember at the last auction, a 3-star anomalous fruit sold for 500 million. You struck it rich. Rich my foot. Yesterday, I bought a set of battle armor and several secret techniques, and I'm still in debt. What have you been doing in the wilderness area lately? Hey, who's in the wilderness? I just happened to pass by after returning from the ocean. I went up there out of boredom. Reminiscing about the past, huh? Believe it or not, I actually encountered someone formidable during my trip to Tamingshan. Oh, how formidable. Lu Ming, you know him? The young lad from the Lu family. Already a 4th-tier awakener at such a young age. If he puts in effort in university for a year, he should advance to a 5th-tier awakener. And there might even be opportunities for collaboration. You met him? He was incapacitated. What? Is there someone in the wilderness capable of doing that to him? Yeah. I heard that person is named Dr. Qin. Can you believe it? He clashed physically with Lu Ming and overwhelmed him, while 3 mechanics couldn't even retaliate. The most astonishing part is that Dr. Qin is about the same age as Lu Ming. Wouldn't you say that's impressive? Wow, so powerful. Who is he? A disciple or illegitimate child of some super existence? I don't know. When I heard about it, I wandered around the mountain looking for him, but couldn't find him. It seems he had already left. Alas, the vigor of the youth these days is quite remarkable. In our time, graduating as a 2nd-tier awakener was the pinnacle of achievement. Yet now, 2nd-tier awakeners are ubiquitous, with even numerous 4th-tier awakeners present in the high schools of Jin City. We are indeed aging. Come, let us go and witness the prodigies of Lan City. As the 4 conversed, Qi Ming and his companions respectfully trailed behind in silence. By the way, what is the name of the individual who ranked first in the recent college entrance examination? One inquired, turning back. His name is Qin Chuan, Qi Ming promptly replied. However, the principal of the 13th high school does not permit students from other schools to enter, so it may prove somewhat challenging for us to meet him. No matter. The principal is merely a 4th-tier awakener. He should grant us a modicum of courtesy. Thank you for your assistance, senior. It is a trivial matter. If we do not clarify this matter, it would not bode well for us should it be discussed later. Chapter 47 approaches the classroom of Class 6, Senior 3. Was abuzz with excitement. Even though they had graduated, they remained, at heart, high school students, and after just a few days apart, there was an endless stream of conversation. Recently, discussions regarding Qin Chuan had intensified on the Lan City Forum, and as his classmates, their concern was palpable. As soon as they convened in the classroom, everyone began to express their opinions. Do you think Qin Chuan will show up today? Of course, why wouldn't he? The principal is holding a graduation ceremony because he ranked first. If he doesn't come, what is the point of the event? Seriously, do you really believe that he outperformed everyone from the prestigious 3rd high school to claim the top spot? I find it rather hard to accept. He has been quite ordinary and hasn't even awakened. Suddenly achieving first place is difficult to fathom. Your disbelief is irrelevant. The Education Bureau hasn't accused Qin Chuan of cheating, so he hasn't cheated. Come on, have any of you seen him since the college entrance examination? No, right? He didn't dare to face the scrutiny. I believe he knows he cheated, which is why he is hiding, afraid of being exposed. Exactly. If he hadn't cheated, why would students from 3rd high school be harassing him? They even blocked the school entrance. Amidst the chatter, Xiaosong's voice rose above the rest. With advancements in medical technology, Xiaosong had fully recovered from the severe injuries inflicted by Qin Chuan. During his hospital stay, he had found many like-minded individuals on the Lan City Forum who continuously condemned Qin Chuan for alleged cheating. Under the influence of those posts, he had forgotten the pain he had endured and became increasingly convinced that Qin Chuan had cheated, leading him to launch a tirade of slander against him. Particularly, Qin Chuan's almost complete disappearance post-examination, avoiding direct responses to the myriad of accusations, bolstered Xiaosong's confidence to denounce him. Some female classmates, unable to tolerate Xiaosong's behavior, voiced their discontent. Xiaosong, Qin Chuan is one of us. If you don't support him, at least don't slander him. What is your point? Xiao Song replied with righteous indignation. This is a matter of principle over personal ties. Even if he were my own father, I would denounce him for cheating in an examination, urging him to confess. Otherwise, if everyone cheats, what is the purpose of examinations? Don't you agree? Moreover, Qin Chuan has had ample opportunity to prove himself. If he simply appeared to address the doubts surrounding him, the rumors of his cheating would dissipate, and I would personally apologize to him. But does he dare? He knows he cheated. He is cowardly and afraid to show himself. You still believe he is innocent? Xiao Song smirked, embodying the essence of a petty victor, inciting the ire of those around him. Just as they were about to retort, a figure appeared in the corner of their vision at the classroom door, causing them to halt abruptly. As Xiao Song reveled in his moment of triumph, the classroom fell eerily silent. Sensing something amiss, he noticed that everyone's gaze was directed toward the entrance. Turning his head, his pupils contracted slightly. Qin Chuan? After a brief pause, he grinned and said, You truly dare to come, don't you? Well, since you're here, prove to us whether you have cheated. Our 13 High needs to provide an explanation to those from the prestigious 3rd High. Qin Chuan, with his hands in his pockets, cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Song and asked, How would you like me to prove it? Seeing that Qin Chuan was willing to engage, Xiao Song, with a sense of triumph, replied, It's quite simple. I know a few students from 3rd High. Just step outside with me. And if you can satisfy them to believe you didn't cheat, that will suffice. Qin Chuan beckoned him over. Although Xiao Song felt puzzled, he approached nonetheless. What do you want? He inquired. You performed quite well. Qin Chuan responded with a smile, gently patting Xiao Song's shoulder. Confused, Xiao Song asked, What do you mean I did well? The surrounding students, witnessing Qin Chuan's unexpected amiability, began to harbor doubts. Could it be that Qin Chuan truly had cheated, thus leading him to compromise? Qin Chuan, what brings you to the classroom? I just called you to the office. Zhang Hailu, having waited in the office for Qin Chuan's arrival, hurriedly came to summon him, realizing he must have misunderstood the instruction. Qin Chuan nodded and followed her. Once he left, the classroom erupted in chatter. His presence invigorated many of his supporters, while those who questioned him were still defiant, though their resolve was waning. Xiao Song was astonished to find himself at a loss for words. No matter how hard he tried, he could only produce hoarse sounds. Flustered and bewildered, Xiao Song could not comprehend what had happened, while the other students remained engrossed in discussions about whether Qin Chuan had indeed cheated, paying no heed to Xiao Song's predicament. In the principal's office, Chen Yu stood up as soon as Qin Chuan arrived, waving Zhang Hailu away. My dear, you have finally shown your face, she said as Zhang Hailu exited. Do you realize that the Lan City Forum is in an uproar over your situation? Graduates from 3rd High are getting involved and looking for you. And here you are, acting as if nothing is the matter. Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. If you know that so many are searching for me, why would you hold a celebration? Isn't that inviting trouble? Chen Yu awkwardly chuckled. It's not every day that we have a top scorer from 13 High. We must celebrate. Moreover, when I decided to hold the celebration, those from 3rd High hadn't indicated they would attend. Are they formidable? Qin Chuan inquired, his tone indifferent. Chen Yu held up 5 fingers, saying, 5-tiered celestial awakening individuals. Oh, Qin Chuan nodded. Is there anything else? Yes. For achieving 1st place, our school plans to award you 1 million as a reward. Additionally, at the graduation ceremony, I intend for you to speak as an outstanding graduate, so prepare for it. Transfer the bonus to me, and as for the speech, I'd rather pass. Aren't you principals fond of speaking? You can deliver it on my behalf. Oh, very well then. Please send me your card number, and I shall instruct the finance department to transfer the funds to you shortly. However, at the graduation ceremony, you must take the stage and pose for a photograph with the plaque commemorating the 1 million bonus. No, wait. How can you still be so composed while asking such questions? Did you not hear clearly? A 5th-tier awakened being is seeking you outside, and you remain so unfazed? Shouldn't you consider how to respond? Even I must show respect to a 5th-tier awakened being. Chen Yu was exasperated by Qin Chuan's demeanor. Is Qin Chuan truly that unperturbed? He merely uttered an "oh," and then fell silent in the presence of a 5th-tier awakened being. He even had the audacity to discuss the bonus with him. Truly, it resonates with the saying, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Qin Chuan maintained his calm demeanor. Is it truly difficult to devise a plan? Oh, do you possess some ingenious strategy? Chen Yu's eyes brightened. We should call the police. For such unreported public disturbances, I believe they would intervene. Yes? Qin Chuan delved into his memories and recalled this course of action. Qin Yu had initially thought Qin Chuan had a brilliant idea, but upon hearing the suggestion to contact the authorities, he was left utterly bewildered. In principle, indeed, one can report public disturbances, and they would be addressed. However, this applies to ordinary individuals. How does one manage a group of awakened beings? Moreover, awakened beings often resort to fighting on the spot if they are dissatisfied. Calling the police, this is the first I've heard of it. No, you simply. Qin Yu turned to look for Qin Chuan, only to find he had already vanished without a trace. His phone vibrated, revealing a message from Qin Chuan containing the card number. This cohort of students is truly a handful. Qin Yu grumbled to himself before dialing the security bureau. Chapter 48. Arrested for disturbing the peace. As Qin Chuan stepped out of the principal's office, Qi Shuiyao approached with hurried strides. Stop! I've finally found you, she exclaimed, grasping his arm tightly, her softer contours pressed against his, her delicate brows furrowing. Are you avoiding me because you're afraid you can't heal my grandfather? Qin Chuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the point of contact between them. Qi Shuiyao, initially filled with anger, found her cheeks flushing crimson as she noticed his lack of response. She shifted her posture, saying, What are you staring at? Haven't you seen this before? Let go of me. I won't. If you let go, you'll just run away again. And where will I find you? Don't you already know where I live? Qin Chuan replied with a hint of amusement, observing her blushing to her very ears. Stammering, she retorted, Well, if you keep avoiding me, I might just move in with you. Qin Chuan was at a loss for words. This girl, seemingly aloof, had a wild spirit akin to those celestial maidens of the cultivation world. I actually came back to school to find you. Upon hearing this, Qi Shuiyao released her grip. In 3 days, it's my grandfather's birthday. You must not be absent. Rest assured, just send me the address. If I can't reach you, I'll come directly. Qin Chuan assured her. Satisfied with his repeated promises, Qi Shuiyao departed with graceful steps. Upon returning to class, 2 girls immediately approached. Shuiyao, are there still spots available for the medical exchange conference your family is hosting? Qi Shuiyao shook her head. That's handled by my brother. I'm not sure. Why do you ask? Yuanying glanced at the shy girl beside her and grinned. Isn't it because Tang Yao said he wants to attend the medical exchange? She is hoping for a romantic encounter. Qi Shuiyao turned to look at Zhong Qiqi, who had long harbored feelings for Tang Yao. They say a girl pursuing a boy is like a veil between them. Yet, Tang Yao was so focused on his cultivation that he paid little mind to such affairs. Despite Zhong Qiqi's proactive efforts and the numerous opportunities she created over 3 years, their relationship hadn't progressed. Not a problem. If you want to go, I can arrange it any time. Qi Shuiyao nodded. However, Tang Yao is likely interested in some herbs to enhance his powers. You've never liked the scent of medicinal herbs, have you? Oh please. When she yes near Tang Yao, all she can think about is romance. She wouldn't even notice the medicinal scent. Guiyun laughed from the side. Zhong Qiqi playfully swatted at her. The 2 girls bantered back and forth, creating a lively scene in the classroom. By the way, Shuiyao, I heard that someone named Du Lin seems to have returned and will also attend the medical exchange. Is that the genius Du Lin who went to Jin City? Has he been pursuing you for quite some time? Yes, he started chasing me since the first semester of freshman year, Qi Shuiyao replied, rolling her eyes. What do you think of him? Du Lin's admission to Jinshe High School can be considered a stroke of genius, and it is rumored that she has now awakened to the 3rd tier of celestial quality. However, she does not leave a particularly favorable impression on her. Oh, Shuiyao, do you possess such lofty standards that even someone like Du Lin cannot catch your eye? What do you know? Our Shuiyao has someone special in her heart. Oh, who is it? Which young master is it? Share with us so we can discuss, said Zhong Qiqi. Upon realizing she had been addressing a male peer, she turned to see a face grinning like a flower, which startled her, causing her to lose her composure. Li Zixiong, are you trying to get yourself killed? Zhong Qiqi exclaimed, pushing him away. What are you doing? We girls are having a conversation, and you just waltz over? Guiyun shot Li Zixiong a disapproving glance. I know who Shuiyao's special someone is. I saw them holding hands just now. The eyes of both girls brightened with excitement. Who is it? Hurry, tell us. Li Zixiong. Qi Shuiyao, blushing, pronounced each syllable with emphasis. Li Zixiong felt a chill run down his spine and bolted out the door, only to peek back in with a grin. Qin Chuan is coming. You scoundrel. Qi Shuiyao raised her hand, conjuring an ice sphere the size of a fist, and hurled it at Li Zixiong. He nimbly dodged, causing the ice sphere to crash against the door with a resounding thud. The entire class fell silent, turning to investigate, but finding nothing amiss, they resumed their chatter. Wow Shuiyao, is it really Qin Chuan? Are you two quite familiar? Zhang Qiqi blinked her eyes, gazing at Qi Shuiyao with curiosity. No. Don't listen to that scoundrel Li Zixiong's nonsense. You all know what kind of brain he has. Qi Shuiyao quickly clarified. Oh, the two girls nodded, seeming to ponder. Truly, I simply need to ask Qin Chuan for help with something. To prevent any misunderstandings, she reiterated. Oh, the girls nodded in realization. Qin Chuan informed Zhang Hailu that he would not be attending class, and, regarding Chun Yu's suggestion for photographs, he simply requested one edited version. In the afternoon, he planned to visit Old Qi's pharmacy, where Wang Hu and the others were likely still recuperating. It was the perfect opportunity to retrieve the exotic fruit. Furthermore, the medical exchange conference was set to commence in the coming days, and he needed to discuss some details with Old Qi. At the school gate, vehicles from the Safety Bureau flashed red and blue lights, maintaining order and clearing away students from the upper third middle school who were blocking the entrance, while also reprimanding them. Qin Chuan strolled out leisurely. Qi Ming, who was being lectured, felt a sudden surge of anger upon spotting Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, you better stop right there. Do you even consider yourself a man, calling the police? If you have the guts, let us settle this one-on-one. With that, he charged forward, ready to engage. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Calm down. The director of the Safety Bureau, a fourth-tier celestial quality awakened individual, admonished sternly. He had been sipping tea in his office when he suddenly received an alarming call from Chen Yu. Upon hearing that over 100 awakened individuals were blocking the school gates, including several fifth-tier celestial awakened beings, he was so startled that he tumbled off the sofa. Hastily donning his attire, he rushed over. In the presence of 4 fifth-tier celestial awakened beings, he was meek and submissive. But he felt emboldened to assert himself before Qi Ming, a mere second-tier celestial awakened being. After reprimanding Qi Ming, he scrutinized Qin Chuan. Are you the one who reported their gathering and causing a disturbance? Qin Chuan glanced at Qi Ming. I don't know him. He replied curtly before turning to leave. Damn it, this guy. Qi Ming seethed with anger, yet felt powerless against him. Stand straight and stop glaring. You, young man, should learn better. Who taught you to block the school gates? Do you not respect the law or our security agency? The director of the Security Bureau's voice boomed louder, resonating like a thunderclap. Understood, Director Ma, Qi Ming muttered quietly. After all, he was the initiator and organizer of this event. A reluctant leader among the gathered crowd of over 100 people, all of whom were now observing him. Knowing is of no use. Everyone, return to the bureau. Director Ma's expression was stern. Qi Ming frowned. His family, the Qi clan, held some influence in Lan City, so he was taken aback by Director Ma's blatant disregard for his status. Just as he was about to speak, a fifth-tier celestial awakened being interjected. Since Director Ma has spoken, you should all accompany us. Cooperating with the Security Bureau is everyone's duty, and awakened individuals are no exception. Faced with this, Qi Ming could only nod in agreement. So this is Qin Chuan? Quite intriguing. Well then, Brother Ma, we 4 have matters to attend to and shall take our leave. Let us gather again when we have time, the fifth-tier celestial awakened being said with a smile. Of course. Do you need a ride? Director Ma's expression softened, a stark contrast to his demeanor towards Qi Ming. What a facade. No need. We haven't returned to Lan City in a long time. We'll take a stroll and reminisce about our youth. The 4 chuckled and then departed from the group. Who is taking action? One of them inquired as they walked along the street among the crowd. Pei Yunxian, are you brave enough to stake a claim? TCH. Kindly swallow those words, not daring back. Very well. This time, the stakes were set. If Pei Yunxian lost, it would be a 10-to-1 payout. If he won, it would be 1-to-10. 1 2-star anomalous fruit on Pei's victory. At 1. Seriously, you believe in me this much? If you think losing to a high school student is not shameful, then losing is inconsequential. Who do you look down upon? 3 2-star anomalous fruits can't by my esteem. Pei Yunxian scoffed disdainfully. At that moment, Qin Chuan happened upon a secluded alley, with the 4 trailing behind him. Suddenly, Qin Chuan came to a halt. Chapter 49. You lost to a high school student. Come out, Qin Chuan said, turning to glance at the empty space behind him with an air of indifference. 4 figures materialized before him, seemingly emerging from an invisible barrier. Why aren't you leaving? It's difficult to exert ourselves in this narrow alley, Pei Yunxian, dressed in a long red robe, remarked disdainfully, surveying the less than 3-meter-wide passage. Qin Chuan's gaze swept over the 4 individuals who had previously confronted him at the school gate, 5th-tier awakened beings from the prestigious Shangsan High School, led by Chen Yu. Hey, the little fellow is clever. Isn't he? He knows that causing havoc in the city would attract penalties for awakened beings, which is why he chose this place where he cannot fully unleash his power. It appears our 2-star is in a bit of danger. One of the 5th-tier awakened beings grinned. Those who can navigate the rules are quite astute, he chuckled. Ha ha ha, he is just a high school student. What can his cleverness achieve? Even if I bind my own hands, does he really think he can defeat me? Pei Yunxian, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Qin Chuan, remained unfazed. His formidable strength instilled confidence. Hey, you said it yourself. Using your hands is for dogs. How about another challenge? You're not allowed to use your feet either. Get lost. Pei Yunchuan's expression darkened, shooting a fierce glare at Huang Mingqi, who had joined in the mockery. Enough. If this continues, the little fellow will vanish, Tao Kang interjected. It was then that Pei Yunxian noticed Qin Chuan had already turned to leave, showing no intention of waiting for their bickering to conclude. Stop. Pei Yunxian stomped his foot on the ground, igniting a shower of sparks as he launched himself like an arrow, propelled by flames. He executed a mid-air kick, a fiery serpent swirling around his foot, aimed at the back of Qin Chuan's neck. Qin Chuan raised his fist and struck out. Bang! The two forces collided in mid-air, flames erupting and shockwaves rippling outward. Huang Mingqi and the others were momentarily stunned. This young man had managed to withstand Pei Yunchuan's attack. Tao Kang's eyes gleamed with interest as he observed Qin Chuan. He didn't employ any external aids. Are you certain? Are you doubting me? Hee, not at all. As Pei Yunxian realized that Qin Chuan could effortlessly counter his strike, he was taken aback, quickly spinning his legs. Flames coiled around his toes, creating a fiery dance of a whirlwind. Qin Chuan's heart tightened. This opponent appeared to be only 1 tier above Lu Ming, yet in terms of combat prowess, he was several levels beyond. Both his offensive and defensive capabilities were commendable, even in the eyes of Qin Chuan, a battle-hardened veteran. If Lu Ming were to face this individual, it was likely he would be defeated in a single move. Bang, 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 within a span of mere seconds. The two engaged in hundreds of exchanges, the heat of their battle contained within the narrow alley. The surrounding buildings were pockmarked by the residual force of their conflict. Damn, are this your graduates really that formidable? I can't even take him down without using my hands. Pei Yunxian grew increasingly alarmed, perspiration forming on his brow as he realized he had yet to subdue Qin Chuan after such a lengthy confrontation. Shadow Flame 1,000 kills. Pei Yunxian let out a thunderous roar, his feet kicking vigorously in the air. With each strike, a flame erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, hundreds, if not thousands, of flames coalesced, densely packed together, sweeping towards Qin Chuan like a tempest. The scorching waves of fire surged through the alley, a torrent of heat rushing upward. The air above the alley warped, producing an astonishing mirage. As one individual noticed this spectacle and halted to observe, more and more people paused, craning their necks to witness this peculiar phenomenon. Some, driven by curiosity about its origin, sought to find the source, but after several fruitless attempts, they were met only with walls blocking their path, utterly unable to uncover the source. Good grief. Old Pei actually employed the Shadow Flame 1,000 kills. This is a 4-star awakened skill, and he uses it against a mere high school student? The most terrifying aspect was that this high school student managed to withstand it. Insanity. This is a high school student we're talking about. Huang Mingqi and his companion stared wide-eyed at the fierce battle unfolding before them, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. This is bad. Old Pei has let his guard down. Tao Kang's eyes narrowed, his expression turning grave. Just then, a flaw appeared in Pei Yunchuan's right shoulder, prompting Qin Chuan to close in and unleash a powerful punch. Ha! Pei Yunxian grinned, flames erupting from his right foot as he executed a Thomas spin, his legs swirling towards Qin Chuan. A flaw. As a 5th-tier celestial awakened one, seasoned by countless battles across the islands, it was impossible for him to reveal such a vulnerability so easily, even without using his hands. This was merely a trap he had intentionally set to lure Qin Chuan into a false sense of security. Clearly, this high school student, relatively skilled yet inexperienced, had taken the bait. Even I was deceived. However, that was splendidly executed. Tao Kang's tense expression relaxed in an instant, replaced by an appreciative smile. Pei Yunchuan's ploy had already assured his victory. It mattered not that his opponent was merely a high school student. Even a 6th-tier celestial awakened one would find it impossible to evade Pei Yunchuan's assault at such close range. Huang Mingqi and Wu Shangming marveled at Pei Yunchuan's clever maneuver in their minds. Everyone believed that Qin Chuan had fallen for the trap and would inevitably be defeated. Flames danced around Pei Chuan's legs, spinning in the air like a guillotine, nearly striking Qin Chuan's shoulder. In truth, he could have easily severed Qin Chuan's shoulder. But doing so would guarantee the latter's death, and since he held no grudge against Qin Chuan, he refrained from delivering a lethal blow. However, at that very moment, just as Pei Chuan's legs were about to make contact with Qin Chuan's shoulder, the latter abruptly vanished. Indeed, at such close quarters, no awakened one could evade Pei Chuan's attack. Yet, Qin Chuan was not an awakened one. He was a cultivator, with his footwork akin to the 7-star steps. He shifted forms, appearing almost instantaneously to Pei Chuan's left. He raised his elbow high and struck down fiercely. Pei Yunxian, momentarily stunned by Qin Chuan's disappearance, instinctively turned and launched a punch. Boom! Flames erupted, and a scorching wave surged forth, as if it aimed to devour everything in its path. A figure erupted from the flames, crashing into the adjacent wall with a resounding thud, leaving an imprint of a person. As the fire dissipated, Qin Chuan stood unscathed in his attire. What the heck? Old Pei lost? No, he truly lost? He couldn't defeat a high school student? Huang Mingqi and the others stared in disbelief at the young man before them, who appeared no older than a neighbor's little brother. What is happening? Are high school students this formidable now? Damn it! Pei Yunxian cursed, struggling to extricate himself from the wall, dislodging bricks that tumbled around him. Are you really a high school student? Pei Yunxian glared at Qin Chuan, gritting his teeth. You dodged my fire dance whirlwind slash at such close range. Even the 6th-tier fighters from Jin City 3rd University wouldn't be this outrageous. How did you manage that? Qin Chuan offered no reply. Instead, he approached Pei Yunxian and, under the gaze of the onlookers, extracted 3 2-star exotic fruits from Pei Yunchuan's bulging pocket. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. 3 2-grade spirit herb fruits. After Qin Chuan departed the alley, Pei Yunxian finally regained his senses, astonished. What the hell? He snatched my exotic fruits? He attempted to charge after him, but was restrained by Tao Kong and the others. Old Pei, calm down. You lost. It's normal to compensate with a few exotic fruits. Get lost. I didn't even bet with him. However, you attacked him for no reason. If you had one, that would be one thing. But losing means you must pay the price. But those are 3 2-star exotic fruits, each worth over 100 million. They weren't lost to you. Lost. So they belong to me. But you lost to that high school student. That's right. I let him win. Did you not see that I didn't even use my hands? I had him dancing around. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that you lost to a high school student. Pei Yunxian exclaimed, Let me go, Huang Mingqi. Do you dare to challenge me one-on-one? Forget it. I don't wish to bully someone who lost to a high school student. Pei Yunxian erupted in impotent rage. Nonetheless, although you lost to a high school student, one thing is certain. This guy did not cheat. The high school student possesses at least the strength of a 5th-tier heavenly awakened individual. TSK. I wonder how he compares to those geniuses from Jin City's elite class? The elite class. Those who naturally awaken before the age of 10 without undergoing the awakening ritual. Although they are still in high school, they have trained for 7 or 8 years. And it is rumored that some have even advanced to the 7th tier. Moreover, it is said that these individuals, apart from cultivating their awakened techniques, have never neglected physical training, with some capable of matching armored opponents in sheer physicality. This young man, while astonishingly powerful, likely still pales in comparison to the geniuses from the elite class. Hey, the Destiny Cup is becoming increasingly intriguing. Alas, I am already 21 this year. If it weren't for the rule that participants must be under 20, I would certainly want to observe. TCH, defeated by a high school student. It is indeed a source of embarrassment. Huang Mingqi. Chapter 50. The desire to launch a new pharmaceutical. Though these 3 exotic fruits are slightly inferior to the blood-soaked frost fruit, they are significantly superior to those obtained from Wei Ziyuan. These 3 fruits will enable me to advance to the mid to late stages of the Qi refinement 3rd layer. Qin Chuan felt quite satisfied with these 3 fruits. The earlier encounter with Pei Yunxian bore no malice. He had shown restraint. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Qin Chuan to acquire just these 3 fruits. He had overheard them discussing the concept of 2-star exotic fruits, indicating that these fruits possess a hierarchical classification. Upon arriving at Old Qi's apothecary, he found it devoid of customers, with only Wang Hu and a few others idly swatting at mosquitoes. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, they instantly adopted a respectful demeanor. Even Old Qi rose to his feet. He had already learned from Wang Hu and the others about the events that transpired on Taiming Mountain. At this moment, he regarded Qin Chuan with a complex expression. Initially, When Qin Chuan visited the apothecary to purchase expensive herbs like ginseng, old qi, noticing Qin Chuan's calm and composed nature despite his lack of funds, had made a casual investment by gifting him the herbs. His intention was simple. He hoped Qin Chuan would achieve success in the future and become a valuable connection, occasionally aiding his business. However, he never anticipated that within less than a month, the young man he had invested in would deliver such a shocking performance. To withstand battle armor, slay a fourth-tier awakened being, and retrieve over a dozen exotic fruits. Achieving any of these feats would place one among the ranks of formidable individuals, far beyond old Qi's reach, even if he exerted all his efforts. Such a person would scarcely deign to acknowledge him. As Wang Hu and the others vividly recounted the happenings on Taiming Mountain, a shiver ran down old Qi's spine. It took him a while to regain his composure after they finished speaking. He then realized how prescient his investment in Qin Chuan had been. He sensed that this might very well be the wisest decision he had ever made. Dr. Qin, these are the exotic fruits from Taiming Mountain, Kong Xine said, handing a backpack to Qin Chuan. In addition to the 5 we consumed at the time, there are 18 more. Qin Chuan accepted the backpack under the gaze of the others and then tossed 5 fruits to them. This, Dr. Qin, are these for us? The 5 exclaimed in shock and delight as they caught the fruits. Qin Chuan nodded and then turned to Old Qi. Old Qi, how much do you know about the information regarding exotic fruits? He intended to inquire about the classification of these fruits. Old Qi smiled bitterly. This small shop of mine is merely a Tier 3 retail outlet under Ruikong Pharmacy, and the most precious herbs I carry are only of the ginseng variety. As for exotic fruits, I have only encountered them a few times in my lifetime. How could I know much? Didn't I send you a website? That's where I gathered my information. Qin Chuan nodded slowly. He had perused that website, which provided only superficial insights. Old Qi, being a first-tier awakened being, had operated the apothecary for decades, yet it was understandable that his limited strength precluded him from accessing more detailed information about the exotic fruits. It seems I must seek alternative avenues for understanding. Perhaps Qi Shuiyao possesses the knowledge. However, there is the matter of the exotic fruit at the Medicinal Exchange Conference. Elder Qi remarked, every time I attended the Medicinal Exchange, I witnessed the auction of exotic fruits. Detailed information about these fruits should be obtainable there. Very well. Qin Chuan nodded, seemingly recalling something. Elder Qi, do you have channels for acquiring exotic fruits? Aside from this medicinal conference? Elder Qi nodded. Indeed. I am aware of certain trade fairs within the industry where these items can be purchased, albeit at exorbitant prices. I have never procured them myself. As long as there are channels, Qin Chuan mused. You already possess over a dozen exotic fruits. Do you still wish to acquire more? Not enough. Qin Chuan shook his head thoughtfully. By the way, which potions are currently the best sellers on the market? Elder Qi appeared somewhat perplexed by Qin Chuan's broad question. After pondering for a moment, he replied, the most popular potions are those that enhance the abilities of awakeners, such as the Vitality and Foundation Elixir and the Spirit Muscle and Bone Pill, among others. Good. Please compile a detailed list of related medicines and their prices for me. What do you need that for? Elder Qi and the others blinked in confusion at Qin Chuan. I intend to create a new potion to earn some money. Qin Chuan stated candidly. The exotic fruits could rapidly elevate his strength, but his energy was inherently limited, no matter how hard he tried. He could not acquire an abundance of exotic fruits for cultivation. However, with financial resources, the situation would differ. Wealth would enable numerous awakeners to work on his behalf, assisting him in the search for exotic fruits. Moreover, it would not be limited to exotic fruits. Anything he desired could be procured, provided he could afford the price. Qin Chuan believed the quickest way to generate income was by producing potions that enhanced the strength of awakeners. He was confident that even a few recipes from the cultivation realm would sufficiently surpass all existing potions on the market. Elder Qi, current potions are the result of substantial investments by major pharmaceutical companies, engaging renowned medical experts who dedicate considerable time and effort in their development. The market for these potions is monopolized, making it quite challenging for new ones to break through. It may prove difficult for you to carve out a share of this pie, Elder Qi cautioned, shaking his head. Although he recognized Qin Chuan's extraordinary capabilities and discerning vision, his extensive experience in the medical field made him acutely aware of the murky waters therein. Qin Chuan's ambition in this arena seemed daunting. That is of no concern. You need only assist me in gathering relevant information. The rest is unnecessary for you to worry about, Qin Chuan responded with confidence. Noting this, Elder Qi ceased further discussion and nodded. I will do my utmost to help you collect various information. By the way, Elder Qi returned to the cash register and retrieved a card, handing it to Qin Chuan. The medicinal exchange conference is being held tomorrow at the Hanhai building. This is your invitation card, which you will require for entry. Qin Chuan accepted it, perused it briefly, then tucked it away before turning to leave. Elder Qi observed Qin Chuan's departing figure, shaking his head slightly. Elder Qi, why do you shake your head? Sure, how inquired with wide eyes. Qin Chuan has underestimated the complexities of the pharmaceutical industry. Currently, several major companies dominate the market, making his aspirations to introduce a new medication seem rather fanciful. However, this may serve as a blessing in disguise, allowing him to gain clarity on certain matters and focus more intently on his cultivation, as Elder Qi remarked. Oh, I see, came the response. Nevertheless, I still believe that Dr. Qin can indeed launch a new medication, carving a path through the heavily monopolized market. Sure, how expressed an inexplicable trust in Qin Chuan. I share that belief, nodded Wang Hu and several others. Perhaps the indelible impression Qin Chuan left during their time at Timing Mountain fostered their unwavering confidence. No matter what Qin Chuan undertakes, they are convinced he will undoubtedly succeed. Chapter 51. Late stage of Qi refinement level 3. Upon returning home, Qin Chuan commenced the absorption of the exotic fruits. Within the spirit-seizing array, the fruits emanated wisps of smoke, transforming into a mist that was drawn into his being. The ethereal white vapor that escaped coiled around him, pulsating rhythmically with his breaths, exuding an aura of mystery. During the Qi refinement period, the spiritual energy required for each advancement escalates exponentially. Although he absorbed a greater quantity of exotic fruits this time, he only reached the late stage of Qi refinement level 3, falling short of advancing to level 4. By evening, he had fully absorbed all the fruits and exhaled a long, murky breath. To ascend to Qi refinement level 4, he would need at least 5 of these 2-star exotic fruits. Should he encounter a fruit of the caliber of the ghostly blood frost fruit, a single one would suffice. The spiritual energy in this realm is simply too sparse. Otherwise, why would my progression be so languid? Qin Chuan pondered inwardly. This time, he fortified his foundation, necessitating even more substantial resources for advancement than in his previous life. Based on the current efficacy of the exotic fruits, he estimated that he would require over 1,000 to reach the foundation establishment stage, and that was with the presence of the celestial star tree. Without it, the required number would be even more staggering. The thought of advancing to the golden core stage, even a cursory estimation of the resources needed, overwhelmed Qin Chuan with pressure. However, the ability to purchase exotic fruits with money certainly alleviated some burdens, he mused. He intended to attend the upcoming medicinal exchange not only to explore other herbs that could aid his cultivation, but also to familiarize himself with the common potions available in the market, thus facilitating the introduction of new elixirs. He had already conceptualized 3 types of pills: the Luoyun pill, which enhances vitality and strengthens bones and muscles; the minor Pei Yuan pill, which aids in injury recovery and replenishes energy; and the minor Fushin pill, designed to heal soul injuries. The first 2 pills require no elaboration, as they are suitable for all awakened beings, offering a vast user base. The minor Fushin pill, however, specifically addresses the soul injuries incurred by those who have overexerted their awakened talents. Given Qin Chuan's observations, awakened beings have existed for nearly 200 years, and individuals like Elder Wei and Liangyu, who suffer from soul trauma, are certainly numerous. These individuals often have no recourse for medical assistance and must silently endure their afflictions. Typically, these are extraordinary awakened beings, and if they were to learn of a pill capable of healing their soul injuries, they would undoubtedly invest all they possess to procure it. Qin Chuan could even propose a barter system, allowing them to seek rare exotic fruits in exchange for the pills. His parents had not returned from work, seemingly engulfed in their busy schedules lately, often working overtime. Early the next morning, Qin Chuan set off for Hanhai Building. The Hanhai Building is renowned in Lan City, housing the prestigious Hanhai Hotel, where high-end business activities and meetings are commonly held. Today, however, it was the venue for the annual medicinal exchange, bustling with throngs of people, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. Luxurious vehicles crowded the exterior, causing a complete traffic standstill for miles. Despite officials dispatching traffic coordinators to manage the flow, their efforts were merely a drop in the ocean. Wow, so many people. Zhong Qiqi, Guiyun, and Qi Shuiyao strolled through the bustling crowd. The 3 young women possessed graceful figures and were adorned in vibrant, youthful attire, particularly Qi Shuiyao, whose striking ice blue long hair drew considerable attention. Numerous passers-by cast glances in their direction. Xueyao, I've heard that this year's medical exchange conference is the largest in history. Is that true? Guiyun, with the curiosity of a child, surveyed her surroundings. Filled with wonder at everything. Qi Xueyao nodded affirmatively. In the past, the medical exchange conferences mainly consisted of discussions and exchanges among major pharmaceutical groups in Lan City, primarily involving the purchase of discounted products and the sale of medicinal materials by awakening individuals. This year, however, it's not just the local pharmaceutical groups. Representatives from various districts are rumored to be attending, and several esteemed medical experts are present as well. My brother mentioned that even officials and military personnel are here for this conference. Guiyun's eyes widened in astonishment. Even the military is attending? Wow. This medical exchange conference is becoming increasingly official. Indeed, it seems that relevant government departments are interested in organizing similar medical exchange conferences. Their presence here is to understand the process and discuss the expansion of Lan City's conference into a large-scale event involving all cities. Impressive, Guiyun exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiqi appeared indifferent to the conversation, her gaze wandering as she searched for Tang Yao's figure, feeling a tinge of disappointment at his absence. Stop searching. In this sea of people, how could you possibly find him? Guiyun teased, linking arms with Zhang Qiqi. Perhaps I should call him and ask where he is? Qi Xueyao suggested, knowing Tang Yao's contact information, though she seldom used it. Zhang Qiqi bit her lip. Let me look a little longer. Guiyun playfully raised her eyebrows. Xueyao, you may not realize this, but if you call to ask where he is, even if you meet him, it won't have that serendipitous thrill anymore, will it? Right? Guiyun nudged Zhang Qiqi. It's only fate when you bump into him unexpectedly. Zhang Qiqi shot her a glare, opting not to respond, and continued her search. Qi Xueyao, seemingly perplexed, thought to herself, does it really need to be that complicated? Hey, Xueyao. At that moment, 4 or 5 young men squeezed through the crowd. One of them, clad in a white t-shirt and possessing a handsome demeanor, greeted Qi Xiao. Xiao, are you here for the medical exchange conference too? What a coincidence. Du Lin was just mentioning you, and here you are. It seems fate has drawn us together. Next to Du Lin, a bespectacled young man chuckled. Upon hearing this, Guiyun and Zhang Qiqi exchanged surprised glances, with Guiyun nudging Zhang Qiqi and raising an eyebrow. Are you two reading from the same romance manual? Zhang Qiqi shot her a fierce glare. Qi Xueyao, feeling somewhat exasperated, politely smiled. My brother is in charge of this medical exchange conference, so naturally, I would attend. Speaking of him, I have many questions to discuss upon my return. Would you mind taking me to see him? We still have shopping to do, and as the host, I need to accompany my friends today. No worries. I can accompany you all, and after our stroll, I shall seek out your brother. Hiki. Qi Xueyao forced a smile, saying, no thanks. We ladies will meander about at our leisure. If you wish to find my brother, you may do so on your own. He is in the auction hall on the 27th floor, overseeing the arrangement of auction items. With that, she took the curious-faced Zhang Qiqi and Guiyun by the hand and made her escape from the scene. Lingu, what is going on with Qi Xueyao? The last time you returned, she was quite chatty with you, but now she seems to be avoiding you, inquired the bespectacled youth, casting a puzzled glance at Du Lin. Du Lin remained silent, his eyes quietly following Qi Xueyao as she blended into the crowd. At that moment, another individual pushed through. Lingu, trouble has arisen. A young man with ear piercings shouted upon spotting Du Lin. What are you yelling about? I'm perfectly fine. Du Lin, already irked by Qi Xueyao's rejection, felt his temper flare further at the young man's outburst. Listen, the young man gasped for breath. Didn't you ask me to inquire about how Qi Xueyao has been faring at school? Well, it seems she has taken to keeping a toy boy. What? Du Lin's expression instantly darkened as he cast a cold glare at the young man, who flinched. It's true. The rumors are rampant at her school. It's that Qin Chuan, the top scorer from Lan City. There are whispers that something untoward is happening between them. Qin Chuan, the top student of Lan City, a peak third-tier awakened being, capable of causing quite the stir in Jin City. Find me all the information on Qin Chuan. After the medical exchange conference, I shall have a word with him, Du Lin said in a low voice. He had already ascended to a fourth-tier awakened being, and no one in Lan City could catch his eye. His interest in Qi Xueyao stemmed solely from her background. Her grandfather was a seasoned general who had once fought valiantly. Although now retired, he still held significant influence in the military. Gaining his favor would undoubtedly smooth Du Lin's path ahead. If not for this, what effort would he expend to entertain her? In Jin City, there were plenty of individuals more beautiful and gifted than Qi Xueyao. Chapter 52. The same person in the bustling crowd. Qi Shuyao, Zhong Qiqi, and Guiyun were engaged in cheerful conversation. As they entered the Han Hai building, Zhong Qiqi glanced around and suddenly widened her eyes, pointing at an elderly man and a young boy amidst the throng. Shueyo, look. Upon hearing this, Qi Shueyo turned to look, her expression shifting to one of surprise. Qin Chuan, what is he doing here? Let us go. Guiyun, who relished gossip, unceremoniously took hold of Qi Shuyao and Zhong Qiqi, leading them closer. Hey, Qin Chuan, Guiyun called out, waving enthusiastically from a distance. Having just exited the subway with Elder Qi, Qin Chuan heard his name being called and turned to see three youthful and vibrant girls approaching him. Elder Qi shot Qin Chuan a meaningful glance, as if to say, not bad, just classmates. Qin Chuan replied modestly. Hi, Qin Chuan, I'm Guiyun, and this is Zhong Qiqi, Shuyao's close friend. Guiyun, with her lively demeanor, introduced herself with enthusiasm. We truly are fated to meet in such a crowded place, she added with a cheerful laugh. Qi Shuyao found Guiyun's words somewhat familiar, and noticing Zhong Qiqi's peculiar expression, she quickly realized the implication and shot Guiyun a fierce glare. Guiyun, seemingly oblivious, continued conversing with Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, are you here to purchase potions? I've heard that the prices at today's medical exchange meeting are significantly lower than usual. I'm just browsing. If I find something suitable, I might make a purchase, Qin Chuan replied. Oh dear, since you're shopping, you must go with Shueyao. She has connections at the exchange meeting and can get you a substantial discount. Guiyun exclaimed, pulling Qi Shueyao forward and nudging her towards Qin Chuan. Elder Qi watched with keen interest, delighted to witness the usually composed Qin Chuan engaging in such amusing antics. Qin Chuan felt somewhat exasperated. Qi Shueyao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and annoyance as she scolded, Guiyun, what are you doing? What do you mean? Why are you blushing? I'm just suggesting you guide Qin Chuan, Guiyun replied with a serious expression. Humph. Qi Shuyao shot her a glare, but gradually calmed down. Turning to Qin Chuan, she said, since you're here, let us go meet my brother. Upon hearing this, Guiyun and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Wait a moment, you were just so reserved. And now you're bringing him to meet your brother? What a sudden leap. Qi Shueyo seemed to realize something and quickly clarified. Qin Chuan originally agreed to treat my grandfather, and now I'm taking him to meet my brother so he can accompany us to see my grandfather. Oh, I see. Guiyun nodded in understanding. Qin Chuan intended to decline, but Elder Qi promptly interjected, Go on, go on. There is still time before the medical exchange meeting starts. Just wander around for now, and come find me at 8 in the herbal area. With that, Qin Chuan felt it permissible to accompany Qi Shueyao to visit her grandfather. However, Guiyun claimed she needed to take Zhong Qiqi to find someone and would not join Qi Shueyao and Qin Chuan. Thus, Qi Shueyao and Qin Chuan ascended to the upper floors of the Han Hai building, exchanging not a single word along the way. Due to Qi Shueyao's esteemed status, they ascended directly to the 27th floor via the private elevator, bypassing the queue entirely. The entirety of the 27th floor, encompassing over 1,000 square meters, had been transformed into a vast hall, featuring a prominent stage at its center, primarily designed for corporate annual meetings and similar events. At this moment, the hall was arranged in a circular fashion, filled with seats and lavishly decorated as a grand auction room. Shueyo, you've arrived quite early, a familiar voice remarked. The staff and attendees on the 27th floor mostly recognized Qi Shueyao. Good morning, Uncle Li. Last time you successfully bid on a pair of jade gourds. I hope you can acquire something you cherish again today. Qi Shueyao greeted politely. Ha ha ha. May your words bring me fortune, Uncle Li replied with hearty laughter. Turning to Qin Chuan, who stood beside her. And who might this be? My classmate. I brought him to meet my third brother, Qi Shueyao introduced. Oh, go ahead. I just saw him over there, busy as always, Uncle Li said with a smile. As Qi Shueyao guided Qin Chuan through the hall, she remarked, My third brother is the most outstanding individual of our generation. A significant portion of our family business is managed by him, including this medical exchange conference. At this point, she cast a discreet glance at Qin Chuan, noting his unflinching expression, which surprised her slightly. She continued, moreover, aside from his remarkable business acumen, he is also a fourth-tier awakened, quite formidable. However, he treats me exceptionally well, so when you meet him, feel free to act as you normally would. As they conversed, an exclamation suddenly interrupted them. Shueyao, who is he? A voice rang out ahead. Qi Shueyao looked up, slightly furrowing her brow. Recognizing it was Du Lin accompanied by 3 other young awakened. They had approached to find her third brother and were taken aback to encounter Qi Xiao and Qin Chuan. At that moment, Du Lin's gaze scrutinized Qin Chuan, his eyes revealing a subtle chill. Xiuyao, this is where you're mistaken. Our brother Lin rarely returns throughout the year. And yet you are here with another boy. Isn't that inappropriate? A tall, slender young man with glasses furrowed his brow, speaking on Du Lin's behalf. Qi Xiao frowned slightly, retorting, whom I associate with is my own prerogative. What business is it of yours? Du Lin's expression darkened at her response. The young man with dyed yellow hair scrutinized Qin Chuan for a moment, then speculated aloud. Qin Chuan? Upon meeting Qin Chuan's gaze, he instantly confirmed his identity. Indeed it is you, Qin Chuan. Du Lin concealed his malice beneath a smile as he extended his right hand towards Qin Chuan. Jinshi No. 7 High School, Du Lin. Currently a 4th tier celestial awakened. The moment Qin Chuan accepted the handshake, Du Lin intended to apply pressure discreetly, mindful not to overdo it in light of Qi Xiuyao's presence. But crushing one of Qin Chuan's hands to issue a warning was unavoidable. Qin Chuan's attention fell on Du Lin's outstretched hand. Effortlessly detecting the underlying hostility and understanding its origin, he regarded such overt displays of animosity with indifference, dismissing Du Lin entirely from his concerns. With his hands buried deep in his pockets, he strode past Du Lin, remarking, Aren't you supposed to take me to meet your third brother? Why the delay? Huh. Oh. Qi Xiuyao hurriedly followed in small steps. Du Lin stood frozen, taken aback. He had already disclosed his identity and capabilities, yet Qin Chuan displayed such blatant disregard. This was in public, surrounded by notable figures attending the event, and their curious glances made Du Lin's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Damn it. Stop right there. Du Lin's outstretched hand clenched into a fist as he shouted fiercely, stamping his foot on the ground and pivoting to throw a punch at Qin Chuan's nape. Gasps echoed around as onlookers were astonished that someone dared to strike here. Stop! A commanding voice rang out as a figure swooped in, colliding with Du Lin's fist. Dispersing the energy, Du Lin staggered back 2 steps, while the other individual was forced to retreat a good 10 steps before steadying himself. Wei-san, good. Are you going to assist him? Du Lin exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at Qin Chuan. The one who had just absorbed Du Lin's punch was none other than Wei Yuanying. Dressed in a suit with a tie, his hair slicked back, he exuded an air of authority, a true executive. With a smile, he addressed Du Lin, Brother Du Lin. Today is the Medical Exchange Conference. It occurs but once a year. I hope you can give me a bit of face. Let us resolve any issues after today. After a moment of contemplation, Du Lin noticed the surrounding crowd whispering, suggesting he was lacking in decorum. Gritting his teeth, he nodded. Today, I will concede to your third brother and let this matter slide. With that, he turned to leave, casting a cold glance at Qin Chuan. Wei Yuanying subtly gestured for 2 individuals nearby to escort Du Lin, while he personally accompanied Qin Chuan and Qi Xiuyao. Dr. Qin, what brings you here? Had you informed me earlier, I would have sent someone to receive you, thus avoiding such an unpleasant incident. Du Lin is the sole heir of the Du family. With his father serving in the military, seldom present to discipline him, he has grown accustomed to his arrogance. I ask that you do not hold it against him. Qin Chuan cast a glance at Wei Yuanying, discerning the undertone in his words, that he wished for him to let the matter rest. Just because he is arrogant and reckless, does that give him the right to attack me? Qin Chuan replied with a wry smile, his gaze fixed on Wei Yuanying. We acknowledge our shortcomings in hosting you. Wei Yuanying quickly replied. From now on, any expenses you incur at the exchange conference will be discounted by 70%. Would that be agreeable to you? Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan slowly nodded. Should he provoke me again, he shall not escape unscathed. Naturally, Wei Yuanying replied respectfully. Meanwhile, Qi Xiuyao watched in astonishment, her beautiful eyes darting between Qin Chuan and Wei Yuanying. Finally seizing an opportunity to speak, she queried, Third brother, do you 2 know each other? Wei Yuanying, equally surprised, turned to Qi Xiuyao. The physician who visited grandfather a few days ago is Dr. Qin. No one informed you. Qi Xiuyao blinked innocently. I had no idea. I only heard grandfather mention that his illness might finally be treatable. Is the practitioner he referred to you? Qin Chuan. Qi Xiuyao gazed at Qin Chuan in astonishment. She had previously heard from her grandfather that only cultivators might possess the ability to heal his wounds, which is why she had paid special attention to Qin Chuan and invited him. Little did she expect that they had already found him, leading to such an amusing misunderstanding. Qin Chuan had long since discerned that Qi Xiuyao's third brother was Wei Yuanying, and though he was momentarily surprised, he quickly regained his composure. Now, As Qi Shuiyao sought his confirmation, he gently nodded and remarked, "There should be no other cultivator in Lan City who understands medicine as well as I do, right?" Qi Shuiyao responded with a silent smile. "Dr. Qin, our purpose in hosting this medical exchange is to find suitable medicinal materials for my grandfather. I believe we will be able to gather the materials you previously mentioned today," Wei Ziyuan interjected from the side. Qin Chuan nodded and then inquired, "By the way, do you have detailed information regarding exotic fruits?" "Indeed. I will send you a copy immediately, along with today's auction list. If you are interested, you may rest here for a while. The auction will commence shortly." Chapter 53, The Classification of Exotic Fruits. "Dr. Qin, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Wei Ziyuan said after sending the information to Qin Chuan. He then gestured towards Qi Shuiyao and hurried away. Once he departed, Qi Shuiyao snapped back to reality and inquired, "Where would you like to go? How long until the auction begins?" As Qin Chuan perused the information Wei Ziyuan had sent, he asked, "What time does the auction start?" "The auction commences at 7:30 and concludes around 8:30. Following that, the formal medical exchange event will begin, which essentially consists of new product launches by various pharmaceutical companies, along with free trials and consultation activities," Qi Shuiyao replied thoughtfully. Noticing that time was short before the auction began, Qin Chuan found a seat and sat down. "Let us then observe the auction," he decided. "Oh, do not sit here. Follow me," Qi Shuiyao urged, leading Qin Chuan to the front row VIP seats and arranging for 2 spots with the staff. Qin Chuan was indifferent to where he sat, his focus solely on the materials provided by Wei Ziyuan. "Are you scrolling so swiftly that you can actually see anything?" Qi Shuiyao asked curiously. Noticing Qin Chuan's relentless motion on his phone, Qin Chuan nodded. "This is rather slow. Had I a paper document, a mere sweep of my mind's perception would suffice to grasp everything without such hassle." The information Wei Ziyuan had furnished was exceedingly comprehensive. Exotic fruits were classified by star ratings, ranging from 1-star to 7-star varieties. Whether there exist fruits of an even higher grade remains uncertain, as the highest known level thus far is the 7-star exotic fruit. 27 years ago, a 9th-tier celestial awakener obtained one on Qilan Island in the ocean. And with such formidable prowess, he advanced further, becoming increasingly terrifying, even having a record of vanquishing SS-class exotic beasts. "It is no wonder that the exotic fruits I found in the wilderness were so inferior," Qin Chuan mused, understanding the implications of the distribution information and the required growth environments. The wilderness area, with its rugged mountains and valleys, is relatively barren, mostly yielding fruits that do not meet the star rating, with only a few 1-star and occasionally 2-star exotic fruits. Fruits of 2 stars or above are virtually non-existent in the wilderness. To acquire better exotic fruits, one must venture to the numerous islands in the ocean. Many powerful awakeners are active among the islands. The islands of the ocean, indeed, Qin Chuan whispered to himself. As he continued to scroll, he found not detailed descriptions of the islands, but rather a compilation of images and information on various known exotic fruits. He came across the exotic fruit Wei Ziyuan had previously sought, the 1000-star spirit fruit. Although it is classified as a 1-star fruit, its rarity is staggering. And even the Wei family's resources had failed to procure it, prompting Wei Ziyuan to personally lead an expedition upon learning of its existence. "Ah, the blood crystal fruit?" Qin Chuan exclaimed, slightly taken aback. "Isn't this the same as the spectral frost fruit? Furthermore, it is a 4-star exotic fruit, valued at 20 billion. To his astonishment, Qin Chuan realized that he had inadvertently consumed something worth 20 billion. Further on, there are numerous extraordinary fruits that have been discovered, some of which Qin Chuan can identify as belonging to the category of spiritual herbs, though their names differ from those in the cultivation realm. He perused the auction item list once more and found that most items were rare materials for potions and some extraordinary fruits below the 2-star rating, which piqued little of his interest. "Have you finished so quickly?" Qi Shuiyao exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise as Qin Chuan put away his phone. He nodded and inquired, "What is usually featured as the grand finale of the auction?" Typically, the invitations for auctions include the majority of the items to attract bidders. However, a select few precious items are kept for the end, creating suspense for the event. Having participated in numerous auctions in the cultivation world, Qin Chuan was well aware of these tactics. "I don't know either," Qi Shuiyao pouted. However, last year's finale featured 2 items. The vermilion jade gourd that Uncle Li just auctioned off was one of them. "The vermilion jade gourd?" Qin Chuan asked. "Yes, it's an antique. Said to be a relic of an ancient Taoist, with little practical value, mainly appealing to collectors," she explained. Qin Chuan nodded slowly, then closed his eyes to rest while remaining seated, as he wished to observe the quality of the potions being auctioned, which would aid him in navigating this market. Bidders began to arrive in succession. After the host's opening remarks, a well-dressed middle-aged auctioneer took the stage. The first item for bidding was a newly developed elixir from the Guanbo Pharmaceutical Group, refined from the blood of a 6th-tier extraordinary beast and 2-star extraordinary fruits, known as the blood elevation and qi condensation pill. The rarity of the 6th-tier beast's blood and the 2-star fruits is self-evident. And the primary effect of the blood elevation and qi condensation pill is to enhance the strength of awakeners. Previously, someone had ascended from a 5th tier to a 6th tier awakener after consuming one. This auction featured a bottle containing 5 pills with a starting price of 100 million. And each subsequent bid must exceed 1 million. After a brief introduction from the auctioneer, many began to place their bids. The description of this elixir was printed on the invitation, designed to attract bidders, thus many had come specifically for it. In less than 2 minutes, the price soared to 160 million. For an average person, this would be an astronomical figure, but those attending this auction were either business magnates or powerful awakeners, so the price was within their means. Ultimately, the bottle of blood elevation and qi condensation pill was purchased by a middle-aged awakener for 270 million. Such wealth. Nearly 300 million was spent on a pill for upgrading from 4th tier to 5th tier. Qi Shuiyao murmured softly beside him. Possessing exceptional talent, she was confident in her ability to break through to the 6th tier. Thus, she found it hard to comprehend the high price paid for the blood elevation and qi condensation pill. Qin Chuan smiled. These awakeners, having long thrived in the wilderness, understood well the advantages that come with strength. The transition from the 5th to the 6th tier may appear to be a mere step, however. It heralds a transformation in one's social circle and status, with significant rewards accompanying the ascension to the 6th tier. The blood enhancement pill is undoubtedly a miraculous elixir for those awakened who have long been trapped at the 5th tier, unable to progress. Yet, Qin Chuan regards the blood enhancement pill with disdain. Upon scanning the pill with his spiritual sense, he discerned that, aside from the essence of exotic beasts and rare fruits, it contained several auxiliary ingredients that were added in a rather illogical manner. Furthermore, the refining technique employed was remarkably crude, resulting in a product rife with impurities despite its completion. In the realm of cultivation, such a concoction would be deemed a low-grade pill, barely surpassing the quality of a useless pill. Evidently, he had underestimated its market value. Qin Chuan mused to himself. Previously, he had estimated a rough selling price for the pill he was about to refine, intending to price the minor vitality pill at 100,000 per unit. However, after witnessing the auctioned pills and their prices, he felt his initial valuation was excessively modest. The materials required for the minor vitality pill were relatively inexpensive, costing around 10,000, yet its efficacy was hardly inferior to that of the blood enhancement pill. At this price point, and given its effectiveness, he believed that setting the price at 10 million would likely attract numerous buyers. Subsequently, the auctioneer began to introduce the next items, which were merely various precious concoctions derived from rare materials, yet none could rival the blood enhancement pill. As the auction progressed towards its conclusion, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the end of this auction, with only 3 final showcase items remaining. The first item is a battle knife forged by the renowned artisan weapon factory. A year ago, a meteorite fell in the wilderness of the Shuanghe region, where it was discovered by a 5th-tier awakened who brought it back as raw material to sell to the artisan weapon factory. Under the skilled hands of a master craftsman, this meteorite was meticulously refined into a battle knife. Weighing an impressive 87 kilograms, it can slice through iron like mud, capable of cleaving even intermediate-grade armor with ease, and thus deserves to be called a divine weapon. Those present who wield battle knives should not miss this opportunity, the auctioneer continued. A server wheeled in a small cart draped in black cloth. As the auctioneer unveiled the cloth, a blood-red battle knife, seemingly alive with a haunting aura, lay quietly on the display stand, evoking an unsettling sense of trepidation among the audience, causing their breaths to hitch. Suddenly, a sharp sound of someone slamming the table echoed through the hall, startling everyone and prompting them to turn their heads in unison. Chapter 54. The auction. Qin Chuan reclined leisurely in his seat, casually glancing at the war blade being presented. However, that fleeting glance sent a jolt of shock through his heart. The material of this war blade was, astonishingly, black star gung silver stone. This rare substance exists solely within the void and requires a wandering existence of at least 1,000,000 years to absorb the boundless cosmic energy and stellar power before it can gradually form. Even in the realm of cultivation, such material is exceedingly rare and is considered a treasure for forging flying swords. Yet this extraordinary artifact had been recklessly hammered and forged. Its essence lost, reduced to a mere ordinary warblade. Even he could not restore it to its original splendor. Seeing this, Qin Chuan felt a deep pang of sorrow and could not help but slam his palm onto the table. Xiuzhen, startled, gasped in shock and stared wide-eyed at Qin Chuan, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind?" Qin Chuan shook his head with a sigh. "What a pity." "What do you mean, what a pity?" she inquired, perplexed. "This weapon is crafted by a master from the Divine Craftsman Weapon Factory. How could it possibly be a waste? Even if I don't wield a weapon, I know that the products from the Divine Craftsman are of the highest quality, treasures that countless people line up for, desperately seeking to acquire." Qin Chuan was disinclined to elaborate. However, he also recognized that although this world possessed a thin veil of spiritual energy, it still harbored some precious materials. With a stroke of luck, he might even gather enough to forge a flying sword. The mere thought of a flying sword ignited a restless yearning within him. In his previous life, he had traversed the world with a sword in hand, but now, having been reborn as a cultivator, he found himself relying solely on his fists and feet, unable to fully unleash his potential. The waste of such materials for forging flying swords was truly an egregious folly. The others, witnessing Qin Chuan's reaction to the table slam, yet seeing no further signs of his astonishment, returned to their bidding with indifference. Ultimately, the warblade fetched a staggering price of 180 million. In Qin Chuan's estimation, even if the Black Star Gung Silver Stone had been rendered useless, its worth should still far exceed that sum, at least several times more precious than the blood-condensing pill. However, with the existence of battle armor, the value of weapons had considerably diminished. After all, if weapons were exorbitantly priced, it was far more economical for awakeners to purchase a complete set of battle armor. This particular warblade could break through mid-tier battle armor defenses. Otherwise, it would not have fetched even 100 million. The auctioneer continued, presenting the penultimate item, 10 fist-sized, milky white stones that resembled jade, yet were not. As soon as these stones appeared, the previously quiet auction hall erupted into a cacophony of murmurs and gasps, clearly indicating the audience's recognition of these stones. There was no need for me to elaborate on these cultivation stones. The auctioneer smiled and remarked, after reaching the 5th tier, it becomes exceedingly challenging for awakeners to enhance their strength. However, with the assistance of these stones, an awakener can achieve at least double the speed of improvement. The items presented by the auctioneer continued to astonish Qin Chuan. To his utter surprise, they were spirit stones. However, these spirit stones were remarkably heterogeneous, containing very scant spiritual energy. Yet, one must understand that this world is an era of dwindling magic. The fact that there still exists a place capable of condensing spirit stones is nothing short of miraculous. Even though it is riddled with impurities and deemed inferior to even the lowest-grade low-quality spirit stones in the cultivation world, it still astonished Qin Chuan. Since he could extract spiritual energy from otherworldly fruits, such worthless spirit stones failed to capture his interest. Instead, he was far more intrigued by the origins of these stones. Ultimately, 10 heavily impure spirit stones were acquired by a 6th-tier awakener for the staggering price of 300 million, filling him with elation. Following this, the auction would present its final item. It is widely known that otherworldly fruit trees cannot be cultivated. If they are transplanted from their natural habitat, they will inevitably wither within a month. Thus, many awakeners, upon discovering partially matured otherworldly fruits, are compelled to harvest them in pain to avoid unnecessary troubles from being discovered by others. Now, this cultivation stone possesses a remarkable effect. When placed in soil, it can enable the otherworldly fruit tree to survive. Of course, this is only effective within a limited range and for a mere 6 months. However, do not underestimate this half-year period. Countless otherworldly fruits have diminished in value simply because they were harvested prematurely. A fruit that could originally fetch 1 or 200 million may only sell for several tens of millions or even a few million. Those present should be more acutely aware of this than I am. Imagine if you possessed this cultivation stone. You would be free from such concerns. You could even procure immature otherworldly fruit trees, cultivate them to maturity, and then sell them. This extraordinary cultivation stone is now before you, with a starting bid of 100 million, and each bid must exceed 10 million. The auctioneer spoke eloquently, holding a beautifully crafted box containing the stone. As this item was evidently making its debut, he provided an extensive introduction, expounding on its benefits. However, many attendees remained skeptical and refrained from bidding. One individual inquired, "If no one has seen this before, what if it proves ineffective? Moreover, if it is as remarkable as you claim, why would the original owner sell it?" The auctioneer responded, "We have indeed verified its efficacy. It can extend the life of the otherworldly fruit tree by an additional 6 months, though we cannot guarantee the number of uses. As for why the owner is auctioning it, he was injured and requires a substantial amount of money. Hence his decision to sell it through us." Upon hearing the auctioneer confirm its miraculous effects yet with no guarantee on the number of uses, many eager bidders hesitated, shaking their heads slightly. In other words, one might find that it could last a year or merely a month. If fortune does not favor you, it may only be usable once. The gambling nature of this proposition was far too great. These awakeners, who earned their fortunes through perilous endeavors, were willing to invest heavily in enhancing their strength, yet they were reluctant to spend vast sums on such a high-risk venture. After a minute of silence, only a handful of individuals raised their paddles to bid, while some had already begun to leave. Yet at that moment, Qin Chuan was entranced, fixated upon the stone the size of a fist, his heart racing and breath becoming labored. What lay before him was not merely a cultivation stone. It was a void stone, an essential material for forging spatial rings. This rare artifact is seldom encountered within the realm of cultivation. It coalesces in the void and occasionally manifests. In this realm, even cultivators at the golden core stage predominantly utilize storage bags imbued with spatial arrays, with very few possessing spatial rings. In my previous life, it was not until I reached the late golden core stage that I acquired a spatial ring by vanquishing a nascent soul cultivator. "Qin Chuan, are you all right?" Xiuzhen inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. It was known that Qin Chuan had always been composed, yet today he displayed repeated emotional fluctuations, which puzzled her. Qin Chuan turned to Xiuzhen and asked, "How much money do you have?" I don't have much. My parents don't allow me to carry too much, just over 5 million at the moment," Xiuzhen reflected before responding. Qin Chuan shook his head, "That is insufficient. See if you can acquire more. I require this stone." "What do you need it for?" Xiuzhen questioned, then added, "Let me consult my brother." She promptly made a phone call. During the conversation, she nodded frequently, and upon hanging up, she smiled. "My brother is incredibly generous towards you." Qin Chuan appeared bewildered. At that moment, a waitress hurried onto the stage and whispered into the auctioneer's ear. The auctioneer nodded and addressed the audience. "Esteemed friends participating in the bidding for this item, I must extend my sincerest apologies. I have just received word that the owner of this item has found a suitable buyer and will no longer participate in the auction. As a gesture of our goodwill, we shall present an apology gift to those who took part in the bidding, and we hope for your understanding." The bidders, who had approached the auction with a light-hearted spirit, did not voice any objections upon hearing this announcement. As the auction concluded, Xiuzhen led Qin Chuan to a room backstage. Yuanying opened the door, revealing the void stone resting quietly on the tea table. Chapter 55. Tranquil Spirit Pill. Dr. Qin has a fondness for such rare items? Yuanying inquired with a smile. Qin Chuan nodded, lifting the ethereal stone to examine it closely, growing increasingly enamored with it. "How much does it cost?" "My grandfather's lingering ailment still requires Dr. Qin's expertise. Since you have taken a liking to this stone, we shall gift it to you," Yuanying replied, grinning. Qin Chuan acknowledged with a nod. Aware of Yuanying's intent, "Rest assured, I have already committed to treating Wei Lao's chronic condition. Once you gather the necessary medicinal materials, feel free to contact me at any time." Upon hearing this, Yuanying's smile broadened. "That would be greatly appreciated, Dr. Qin." Qin Chuan inclined his head and then inquired further. "The cultivation stone auctioned previously was remarkable. Do you know who consigned it and its origins?" Yuanying hesitated slightly, responding, "Dr. Qin, that falls under the personal information of the consignor, and we are obligated to maintain confidentiality. I regret that I cannot disclose it. However, I can communicate with him. If he is amenable, I could arrange a meeting." "Thank you," said Qin Chuan, understanding the auction house's regulations, thus refraining from pressing further. "By the way, are you also engaged in the pharmaceutical business?" Qin Chuan suddenly asked as he turned to leave. Yuanying nodded. "Indeed, we have some pharmaceutical dealings, though they are minor and not particularly noteworthy. They were primarily initiated to treat my grandfather's illness." Qin Chuan remarked, "I am planning to launch some new potions soon. If you are interested, we could collaborate." Yuanying was taken aback, pausing for a moment before eagerly nodding. That sounds excellent. I am very interested. In recent days, Wei Lao had been effusive in his praise of Qin Chuan's medical skills, particularly excited when discussing Qin Chuan's identity as a cultivator, which had fostered a deep respect in Wei Ziyuan towards him. Thus, when Qin Chuan proposed collaboration, Wei Ziyuan readily agreed. Very well. I shall arrange for someone to contact you later. You may discuss the specifics among yourselves, Qin Chuan confirmed, then departed. Initially, he had intended to re-establish a company of his own, but since the Wei family already possessed a pharmaceutical enterprise, collaboration with them seemed prudent. After all, they had treated him well, and it was only fitting to reciprocate. The Hanhai building boasts a total of 50 floors, with the lower 30 dedicated to pharmaceutical exchanges. Among these, the bottom 20 floors host storefronts for various pharmaceutical groups and pilot programs for new drugs. Qin Chuan and his companions were currently on the 7th floor. The lobby was bustling with activity, teeming with people. Qin Chuan and Qi Shuiyao traversed various pharmacies, assessing the sales and pricing of different potions. Yuanying and Zhang Qiqi observed them from a distance, refraining from interruption, instead capturing candid moments on their phones with mischievous smiles. Hello, how may I assist you? We have the latest tranquil spirit pill from the Seymour Pharmaceutical Group. Taking one after exercise or combat will alleviate all fatigue. A beautiful female pharmacist approached them with a smile, making her recommendation. Where can I find it? Qin Chuan inquired. The pill capable of alleviating fatigue barely grazes the realm of the mind. To delve further is to encounter the most enigmatic aspect of the human body, the soul. Curiosity piqued, he pondered the current advancements in medical science. This way, please, the female pharmacist guided the two toward the trial area for the calming elixir, presenting them each with a cup the size of a thumb, filled with a pale yellow liquid. This trial elixir is derived from diluting the calming pill, and its efficacy surpasses that of the pill by more than tenfold, she elucidated. Qin Chuan brought the cup to his nose, instantly discerning all the components of this so-called calming elixir, and subtly shook his head. The combination of herbs was ill-conceived, the dosages inaccurate, and the extraction insufficient, resulting in the medicinal properties of many ingredients remaining dormant. Furthermore, this concoction merely provided superficial stimulation, offering no genuine relief to fatigue-ridden spirits. How much does one of these calming pills cost? Qin Chuan inquired, opting not to sample the elixir and returning the small cup to the pharmacist. Surprised, she accepted the cup back. It was known that trials were complimentary, and many would eagerly participate. But it was rare for someone like Qin Chuan to merely sniff and return it. The original price for such a calming pill was 30,000, but today, there was a promotional discount of 10%, making it 27,000. Additionally, purchasing 10 or more would grant a complimentary pill. The pharmacist recited this information to Qin Chuan. 30,000, he murmured, deeming it not worth the price. However, given the current standards of these individuals, it had its uses and critical moments for alleviating fatigue, prompting many awakened individuals to purchase it nonetheless. Do you require it? The pharmacist inquired. No need, Qin Chuan replied, shaking his head. This seems rather impressive. Perhaps we should buy some, Qi Shuiyao remarked, having followed Qin Chuan's lead in sniffing the elixir. The faint floral aroma was quite pleasant, and after tasting it, she felt invigorated and interjected. The effect is lacking. Let us explore other options. Qin Chuan offered no further explanation and turned to examine other products. Lacking effect? This is a product developed over 3 years by a team led by Professor Wang Qifeng, a distinguished consultant from the Seymour Pharmaceutical Group and a luminary in neurology. How dare you say it is ineffective? Came the mocking voices from behind, belonging to Du Lin and his companions. The speaker was a young man with yellow hair adorned with an earring. They had been waiting to consult Professor Wang, having briefly stepped away to attend a new drug launch, only to return and find Qin Chuan and Qi Shuiyao. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's critique of the calming pill, they felt compelled to defend Wang Qifeng to curry favor. Brother, which hole did you crawl out from? Your arrogance is quite remarkable. Do you truly believe you are qualified to critique Professor Wang Qifeng's calming pill? A bespectacled youth scrutinized Qin Chuan, smirking as he spoke loudly enough for those nearby to hear. It is human nature to seek out excitement, and at this moment, a crowd of curious onlookers gathered around. If you lack the funds to make a purchase, simply admit it. There is no need for petty excuses. Miss Qi desires it. If you cannot afford it, we can gift it to her. The bespectacled youth, upon witnessing this, swelled with pride. The spectators quickly conjured an elaborate narrative. A young man brought a girl to the medicinal exchange to broaden their horizons, merely observing without intent to buy. even disparaging the Xiuzhen pill. Consequently, a bystander could no longer tolerate the scene and began to admonish the youth with righteous indignation. Several well-meaning uncles and aunts, believing they understood the situation, voiced their disapproval of Qin Chuan's nonsense and advised the young lady to distance herself from such company. Xiuzhen, upon hearing this, felt her cheeks flush crimson, her head lowered as if her earlobes might bleed. Du Lin maintained his composure in front of Xiuzhen, refraining from mockery, leaving others to speak on his behalf. Previously, Qin Chuan's lack of respect had irked him, but now, witnessing Qin Chuan's embarrassment brought him considerable joy. His only regret was that Qin Chuan showed no sign of shame, his demeanor calm, seemingly indifferent to the gazes and gossip of others. Professor Wang Qifeng? Qin Chuan recognized the name, recalling a previous encounter at the Wei residence when an elderly gentleman had argued with him regarding the soul. That gentleman's name was indeed Wang Qifeng. So it was him. Judging by the formulation and effects of the Qin Shendan, it could be considered a pinnacle product in this world, and his research in the realm of spirit must surely be at the forefront as well. No wonder he had the audacity to question the existence of the soul. However, in Qin Chuan's eyes, the Qin Shendan developed by his team over 3 years still had a long way to go. What is all this commotion? At that moment, an elderly man, surrounded by a group of sharply dressed individuals, made his way inside. Upon hearing the chaotic noise resembling a bustling market, he could not help but frown. Professor Wang. Du Lin's eyes lit up at the sight of the esteemed elder and hurried over, saying, "Professor, my grandfather is Du Shufeng. He is currently occupied and cannot visit, but he asked me to convey his regards." Wang Qifeng glanced at him and slowly nodded. "Ah, has old Du's grandson grown so much? Quite impressive. I have only been at a new drug launch for less than half an hour. Why is it so noisy here?" Du Lin promptly replied. A young couple was browsing the pharmacy, and the young man, in an attempt to show off, openly disparaged the Xiuzhen pill developed by your team. Unable to bear it, I confronted him. He embellished the story, succinctly informing Wang Qifeng of the situation. "Oh, which family's boy is so lacking in decorum?" Wang Qifeng squinted, his displeasure growing at the thought of the product he had painstakingly developed for 3 years being denigrated. However, with the throng of people before him, he could only see Qin Chuan's back amidst the crowd. Send someone to handle it, make him apologize and escort him out. Wang Qifeng gestured for one of his bodyguards to address the matter. Chapter 56. Do you think I am mistaken? Indeed. The bodyguard, a 5th-tier awakened being clad in a sleek black suit, possessed an imposing stature. To contend with me? You are a century too early. Du Lin, upon witnessing this, shot a gleeful glance at Qin Chuan. Professor Wang Qifeng, a renowned figure in the medical field, had intricate ties with numerous pharmaceutical conglomerates. Anyone expelled by him would inevitably find themselves blacklisted by many such organizations. Henceforth, whether dealing in exotic beast materials or medicinal herbs, or even procuring potions, the repercussions would be profoundly detrimental. With a little more maneuvering, Du Lin believed Qin Chuan's latter years would be utterly ruined. Brother Lin, impressive. The yellow-haired youth with ear studs whispered behind Du Lin, secretly giving him a thumbs up. Du Lin's tactic of using another's weapon against them indeed earned his admiration. The bodyguard parted the crowd, and, upon spotting Qin Chuan and Xiuzhen, spoke in a deep voice. What nonsense are you two youngsters babbling about here? Professor Wang is not inclined to hold it against you. Admit your fault and leave promptly. The crowd erupted at the professor's words, fervently condemning Qin Chuan. It seemed that such actions might garner Professor Wang's favor, as if they could earn a few free spirit calming pills in return. Xiuzhen, feeling the weight of so many eyes upon her, could no longer bear it. Blushing, she stood behind Qin Chuan and tugged at his sleeve. Let us go. Qin Chuan nodded. He was indifferent to the opinions and accusations of others, yet he indeed had other matters to attend to and saw no need to linger. Stop. The bodyguard extended his hand to block Qin Chuan and Xiuzhen. You have slandered the spirit calming pill and wish to depart without an apology? Slander? Does such a thing even warrant my disdain? Qin Chuan replied with a bemused smile. At this declaration, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This was a medication developed by a leading professor in the medical community, yet it was reduced to such derision by his lips. Such arrogance. Such ignorance of one's own limitations. Typically, the bodyguard's demeanor was stoic, but upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, he could not help but furrow his brow. Your refusal to apologize grants us the right to pursue legal action against you. Suit yourself, Qin Chuan retorted dismissively, ready to take his leave. Du Lin chuckled from within the throng. Well done. It would be splendid if this escalated further. Stop him. To slander the spirit-calming pill without an apology, he cannot be allowed to leave. Yes, he must not be permitted to escape. At such a tender age, he fails to correct his mistakes. He must learn a lesson. Uncle Bodyguard, do not let him get away. The yellow-haired youth with ear studs and the bespectacled young man chimed in together, inciting the crowd's fervor. The noise escalated. Professor Wang Qifeng, initially intending to depart, turned back in displeasure. The bodyguard navigated through the agitated crowd. Upon seeing Professor Wang, the onlookers gradually quieted. Qi Shuiyao, concerned for Qin Chuan's safety, discreetly dialed Wei Ziyuan's number. Professor Wang cast a disapproving look at the bodyguard. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter? As the bodyguard explained the situation, Professor Wang's brow furrowed deeper, and a look of anger surfaced on his face. Professor Wang, this young man is utterly ignorant of his own limitations. Not only has he slandered the Qin Shindan, but he also refuses to apologize. He truly deserves a lesson. One onlooker remarked, resonating with the crowd. To safeguard the reputation of the Qin Shindan, Wang Qifeng felt compelled to declare, rest assured, everyone, the Qin Shindan is the result of my team's diligent research, and we shall not allow it to be tarnished. If necessary, we will resort to legal means to defend our reputation. After calming the crowd, he turned to his bodyguard and inquired, who is it? The bodyguard pointed towards Qin Chuan. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, Wang Qifeng was momentarily taken aback. It's you? Indeed, Qin Chuan responded coolly. I mentioned that the effects of your Qin Shindan are lacking. Did you think I was mistaken? The audacity. He dares to speak to Professor Wang Qifeng in such a manner. Who does he think he is? Those around them widened their eyes in disbelief. It was one thing for Qin Chuan to act so dismissively, but to confront Wang Qifeng in such a manner was unexpected. Du Lin was elated. Qin Chuan, you're finished. Qi Shuiyao felt a bead of sweat forming in her palm. This Qin Chuan truly cannot shed his arrogant demeanor, even now. Where is Sangu? Why hasn't he arrived yet? However, to everyone's astonishment, Wang Qifeng displayed no anger. With a bittersweet smile, he chose to disregard Qin Chuan's slander of the Qin Shindan and shifted the conversation. I have been searching for you for several days. The Wei family has been mysteriously uncooperative in providing your contact information. I never expected our reunion would unfold in this manner. What brings you to me? May I have a word in private? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Chuan nodded. Let us go. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. They had anticipated witnessing Wang Qifeng rebuke Qin Chuan or warn him of legal repercussions. Yet instead, they witnessed him courteously inviting Qin Chuan away. Would he truly overlook the public slander of the Qin Shindan? Once Wang Qifeng and Qin Chuan departed, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Du Lin and his companions stood agape, frozen in disbelief at this unexpected outcome. Qi Shuiyao followed Qin Chuan to Wang Qifeng's personal office. Wang Qifeng dismissed his bodyguards and, upon entering the office, poured tea for Qin Chuan. Qi Shuiyao watched in astonishment, perplexed by the unfolding situation. A prominent figure in medicine, capable of shaking the industry with a mere stamp of his foot, was treating Qin Chuan with such courtesy. Please, state your business, Qin Chuan said, placing the tea on the table. Ahem. Wang Qifeng rubbed his hands together, revealing a somewhat awkward smile. I have spent the past few days consulting numerous texts, yet I still lack a clear understanding of the soul. I wish to seek your guidance, if that would be permissible. Seeking guidance is one thing. We can certainly discuss any questions you may have. However, I am currently pressed for time. You may provide me with a business card, and I will have someone contact you to arrange a meeting, Qin Chuan replied after some thought. Wang Qifeng wields considerable influence in the medical realm. Securing him for one's team would undoubtedly facilitate a smoother entry into the pharmaceutical industry. As for Wang Qifeng's desire to uncover the mysteries of the soul, should he choose to align himself with me, I would not hesitate to share not only insights regarding the soul, but also impart some rudimentary alchemical techniques. Here, this is my personal contact information. I am available 24 hours a day. With a hint of excitement, Wang Qifeng presented his business card. Despite his esteemed position in the medical community, he has always harbored an insatiable thirst for knowledge, bordering on obsession. When Qin Chuan agreed to explore the nature of the soul with him, it evoked memories of his 18-year-old self, when an elderly professor had promised to include him in a cerebral experiment, stirring similar feelings of exhilaration and anticipation. Upon exiting Wang Qifeng's office, Qin Chuan intended to seek out Qi Lao in the herbal district, but his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Who could it be? Hey, little brother, it's me. Qin Hu. Qin Chuan recalled the incident during the college entrance examination, when numerous members of the Qin family attempted to seize his extraordinary fruit, only to be thwarted by him. He had subsequently cast a spell, compelling them to return with 3 pieces of the fruit in exchange for their freedom. Have you found the extraordinary fruit? Yes, we have, and it is several times more potent than the ordinary variety. Excellent, bring it here. Little brother, while we found the fruit, we are not only facing D-grade extraordinary beasts, but have also attracted the attention of a group of awakened, making it unwise to venture out for collection. Could you come here? Please provide me with the specific address. All right, I will be there shortly. In a dense forest, Qin Hu ended the call, surrounded by over 20 individuals, all awakened of the 4th tier or above, including an old acquaintance of Qin Chuan's, Xiuzhen. Young Master Xin. I have relayed the message. He is likely to arrive soon. After sending the address to Qin Chuan, a glint of ruthlessness flickered across Qin Hu's face. Well done. Xiuzhen nodded in approval. Having been lauded as a prodigy throughout his life, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Qin Chuan after being bested during the entrance exams. After his family expended considerable resources to lift the restrictions placed upon him by Qin Chuan, he had been honing his skills in the wilderness, determined to enhance his power and seek revenge. Unexpectedly, he encountered Qin Hu and his group. Upon learning the full story, they quickly aligned their interests and resolved to conspire against Qin Chuan. Young Master Xin, eliminating Qin Chuan would resolve everything. But he has placed something peculiar within us that triggers under his gaze. You need not reveal yourselves. I shall handle it, Xiuzhen replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Hu and his companions. This time, he was accompanied by 4 mechanics and 3 5th-tier awakened. He brimmed with confidence, convinced that should Qin Chuan dare to appear, he would not return. Chapter 57. A return to the misty forest on the 23rd floor of the Hanhai building. The air was thick with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs. The floor dedicated to the sale of herbs was far less crowded than the one below that offered potions, as potions could be used immediately, whereas herbs required caution in consumption, making the threshold for purchase relatively higher, hence the fewer patrons. After parting ways with Xiuzhen, Qin Chuan found Old Qi still haggling with a vendor of herbs. Upon spotting Qin Chuan, Old Qi ceased his negotiations. Hey, don't leave. I can see you're earnest. 30,000 it is. I'll take a loss on this one, lamented the vendor, a fellow awakened with an expression of deep sorrow. Old Qi purchased the herb. You're still making at least 7,000. He chuckled, pleased with the transaction as the vendor grinned broadly while carefully packaging the herb for him. How did the shopping go? Qin Chuan inquired. He had previously outlined the herbs needed for the elixirs he intended to develop and entrusted the list to Old Qi. Today's visit to the medicinal exchange was not solely for gathering information on various potions, but also to procure the necessary herbs. I've browsed 2 floors and only managed to find 4 types of herbs. The ones you listed are quite rare. Gathering them all will likely take some time. Old Qi replied earnestly. That is no problem. I need to make a trip to the wild zone shortly, and you will be the only one here afterwards. Gather as many as you can. If you can't find them all, I'll figure something out, Qin Chuan reassured him. By the way, I just discussed a collaboration with the Wei family regarding the launch of a new elixir. Please look into the relevant information once you return and draft a preliminary contract. We'll handle the production, and the Wei family will take care of sales. As for profit distribution, we'll give them 10%. Old Qi was taken aback that Qin Chuan had involved the Wei family, but hesitated upon hearing the proposed profit share. For a prominent family like the Weis in Lan City, with their extensive connections and resources, 10%, is that not too little? Will they accept this? Just follow my instructions. If they have any concerns, I will address them. Moreover, 10% is already a considerable benefit for them, Qin Chuan replied softly. In this age of advanced medical technology, the myriad of potions available to awakened individuals vary greatly in efficacy. Lacking any basis for comparison, they accepted the status quo, believing that such was the nature of potions, and thus continued to purchase them. However, the elixirs Qin Chuan was about to introduce were crafted from the realm of cultivation. Though they were merely the most rudimentary of elixirs, their introduction into this world would undoubtedly disrupt the current market of potions. The Wei family, a significant entity in Lan City, would find the forthcoming market for Qin Chuan's elixirs extending far beyond just Lan City. A 10% share would be sufficient for them to reap substantial profits. Seeing that Qin Chuan was resolute, Old Qi ceased to press further. Very well. I will organize these documents later. Qin Chuan nodded and inquired. Wang Hu and the others should be healed by now, right? There are no major issues remaining. Old Qi replied. He instructed them to find a plot of land away from the city center to establish a pharmaceutical factory. Following this, Qin Chuan briefed Elder Qi on several matters, advising him to contact Wei Ziyuan in case of insufficient funds for negotiations. After relaying these details, Qin Chuan scanned the building with his spiritual sense, but did not find the medicinal materials he sought, and thus departed from Hanhai Tower. The address Chuan Hu provided was located within the Misty Forest. Having visited the Misty Forest once before, he was familiar with the terrain this time around. The urban area and the wilderness represented two entirely different realms. The city buzzed with activity, teeming with people, while the wilderness was overgrown with weeds. Remnants of dilapidated structures scattered throughout, creating an atmosphere of desolation. Some awakened individuals accompanied Qin Chuan into the wilderness, while others returned from hunting, their faces alight with joy, evidently having had a fruitful outing. Once inside the wilderness, Qin Chuan's speed surged, akin to a lithe beast, swiftly traversing the terrain. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, he reached the misty forest, shrouded in a thin fog. Days had passed since his last visit, and now the ground bore the marks of conflict, with the grass trampled into winding paths that delved deep into the thicket. Following the address provided by Chuan Hu, he ventured into the heart of the misty forest. After approximately half an hour of progress, he arrived at a peak where flora flourished abundantly. It was now midsummer, and although the trees were lush and flowering, this particular mountaintop exhibited fresh buds and dancing butterflies, evoking the essence of early spring. Out of season, as he approached the foot of the mountain, a gentle breeze, imbued with the fragrant essence of blooming flowers, welcomed him. Could this be yet another secret realm? Qin Chuan's heart raced at the thought. The environment here was so markedly different from the outside world that it easily conjured images of hidden realms. In the dense forest, petals fell like rain. Peculiar stones jutted from the earth, and butterflies fluttered about, presenting a picturesque tableau. Shen Linghao, having waited for an extended period without the appearance of Qin Chuan, was beginning to grow impatient. He turned to Chuan Hu, inquiring, "Are you certain that Qin Chuan will arrive today?" Chuan Hu replied, "I have only taken responsibility for notifying Qin Chuan. I cannot guarantee if or when he will come." "What do you mean by asking this now?" Shen Linghao's words prompted dissatisfaction among Chuan Hu and the others. Qin Chuan had manipulated their bodies, and their collaboration with Shen Linghao against him was a gamble with their lives. Eliminating Qin Chuan meant survival, failing to do so meant death. The waiting period had been excruciatingly tense, and naturally, they would not indulge Shen Linghao. "Humph," Shen Linghao scoffed, choosing not to elaborate further. "Linghao, this exotic fruit is at least of 2-star quality. Since we cannot determine when Qin Chuan will arrive, why not accept the exotic fruit first and plan our next steps?" suggested a 5th-tier awakened individual behind Shen Linghao. His gaze remained fixed upon a small tree not far away, its leaves crisp and shimmering with a gentle glow. A fruit, reminiscent of an apple, hung from its branches, exuding an alluring fragrance. Indeed, it would be unwise to ignore this extraordinary fruit. Attracting other awakened beings later could lead to troublesome consequences. If Qin Chuan did not arrive today and other awakened individuals discovered this place, it would be a case of losing more than one gains. The other 2 companions also voiced their concerns. "What do you mean by this? We were the ones who first discovered this extraordinary fruit. We agreed to leave it unpicked to lure Qin Chuan. Now you wish to seize it?" Chuan Hu and his companions glared in anger, prepared for confrontation. Shen Linghao furrowed his brow, casting a glance at both parties, and coldly declared, "Qin Chuan sealed my meridians. My family had to hire a transcendent beyond the 9th tier to unseal me, and the cost far exceeds that of this 2-star extraordinary fruit. If I do not eliminate him, my resentment shall remain unquenched." Those from the Shen family, standing behind him, wore complex expressions, some even displaying mockery. Previously, Qin Chuan had boasted that he would help unseal them in exchange for extraordinary fruits of lesser quality, and he had indeed unsealed Zhao Wenchuan and others when they brought such fruits. However, Shen Linghao, for the sake of pride, adamantly refused to do the same. At that time, a transcendent beyond the 9th tier happened to arrive in Lan City, and under the guise of the young master of the Shen family, he secretly sought the assistance of that powerful individual. Ultimately, the Shen family paid a considerable price to have the transcendent unseal him. As a result, members of the Shen family whispered among themselves, privately resenting him for squandering family resources. "It's all Qin Chuan's fault." Qin Linghao gritted his teeth. He had been poised to become the next family head, but after this incident, the internal family meeting not only stripped him of his position as the young master, but also exiled him to the wilderness area under the pretense of training, which was, in fact, a punishment. During his time in the wilderness, although accompanied by others, he endured immense suffering. Thus, Qin Linghao attributed all his misfortunes to Qin Chuan, believing that had it not been for Qin Chuan sealing his meridians, none of this would have transpired. At that moment, Qin Chuan finally emerged from the dense forest. He is here. Qin Linghao revealed a sinister smile. He convinced himself that his defeat to Qin Chuan last time was due to negligence, and he would not repeat that mistake. Moreover, he was accompanied by 18 fourth-tier awakened beings, 3 fifth-tier elite awakened beings, and 3 one-star mechanics. Such a formidable lineup was not only formidable in the wilderness area, but would also rank among the upper echelons on the islands of the sea. Qin Chuan was merely a high school graduate. No matter how strong he might be, what waves could he possibly stir in the face of such a formidable assembly? Qin Linghao envisioned the scene of Qin Chuan kneeling and begging for mercy. Chapter 58. 20 seconds as Qin Chuan emerged, Qin Linghao eagerly stepped forward. Qin Chuan. Qin Linghao stood atop a protruding rock, gazing down at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Has the seal within you been lifted? Do you truly believe that in this vast world, your prowess is unparalleled, and that no one can unravel your abilities? You are exceedingly arrogant. Qin Linghao scoffed, a smug smile gracing his lips. During the college entrance examination, I spared you for the sake of our camaraderie. Yet you seized the opportunity to strike me hard. Now, in this wilderness, let us see how you will escape. Qin Chuan smiled nonchalantly, casting his gaze towards the dense woods nearby. Are they enough? A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Linghao's eyes as he retorted with a laugh. Since you've been discovered, come forth. 26 figures emerged from the thicket, 3 of whom were clad in silver battle armor, leading the group. Their crimson eyes were devoid of warmth, exuding an overwhelming metallic presence that instilled great pressure. Is this sufficient? Qin Linghao stepped forward, resting his elbow on his knee. Looking at Qin Chuan with an air of assured mockery, Qin Chuan slowly shook his head. Not enough. Ha ha ha, I admire your audacity, Qin Linghao chuckled. In 10 minutes. If you still stand before me, I, Qin Linghao, shall acknowledge your strength. With that, he addressed the remaining 26, engage, but remember not to kill him. I wish to witness the moment he kneels and begs for mercy. The 3 mechanists nodded in synchrony, operating their armored suits. In the depths of the forest, Chunhu and the others crouched behind a large tree, peering through the gaps in the leaves at the scene of Qin Chuan surrounded by foes. 3 mechanists. 3 fifth-tier awakened ones, along with 18 fourth-tier awakened ones. He is doomed. He deserves it. How dare he threaten us into finding him rare fruits? I have longed to eliminate him. Brother Hu, why don't you let us intervene? At such a moment, we ought to be allowed to vent our frustrations. After venting their grievances, the group turned to Chunhu, eager to seize this opportunity to retaliate. Chunhu shook his head, not sharing the optimism of the others. Frowning, he remarked, when I clashed with him previously, I sensed something unsettling. Although Qin Linghao's group is formidable, I still hold reservations. Perhaps Qin Chuan might escape. Upon hearing this, the others erupted in laughter. Brother Hu, you are afraid of him. Brother Hu, you're overthinking it. We underestimated him because we perceived him as merely a high school student. He capitalized on that to gain the upper hand, resorting to underhanded tactics against us. This time, he is undoubtedly doomed. With so many awakened ones and 3 mechanists, even 6th or 7th tier awakened individuals might not emerge unscathed. To them, Qin Chuan's defeat seemed a foregone conclusion. Just watch. After all, we are not in short supply at Qin Linghao's side. Let us comfortably observe the spectacle. Qinhu's deep voice extinguished the thoughts of those who wished to interfere. Brother Hu, you are far too cautious. Several of them shook their heads, yet refrained from mentioning the desire to venture out again. The thunderous roar of battle armor engines reverberated through the forest. 3 mechanics piloted their armored suits, first unleashing a torrent of firepower, countless bullets raining down upon Qin Chuan. However, such conventional weaponry held little efficacy against a 3rd-tier awakened, as their reaction speed allowed them to deftly evade bullet attacks. Nonetheless, battle armor often employed suppressive fire at the onset of conflict, compelling opponents to maneuver and reveal vulnerabilities before seizing the opportunity to strike. The mechanics who previously engaged Qin Chuan had not resorted to this tactic out of disdain, believing that employing suppressive fire against a novice like him was a waste of ammunition. In contrast, the 3 mechanics led by Qin Linghao with expenses covered by the Shen family, had no qualms about such consumption. Qin Chuan's consciousness expanded, revealing countless trajectories of bullets passing through his mind. He executed the 7-star step, evading the onslaught with an ethereal grace. This individual's agility was truly enigmatic. Each time he appeared on the brink of being struck, he would deftly evade at the last moment with the slightest shift. Such exquisite evasion could only be replicated by an advanced battle armor's intelligent combat system, simulating the battlefield with remarkable precision. Witnessing Qin Chuan's extraordinary agility left everyone astonished. Even Shen Linghao furrowed his brow, acknowledging that such finesse was beyond his own capabilities. Nevertheless, with so many allies present, he maintained confidence in his companions. Engage. Following the suppression, the 3 mechanics, utilizing the armor's built-in systems, believed they had predicted Qin Chuan's movements. Almost simultaneously, they transformed into 3 silver streaks, darting towards Qin Chuan from different directions. Qin Chuan shifted his footing, appearing beside the rapidly advancing battle armor in a flash. The armor's crimson eyes flickered urgently, signaling imminent danger. The mechanics' expressions changed dramatically. Just as they sought to evade, their energy suddenly faltered. The crimson glow dimmed, and the entire suit lost power, crashing to the ground like a lifeless metallic toy, leaving a long trail in its wake. Previously, Qin Chuan had engaged the armor to test his physical strength, but now he had no such inclination and opted for the swiftest means to dismantle it. The other 2 mechanics, observing through the armor, were horrified to witness Qin Chuan effortlessly dismantling the energy core in the blink of an eye. They hastily maneuvered their suits away from him, but it was too late. Qin Chuan, like a specter, appeared next to the high-speed armor once more. With seemingly casual precision, he struck the armor, causing it to lose power instantly, crumpling into scrap metal and crashing against a tree. This can it be? The 3 novice mechanics were so easily dispatched by him? Shen Linghao found himself utterly astounded. The 3 mechanics were the most formidable in his team. He had anticipated an effortless victory over Qin Chuan. However, to his astonishment, it was the 3 mechanics who were effortlessly subdued by Qin Chuan. Fear not. He must have employed some unique technique to render the battle armor powerless. Let us strike together. Indeed, let us unite. I refuse to believe he can withstand our numbers. Under the guidance of a 5th-tier celestial awakened being, more than 20 awakened individuals surged forth towards Qin Chuan, their momentum fierce, including several celestial awakened ones. Amidst the lush greenery, the half-beastmen, towering 3 to 4 meters high, were in a state of fury, and with the sudden onset of a tempest. Fire serpents danced through the air. Qin Chuan remained composed, waiting until these adversaries closed in from all directions, encroaching upon his 20-meter radius, before unleashing a thunderous shout. Boom! An explosive sound reverberated through the air. Stardust shout. Previously, even in the mid-stage of Qi cultivation, he could utilize this technique to send 2nd-tier celestial awakened beings flying. Now, having ascended to the 3rd stage of Qi cultivation, its potency was beyond comparison. Waves of spiritual energy rippled outward, distorting the air, cascading like successive waves. Those caught in its wake were struck as if by a speeding train, spitting blood and hurtling backward. Out of the 20 or so who charged in, 80% were sent flying by Qin Chuan's bellow. Among the remaining 8, 5 were 4th-tier beast-type awakened beings, and 3 were 5th-tier celestial awakened beings. However, enduring the brunt of Qin Chuan's stardust shout was no small feat for them. Their internal energy surged chaotically, blood oozing from their mouths. Impossible! How can a high school graduate possess such strength? Who exactly are you? The previously aggressive 5th-tier celestial awakened being shook his head in disbelief. Several beast-type awakened beings, having undergone their transformation, exhibited diminished intellect, but instinctively began to retreat. Qin Chuan, disinclined to engage in further dialogue, slightly bent his arms, cradling the void as if embracing a mountain. An invisible aura emanated from him, as though he were holding a colossal mountain, condensed into his embrace. Mountain embrace. With a single strike, he sent the 3 5th-tier celestial awakened beings hurtling backward. He then gathered his strength anew, propelling the remaining 5 4th-tier beast-type awakened beings into the air. In a mere 20 seconds, the scene transformed from an overwhelming siege by more than 20 awakened beings to him standing alone amidst the chaos. On the ground lay 23 awakened individuals, sprawled in disarray, all spewing blood and rendered incapable of further action. Qin Chuan stood at the center of this tableau, exuding an overwhelming presence. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet that of Shen Linghao, who stood atop a stone. At that moment, Shun Linghao was bereft of his former arrogance, his face ashen, incredulously witnessing the scene before him. Chapter 59. The Thunderous Fruit. No, no, no. It is impossible. How could you? How could you defeat them all? Even a 7th tier awakened cannot vanquish them in such a brief span of time. What is your true level? Shun Linghao shook his head in a frenzy. He gazed once more at Qin Chuan, whose calm demeanor suggested that dispatching over 20 awakened was as effortless as flipping his hand, unworthy of any emotional display. As Qin Chuan approached him step by step, he resembled a demonic deity emerging from the depths of hell, each stride seeming to trample upon Shun Linghao's heart, nearly halting his breath and freezing his blood. Without the need for movement, a mere glance from Qin Chuan sent shivers down his opponent's spine. Those who ascend to the pinnacle of the cultivation realm are often gods of slaughter, having risen from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In this rebirth, he had not truly engaged in killing, as the love of his parents had temporarily subdued his murderous instincts. However, this did not imply that he was incapable of taking a life. The moment Shun Linghao sought to unleash this Pandora's box, his fate was sealed. Qin Chuan, what do you intend to do? I am from the Shun family of Lan City, the most illustrious genius in a century. My family possesses an 8th tier awakened. If you dare to lay a hand on me. Shun Linghao curled on the ground like a frightened rabbit, desperately attempting to intimidate his adversary with words. Qin Chuan maintained a stoic expression as he regarded Shun Linghao. When he finally stood before him, Shun Linghao's humble and fearful countenance suddenly warped into a grotesque snarl. Die. While he feigned to delay Qin Chuan, he secretly invoked the secret art of summoning lightning. At that moment, he channeled his entire energy, coalescing it into thunder that erupted around him. He appeared as a war god bathed in lightning, cradling a dazzling orb of thunder the size of a basketball in his hands, hurling it towards Qin Chuan without hesitation. Boom! The thunder erupted, instantly engulfing Qin Chuan. In the verdant forest, blue serpents of electricity danced wildly in the air, as if to tear everything around them into countless fragments. Electric serpents, as thick as fingers, struck the ground, fracturing the solid rock. When they descended upon trees, the trunks ignited spontaneously, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Ha! You truly didn't think I feared you, did you? I was merely deceiving you, foolish one. This technique was an expensive 6-star awakened skill I procured specifically to deal with you, even if I can only unleash it once. But it will suffice. Even a 7th tier awakened would be gravely injured if caught off guard by this blow. You shall perish. I initially intended to allow you to live a few more days, but you have exceeded my expectations by defeating that group of useless fools, ultimately forcing me to take action. Shun Linghao cackled madly, his words tumbling forth incoherently. The flickering light of the lightning illuminated his face, rendering him a picture of madness. Just as he believed victory was assured, Qin Chuan was about to be reduced to ashes by his thunder. A distant, indifferent voice reverberated through the thunder. Do you truly believe a mere lightning serpent can harm me? In the next moment, 2 elongated hands emerged from the flickering arcs of lightning. With a decisive motion, they tore apart the thunderous curtain enveloping Qin Chuan, ripping the crackling storm asunder. Qin Chuan stood unharmed, like a deity transcending time and space, calm and composed, devoid of joy or sorrow in his gaze. Impossible. How could this be? This thunder-summoning secret technique was crafted by an awakened being beyond the 9th tier. How could you emerge unscathed? Shun Linghao's smile vanished abruptly, replaced by a profound disbelief and a visage of utter despair. The thunder summoning was his ultimate trump card. He had previously used it to gravely injure a 6th tier awakened being, thus he held it in high esteem. Yet now, his most cherished technique failed to even harm a single hair on Qin Chuan's head. Despair. A deep, genuine despair. Thunder summoning? Do you think your technique is formidable? The path of lightning is long and arduous, yet you shall never advance further. Qin Chuan chuckled lightly, forming intricate hand seals. Buzz, though there was no wind. The surrounding trees and grasses began to sway as if an invisible force was shaking them. Crackle, the space around them seemed to tremble, producing a sound akin to electricity. In the next instant, arcs of electricity manifested amidst the lush greenery, spreading over a vast expanse of hundreds of meters. Boom! A bolt of lightning, as thick as a human arm, struck the ground, creating a massive crater with a diameter of 10 meters. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning continued to materialize from thin air. Initially as thick as an arm, gradually growing to the girth of a barrel, the lightning spread outward, resembling a vast celestial pool of thunder that enveloped the surrounding area. Shun Linghao stood frozen, gazing up at the sky, his eyes reflecting the incessantly flickering lightning. As an awakened being he was intimately connected to the thunder, and he could distinctly perceive the cataclysmic power within each spark of this colossal pool of lightning, infinitely more potent than that which he had unleashed. Can lightning truly be wielded in such a manner? Shen Linghao felt as though all his bones had been drained of strength, collapsing to the ground in a whisper. As an awakened being he should have felt exhilaration at witnessing such mastery over thunder, yet despair consumed him entirely. The insurmountable lightning pool loomed ever closer. At that moment, he recalled the earlier encounter with Zhao Wenxuan, who had sought his assistance with to trouble Qin Chuan. He had dismissed Qin Chuan entirely, agreeing without a second thought. If only he had chosen differently, he pondered. True thunder control, Qin Chuan murmured inwardly. In his previous life, he had severely injured the ancestor of the Thunder Sound sect, acquiring this true thunder control technique. Though it was not his forte, he could still emulate its essence through the use of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, the essence of this 1/10 or 1/12 lies in the realm of cultivation, particularly for those adept in the art of thunder. In this world, the thunder control true technique wielded by Qin Chuan descends like divine retribution, an overwhelming celestial majesty that cannot be trifled with. Boom! The thunder struck, instantly reducing Shen Linghao and his entourage to mere ashes, leaving no trace in the wake of a passing breeze. The thunder pool remained, its arcs of lightning undulating like boiling water, ceaselessly surging forth. Qin Chuan commanded the thunder pool to descend upon a peculiar fruit nearby. The extraordinary fruit radiated a brilliant glow, harmonizing with the lightning in a dazzling interplay, each absorbing and merging with the other. The thunder calamity fruit. To his astonishment, he had encountered such a treasure here. After channeling all the thunder into the extraordinary fruit, Qin Chuan beheld the flickering arcs of lightning surrounding it and smiled. The thunder calamity fruit is a spiritual fruit that has a chance of being born only after enduring a significant onslaught of thunder in the same location. Within the cultivation world, certain sects have designated tribulation locations, primarily to ensure the safety of the tribulation bearers, and secondly, to nurture the thunder calamity fruit in those places. When Qin Chuan first laid eyes on this fruit, he was struck with excitement, yet he understood that it had only recently come into existence. If allowed to grow naturally, it would likely require several decades or even centuries of thunder strikes to reach a semblance of maturity. He could not afford to wait that long. The reason Qin Chuan exerted himself to employ the thunder control true technique and summon the thunder pool was to hasten the ripening of this thunder calamity fruit. The fruit was perfectly suited for cultivating the 9 Xian tribulation body, although the hastened thunder calamity fruit could not compare to one that matured naturally. It was sufficient to grant him entry into the realm of the 9 Xian tribulation body. Qin Chuan softly uttered as he plucked the shimmering thunder calamity fruit, enveloping it in spiritual energy before storing it in his pouch. Once he completed this task, he slowly lifted his gaze towards the depths of the dense forest. "Do you still require my invitation?" No one responded. After a brief wait, a dozen figures stumbled out from the thicket, appearing quite disheveled. It was none other than Chun Hu and his companions. Chapter 60. The ruins of the cultivation sect. Little brother, this is not our concern. It is all Shen Linghao's doing. He forced us into this predicament. As the heir to the Shen family, we dare not defy his commands. Qin Hu and his companions knelt in submission, heads bowed, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Having witnessed Qin Chuan's defeat of the mechanic and over 20 awakened ones, they had fled in terror, only to feel an electrifying dread creeping up their spines. They had never encountered the celestial prowess of a cultivator, trembling with fear, initially attributing it to Shen Linghao's might. Yet, as the thunder dissipated, it was Qin Chuan's voice that echoed in their ears. A single utterance sent them into a panic, fleeing back in a state of utter disarray. Trembling, they knelt on the ground, surrounded by the remnants of those struck down by lightning and the acrid scent of charred flesh. The multiple stimuli caused some of the more cowardly among them to lose control. Qin Chuan regarded them with an indifferent gaze. Such individuals he had met many times in the cultivation world. Sparing them once had only bred ingratitude. Leading them to presume his kindness was a sign of weakness to exploit, escalating their audacity. For such people, Qin Chuan typically dealt with them swiftly. Among the group, the strongest was merely a 4th-tier awakened, and even when Qin Chuan was at the first layer of qi refinement, they had posed no threat. Now, at the 3rd layer, they stood no chance. In the blink of an eye, he ruthlessly dispatched them all. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a fireball spell, reducing them to ashes. Having settled that matter, Qin Chuan wandered further up the mountain. This mountain was distinctly different from the outside world, harboring the rare thunder fruit, a treasure that thrived under exceedingly harsh environmental conditions, indicating something extraordinary. Upon reaching the summit, a gentle breeze stirred the treetops, creating waves that danced in the air. Qin Chuan gazed intently at the site where the thunder fruit had appeared, his heart stirred with a hint of surprise. The topography and environmental layout of the surrounding kilometers appeared to align with the intricacies of certain formations, reminiscent of the formidable thunder arrays used by sects during tribulations in the cultivation realm. He murmured to himself, suddenly struck by an idea. He lifted his gaze towards the distant peaks that pierced the heavens, standing tall like swords buried deep within the earth, thrusting into the clouds. Wisps of white clouds drifted around the mountainsides, adding an air of mystery and vitality. A forest of sword-like mountains, rising to pierce the sky. Each peak emanated an ethereal sword intent. This is the remnants of a sword cultivator's sect. Qin Chuan sighed inwardly, filled with infinite sentiments, yet not overly astonished. This world had always been steeped in legends of immortality. He understood that these tales were not baseless. Perhaps, long ago, this place had been a grand world of cultivation, where practitioners soared through the skies and sects flourished. However, as spiritual energy waned, cultivators vanished, and legacies faded into obscurity. 200 years ago, with the emergence of otherworldly beasts, the last remnants of cultivation were irrevocably shattered. As the ages shifted, humanity continuously sought the most distinctive means of existence. Once, it was through cultivation. Now, it is through technology and awakening. Qin Chuan mused to himself. He is quite extraordinary, having traversed the realm of cultivation while also existing in this world. Thus, his perspective on issues is imbued with the profundity of the cultivation world and the rationality of the technological realm. Suppressing his emotions, he ascended, riding the winds. Mastering the third level of qi cultivation, he could traverse the winds effortlessly, though he seldom found it necessary in his daily life. At this moment, he soared over ravines, reaching the peaks of sword mountains that pierced through the clouds. Scanning with his spiritual awareness, he discovered no remnants of treasures left by this sword cultivator sect. He even observed that the foundational materials of certain formations had been excavated, leaving behind numerous deep pits. Perhaps they began relocating upon sensing the depletion of spiritual energy. If the sect had vanished due to some unforeseen calamity, it would not have been so thoroughly stripped away, even the foundational materials being extracted. As he wandered through the ruins of the once prosperous sword cultivator sect, Qin Chuan seemed to glimpse the vibrant past of the cultivation world. He mused that such remnants of sects might be abundant in this realm. This area should have once been the medicinal mountain of the sect. As the sun descended beyond the western hills, the stars twinkled across the sky. Qin Chuan descended upon a sword mountain, shrouded in mist and perpetually infused with a faint aroma of medicinal herbs, due to the cultivation of spiritual medicines. This mountain exuded more spiritual energy than the other barren peaks surrounding it. Taking out a thunder tribulation fruit, arcs of electricity manifested in the surrounding void. He intended to commence his training of the 9 mysteries tribulation body right here. The spiritual energy here was somewhat richer than the outside, making it a favorable location for him. He swallowed the thunder tribulation fruit in one gulp and promptly settled into a meditative posture, surrounded by flickering arcs of lightning. The following morning dawned. The eastern sky brightened. After half a month, the misty forest had been nearly traversed by the awakened, and rare fruits had become scarce. Yet, many awakened individuals continued to search for luck in finding these extraordinary fruits. At that moment, a low rumble of thunder resonated in the clear sky, capturing the attention of numerous awakened beings. Was there a fighter jet soaring overhead? Could it be that a beast war had erupted deep within the wilderness again? Damn it. After just a few years of peace, it's happening again. A group of awakened individuals gazed skyward, cursing under their breath. Look, what is that? What are you talking about? That mountain. Look at the strange clouds there. Clouds are everywhere in the misty forest. What is so special about it? That one is different. One individual trembled, pointing at a distant peak that rose like a sword into the clouds. The crowd followed his gaze, instantly rendered speechless. Even though they had witnessed the shifting mists of the misty forest countless times, they were still awestruck at this sight. After a moment, a collective gasp echoed through the air. What the hell? What is going on there? It looks like a mass of clouds is swirling around that mountain. Could it be that a monster has appeared? Monsters? Call them extraordinary beasts now. What the hell? What kind of extraordinary beast could influence the environment of an entire mountain? What level is that? They gazed up at the mountain, feeling a tingling sensation at the nape of their necks, goosebumps rising across their skin. At this moment, the Sword Mountain where Qin Chuan resided was enveloped in a thick blanket of white mist, forming a vast swirling vortex of clouds that flowed gracefully. The mist danced like a dragon, weaving in and out of the colossal cloud spiral, appearing and disappearing in a mystical manner. A deep rumble of thunder resonated from the swirling fog, approaching gradually, causing the very air to tremble. All the awakened individuals searching for rare fruits in the misty forest were profoundly shaken by this spectacle, as if compelled by an unseen force. They gazed in awe at the Sword Mountain. For nearly 2 centuries, the emergence of extraordinary beasts had drastically altered the landscape, and the awakened had witnessed many astonishing phenomena in the wild regions. Yet today, they beheld the most breathtaking spectacle in history. This evoked thoughts of legendary demons and monsters emerging from the shadows, as well as the celestial realm descending upon the mortal world. Within the eye of the cloud vortex, Qin Chuan stood resolute amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, unyielding in the face of the tempest. At a certain moment, he opened his eyes, and with a burst of lightning, he unleashed a powerful surge that shattered a massive boulder before him into dust. Drawing in a deep breath, he felt the surrounding mist envelop him, as if it were being consumed voraciously. He had entered the preliminary stages of the 9 profound tribulation body, a feat he found gratifying. The cultivation of the 9 profound tribulation body was notoriously arduous in his previous life. Qin Chuan had spent an entire 9 years during the golden core stage, searching for countless rare materials before barely managing to grasp the basics. Eventually, after achieving mastery in the 9 profound tribulation body, he reflected on the arduous path he had taken, realizing he had wasted numerous resources and encountered many detours. Thus, in this lifetime, he resolved to draw from his past experiences and cultivate the 9 profound tribulation body through the most straightforward and direct methods. Now, confronted with the armored adversary, he saw no need for cunning tricks to disrupt its energy. He could simply defeat it through sheer physical prowess. Raising his hand, a surge of powerful lightning arcs sprang forth from his skin. As Qin Chuan concluded his cultivation, the clouds swirling around the Sword Mountain seemed to lose their tether, dissipating into the great mountains. It was time to return. Qin Chuan descended from the Sword Mountain, riding the winds before departing the wilderness. Chapter 61. Yiqian Town, bustling with activity, seems to have become even more prosperous than before. Upon returning to Yiqian Town, Qin Chuan received a call from Old Qi. Following his instructions, Wang Hu and his companions tirelessly scoured various land bureaus, ultimately identifying 3 locations that met Qin Chuan's criteria and from which they could procure factory construction permits. Unable to decide on a single site, they sent him detailed information regarding the conditions and prices of all 3 locations. As Qin Chuan perused the information about the factory sites on his phone, he made his way to the subway station heading back to the city center. Qingwei Bay, a delightful place nestled between mountains and water, offered the perfect terrain for arranging spirit-gathering formations, thus facilitating the alchemical process. After reviewing the 3 options, he ultimately chose Qingwei Bay. Situated at the extreme southern edge of Lan City, it was no longer considered part of the urban area, not even the suburbs. Once a renowned tourist destination, it had fallen into disrepair after a beastly outbreak, leading to its abandonment for nearly a century or 2. Now, the ecology of Qingwei Bay had long since returned to its former glory, yet people had grown accustomed to city life, and the authorities had ceased development efforts there. Even real estate and tourism entrepreneurs shied away from investing in the area, resulting in its desolation. Recently, as the Land Bureau was reorganizing plans for a new urban district, they rediscovered this forgotten locale and listed it on their website for lease and sale at an exceptionally low price. At that moment, a commotion erupted ahead of Qin Chuan. All the awakened individuals gaped in astonishment as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. A D-class beast, the crimson-eyed white tiger, swaggered down the street. It stood over 2 meters tall and stretched more than 4 meters in length, its white fur adorned with black stripes and piercing red eyes, exuding an air of magnificence. Even more astonishing, this typically ferocious D-class beast appeared as docile as an old horse, with a young man of striking demeanor seated atop its back, laughing and chatting with friends via video call. What on earth is happening? A D-class beast has appeared in Yiqian Town? You weren't aware of yesterday's events? I was not present. What transpired? A group of youngsters visited Yiqian Town yesterday. Though young in age, Their prowess was remarkable, all at least fourth-tier celestial awakeners. These little rascals audaciously rode the beasts. What? Riding beasts? Damn it. I can't even bring a live beast into Xiuzhen town. And they're allowed to ride them in? Where are the security personnel? They usually collect our security fees with such ferocity, yet now they dare not utter a word? Those guards would like to intervene, but they must first possess the courage to do so. Yesterday evening, these youngsters rode the beasts through Xiuzhen town, with some awakeners meeting their demise at the jaws of the beasts, while the security personnel merely observed before retreating in shame. TSK. One can only imagine the resources required to raise a beast from a young age, and what kind of family could support the training of a beast for riding. Perhaps one of their fathers is a ninth-tier awakener. Who would dare to stop them? Seeking death, are they? What about the awakened one who was bitten to death by a monstrous beast yesterday? Was it all in vain? What else could it be? You should be more cautious in the future. When you encounter such individuals, swiftly steer clear, for should they kill you, there would be no repercussions for them. Damn it. We are prohibited from bringing live beasts into this place and from engaging in combat in the wild town, yet this group of ruffians flouts these rules. If you had a father who was a ninth-tier awakened, you wouldn't have to adhere to such trifling regulations. If I had a father of that caliber, would I be here risking my life? I would have long returned to embrace a woman in slumber. The awakened ones on the road instinctively parted ways, granting a clear path for the crimson-eyed white tiger. Even those who were initially oblivious were swiftly pulled aside by acquaintances who whispered the circumstances, advising them to exercise caution in the future. Oh, look, there's a reckless lad who dares not yield. Yesterday evening, these individuals rode into the wild town atop their beasts, and some awakened ones, believing themselves untouchable within the town, insisted on confronting the young riders. They demanded either that these riders leave on their beasts or slay their mounts. And now, they are likely reduced to mere dung of the beasts. Should we shout out? If you wish to, go ahead. I have no intention of shouting. The onlookers had noticed the individual glued to his phone. Yet none spoke a word of caution. Many wore expressions of schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan was examining the detailed map of Qinghua Bay sent by Wang Hu and mentally strategizing the formation and construction of the factory. Suddenly, a wave of rancid, damp heat rushed towards him. He halted, pocketing his phone, and looked up. A colossal white tiger's head loomed above, its massive nose nearly touching his forehead. Both stood in the center of the road. The crimson-eyed white tiger stood over 2 meters tall, while Qin Chuan was merely 1.78 meters. In the presence of such a formidable beast, Qin Chuan appeared exceedingly diminutive. Roar! The crimson-eyed white tiger unleashed a thunderous roar, akin to a muted thunderclap, sending shockwaves that altered the expressions of several less powerful, awakened ones nearby. What's wrong, Xiaobai? The young man seated atop the tiger, upon hearing the roar, finally put away his phone and peered ahead. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you, and why do you obstruct my path?" Xiudi, I've always said your crimson-eyed white tiger pales in comparison to my blazing lion. When I ride my blazing lion, who would dare to stop me? Shall I wait here for you, then ride over on my blazing lion to assist you? Seated atop the crimson-eyed white tiger, Xiudi's phone erupted with a barrage of mocking laughter. Xiudi's face flushed crimson, and he shouted at his phone, "Get lost. Your blazing lion is nothing. My crimson-eyed white tiger is the mightiest steed." As he spoke, he leaned forward to pat the tiger's neck, whispering coldly, "Xiaobai, crush him." As the words fell, the crimson-eyed white tiger underwent a sudden transformation, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity and primal rage, its scarlet eyes glinting with an insatiable thirst for blood. Goodness! How fierce! Is this the imposing presence of a D-grade beast? If I were to encounter such a creature in the wild, I would undoubtedly flee without a second thought. That young man is doomed. Judging by the unfolding scene, his fate seems far grimmer than those who faced peril yesterday. Has he been rendered catatonic by fear? Unlike those who fled yesterday, he stands there, motionless. Alas, what a pity for the young lad, brimming with youth, yet plagued by misfortune. The surrounding awakened sighed and shook their heads, lamenting Qin Chuan's destiny. Qin Chuan gazed quietly at the crimson-eyed white tiger, and suddenly, arcs of electricity danced around him, the charged particles slicing through the air. The fur of the tiger stood on end, reminiscent of an irate kitten. With a roar, the tiger sensed the formidable presence of the individual before it and unleashed a fierce growl. In response, Qin Chuan unleashed a punch, striking the tiger just as it opened its mouth, forcing it to snap its jaws shut. The crimson eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at the diminutive human before it. With a swift motion, Qin Chuan spun around and delivered a powerful kick, crackling with electric arcs and creating a sonic boom. The crimson-eyed white tiger had no time to evade and was struck squarely on the shoulder by Qin Chuan's foot. The sheer force propelled the 2-ton beast across the air, akin to a wrecked vehicle crashing into a nearby shop. Chapter 62. The era of ice and snow in the vicinity of the wild front town, which borders a desolate wilderness. The architecture is remarkably robust to avert the incursion of monstrous beasts that could wreak havoc upon the settlement. Even the modest street-side shops are constructed to withstand assaults from E-class aberrations, requiring the utmost effort from a third-tier awakened being to inflict damage. Yet now, these formidable structures have been effortlessly demolished. The onlookers, who had gathered in anticipation of a spectacle, found themselves utterly astounded. With a resounding crash, the wall that had been struck collapsed, scattering countless fragments of brick and tile, burying the scarlet-eyed white tiger and Xiuzhen beneath a cloud of thick dust. Xiuzhen, what is the situation over there? Just a couple of days ago, Ding Xian nearly lost his life, and now you find yourself entombed? Our genius from Jin City. Could it be that we are so feeble, suffering repeated setbacks in this obscure little locale? Shut up. Don't pester me. From the rubble, a voice laced with mockery emerged over the phone, followed by Xiuzhen's furious retorts. With a thunderous roar, the scarlet-eyed white tiger burst forth, carrying the dust-covered Xiuzhen. The debris that had concealed them shot out like hidden projectiles. Fortunately, the spectators were all awakened beings and easily deflected the debris. Thud. The scarlet-eyed white tiger landed, shaking its fur as if to rid itself of water, expelling the accumulated grit. However, the paw that Qin Chuan had previously kicked was slightly curled, unable to touch the ground, clearly indicating a severe injury. Its crimson eyes, cold and merciless, fixated on Qin Chuan, brimming with murderous intent. On its back, Xiuzhen appeared disheveled, his gaze icy as if imbued with millennia of frost, his chilling stare seemingly capable of freezing the very air. Not merely an illusion. The moisture in the air around him crystallized into delicate ice blossoms that drifted downwards, the area gradually expanding. Ultimately, within a radius of nearly 100 meters, the temperature plunged abruptly, transforming vapor into cascading ice flowers. What is happening? It's July, yet we are witnessing snowflakes? Hiss, since my awakening. I have spent over a decade in short sleeves during winter, and now I am actually feeling cold. It's that little fellow. He.S. the one responsible for the snowfall around us. Goodness, an awakened being capable of influencing the weather? He can't even be 20 yet. How can he possess such strength? The onlookers, astonished, felt the ice flowers landing on their hands and clothing, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They hushed their discussions in awe, then gazed skyward. Xiuzhen regarded Qin Chuan with a frigid stare from his vantage point, his tone chilling. You obstruct my path and injure my scarlet-eyed white tiger. Come forth to meet your demise. I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, he gently patted the scarlet-eyed white tiger, which emitted a low growl, baring its teeth and dripping foul saliva. Xiuzhen's intentions were unmistakable. Should Qin Chuan dare to resist, the beast would devour him whole. The Qi family is a renowned lineage within Jin City, and Xiuzhen is a rare awakened prodigy of the family, a talent not seen in a century. On the day of his 8th birthday, the skies over Jin City were resplendent, yet within the confines of the Qiu family courtyard, snowflakes began to fall. Initially, the Qiu family suspected foul play from rivals, only to later discover that young Xiuzhen had awakened his latent abilities. From that moment onward, Xiuzhen led a life akin to that of a cherished star, with even his parents hesitant to speak loudly in his presence. Whatever he desired, even the fangs of an S-rank mythical beast, the Qiu family would procure for him. He did not disappoint their expectations. After awakening his powers, he surged ahead and, by the age of 16, became a 5th-tier awakened one of extraordinary caliber. Even the strongest in the Qiu family took notice and bestowed upon him a secret technique, the Great Ice and Snow Realm. With this formidable skill, he triumphed over several 6th-tier awakened ones, and even 7th-tier opponents dared not confront him directly. Thus, he ascended to the ranks of the most formidable prodigies in Jin City. Whenever he ventured out, he was surrounded by throngs of admirers and awakened ones, his words becoming law that few dared to defy. Having journeyed from Jin City to the frontier town of Yiqian in Lan City, brimming with ambition and vigor, he sought to carve a name for himself in the wild regions. However, before he could even leave the town, he was sent flying by a kick from Qin Chuan, along with his mount. Such an ignoble defeat ignited a furious fire within the pampered Xiuzhen. he could not quell his rage without exacting vengeance on Qin Chuan. With a gaze as sharp as ice, he fixated on Qin Chuan, who appeared utterly unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the tension. Slowly, he raised his hand to catch a few drifting ice flowers, watching as they melted into water at his fingertips, before finally raising his head. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The area from which the ice flowers fell bore semblance to some domain-like supernatural ability. Within this realm, Xiuzhen's powers would be amplified while his adversaries would be diminished, allowing him to contend even against foes of a higher tier. From where does this snowfall and flower technique originate? Qin Chuan finally spoke, his tone calm. Humph. You'll find out next year when I visit your grave. Xiuzhen retorted with a cold laugh, slapping his palms onto the back of his crimson-eyed white tiger. A layer of crystalline ice emanated from his hands, rapidly forming a shimmering crystal armor that enveloped the fierce beast, exuding an air of majesty and dominance. With a low growl, the crimson-eyed white tiger exhaled a misty breath that coiled around it like a serpent, creating a bizarre and enchanting spectacle. This sight left the onlookers, most of whom were merely fourth-tier awakened ones, utterly astonished. They had never witnessed the extraordinary clash of high-tier awakened beings. And even Xiuzhen's basic application of his powers left them in awe. Yet, Qin Chuan remained unfazed, having once stood alone against myriad foes in the cultivation world. And now having returned to refine his skills to the third level of Qi training, he had no reason to fear this pair of adversaries. He stepped forward, and a vacuum zone materialized within a 10-meter radius around him, allowing the ice flowers to cascade freely while leaving his vicinity devoid of anything. Xiuzhen's expression changed. It was the first time since mastering the great ice and snow realm that someone had managed to elude his control within his own domain. A sense of unease began to stir within him. However, having reached this juncture, he could not possibly retreat. Gentlemen, let us exercise restraint and remain calm. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a white silk tang suit descended from the heavens, landing between Qin Chuan and the snow-covered armored red-eyed white tiger. Several official awakened individuals approached, dispersing the onlookers and ensuring the area remained unobstructed. Gentlemen, let us engage in discourse without resorting to violence, the elder interjected with a smile, turning his gaze to Xiuzhen. You must be Xiuzhen, the illustrious son of the Qiu family. I have long heard of you from Xiuzhen and had intended to pay a visit, yet time eluded me. Who would have thought we would meet here today? Xiuzhen is Xiuzhen's grandfather. Upon hearing the elder mention his grandfather, Xiuzhen was taken aback. He scrutinized the elder and noted his extraordinary demeanor, akin to a mountain standing firm against the abyss, and he realized he could not discern the elder's true strength. After a moment of contemplation, he revealed a courteous smile. You know my grandfather? In that case, it is only fitting that the younger generation pays their respects to you. Indeed, the elder replied, pleased by Xiuzhen's acknowledgement. Before turning to Qin Chuan, young brother, I am Xiuzhen, the head of security here in Yiqian town. Given the misunderstanding today, would it not be better to overlook it in light of my presence? Chapter 63. The rules of the Destiny Cup. Qin Chuan fell into a momentary silence. Xiuzhen was the most formidable awakened individual he had encountered thus far, undoubtedly a 9th-tier celestial grade awakener. While he would not shy away from a confrontation with him, the fact that Xiuzhen was stationed at Yiqian town indicated his allegiance to the authorities. Engaging in conflict with Xiuzhen would mean opposing the official powers. Having returned to life just over half a month ago, Qin Chuan had already advanced to the third level of Qi refinement, a pace that was remarkably swift for an ordinary cultivator. Nevertheless, achieving the golden core stage before the lunar rift opened posed a significant challenge, and he might need to enlist the assistance of the authorities if necessary. With this in mind, Qin Chuan nodded. In that case, I shall grant Elder Xue this courtesy. Upon hearing this, Xiuzhen's smile widened. Excellent. Xiuzhen, recognizing Xiuzhen's intention for amicability and understanding that he could not act against Qin Chuan here, remarked, Grandfather Xue, I have also made arrangements to meet with several friends in the wilderness area. I will visit your residence another day. Oh, young people have their own matters to attend to. Go on, Xiuzhen responded with a nod. Xiuzhen slowly rode past Qin Chuan on his crimson-eyed white tiger, casting a cold glance over him before departing the scene. Qin Chuan was keenly aware of Xiuzhen's thoughts and discreetly flicked his fingers, leaving a trace of spiritual energy upon Xiuzhen. I have not left this place for decades and am quite unaware of the changes in the outside world. May I inquire your name, young brother? Xiuzhen asked with a smile. Qin Chuan replied. Qin Chuan? Qin. Xiuzhen pondered momentarily. Could it be that you were related to Qin Chuan from Jin City? Haha. In my youth, I had the pleasure of meeting him once. The Qin family ranks among the top 10 families in Jin City. Why would they seek a quota from Lan City? Confused by Xiuzhen's words, Qin Chuan clarified, Senior, you seem to have misunderstood. I am indeed from Lan City, and my parents reside there. What do you mean by seeking a quota from Lan City? Xiuzhen was slightly taken aback. You hail from Lan City? When did such a prodigy emerge from our midst? Alas, it has been too long since I ventured outside, and my information is quite outdated. It seems I must make more excursions. Regaining his smile, Xiuzhen continued. You appear quite young. You must be a freshman or sophomore in college. I just graduated from high school. Oh, you have only just graduated from high school. Xiuzhen's eyes sparkled with interest. To possess such strength at such a young age, I wonder which old master has trained you. However, that seems irrelevant to me. After a moment's thought, he inquired, have you heard that university students will soon be hosting the Destiny Cup? Qin Chuan nodded. Then you are aware. The Destiny Cup is being held for the first time this year, and the rewards are said to be astonishing, even coveted by super strong individuals. However, the selection process for the Destiny Cup is quite unique. It is based on city districts. In total, 36 cities will each select the top 10 strongest participants to compete. The disparity in strength between different cities is immense. For instance, among the top 10 individuals under 20 in our Lan City, it is likely that only a few possess the capability of a third-tier awakened talent. However, the situation in Jin City is markedly different, where numerous individuals under 20 boast 5th-tier or even 6th-tier awakened talents. Consequently, certain individuals exploit loopholes in the regulations. Those who lack confidence in securing a spot among the top 10 in Jin City venture to various lesser cities to claim the competition quotas from these relatively weaker locales. Qiudi, for instance, is a standout among the new generation of the Qiu family in Jin City. Xiuzhen expressed his sentiments and subtly alluded to Qiudi's identity to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan nodded. In simple terms, only the top 10 from each city may participate in the Destiny Cup. Individuals like Qiudi, possessing exceptional talent and strength, would be ranked among the elite in any other city. Yet, in Jin City, he lacks the assurance to secure a top 10 position. Thus, he has maneuvered his way to Lan City, preparing to compete in the Destiny Cup using Lan City's quota for the top 10. Qin Chuan was not well versed in the rules of the Destiny Cup, as he had never encountered such information in his previous life. His understanding was limited to news reports indicating that each city dispatched exceptionally gifted students. He had previously assumed that a good score on the college entrance examination would guarantee a spot in the Destiny Cup. It now appears that this quota requires an additional selection process. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. He was confident he could easily surpass even 5th-tier or 6th-tier awakened talents. If you wish to learn more, why not visit me for a cup of light tea? Xiuzhen invited. Thank you, Senior, but I have matters to attend to. So I will take my leave. Qin Chuan replied as he bid farewell to Xiuzhen and departed. Observing Qin Chuan's retreating figure, Xiuzhen let out a barely perceptible sigh. Having witnessed Qiudi's final gaze, he knew that the latter would not let this go easily and would likely seek trouble with Qin Chuan in the future. However, even he could not fathom Qin Chuan's strength. Should they cross paths again, Qiudi would undoubtedly suffer a significant setback. Perhaps it would be wise to inform Qiutan. If Qiudi is not restrained, trouble may ensue. Yet, given Qiutan's protective nature, he would likely support Qiudi's actions wholeheartedly upon learning of this. Upon returning to Old Qi's apothecary, Qin Chuan found Wang Hu and Kong Xian present, while Shi Hao and Zhuang Ming had accompanied Old Qi on an outing. According to Wang Hu, Old Qi had issued a call for heroes to procure the medicinal herbs listed by Qin Chuan, and several of his former suppliers had indicated they had stock available, prompting his visit. Meanwhile, Shi Hao and Zhuang Ming had gone to assist with the transportation and ensure Old Qi's safety. Dr. Qin, what shall we do next? The land in Qingwei Bay is indeed inexpensive, yet it still costs over $1 billion. Where shall we procure such funds? Wang Hu expressed his concerns regarding financing. Qin Chuan smiled. You need not worry about that. Shortly, you should find a lawyer in a related industry and inform him that I wish to make a minimal down payment, followed by annual principal and interest repayments. Let him figure out the specifics, but that is the general idea. Moreover, the lower the down payment, the better. Ideally, a zero down payment would be preferable. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu and Kong Xian exchanged astonished glances with Qin Chuan. Surely, Dr. Qin, Such an approach would result in significant losses? Although I am not a professional, I am aware that the compounded interest could ultimately exceed the principal amount, leading to a total cost that might be 2 or 3 times higher. No matter, simply follow my instructions, Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. A year from now, when the moon fractures and demons descend, who would still come to collect debts? Yet, he refrained from divulging this thought to others, for no one would believe him. Oh, very well then, Wang Hu nodded in acquiescence. Aside from this matter, I need you to contact some construction teams for the factory's construction. Their payments should be settled monthly, as labor is arduous. Additionally, seek out some awakened individuals, the stronger, the better, to ensure protection during the factory's establishment. For now, let us focus on these 3 tasks. Once they are accomplished, I will disclose the subsequent matters to you. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment before issuing further instructions. Wang Hu and his companion continued to nod in agreement. Having witnessed Qin Chuan's formidable abilities, they had resolved to firmly align themselves with him. Thus they would follow his directives without any second thoughts. After issuing his orders, Qin Chuan exited the apothecary, for he had matters of his own to attend to. Specifically the initiation of the spirit gathering formation at Qingwei. Chapter 64. Qingwei lies at the southernmost edge of Launcher, a place seldom trodden by human feet. Though not entirely a wilderness, it bears a resemblance to one, the sole distinction being the absence of ferocious beasts roaming freely. However, whispers suggest that mystical creatures do inhabit Qingwei, lurking in the shadows and rarely revealing themselves, hence no one has ever laid eyes upon them. There was once a developer who ventured here, intent on resurrecting the former glory of this once thriving tourist destination. Yet, astonishingly, he met with a mysterious demise the very next day, his body vanishing without a trace. 2 years later, another visitor stumbled upon a collection of skeletal remains, which, upon genetic testing, were confirmed to be those of the previously vanished developer. Following the dissemination of this information, Qingwei's reputation deteriorated further, deterring anyone from venturing into this enigmatic locale where one might inexplicably vanish. This serves as one of the reasons why no one dares to entertain thoughts of Qingwei. Upon learning of these circumstances, Qin Chuan decided to personally explore the area for utmost precaution. This region spreads out like an untouched forest for 100 miles, with mountains crisscrossing and dense foliage thriving in splendid abundance. A grand river, measuring 200 to 300 meters in width, cascades across the land, its flow dramatically altered by a mountain range, resulting in the formation of a vast lake spanning several kilometers. This lake is none other than Qingwei. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, the lake has accumulated silt over time, leading to the emergence of a small island where the developer once envisioned a tourist haven. Qin Chuan employed his wind manipulation technique to ascend to the nearest mountain peak, where he gazed across the expansive vista. The island within the lake still bore faint traces of human architecture from a bygone era. The terrain of these mountains is a convergence of ethereal energies, and one can only speculate that, given several millennia in the realm of cultivation, extraordinary phenomena might arise here, transforming it into a hidden realm. As Qin Chuan surveyed the landscape, he couldn't help but marvel at this world, once the cradle of a grand cultivation era, where every mountain seems to harbor profound mysteries. Should spiritual energy ever surge forth again, this realm would undoubtedly witness a resurgence of its former flourishing. His gaze ultimately settled upon a relatively flat area near the lakeshore. While it may not be extensive in the grand scheme of Qingwei, it sprawled across 2,000 to 3,000 square meters, ample space for constructing a factory. Suddenly, from the lush hillside, a flurry of birds erupted from the trees, their cacophonous cries echoing through the mountains. "Run! Hurry!" A voice laced with panic reverberated through the air, resonating in the valleys. Hiss from within the verdant thicket. A colossal python burst forth from the dense canopy, its upper body thrashing wildly in the air. A desperate, agonizing scream escaped its jaws, revealing that it clutched a middle-aged man, bloodied and struggling, in its grip. Curious, Qin Chuan was drawn to the scene, fixating on the enormous serpent for a moment before frowning slightly. This creature did not resemble a mere beast. A faint aura of spiritual energy pulsated within it. It could be deemed a spirit beast, albeit a feeble one. Qin Chuan felt a surge of astonishment within him. Spirit beasts, also known as demon beasts, are formidable entities within the realm of cultivation, known for their bloodthirsty and aggressive nature. Throughout history, they have been the greatest adversaries of humanity. During his time in the nascent soul stage, he encountered an invasion by the demon clan against humanity, where he valiantly defended his people by confronting 3 formidable demon beasts of the same stage, safeguarding his kin. This experience rendered Qin Chuan intimately familiar with the characteristics of these beasts, allowing him to sense the potential presence of a demon beast from over 1,000 meters away. Even now, in a world where spiritual energy is scarce, the emergence of a demon beast piqued Qin Chuan's curiosity. He formed a hand seal, summoning a tempest that lifted him into the air, soaring gracefully towards the location of the serpent. Meanwhile, in the mountains where the serpent had appeared, 3 disheveled youths, clad in tattered clothing and covered in dirt, were fleeing through the forest in a state of panic. Guochang, where did you get this information? Wasn't it said that the suspected exotic beasts in Qinghua Bay are at most E-grade? Now you tell me the serpent is only E-grade? Get lost. That serpent is at least C-grade. It's terrifying. Uncle Huang and the others are 6th tier awakened, and they were killed in an instant by that beast. Enough talk. We need to escape quickly. If that serpent returns, we will all perish. Wait. Guochang, who had red hair, suddenly halted. What are you doing? Are you trying to get us killed? Stay out of my way. Someone behind him bumped into his back, cursing angrily. No, just now. There was indeed an exotic fruit where that serpent was. You all saw it, right? Moreover, that fruit is definitely not of low star rating. I believe it might be a 4-star exotic fruit. Now that the serpent is chasing Uncle Huang and the others, that fruit is left unguarded. A frenzied and greedy gleam flickered in Guochang's eyes. Damn, Guochang, have you lost your mind? Can't you see how powerful that beast is? And you still dare to covet the exotic fruit? It's valuable, but you need to have your life to claim it. We should go back and inform the elders to let them handle it. The youth, Yang Songyu, looked at Guochang in astonishment. Guochang licked his lips. Yang Songyu. Song Xiao, I want to take a chance. Damn, I've known you were insane for a long time. Song Xiao was not surprised by Guochang's decision. Are you going or not? If I go alone, I have a 10% chance of retrieving the fruit safely, but if you come with me, we'll have at least a 30% chance. Guochang urged. For the past decade, we have been sheltered by our family, growing under their protection. But true awakened beings cannot remain sheltered forever. To become strong, one must face life and death. Damn it. Enough talk. I'm going. To hell with it. Let us do it. Fueled by youthful fervor, Yang Songyu and Song Qiao were quickly swayed by Guochang's words. Their expedition away from the family to seek the exotic fruit was precisely to prove that they were not mere sheltered flowers. This is not yet the wilderness area. When they encounter strange beasts, they retreat. What will they do when faced with real dangers in the true wilderness? Will they return to seek guidance from their elders? If that is the case, what use is there in being an awakened one? Would it not be better to remain at home in tranquility? Excellent. Guochang grinned and succinctly shared his thoughts. Song Yu, you possess the wind affinity awakening, and among us, you are the swiftest. You shall gather the strange fruits. Song Qiao, endowed with the earth affinity awakening, your senses are the most acute. You will be responsible for vigilance and security. As for me, I am the fire affinity awakener, possessing the strongest overall offensive capability. Should that great serpent return prematurely, I shall hold it at bay. Yang Songyu and Song Qiao exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The trio of youths promptly altered their course, racing towards the direction where the strange fruits had been discovered. Chapter 65. The 2 pythons in a damp and chilly locale. Peculiar stones protrude from the ground, adorned with numerous creeping vines that dangle from the surrounding trees, creating an intricate tapestry woven from nature itself. The air here is moist and cool, with temperatures significantly lower than outside, teeming with insects and rodents that thrive in the shadows. Over here, the 3 figures of Guochang moved with the grace of agile cheetahs, swiftly navigating through the labyrinth of vines. As they traversed the uneven terrain of the jutting stones, they soon encountered a vast pit strewn with gravel, its walls concealing a pitch-black opening reminiscent of a portal to the underworld, from which a chilling breeze emerged. Beside the entrance stood a knee-high, purplish-red sapling, its trunk a deep violet, its diamond-shaped leaves a striking crimson, bearing a single golden-purple fruit that appeared to radiate light, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Previously, upon discovering this extraordinary fruit, their elderly servant had bravely ventured forth to harvest it, only to be met by a colossal python that severely injured the 3 attendants. Aware of the serpent's formidable prowess, the servants valiantly diverted the creature, granting Guochang and his companions a chance to flee. At that moment, they were so paralyzed by fear that thoughts of the extraordinary fruit fled their minds, and they hastily retreated. Now, returning with renewed resolve, the trio prepared themselves mentally, instantly shifting into a battle-ready stance. Song Qiao, possessing formidable spiritual strength, remained vigilant of every movement around them. Guochang, radiating immense power, was enveloped in flickering flames, poised to strike with thunderous might. Yang Songyu, graceful and nimble, descended elegantly into the pit, swiftly covering several meters in a single step toward the cave's entrance. Without hesitation, he reached for the exotic fruit. At that moment, a foul wind erupted from the cave, accompanied by a nauseating slime that coated Yang Songyu. There are other creatures within. His expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed a warning, simultaneously conjuring a gust of wind that transformed into blades aimed at the cavern's depths. Clang, clang, clang. The cave resonated with the sharp sounds of metal clashing, accompanied by sparks flying. A roar erupted from within, and a massive python burst forth from the darkness. Its forepart emerged, towering at least 12 to 13 meters, akin to a 4-story building, gazing down with cold indifference from its dark golden eyes. Its scales, black with hints of purple, glimmered with an eerie luminescence under the dappled light filtering through the canopy. This serpent was even more formidable than the last. Guochang's eyes widened in horror upon sighting the python, his composure shattered. Take action. Yang Songyu, closest to the creature, felt a chill run down his spine under the piercing gaze of the dark golden eyes. Noticing Guochang's daze, he shouted urgently, snapping back to reality. Guochang felt the temperature surge around him. Flames erupted, transforming into 2 fire serpents as thick as barrels, slicing through the air towards the colossal python. The serpent neither flinched nor retreated. The fire serpents crashed against its scales, leaving not even a trace behind. I will assist you. Yang Songyu let out a thunderous roar, summoning the winds and flames to amplify his power. Having known Guochang for over a decade, they were adept in their respective elemental abilities of wind and fire, having practiced combined skills together. In this moment, he resolved to unleash their most formidable move to vanquish the colossal python. Guochang's complexion turned ashen. The previous attack had revealed the serpent's true strength, far surpassing its appearance. They were merely 4th-tier awakened beings, and even 5th or 6th-tier individuals would struggle to match such a foe. Though he often engaged in reckless endeavors, he was not foolish. He understood the fine line between audacity and retreat. Now was the time to flee. Damn it! Stop attacking and run. Guochang shouted, turning on his heel. Song Qiao echoed, we must go? This serpent is exponentially more powerful than the last. We cannot confront it. Hearing this, Yang Songyu's face betrayed his reluctance. Just a moment ago, he had been mere meters away from seizing the extraordinary fruit. Yet those 2 meters now felt insurmountable. As the trio made their escape, they spotted an individual approaching from the distant, vine-entwined forest, strolling nonchalantly, as if on a leisurely excursion. Don't come any closer. Leave. There are extraordinary beasts here. Guochang bellowed. Qin Chuan stood resolute. I have come precisely to find it. Observing Qin Chuan's unflinching demeanor, Guochang scoffed. You have no idea how formidable this beast is. You would be walking to your demise. Stop wasting time with him. Let us go. Song Qiao urged, her face pale as she darted past Guochang, taking the lead. It's futile to reason with a fool. Yang Songyu chimed in. With a heavy sigh, Guochang disregarded Qin Chuan and sprinted ahead. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck. What the hell? The python is coming back. Watch your step. Song Qiao's swift movements faltered, and she was propelled backward, colliding with Yang Songyu and Guochang. The 3 tumbled to the ground together. What the hell are you doing? Guochang exploded in anger. Look. Song Qiao gasped, her face awash with terror as she pointed toward the towering shadow amid the vines. The silhouette was a staggering 30 to 40 meters long, draped among the intertwining foliage, easily mistaken for a tree trunk at first glance. Yet, in that instant, they recognized the identity of the colossal shadow. It was another python. Gasping in unison, Guochang and Yang Songyu felt a shiver run down their spines. What should we do? Yang Songyu turned to Guochang. With a firm resolve, Guochang replied, we must give it our all. Surely, your families have equipped you with some means of survival. Do not hold back. Taking a deep breath, Yang Songyu prepared himself. Wait. Song Qiao interjected, her gaze fixed on the python suspended in the trees. Something is amiss. This serpent shows no signs of life. It is dead. Not quite. It has not succumbed to death yet, but it lies grievously wounded, perilously close to its demise. Upon hearing this, Guochang and Yang Songyu exerted every ounce of their strength to scrutinize the serpent, and indeed, as Song Qiao had stated, it was not dead. Yet it posed no threat to them any longer. With this realization, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Who could have done this? Uncle Huang and his companions had all fallen victim to this python. How could anyone have vanquished it? Could it be that a formidable adversary has accompanied us to Qinghua Bay? The three exchanged glances, and Guochang recalled his recent encounter with Qin Chuan, turning to seek Qin Chuan's figure. However, what his eyes beheld was not Qin Chuan, but rather another colossal python hurtling towards them. Guochang was struck with terror, clutching Yang Songyu with his left hand and pulling Song Qiao with his right, as they fled in a frenzied escape. Chapter 66. Dragon Saliva Fruit with a Decisive Strike. Qin Chuan unleashed the Hugging Mountain Seal, rendering the python disoriented and causing it to spew forth blood as it crashed to the ground. This beast, classified as a 9th-tier demon creature, exhibited the prowess of a 1st-tier demon, and it was evident that it had once been a formidable mutated beast. When considering both aspects, its strength surpassed that of an ordinary 1st-tier demon. Qin Chuan sighed. Had it not been for his intervention, this python would have found it exceedingly difficult to encounter a worthy adversary. Among the awakened individuals he had encountered thus far, only Xiuzhen might possess the capability to subdue it. Remain here quietly, I have inquiries to make, Qin Chuan stated with a grave tone. The python, twisting its body, lifted its upper half slightly and nodded in response. As a 1st-tier demon, it had begun to develop a semblance of intelligence, allowing it to comprehend his words and react accordingly. After concluding this exchange, Qin Chuan approached the location where the purple gold fruit lay. The dragon saliva fruit. A smile graced Qin Chuan's lips. The surrounding mountains converged with spiritual elegance, yet the spiritual energy of Qinghua Bay was not significantly different from other areas. Previously, he had surmised that it would take millions of years for such spiritual entities to materialize. To his astonishment, they had already manifested, albeit their ethereal essence had been absorbed by the two serpents. Otherwise, this place would have resembled another Tai Ming mountain, yielding numerous exotic fruits. The dragon saliva fruit is an exceptionally rare spiritual fruit, rich in ethereal essence, capable of refining spiritual power, and serves as the optimal resource for advancing one's cultivation. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had encountered many such fruits, but by then he had already reached the pinnacle of the cultivation realm, rendering these fruits of little allure to him. The current circumstances, however, were markedly different, now, as he had only attained the 3rd layer of qi refinement. He was in dire need of such treasures to enhance his strength. Qin Chuan carefully plucked the dragon saliva fruit and enveloped it in spiritual energy for preservation. It would likely take many years for another dragon saliva fruit to mature, and by that time, it might hold little significance for him. Nevertheless, he refrained from destroying the dragon saliva tree, allowing it to thrive naturally in its environment. How long have you been here? Qin Chuan inquired of the python. Since I can remember, it has been over a century, the python replied, flicking its tongue as it endeavored to communicate with him. As a cultivator, Qin Chuan easily grasped the creature's words. Through their dialogue, he learned that the two pythons were indeed extraordinary beasts 2 centuries prior. They had been feeble and had stealthily entered human cities from the wilderness to settle in Qinghua Bay. At that time, the dragon saliva fruit had already existed, and they instinctively recognized its immense benefits, thus establishing their home nearby. Over the course of 100 years, continuously absorbing the ethereal essence surrounding the dragon's saliva fruit, the two pythons had developed intelligence. Subsequently, they regarded the fruit as their private possession, vigilantly guarding it, and any intruders were met with lethal force. Spare my life, the python pleaded, lowering its head, aware that it was no match for Qin Chuan. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuan replied, this realm is not conducive to cultivation. In consideration of your difficult journey towards gaining intelligence, I shall grant you mercy. However, I cannot permit you to roam freely and cause havoc. Henceforth, I shall establish a pharmaceutical factory here, and you may remain in this vicinity to serve as my guardians of the mountain. Though the python possesses limited intelligence, it is acutely aware of its lack of choices. It willingly accepts the role of the guardian beast. Satisfied, Qin Chuan nodded, then raised his hand to imprint a soul mark upon the python's head, enabling him to slay it with merely a thought. Subsequently, Qin Chuan began to refine the dragon's saliva fruit in the ethereal moonlight bay. The surrounding thin spiritual energy coalesced around him, forming a delicate mist that transformed the locale into a celestial realm. Two severely injured pythons rapidly recuperated under the nurturing of the spiritual energy. Having gained awareness, they grew increasingly convinced of Qin Chuan's formidable prowess. With the aid of the dragon's saliva fruit, Qin Chuan ascended to the fourth level of qi refinement. His spiritual power now more refined and pure than ever. He estimated that the purity of his spiritual energy rivaled that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The only shortcoming lay in the density of his inner spiritual power, which was inferior to that of foundation establishment practitioners. However, in a moment of explosive power, he would not falter against them. Upon returning to Lan City, it was already evening. In Old Qi's pharmacy, Wang Hu and the others awaited him. And Old Qi had also returned, bringing back a significant assortment of medicinal materials. Qin Chuan meticulously examined each item, although they were not of the highest quality. The ability to gather such materials within a short span was commendable for his alchemical needs. The funding required for this endeavor was substantial. Thankfully, the Wei family not only provided considerable financial support, but also utilized their extensive resources to assist in locating all necessities. Old Qi expressed his admiration from the sidelines. Qin Chuan nodded, fully aware of the Wei family's contributions. Previously, his insufficient cultivation level had prevented him from healing Old Wei. But now that he had advanced to the fourth level of qi refinement, he possessed absolute confidence in his ability to cure him. I shall pay him a visit tomorrow, Qin Chuan mused. Upon leaving the pharmacy and returning home, Qin Chuan's father handed him a package. It was a document bag sent by Yuanying University, which Qin Chuan had chosen as the institution closest to home. Inside the bag lay an acceptance letter along with an invitation to the college's Destiny Cup. The invitation outlined the competition process and selection criteria. Each city was allotted only 10 spots for the Destiny Cup, necessitating internal selections at each university before intercollegiate contests. Only the top 10 from the city selection would qualify to represent Lan City in the Destiny Cup. Participation in the internal selection hinged on 3 criteria, being a second-tier awakened talent, ranking among the top 20 in the college entrance examination, or being a 1-star mechanic. Meeting any one of these requirements sufficed. Since Qin Chuan had achieved the top rank in the entrance exam, he qualified to participate in the selection. The semester commenced on July 10th. Qin Chuan noted the start date. With the end of June approaching, there remained less than half a month before classes began. Clearly, the establishment of the factory for alchemical production needed to be expedited. Early the next morning, Qin Chuan arrived at the Wei family estate, where he was met with great enthusiasm. In recent days, discussions regarding collaboration with Old Qi and Wang Hu had familiarized them with much about Qin Chuan through their accounts. Upon discovering that Qin Chuan possesses not only extraordinary medical skills, but also an astonishing degree of strength, the members of the Wei family, under the guidance of Elder Wei, have grown increasingly respectful towards him. My arrival here is to treat Elder Wei's injuries. Qin Chuan articulated his purpose for being present. Upon hearing this, even the seasoned Elder Wei displayed a rare expression of anticipation. Do you have confidence? Qin Chuan nodded slowly. The soul is the most mysterious and profound aspect. Its healing requires utmost precision and must remain unaffected by external influences. Subsequently, Qin Chuan devoted an entire morning to mending the wounds of Elder Wei's soul. The elder appeared significantly revitalized, his complexion radiant, as though he had regained a decade of youth. He clasped his hands in a gesture of deep respect and bowed solemnly to Qin Chuan. I am once again indebted to Dr. Qin. Qin Chuan smiled as he assisted Elder Wei to his feet. I too have benefited from the Wei family's kindness. There is no need for formality. Elder Wei beamed with joy. With Qin Chuan's formidable strength and exceptional medical expertise, coupled with his composed demeanor, he is a man who believes in repaying favors. Elder Wei felt fortunate for his earlier decision to cultivate a relationship with Qin Chuan and was exuberant about the potential future collaboration between the Wei family and him. By the way, Ziyuan was unaware of your visit today and is currently occupied outside. However, he inquired about the awakened individual who possesses the refining stone you mentioned. Coincidentally, that person has gone to the wilderness region. We will arrange a meeting upon their return, Elder Wei elucidated. That is quite all right. I am not in a hurry, Qin Chuan replied. By the way, I heard from Ziyuan that you have an affinity for peculiar trinkets. I took the liberty of gathering a few unusual items these past few days, and I wonder if any might please you? Elder Wei continued. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated, Qin Chuan remarked, his eyes lighting up. He had indeed mentioned his fondness for such curiosities to Wei Ziyuan, and he was pleasantly surprised that Elder Wei would take such an interest. Please, follow me, Elder Wei said, leading the way. Wei Qianming and others accompanied them as they traversed the expansive grounds of the Wei family estate. Chapter 67, Star Sand. Upon entering Old Wei's collection room, Wei Qianming and others stood outside, refraining from entering. The room was dimly lit, with 3 rows of antique shelves meticulously arranged, showcasing a plethora of exquisite artifacts and various porcelain items. Dr. Qin, this row is filled with items crafted by renowned masters, contemporary treasures, Old Wei remarked. The second row comprises relics unearthed from the past, many of which are sadly incomplete. The last row contains an assortment of scattered minerals and meteorites. It must be said that Old Wei's dedication was commendable. Each item in the first row could easily fetch a starting price of at least 100,000, with some exceptional pieces possibly valued in the millions. However, Qin Chuan displayed little interest, making his way directly to the second row of shelves, where he noted several fragmented bronze vessels and shards of jade. One particular piece, a palm-sized jade bagua, captured his attention. This artifact, reputedly crafted over a millennium ago by an enlightened sage, was once collected by a wealthy merchant for the purpose of warding off misfortune and evil spirits, proving remarkably effective. Old Wei, evidently familiar with its provenance, noted, Dr. Qin, as a cultivator, I believe this Taoist artifact may serve you well. Qin Chuan examined it closely. Indeed, it was an artifact, albeit one of inferior material, rendered ineffective over time. Are such items still plentiful? He inquired. Old Wei shook his head. They are nearly extinct. When people once revered deities and spirits, such artifacts were abundant. However, with the emergence of awakened beings 2 centuries ago, faith in these relics waned, and they gradually disappeared. Qin Chuan nodded slowly, placing the artifact back in its original position to continue his exploration of other items. His gaze was soon drawn to a bronze lamp, upon which were inscribed unique characters, runes known only to practitioners of cultivation. This was unearthed from the 7 Stars Mound, Old Wei explained, once a national treasure. Yet, 2 centuries ago, when the beasts of anomaly ravaged everything, it fell into obscurity, allowing me the opportunity to acquire it. The 7 Stars Mound. Qin Chuan was slightly taken aback. It was indeed a renowned ancient site, famous for yielding numerous bronze artifacts, figures, and divine trees. He had previously overlooked its significance, but upon seeing the bronze lamp, he realized that the 7 Stars Mound could very well be the remnants of a cultivation sect. When spiritual energy waned, other sects fled, while the one associated with the 7 Stars Mound remained for reasons unknown. Dr. Qin, do you discern any special significance in this bronze lamp? Old Wei inquired, observing Qin Chuan's captivated expression. It's merely a copper lamp for sacrificial purposes, Qin Chuan replied, gently shaking his head as he set it down. He resolved to visit the 7 Stars Mound personally if the opportunity arose. There might yet be astonishing discoveries waiting to be unveiled. Aside from these 2 items, the second row held nothing else that piqued Qin Chuan's interest. He arrived at the third row, where a variety of stones were displayed on the antique shelves, obsidian, jade, crystal, agate, and blood coral, among others. His gaze swept across them all, showing no signs of lingering. However, when he came before a pitch-black stone, he suddenly halted. Star sand. A thrill coursed through Qin Chuan's heart. He picked up the fist-sized black stone, examining it closely, ultimately confirming that it was indeed star sand. This substance, even within the realm of cultivation, was regarded as one of the finest materials for crafting artifacts. In his previous life, he had only acquired such a treasure during the god transformation stage, which he then infused into a flying sword. Though true cultivators had long since vanished from this place, it had once been a grand era of cultivation, and treasures were indeed plentiful. Qin Chuan caressed the star sand, his heart brimming with joy. He unabashedly pocketed the star sand, declaring, Old Wei, this star sand is of great use to me, so I shall take it. All the items here are prepared for you, Dr. Qin. Feel free to take whatever you desire, Old Wei replied. Noticing that Qin Chuan had previously picked up and then set down a magical tool and a bronze lamp, he felt a pang of disappointment. However, upon seeing Qin Chuan take the dark stone, he felt a surge of happiness. There were still some other items available, which, while decent, did not capture Qin Chuan's interest. Dr. Qin, there are some fine cultural artifacts here. Would you care to take another look? Old Wei urged as he led Qin Chuan back to the first row of the antique shelves, picking up 2 fist-sized jade carvings. These may seem worthwhile in your eyes, but to me, the entirety of these items combined holds not even a fraction of the value of this star sand. Acquiring the star sand is already quite remarkable, Qin Chuan affirmed. Hearing this, Old Wei finally revealed a relieved smile. The two exited the room, where Wei Qianming and others were still waiting outside. Dr. Qin, regarding the establishment of the pharmaceutical factory, we have already contacted the construction team. When shall we commence? Wei Qianming inquired. The sooner, the better. Ideally, we should start tomorrow, Qin Chuan replied. Do you have paper and pen? Yes. Wei Qianming's secretary always carried such office supplies. Qin Chuan took the paper and pen, sketching a rough layout of the factory before handing it to Wei Qianming. Wei Qianming furrowed his brow, studying the drawing intently for a long while, and questioned, Dr. Qin, modern pharmaceutical factories typically include areas for raw materials, ingredient preparation, extraction, production, and packaging. Some large factories even have testing zones. Your layout only depicts a massive boiler room. Isn't it overly simplistic? Moreover, open flames are strictly prohibited within the factory. Should we consider using electric heating instead? Qin Chuan chuckled. My method of pill crafting differs from the current mainstream techniques. Simply follow my diagram for construction. Can this truly work? Wei Qianming expressed his concerns. We cannot even discuss whether effective medicines can be produced with this design, even if they can be created. They would surely fail to pass the scrutiny of the Pharmaceutical Regulatory Agency, having previously been involved in the establishment of a pharmaceutical factory. The Wei family was familiar with the relevant processes. Qin Chuan expressed his intention to establish a pharmaceutical factory, reaching out to scientific talents and inquiring about intelligent production lines. Yet, in the end, he dismissed all these considerations, opting instead to simply construct several large boilers. This left him utterly perplexed, even leading him to perceive Qin Chuan's approach as somewhat frivolous. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan inquired, based on my schematic, what is the fastest time frame for completion? Wei Qianming contemplated for a moment before responding. I initially anticipated a 6-month timeline, but if the construction is indeed this straightforward, it could be accomplished in 2 months. 2 months felt excessive. Qin Chuan pondered briefly and suggested, let us reduce the scale to 1/10, constructing a portion for immediate use within 5 days, and then continue the expansion. Wei Qianming nodded in agreement, though he hesitated, but will this truly yield the elixirs? Rest assured, once completed, you shall see for yourself, Qin Chuan replied confidently. Qianming, simply follow Dr. Qin's instructions, Elder Wei interjected. Upon hearing this, Wei Qianming acquiesced, albeit still harboring doubts regarding Qin Chuan's capabilities. I am curious to see what elixirs you can produce from a boiler room, he thought to himself. Chapter 68. The alchemical array inscription during the period before the establishment of the pharmaceutical factory. Qin Chuan devoted an entire day and night to refining the void stone into a ring, as he was not particularly adept at crafting. The dimensions of the ring measured merely 10 meters in length, width, and height. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan found himself exceedingly content. In this world, where spiritual energy is scarce, possessing a storage pouch is already a luxury, let alone a storage ring. Even though its dimensions are limited, should others become aware of it, it would undoubtedly incite a violent uproar. Dr. Qin, the willow wood and the refined iron cauldron you requested have arrived. Would you like to come and take a look at the initial samples? Wei Ziyuan inquired over the phone. After their previous discussions, the task of establishing the factory had been entrusted to Wei Ziyuan by the Wei family. He and a few associates were responsible for liaising with the Land Bureau, signing contracts, and making deposits, which is why he was reaching out to Qin Chuan now. How much? Qin Chuan asked. We have received 50 tons of willow wood, and only 1 refined iron cauldron so far. The others are still being hastily produced. Very well, I shall visit shortly. With that, Qin Chuan hung up, storing the star sand within the ring before departing for Qingyue Bay. Around 10 o'clock, Qin Chuan arrived at Qingyue Bay. In just 2 days, the place had undergone a remarkable transformation. The previously dense woods had been cleared away, replaced by the bustling activity of dozens of large excavators and bulldozers. Broad, earthy roads sprawled out like the legs of a spider from the cleared areas, while transport vehicles moved to and fro. Dr. Qin, over here. Wei Ziyuan, an awakened individual, was unthreatened by any danger on the construction site, yet he still donned a red safety helmet as he jogged over. Dr. Qin, this is the refined steel cauldron made according to your specifications. What do you think? Wei Ziyuan led Qin Chuan to an open space where a 3-legged, round-bellied cauldron stood, measuring 10 meters in height and 8 meters in width, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Qin Chuan approached and gently tapped the cauldron, appreciating the deep resonance it produced. He slowly nodded in approval. Wei Yuan beamed with delight, and then guided Qin Chuan to a neatly arranged pile of lumber. These are all willow wood. Typically, it is not in high demand, but we contacted 18 lumber mills to gather this amount. They have already been urged to expedite production. Qin Chuan picked up a piece of willow wood and inhaled its scent, noting that it was fresh timber, about 10 years old. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for refining lower-tier elixirs, such as the small Puan pill. Let us halt construction in this vicinity for now and proceed to other locations. Qin Chuan explained that he needed to inscribe a formation on the furnace, for it would be exceedingly challenging to concoct the elixirs he required using this modernly crafted steel furnace without such markings. While inscribing the formation, he preferred solitude to avoid any distractions that could disturb his mental focus, thus instructing Wei Yuan to send everyone else away. Though puzzled, Wei Yuan complied with Qin Chuan's request and directed the entire construction team to relocate. As dusk fell and the sun sank beneath the horizon, the sky blazed with hues reminiscent of flames. The laborers, drenched in sweat and covered in grime from a day's toil, eagerly anticipated the completion of their tasks so they could retreat to the comfort of air conditioning and enjoy some watermelon. Wei Yuan, having spent the entire day overseeing operations, felt utterly exhausted. He glanced toward Qin Chuan's direction, pondering whether the doctor had finished his intricate designs on the furnace. Earlier at noon, he had delivered lunch to Qin Chuan and had noticed him etching complex patterns that resembled a child's scribbles, leaving him intrigued about the final appearance of the steel furnace. After conferring briefly with his assistant, he made his way toward Qin Chuan. Upon arriving at the location of the furnace, he was taken aback, staring in astonishment at the imposing structure before him. At that moment, Qin Chuan had completed the formation, and the entire furnace emanated an aura of mystery and antiquity, appearing as though it were an ancient artifact rather than a newly fabricated piece. "Is this the steel furnace we had transported earlier?" Wei Yuan stammered, incredulous. Qin Chuan nodded affirmatively. "If this technique were employed to create ancient relics, my word." Wei Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration as he marveled at the craftsmanship in his mind. "What brings you here?" Qin Chuan inquired. "Oh, I merely came to ask when you would be returning, as our work is nearly complete for the day," Wei Yuan replied, regaining his composure. "You may leave once you finish. I have a few more matters to attend to," Qin Chuan stated. The formation on the furnace was only the first step. He still needed to arrange a gathering formation around it to channel spiritual energy. "Very well," Wei Yuan nodded, confident in Qin Chuan's abilities and not concerned about any unforeseen incidents. Just as he turned to tidy up and depart, 3 off-road vehicles with license plates beginning with gold letters sped onto the scene, kicking up a cloud of dust behind them. "Stop. Everyone, cease your activities. Who is in charge here? Come forth immediately," boomed a tall, imposing middle-aged man as he emerged from one of the vehicles, commanding attention and halting the ongoing work. Wei Yuan furrowed his brow at the sight of the trio. The gold-lettered plates signified they hailed from Jin City, the current urban center, where individuals typically possessed remarkable prowess or substantial backing. Generally, those from other districts would instinctively yield upon encountering vehicles from Jin City. "Gentlemen, I am Wei Yuan, the person in charge here. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Wei Yuan stepped forward, astonished to discover that the individuals before him were all 5th-tier awakened beings. He discreetly gestured for the halted workers to depart and then inquired, "Wei Yuan?" The 3 individuals scrutinized him with disdainful glances, their tone condescending as they commanded, "Who permitted you to commence work at Qingwei Bay?" Wei Yuan furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "We have already secured a lease agreement with the Land Bureau for Qingwei Bay, and our construction is sanctioned by them." "Is there a problem?" "Humph. The application to the Land Bureau has been rejected. This area of Qingwei Bay is now under our jurisdiction, and you must vacate immediately with your personnel." One of them retorted disdainfully, adopting an authoritative tone. Chapter 69. Breaking your dog's legs. Wei Yuan was already displeased with their attitude, and now he directly inquired, "I possess the Land Bureau's approval and a contract. You claim you can simply reject it? Who are you?" The 3 men chuckled disdainfully, their demeanor haughty. "From the Guo family of Jin City, I am Guo Qingming. From the Yang family, I am Yang Fanshui. From the Song family, I am Song Tingyu. 2 days ago, our young masters encountered an incident here, and the 3 elderly servants accompanying them have gone missing. This land is temporarily sealed off until we locate the 3 servants. Should you have any issues, you may address them with the Land Bureau with whom you signed a contract. They will inform you of the pertinent details. Do you understand?" Wei Yuan frowned. He had indeed heard of these 3 families, which were well known even in Jin City. However, Qinghua Bay had been neglected for over a century, and they were situated far away in Jin City. What could possibly prompt them to intervene here suddenly? Qiming, you are far too gentle. These ruffians cannot be reasoned with. A good beating will make them comply. Young fans, we sneered, stepping forward. I shall give you 5 seconds to vacate the premises. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just as Wei Ziyuan was about to invoke his grandfather's status, Yang Fan Hui struck with a palm. As a fire-type celestial awakener, the force of his blow was accompanied by flames that swirled, creating a terrifying spectacle. Wei Ziyuan's expression changed. He had not anticipated such brazen disregard for reason, nor the immediate resort to violence. He hastily crossed his arms in defense, but was still sent flying by the strike. Wei Ziyuan staggered backward, blood surging within him, retreating several meters until he suddenly felt a gentle force from behind that steadied him. This soothing energy flowed into him, like a clear spring calming his tumultuous blood. Dr. Qin. Wei Ziyuan turned to see Qin Chuan's calm expression, which inexplicably reassured him. Are all the relevant procedures for Qinghua Bay in order? Qin Chuan inquired. Wei Ziyuan nodded. To expedite the process, I spent an additional 3 million. However, even with all the paperwork in place, they are from Jin City. Having the complete paperwork is sufficient. Qin Chuan interrupted him. What are you muttering about? That strike was merely a warning. If you fail to heed my advice, I cannot guarantee that my next strike will be so precisely controlled. I might not refrain from ending you. Yang Fan Hui revealed a menacing smile. Guo Qingming looked at Yang Fan Hui with resignation. You, with a name that clearly includes water, are still so tempestuous. Song Tingyu regarded Wei Ziyuan with a faux affable expression. You would do well to heed his words. He behaves like a rabid dog and is capable of anything. If he truly becomes enraged, neither of us can contain him. A rabid dog? I grant you 10 seconds to vanish from my sight, or I shall break your legs, Qin Chuan said with a smile, resembling a neighborly boy. Yet his words sent a chill to the core. Yang Fan Hui and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Upon realizing that Qin Chuan was merely an ordinary individual and not an awakened one, they erupted into hearty laughter, their mirth causing them to double over. How amusing. In all my years, even in the Golden City, no one has dared to speak to me in such a manner. You are the first. Is your construction team so desperate that they recruit fools? Do not speak carelessly. Perhaps he simply believes the workers are overburdened and has summoned a jester to lighten the mood? Why the silence? Do you believe that if you utter another word, I shall sever your tongue? Yang Fan Hui's smile twisted, resembling that of a deranged killer. Time is up. I granted you an opportunity. Have you recorded this? This shall serve as evidence. Qin Chuan glanced at Wei Ziyuan, who hastily produced his phone. I have recorded it. Damn, you still wish to strike. Excellent. Yang Fan Hui, who had been searching for a reason, found his fury ignited by Qin Chuan's words. Flames erupted around him, surging outward like turbulent waves. The already sweltering afternoon grew even more oppressive. In the next moment, the flames surged, and Yang Fan Hui's figure vanished, replaced by a torrent of fire that surged towards Qin Chuan like an enraged dragon emerging from the sea. How unfortunate to provoke such a lunatic. Alas, our family had tasked us with clearing the Moon Bay to facilitate the search for that extraordinary fruit, yet it seems today will not conclude without some casualties. Guo Qiming and Song Tingyu exchanged sympathetic sighs. They hailed from the Golden City and were both fifth-tier awakened beings, confident in their formidable strength, believing they could easily overpower other awakened individuals from different districts. Thus, upon witnessing Yang Fan Hui's attack on Qin Chuan, they were convinced that Qin Chuan would undoubtedly be annihilated by Yang Fan Hui's fist, becoming the first casualty in this clearing operation to serve as an example. With a resounding thud, Yang Fan Hui's fist struck, engulfing both in a torrent of flames, the surging fire rippling like waves upon the sea, expanding outward in concentric circles. Nearby excavators were rocked by the fiery tremors, while workers, pale with fear, cowered and trembled. Suddenly, a figure shot forth from the flames, mirroring Yang Fan Hui's earlier onslaught, trailing a long tail of fire as it burst between Guo Qiming and Song Tingyu, crashing violently to the ground and leaving a dark streak in its wake. How ruthless! Yang Fan Hui, to unleash such ferocity upon mere mortals. Guo Qiming shook his head in dismay and turned to Song Tingyu, awaiting his response. However, Song Tingyu remained unresponsive, lost in a trance as he gazed into the flames, cold sweat beading on his brow, terror creeping across his face. What is wrong? Guo Qingming, noticing Song Tingyu's unease, furrowed his brow and inquired, Is it truly necessary to react so dramatically to the death of an ordinary person? Song Ting Yu remained silent, fixated on the swirling flames that continued to dance and blaze. Suddenly, two hands emerged from the inferno, gripping tightly before yanking fiercely. The rolling flames were torn apart like a curtain. Run! Song Ting Yu's expression shifted dramatically, as though confronted by otherworldly apparitions, and he seized the bewildered Yuanying, propelling them both backward in a frantic flight. The opportunity had been granted, but it was now too late. As they dashed away, the calm voice of Qin Chuan echoed in their ears. His tone was unperturbed, akin to a casual inquiry among friends about a meal shared. Yet, to Song Ting Yu, it resonated like a death knell, instilling a profound dread that sent his gaze darting to the left. There stood Qin Chuan, strolling leisurely, yet his speed rivaled theirs effortlessly. In a state of sheer terror, Yuanying raised his hand to unleash an icy blade, but it met only empty air. Qin Chuan had vanished. Suddenly, they felt an irresistible force pressing upon the back of their heads, driving them firmly into the ground. Thud! Thud! Both were fifth-tier awakened beings with formidable physical prowess, yet their heads were forcibly embedded into the earth beneath them. Chapter 70. Sending them back, the scene erupted with chaos, a construction site enveloped in a thick cloud of dust. The workers surrounding the area stood frozen in fear. Wei Ziyuan, taken aback, could hardly comprehend the spectacle before him. He was aware of Qin Chuan's formidable prowess, yet he was utterly astounded that Qin Chuan could annihilate three fifth-tier awakened beings with a single strike. In Jin City, three fifth-tier awakened beings might be commonplace, but in Lan City, they represented the pinnacle of combat strength. Are cultivators truly this formidable? Wei Ziyuan reflected on the reverence in Wei Lao's eyes when he spoke of cultivators, a question nagging at his mind. Let go of me. Get the hell away. Seeking death. Amidst the swirling dust, Yuanying and Song Ting Yu struggled, an unusual force rippling outward. As the dust settled, shattered stones erupted like projectiles, striking the nearby excavators and leaving deep gouges in their paint. Boom. Boom. Qin Chuan launched two powerful kicks, sending Yuanying and Song Ting Yu crashing to the ground, ultimately colliding with the wheels of the off-road vehicle they had arrived in. What do you intend to do? If anything happens to us here today, you all will follow us to the grave tomorrow. Song Ting Yu, aware of his disadvantage against Qin Chuan, attempted to intimidate him as he coldly approached. Yuanying gritted his teeth, struggling to rise with his hands on his knees. His gaze remained fixated on Qin Chuan, hoping to discern the level of his awakening. But he ultimately failed. Killing you would sully my hands, Qin Chuan stated, shaking his head slowly. I mentioned breaking your legs. Now you may choose one. Stopping to tower over the two, their expression shifted to sheer terror upon hearing his words. You dare. We are from the Song and Guo families of Jin City. Even if you are an 8th-tier awakened being. Ah. Before Song Ting Yu could finish his threat, Qin Chuan formed his fingers into a blade, channeling his spiritual energy to sever his left leg at the root. Since you did not choose, I shall assist you. Qin Chuan then turned to Yuanying, swiftly delivering a strike that amputated his right leg. Yuanying, though drenched in sweat and pain, remained silent, his resolve unbroken. Qin Chuan regarded him with a hint of admiration before walking over to the bloodied Yang Fanshui. Still acting mad, Yang Fanshui, feeling a burning shame, could only shake his head, knowing he was outmatched. Qin Chuan flicked his fingers, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy that shattered Yang Fanshui's right leg bone. Have the three of them drive the vehicle back. Record the video if they return alive. It's not our concern if they encounter trouble afterward, Qin Chuan instructed Wei Ziyuan. We've been recording all along, Wei Ziyuan replied promptly, then turned to the three workers. You three, assist them into the vehicle and ensure they are returned safely. The three workers, having witnessed the might of Yang Fanshui and the others, stood timidly, heads bowed, hesitant to approach. 10,000 each. Deliver them back, and come find me for your payment, Qin Chuan declared. Wei Ziyuan proposed this underhanded strategy, and upon hearing of such a substantial sum, the three individuals promptly assisted each other into the vehicle and started the engine. Let us conclude for today. You all must be weary. Return home and rest well, Qin Chuan addressed the group. The others, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, promptly departed. He then turned to Wei Ziyuan. You should head back as well. Ensure that all workers present today receive a compensation package. The amount is at your discretion. Understood. Wei Ziyuan nodded and immediately called for everyone to board the vehicle and leave the premises. Once they had departed, tranquility enveloped the area and the sweltering heat which had baked the air throughout the day, seemed to cool somewhat. Qin Chuan began to arrange a gathering spirit formation around him. Meanwhile, Yuanying and his companions were taken directly to the central hospital in Lansha for treatment, resting in a luxurious VIP room while video calling their families to report on the day's events. You three could not even handle an ordinary person? How extraordinary is this? The elders from the three families frowned, finding the situation utterly unbelievable. Yuanying fell silent, unable to face the reality. As young fans, we gritted his teeth and asked, "Third uncle, what should we do next? This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Our injuries may be minor, but that individual publicly humiliated us, striking at the dignity of our families. If this spreads, how shall we maintain our standing in Jin City?" In the video, a man in his 50s remained silent, his gaze icy. This matter certainly cannot be left unresolved. However, it is evident that he possesses the power to eliminate you, yet he allowed you to return. He clearly does not dare to blatantly violate the city's prohibition against murder. Therefore, we shall engage with them according to their own rules. Yuanying and his companions were perplexed. According to what rules? The man, brimming with confidence, replied, "Are they not collaborating with the Wei family to establish a pharmaceutical factory? Let us issue a statement in the name of our three families, forbidding all medicinal material suppliers from selling them their ingredients, and likewise all pharmaceutical distributors from carrying their products. I will ensure they lack the necessary materials. Even if they find some, there will be no one willing to sell to them. Let us see how long they can endure this." Upon hearing this, smiles broke across the faces of Yuanying and his companions. At times, brute force does not resolve every issue. What does it matter how powerful an individual may be? In the present day, one often relies more on relationships and influential backgrounds. The Wei family in Lansha is but a single entity. The three families united can easily suffocate it. By the way, regarding the peculiar fruit that Song Yu and the others discovered, if we wait until their factory collapses to act, might it not be too late? Young fans, we inquired. That is simple. We can send someone to pose as a worker at their site, seizing the opportunity to harvest the peculiar fruit. Now, you three should take the time to recuperate from your injuries for the sake of the family. Very well, third uncle, but when the Wei family finally capitulates, we must ensure they hand over that individual who assaulted us today for us to deal with. At that time, he shall be delivered to you. Thank you, third uncle. Although young fans we had suffered the loss of a leg, his spirits remained remarkably high. The mere thought of Qin Chuan kneeling before him in supplication in the near future filled him with an inexplicable excitement. Yet, he was certain he would not show mercy to Qin Chuan. Rather, he would grant him a swift end. As young fans we contemplated this, the pain of his shattered leg seemed to dissipate. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped his heart, contorting his previously smiling face into an expression of agony. He yearned to cry out, but found himself devoid of strength. He could distinctly feel his heart gradually ceasing to beat, as an endless darkness enveloped him, consuming him entirely. Fans we. Upon witnessing young Fanshui's anguished expression as he closed his eyes, Yuanying and Song Tingyu's faces paled in alarm, and they rushed forward to assess the situation. However, in the next instant, both of them suffered cardiac arrest, collapsing onto the bed, their breaths extinguished. Chapter 71. Online sensation at the break of dawn the following day. Significant news erupted across major media outlets. The three prominent families of Jinsha Gua, Song, and Yang jointly declared their intention to impose sanctions against the yet-to-be-established pharmaceutical factory of the Wei family in Lansha. They prohibited any herb merchants from supplying materials to them and forbade any pharmaceutical distributors from selling their products. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the medical community. Pharmaceutical companies speculated fervently about the actions of the Wei family that could provoke such a united front from the three influential families of Jinsha. The Wei family, having learned from Wei Ziyu on the previous day about the impending trouble from Jinsha, was not overly surprised by the news. However, the severity of the family's actions was still somewhat unexpected. Without a source of herbs and no distributors for their products, it appeared that their pharmaceutical venture was doomed before it even began. The ruthless tactics employed made the Wei family anxious, prompting even the elder Wei to venture out in search of former comrades to explore any possible avenues for resolution. Meanwhile, various self-media outlets and radio reporters rushed to Qing Weibei, eager to gather first-hand information about the pharmaceutical factory. However, Qing Weibei had already established stringent defenses, barring outsiders from entry. Nonetheless, a few unscrupulous reporters managed to sneak in, capturing some photos and videos that subsequently circulated online. The irresponsibility of these self-media platforms was astounding. They claimed to have obtained images of the factory based on a couple of boiler room photos. The current state of self-media is utterly chaotic, relying solely on fabricated content while using dubious images. Presenting such misleading visuals is nothing short of an affront to the intelligence of the audience. It is high time for authorities to intervene and rectify the rampant disarray within these self-media platforms, which exhibit a complete lack of journalistic integrity. Wait. Those above should take note. It seems this news actually originated from an official media account. Incredible. It truly is the account of Launcher Star Weekly. Is it possible? With those dilapidated boilers and no automated production lines, they dare to claim it is a pharmaceutical factory? You see, many industry magnates have risen from humble beginnings. Perhaps in a few years, it could evolve into the Seymour Pharmaceutical Group. If he can succeed with those shabby boilers, I'll eat my hat. Today, nearly everyone is awakening, and naturally, the topic of potions related to the awakened is one of the most pressing concerns. The joint sanctions by the three families of Xiuzhen against the pharmaceutical factory quickly became a hot topic online, and upon seeing the related photos that emerged, it incited widespread mockery and ridicule. Many perceived the factory to be akin to a child's playhouse, deeming the family's actions excessively dramatic. Some even speculated that the three families might have orchestrated a scheme with the Wei family, intending to generate notoriety for the still under construction factory. However, both the Xiuzhen families and the Wei family swiftly issued statements denying any collaboration. The online discourse remained rife with speculation, as many were reluctant to believe their assertions, given that such scenarios had become all too common. Nevertheless, the pharmaceutical company has gained notoriety once it unveils any medication. It attracts attention from all quarters without the need for promotion. Dr. Qin, we can no longer procure the necessary medicinal materials. The suppliers with whom we had previously contracted would rather forfeit their deposits than maintain ties with us. The distributors have become like venomous serpents, avoiding us at all costs, to the point of refusing to meet. Without their collaboration, we find ourselves at a standstill in the pharmaceutical realm. Wei Yuanying, drenched in perspiration, was reporting the recent developments to Qin Chuan. This was not the entirety of the matter. He refrained from mentioning that the Wei family's business had been severely impacted. Many within the Wei family had begun to blame Qin Chuan, were it not for the resolute intervention of the venerable Wei patriarch, who wielded absolute authority to support Qin Chuan. It was likely that the family would have succumbed to external pressures and severed ties with him by now. Dr. Qin, what should we do? Our pharmaceutical factory is on the brink of collapse before it has even been established. You must say something. Wei Yuanying looked at the unflappable Qin Chuan, frantic as if he were an ant on a hot pan. Qin Chuan gazed at the sky, where the evening glow was resplendent. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Initiate preparations. We shall release the medication in 3 days." What? Wei Yuanying's eyes widened in disbelief. But we currently possess only this large boiler. We have yet to acquire the equipment for refining, purifying, and concocting the materials. 3 days? How can we possibly produce any medication in that time? Qin Chuan remained composed. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply follow my instructions. Wei Yuanying, though still anxious, nodded in acquiescence. He was not only worried about the production of the medication in 3 days, but also about the press conference that would follow. With nearly all distributors having severed connections, the event would likely be sparsely attended without their participation. Some distributors expressed a willingness to collaborate, yet they insisted on receiving samples of the medication for free. Unable to make this decision, Wei Yuanying inquired, Dr. Qin, regarding the distributors. Should we consider providing them with a batch of medication for free as a trial? Distributors? Qin Chuan chuckled softly. My medication requires no intermediaries. What? No distributors? How then shall we sell it? Wei Yuanying was astonished. Qin Chuan shook his head slightly. You underestimate the value of my medication. Once these individuals ascertain its efficacy, they will likely be on their knees, pleading for the opportunity to act as agents. However, we need not concern ourselves with them, as my medication will only be available at designated pharmacies, and currently, there is but one. Is that truly feasible? Wei Yuanying's spirits plummeted at this revelation. The launch of a new product typically necessitates a carefully orchestrated build-up, requiring collaborative efforts with distributors to create trends that would inform potential users about the medication, leading to purchases. Yet Qin Chuan had entirely dismissed the need for distributors, relying solely on a press conference. Could that truly succeed? Although Wei Yuanying is an awakened individual, he can also be regarded as a businessman. From a commercial perspective, Qin Chuan's actions are undoubtedly tantamount to courting disaster. We should strive to invite those awakened individuals who have long been unable to break through their limitations or have suffered from chronic ailments that remain untreatable, Qin Chuan instructed. Shall I arrange for personnel? Wei Ziyuan inquired. Many press conferences often employ their own people as actors, staging a dramatic portrayal of miraculous recoveries. A common practice in the business realm. There is no need for such theatrics, Qin Chuan replied, shaking his head in resignation. He patted Wei Ziyuan on the shoulder and added, "Do not pose such questions to me in the future." Wei Ziyuan nodded awkwardly, taken aback. The following day, after an arduous 8 days, Qin Chuan finally completed the arrangement of the surrounding spirit gathering formation. The thin spiritual energy began to converge here. On this day, the workers accelerated their pace, feeling invigorated as if they possessed boundless energy. Wei Ziyuan did not attend the site today. He had returned to prepare for the upcoming pharmaceutical launch. As the sun set, the workers completed their tasks for the day, displaying no signs of fatigue. Instead, they left the site, brimming with vitality and laughter. Qin Chuan took out the medicinal herbs collected by Elder Qi and began refining the elixirs using the meticulously engraved formation within the steel cauldron. Over the course of one night, he produced a total of 13 batches, each containing 100 pills. Among them were 4 batches of Luo Yundan, which enhance vitality and strength, and 4 batches of Xiao Pei Yuan Dan, designed to mend injuries and replenish energy. Additionally, he crafted 5 batches of Xiao Fu Shin Dan, aimed at soul restoration. Due to the pressing timeline, the quality of these elixirs was not particularly high. They could only be deemed passable. With a wave of his hand, Qin Chuan placed these pills into glass vials he had procured in advance, filling an entire room. Next, he began to recover the spiritual energy he had expended throughout the night. Dr. Qin, Wei Ziyuan's gentle voice called from nearby. Qin Chuan opened his eyes. What is it? Dr. Qin, you have been seated here for an entire day and night. Today is the day of the pharmaceutical launch, Wei Ziyuan informed him. Oh, Qin Chuan replied, suddenly realizing the passage of time in his cultivation. Then let us go. Chapter 72. The press conference commences. Wei Ziyuan scheduled the press conference at the Hanhai building. Upon their arrival by car, they were greeted by a vast parking lot filled with vehicles, a sea of people jostling for space, reminiscent of the previous medical exchange conference. However, unlike before, the attendees bore smiles, their hearts brimming with anticipation akin to that of spectators at a theatrical performance. With the frenetic pace of daily life, news of an entertaining press conference drew everyone in to join the revelry. Just a few days prior, this pharmaceutical company had merely erected a shell, while the 3 prominent families of Jinshe united to suppress them. What could possibly be unveiled at this press conference? If you take it too seriously, you've already lost. Aren't press conferences merely about concepts these days? Indeed, with the 3 families of Jinshe collaborating to stifle them, and the medical community steering clear, the conference would surely focus on gathering resources and introducing products. Surely, one wouldn't expect them to present actual samples, would one? Are there no medicines for sale? I heard their pills are remarkable, and I specifically came to purchase one, remarked a young girl. Sigh, you're still too young, little lady. These unscrupulous merchants are merely deceiving you. No worries, you'll learn their tricks next time. A group of individuals chuckled, feeling themselves wise as they attempted to persuade the young girl. The girl pouted, recalling how her father had been injured and remained unconscious after hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness, with numerous doctors unable to provide a remedy. Recently, she had seen online that a product launch here featured a pill called the Minor Revival Pill, which seemed perfectly suited for her father's condition. Thus, she had come with her family's savings to purchase one. However, hearing the surrounding comments, her hopes plummeted, leaving her somewhat dejected. Don't listen to their nonsense. We do have tangible products for sale today. A voice interjected, prompting the girl to look up in surprise and behold Wei Ziyuan, impeccably dressed and exuding the aura of a CEO, smiling at her. Really? Her face brightened, but she quickly tempered her excitement, expressing concern. But they all say this is just a hollow press conference without actual products. What do they know? If I say we have it, then we have it, Wei Ziyuan declared, thumping his chest. The girl beamed with joy. Thank you, uncle. Wei Ziyuan awkwardly scratched his nose, feeling a touch embarrassed. This girl, she resembles Qi Shuiyao. Yet she calls me uncle? He glanced at himself, beginning to doubt, am I really that old? After someone recognized Wei Ziyuan as a member of the Wei family, They dared not voice any criticism of the press conference in his presence. It wasn't until Wei Xiuan and Qin Chuan departed that the atmosphere became lively once more. That person was none other than the head of this pharmaceutical press conference, Wei Xiuan. Did he truly mean that there would be tangible products? Humph. Judging by their demeanor, they likely had everything prepared long ago. Indeed, this was just a publicity stunt. Has it truly come to this? With the launch of a new drug necessitating the involvement of the three prominent families of Jinshe, as they engaged in discussion, another luxurious coach came to a halt, and a dazed or perhaps unconscious individual was assisted inside the Hanhai building. Following closely was a group of awakened individuals in their 50s and 60s, each bearing a furrowed brow, their expressions heavy with concern. Who might they be? Is this a pharmaceutical launch? What purpose could there be in summoning such a frail and ailing crowd? Look at that fellow, his face twitching as though he were a simpleton, and that person over there, trembling uncontrollably, saliva dripping onto the ground. Good heavens! Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea who that person is? Wang Shangyun, a fifth-tier awakened being from the Wang family. No way. I heard Wang Shangyun was incapacitated. What is he doing here? Be quiet. They are looking this way. The onlookers, struck by the sight of the disheveled individuals emerging from the vehicle, could hardly conceal their astonishment. Some recognized many of these ailing figures as once prominent personalities from Launcher, who had mysteriously vanished after sustaining injuries in the wilderness. Initially, the crowd had been engaged in chatter, but upon learning the identities of these individuals, they fell silent. Wait, isn't that our downstairs martial arts instructor, a 53-year-old second-tier awakened being? What brings him here instead of to class? And there's a third-tier awakened individual from our community. I heard he spent all his savings on medicine in pursuit of advancing to the fourth tier, causing his wife to leave him. Many among the crowd recognized the group of middle-aged individuals trailing behind, their faces reflecting shock and confusion. It was unclear why such a gathering had come to this place. Furthermore, they did not follow the usual protocol, but were escorted through a designated passage by staff. After their departure, a succession of luxury sedans arrived, each worth millions. I recognize that person. He is the general distributor of the Seymour Group in Lansher, and there is the Lansher distributor for the Guambo Pharmaceutical Group. That is the president of Ruikong Pharmacy Goodness. These are titans of the pharmaceutical industry in Lansher. Are they here to show their support? The crowd gasped in unison. The appearance of these prominent figures instantly elevated the perceived significance of the pharmaceutical launch, tempering their initial inclination to witness a spectacle. Yet, they remained, seemingly awaiting someone. Observing that these industry leaders had not departed, but stood there as if anticipating another arrival, curiosity brewed among the onlookers. Who possesses such stature that would compel this assembly of dignitaries to await their presence? Before long, 3 opulent vehicles adorned with golden insignias appeared, their grandeur eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. They are from Jincheng. I've seen these 3 on financial programs. Guo Zhongwei from the Guo family, Yang Shanwen from the Yang family, and Song Yulin from the Song family. These 3 are true titans of the business world. No wonder the distributors are here waiting. They actually came to Launcher for such a launch? Why haven't we seen the Wei family come to greet them? Goodness, are you foolish enough to forget the events that transpired online previously? The arrival of these 3 from Jincheng likely heralds ill intentions. Indeed, the pharmaceutical launch event is unlikely to proceed smoothly. The crowd murmured in hushed tones, instinctively parting to create a wide avenue. Guo Zhongwei, Yang Shanwen, and Song Yulin conversed with ease, followed closely by the distributors who ambled along the path cleared by the onlookers. On the 27th floor of the Hanhai building, the previous auction hall had been transformed into the venue for the launch, with the words Qinghua Pharmaceutical prominently displayed. As attendees entered, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. The event was hosted by Wei Xiuan, who, after recounting the original aspiration and motivation behind establishing the pharmaceutical factory, delved into the main topic, introducing 3 newly unveiled elixirs. The first was the Luoyun pill, designed to enhance vitality and strengthen the bones. Next was the Xiaopiyuan pill, aimed at healing injuries and replenishing vital energy. Lastly, the Xiafushan pill, intended to mend the soul. Upon completion of his presentation on the effects of these elixirs, the audience erupted in astonishment. A single Luoyun pill could awaken and elevate an individual. If such a potion could yield such results, what purpose would other exotic fruits serve? The Xiaopiyuan pill was even more outrageous. Was it truly possible to resurrect someone as long as they had a breath left? Did he believe he had concocted a miraculous remedy? And what of the spirit recovery elixir, the Fuxian pill? What nonsense is this, claiming to heal soul traumas? Laughter rippled through the crowd. The Wei family, a prominent name in Lanshur, had stooped to presenting such dubious potions? Had they fallen so low as to attempt the final harvest of the unsuspecting? Those who had come to witness the event were already aware of the purported effects of the elixirs. But hearing Wei Xiuan articulate these claims sparked a chorus of incredulous laughter. The distributors, upon hearing Wei's grandiose descriptions, scoffed in disdain, whispering among themselves and expressing relief at not having partnered with the Wei family. If they were to promote such exaggerated claims, their hard-earned reputations could very well suffer. Wei turned to an elderly gentleman beside him, Professor Chun. As a luminary in the medical field, what is your assessment of the veracity of his statements? Chapter 73. A piece of candy. Professor Chen wore a serious expression, pursing his lips and shaking his head in disbelief. Not a shred of truth in it. The so-called Luo Yundan, which purportedly aids in ascension, is utterly unattainable from a medical standpoint. The process of awakening and advancing is profoundly mysterious. Even with our current medical technology, we have yet to fully comprehend it. All we know is that substantial accumulation and sedimentation are essential for advancement. At present, only extraordinary fruits can facilitate this. After decades of research, I have only managed to develop a few auxiliary potions that assist in the absorption of these extraordinary fruits, maximizing their efficacy. His grandiose claims that this elixir can enable ascension are merely a gimmick to attract attention. As for that minor Yuanying, it is fundamentally impossible to achieve. Reviving a dying individual necessitates a vast array of medicinal materials, many of which are mutually exclusive and cannot possibly be combined into a single pill. Professor Chen sat upright, embodying the demeanor of a learned scholar, as he critically evaluated the elixirs proposed by Qin Chuan. And what of that resurrection pill? Wei inquired. Resurrection pill? Professor Chen furrowed his brow and then shook his head. This is not my area of expertise. Wang Qifeng would have more authority on the matter. I have been unable to reach him lately. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have attended today's event. However, as far as I know, even Wang Qifeng would not dare assert that his concoction could restore one's mental faculties. With Professor Chen's endorsement, Wei and his companions felt a sense of relief and discreetly nodded to a person nearby. Meanwhile, on stage, Wei Xiuan had already produced 3 glass vials containing elixirs for the audience to see. I am aware that many of you harbor doubts regarding the efficacy of our new elixirs. Therefore, today we have invited several long-term patients and awakened individuals who have struggled to break through for over a decade to try these elixirs on site. Let us see if our claims are mere bluster or if they hold genuine therapeutic value. The facts will speak for themselves. At Wei Xiuan's signal, staff members brought forth individuals who appeared lethargic and even unconscious, alongside those who had not achieved a breakthrough in many years. What use is it to test the elixirs on your own subjects? Are you brave enough to select someone randomly from the audience? Indeed, if you dare to choose someone at random and it proves effective, we would be willing to pay any sum to acquire it. Exactly. How can we trust that the individuals you have arranged are not merely pretending? Anyone can stage a performance. Some voiced their protests as they observed the pre-selected patients being brought forward. Wei Xiuan frowned at this and was about to explain when Qin Chuan interjected. All right. Anyone who wishes to test the elixir may stand up. Seeing Qin Chuan respond so decisively, the audience began to murmur among themselves, suspecting ulterior motives. Yet none dared to rise. At that moment, a man wrapped in bandages stood up. I just returned from the wilderness, severely injured. I would like to try your Yuanying. He approached, extending his bandaged hand toward Wei Xiuan. Wei Xiuan handed a small bottle of Yuanying pill to him, which Qin Chuan intercepted mid-journey and personally offered to the man. Simply consume it. The man nodded faintly. He extracted the pill, regarded it closely, and brought it to his nose for a tentative sniff. With a discreet glance at Wei, he tilted his head back and swallowed it. The venue fell into a hushed silence, all present awaiting his verdict. Would he announce the ineffectiveness of the Yuanying pill, or would he unveil the truth? Confirming Wei Xiuan's claims? The man who had just consumed the Yuanying pill clutched his throat with both hands, emitting a pained howl. This cry sent shockwaves throughout the entire assembly. In the next instant, he violently expelled a mouthful of blood, which splattered like ink against the bold words Qinghua Pharmaceutical behind him, before he collapsed, as limp as a rag doll. An uproar erupted in the hall, a cacophony of questioning voices crashing in like a tidal wave. Wei Xiuan, Qi Lao, and others exchanged alarmed glances and rushed forward to assess the situation. This man had been grievously injured moments ago, yet he could still move. Now, after consuming your pill, he had died. Is this the new medicine you are promoting? It seems more like poison to me. In less than a month, from a mere workshop still under construction, what could possibly be manufactured? Indeed. I have heard that this pharmaceutical company not only lacks a complete production process, but also does not possess the necessary equipment to refine medicinal materials. That is not all. A friend of mine who participated in the construction of their factory revealed that they don't even have a single doctor employed. Is that possible? Without a doctor, how can they develop new drugs? Who is conducting the research? Who knows? Perhaps they simply aimed to make a quick profit, and in their ignorance, ended up producing poison. Goodness, such insider information exists. If that is true, who would dare purchase their products? Better to buy from established pharmaceutical companies. Although their effects may not be miraculous, they are reliable. After consuming them for over a decade, we have encountered no issues. Indeed, the exhibition was filled with a clamor, with several voices rising above the rest, echoing their concerns about Qin Chuan's pharmaceutical factory. Upon hearing this, the crowd became incensed. The representatives from the three firms in the golden market wore expressions of youthful arrogance, while Wei took a moment to compose himself before standing. I have long been aware that you are engaged in illegal pharmaceutical practices, which is why we have joined forces to blacklist you. I refrained from publicizing your actions in hopes that you would come to your senses and abandon such behavior. To my dismay, you remain obstinately unrepentant. Now that a life has been lost, you have only yourselves to blame. From his moral high ground, Wei chastised Qin Chuan and his associates. This strike was undoubtedly a critical blow. As the pharmaceutical side, producing substandard pills while disregarding the lives of the awakened was a grave transgression, violating the fundamental tenets of many in the awakened community. After all, potions are an indispensable necessity they cannot evade. The issues with the elixir are no trivial matter. They toy with lives, and forgiveness will never be granted. Amidst the escalating protests and vehement curses from those around, I wonder how you will justify the deaths caused by your pills. You are still far too inexperienced to challenge me. Wei and his companions smiled with satisfaction, reclining elegantly in their seats, awaiting the spectacle of the downfall of Qin Wei Pharmaceuticals into an abyss from which it shall never rise. Wei Ziyuan, Qi Lao, and others were as restless as ants on a hot pan, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Wang Hu and his companions made every effort to barricade against those rushing onto the stage. Yet, Qin Chuan remained the most composed among them, observing everything with an air of calm. Amidst the tumultuous clamor, Qin Chuan gradually rose to his feet, his voice steady and clear, cutting through the noise. Who said he just consumed our elixir? I merely offered him a piece of candy purchased from the street. Chapter 74. Resolving one by one what? A piece of candy? Qin Chuan's utterance left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. The entire venue seemed to be suspended in time. Each individual retained their previous posture. Yet silence enveloped the room as they stared incredulously at Qin Chuan. This friend truly possessed extraordinary talent, capable of spewing 3 liters of blood from merely consuming a piece of candy. Qin Chuan regarded the man sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog with a bemused expression. At his gesture, Wang Hu stepped forward, intending to drag the man away. Stop. As the crowd remained stunned by Qin Chuan's words, Wei shouted vehemently. The medicine belongs to you. If an issue arises, you feign it to be candy. Now you wish to remove this poison, brother? What are your intentions? If all pharmaceutical companies behaved as you do, addressing problems by eliminating those afflicted rather than rectifying their defective products, how could we ensure the safety of medication for the awakened? This is an utterly irresponsible act, disregarding the lives and safety of we, the awakened. What kind of rationale is this? Witnessing Qin Chuan's calm demeanor, Wei felt a twinge of unease. Systematically positioning Qin Chuan and his companions against the collective of awakened individuals. Throughout history, those who incur the wrath of the masses have faced dire consequences. He aimed to harness the power of the crowd to cast Qin Chuan and his associates into an irretrievable abyss. As the members of the esteemed family from Jin City voiced their support for the common folk, the crowd was invigorated, demanding that Qin Chuan provide them with an explanation. Qin Chuan cast a languid glance at Wei. Do not be hasty. Your moment has yet to arrive. His words left Wei and his companions bewildered, albeit with a lingering sense of trepidation. After a brief pause, Yuanying swiftly approached and handed Qin Chuan a pen. Here is the explanation you requested. Qin Chuan tossed the pen to Wei. Upon receiving it, the nearby spectators leaned in to observe. It was a recording pen. What trickery is this? Yang Shanwen and the others were puzzled. At that moment, the recording pin began to play automatically, and the surrounding individuals quieted, eager to discern Qin Chuan's intentions. Do you know what to do next? Yes, the medicine is concealed within my teeth. I will be the first to charge forward, consume their medicine, and then crush the drug hidden in my teeth. Boss, the debts I owe. Rest assured, as long as you perform well, that debt of 100 million will be forgiven, and your family will receive a relocation allowance. Thank you. Crack. Guo Zongwei's expression darkened as he forcefully crushed the recording pen, sparks flickering from the circuitry. Yuanying produced another recording pen, raising it aloft, if you desire. I have more. Humph. Guo Zongwei snorted coldly, gritting his teeth. How can one ascertain the origin of this recording pen? Perhaps you fabricated this recording after discovering the issue with the medicine. Now, without corroborating evidence, you can assert whatever you wish. Yuanying chuckled. I have said nothing. It was you who spoke. Is this the recording of that person just now? I am uncertain. Guo Zongwei's face turned ashen, his teeth nearly grinding against each other in frustration. As a prominent member of the Guo family from Jin City, he had weathered numerous storms, yet here he was, outmaneuvered by a mere child. Enough of this nonsense. Someone has ingested your pharmaceutical product and died. We shall address the matter of the recording later. Let us keep matters distinct. Yang Shanwen and Song Yulin, sensing the precariousness of the situation, spoke up. Are they well? Qin Chuan inquired, glancing at Xiuzhen beside him. Xiuzhen nodded. They have been given the elixir and are gradually regaining consciousness. Bring them forth, Qin Chuan commanded. A group of staff began assisting the previously lethargic individuals to ascend the stage. Although they were not yet at the vigor of ordinary people, their current state was a stark contrast to their prior condition. Goodness, I know Li Lar. He has been bedridden for a decade, spending millions yet only able to move his eyes. Today, he stands. And I recognize Su Erwa. He was comatose after an injury in the wilderness, and now he walks. A collective gasp resonated through the venue. Guo Zongwei, witnessing this, cast a disbelieving glance at Professor Qin beside him. Was it not said that this was utterly impossible? Professor Qin's hair was in disarray, his mind in a state of disarray as he fixated on the individuals being assisted onto the stage, mechanically repeating, impossible. Impossible. How can this be? I have visited Wang Shangyun. His recovery was inconceivable. Guo Zongwei inhaled deeply, then exchanged glances with Yang Shangwen and the others. As the crowd remained in shock, they discreetly departed the venue. Yuanying nudged Qin Chuan, his eyes questioning whether to prevent Guo Zongwei and the others from escaping. Qin Chuan slowly shook his head and then stated, Please bring forth those awakened individuals who are to advance. Wei Ziyuan and Elder Qi looked on in astonishment. They had anticipated some unexpected occurrences at the press conference, but they had not foreseen such a frenzy. After the incident with the elixir, their minds went blank, filled only with anxiety and uncertainty on how to proceed. Observing Qin Chuan's calm demeanor and methodical counterattack that dismantled the opponent's scheme step by step, they were profoundly shocked. Yuanying, how did you acquire that recording device? Wei Ziyuan queried. Dr. Qin had previously informed me that someone would attempt to disrupt this press conference, advising me to keep an eye on those from Jin City. It was best to gather evidence of their conspiracy. I followed Dr. Qin's guidance, and lo and behold, he was right. Yuanying chuckled, rubbing his nose, his gaze toward Qin Chuan infused with growing respect. Dr. Qin truly possesses remarkable foresight. Qin Chuan smiled lightly. From the moment individuals from Jin City appeared, his awareness had been attuned to them, fully cognizant of their discussions and schemes. Guo Zongwei had indeed concealed his actions quite adeptly. Under normal circumstances, even if one were aware of his mischief, it would be nearly impossible to uncover any evidence. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Qin Chuan, the sole cultivator in the world at this moment. For those awakened, spiritual perception is akin to possessing a divine perspective. How would he proceed? The upcoming press conference will unfold according to your plan, correct? Qin Chuan directed his gaze towards Wei Ziyuan. I assure you, there will be no issues. Moreover, given the commotion stirred up by Guo Zongwei and his associates, the impact of this press conference will far exceed our expectations. Wei Ziyuan asserted with confidence, already devising strategies to reach out to journalists for the forthcoming articles. Determined to leverage the support of several firms in Jin City to elevate the reputation of Qinghua Pharmaceutical. Dr. Qin, are you departing? Old Qi inquired. Yes. Qin Chuan looked towards the exit of the venue. They could come and go as they pleased. Was it truly so effortless? Chapter 75. Illusion. Elder Qi observed the retreating figure of Dr. Qin, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. This Dr. Qin is indeed extraordinary. Not only does he concoct pills with remarkable efficacy, but had he not been present at the conference, it could have devolved into a calamity. The others nodded in vigorous agreement. His decisiveness in action, meticulousness in evaluating grievances, coupled with his formidable strength, certainly marks him as a person of significance. Fortunately, he is one of ours. Yuan, long time no see. At that moment, a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed with slicked-back hair, approached with a smile to greet Yuan. Accompanying him were a dozen others, all clad in suits and ties, exuding an air of sophistication. Yuan glanced at them sideways, unable to suppress a cold smirk. Yuan, I had pressing matters yesterday and could not welcome you upon your arrival. I hope you can forgive me. My wife gave birth to our fifth child the day before yesterday, and I only returned to the company yesterday. Having heard you were looking for me, I made a special trip today to meet with you. These individuals were all pharmaceutical distributors. Previously, when the three firms in Jin City attempted to suppress Qingwei Pharmaceuticals, Yuan sought their assistance, but they had all shut their doors to him. Now, witnessing the three firms in Jin City falter while Qingwei Pharmaceuticals' products genuinely proved effective, they approached Yuan with obsequious smiles, eager to establish rapport. I am truly astonished that you all could take time out of your busy schedules to attend our product launch. How could I dare to harbor any ill feelings? Yuan greeted them with a smile, conversing as if with old friends. Indeed. Yuan, it seems you lack distributors for your products? We are familiar with Lan City. Perhaps we could assist you in promoting them? After exchanging pleasantries, they swiftly transitioned to the crux of the matter. Yuan silently shook his head. That may not be feasible at the moment. Dr. Qin has instructed that we handle the sales of these pills ourselves. Upon hearing this, the smiles on the distributors' faces instantly froze, and they exchanged glances. Yuan, the pharmaceutical industry in Lan City is quite chaotic, rife with counterfeit drugs, inferior products, and expired medicines. Isn't it prudent to enlist a few acquaintances to keep an eye on things when you launch your new products? One of them asked, unwilling to accept the situation. We have our own measures in place regarding this matter, so there is no need for you to concern yourselves, Yuan replied. Still smiling, though his eyes subtly signaled to the security personnel beside him to escort the guests out. The distributors' expressions darkened as they retorted with a sarcastic tone. Since you are so confident, we shall refrain from further discussion. We wish you success with your new products. With that, they swept out indignantly. Humph. Don't think that just because they are effective they will sell. Without our endorsement, let us see who dares to sell them. A few of them murmured. Their voices hushed yet audible to Yuan and his companions, all of whom were awakened beings, fully capable of discerning their words. In response, Yuan and his group merely exchanged knowing smiles and shook their heads lightly. Meanwhile, Guozongwei and his companions departed from Hanhai building with grim expressions. A throng of journalists lingered outside, summoned by them with the intent of exposing the incident at the press conference. Upon spotting Guozongwei's emergence, the reporters surged forward, cameras in tow and microphones raised. Mr. Guo, it has come to our attention that a fatality has occurred due to the elixirs presented at the Qingwei Pharmaceutical Conference. As a distinguished entrepreneur in Jin City, what are your thoughts? Mr. Guo. Mr. Yang. Out of my way. Guozongwei's face contorted in fury, his roar causing some female reporters to blanch in shock. Clear the path, step aside. As someone emerged behind Guozongwei, the journalists were forcibly pushed aside. A cadre of bewildered cameramen and microphone-wielding reporters stood dumbfounded. Was it not agreed that we would be allowed to interview you upon your exit with our prepared questions? How could the situation shift so abruptly? Thankfully, payment had already been received, so the loss was mitigated. Guozongwei, Yang Shanwen, and Song Yulin returned in a single vehicle, with Guozongwei at the wheel. The others, aware that the trio had matters to discuss, maintained their distance, trailing a few hundred meters behind. This Dr. Qin is rather arrogant, Guozongwei initiated, casting a glance at the two. I have observed him closely. He is merely an ordinary individual. Once we return, we should arrange for someone to eliminate him. It would be preferable to engage a local from Lancher. Someone with a grudge against him would be ideal. Yang Shangwen and Song Yulin spoke calmly, as if discussing the slaughter of poultry or livestock. Guozongwei continued. Driving. Their medicine indeed possesses efficacy. I aim to acquire it. Should we secure these 3 elixirs for ourselves, in due time, we are destined to forge a commercial empire. A glint of ambition flashed in Yang Shanwen and Song Yulin's eyes. They shared the same sentiment. What do you propose? Just as he began to speak, A phone rang. Upon answering, his expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions, culminating in a forceful grip that shattered the device. What transpired? Yang Shangwen and Song Yulin sensed the unease, frowning as they inquired. Before Guozongwei could respond, their phones began to ring as well. After answering, their faces paled dramatically. Fan Shui and the others have encountered trouble. Those incompetent doctors, if not for someone visiting, they would have attempted to conceal this. Who is responsible? Need one even ask? It must be the people from Qinghua Pharmaceutical. I underestimated them. I previously believed they would adhere to the rules within the city, but alas, it is I who have endangered Fan Shui and the others. This is not your concern. If they wish to play this game, I shall engage them to the fullest extent. The Song family has never feared anyone. A mere Wei family, a Qinghua Pharmaceutical. Before he could finish, Guozongwei slammed on the brakes, propelling the three forward due to inertia. What is happening? Yang Shanwen and Song Yulin questioned Guozongwei. Ahead. There is no road? Guozongwei gazed ahead in disbelief. Yang Shangwen and the others were astonished to find themselves at a dead end. How did we end up here? Guozongwei shook his head in disbelief. It makes no sense. I was driving on the main road, and there were cars in front of us. How did it suddenly turn into an alley? Doubting his own eyes, he rubbed them, yet the alley remained. With no other option, they had to reverse. Suddenly, there were loud bangs, bang, 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 bang. All four tires exploded simultaneously. Someone had tampered with their vehicle. The three of them bolted out at once. Turning back, they realized that not a single car had followed them. They had unwittingly entered a sparsely populated alley. The three exchanged bewildered glances, yet, being fifth-tier awakened beings, they remained composed. In the city, fifth-tier awakened beings face little danger, for any assault from higher-tiered awakeners would be conspicuous and would incur severe penalties for property damage. Thus, those above fifth tier typically refrained from engaging in the city. Someone is approaching. They all turned to see a figure slowly advancing toward them. As the individual drew near, they recognized him as Qin Chuan. Did you orchestrate this? The trio, now reassured upon seeing the ordinary man, reverted to their superior demeanor and demanded answers. Qin Chuan nodded. I am quite curious about how you managed to lead us here without our awareness. Guozongwei sneered. It's quite simple. To put it in terms you can understand, I interfered with your brainwaves, making you perceive non-existent illusions. In other words, hallucinations. As Qin Chuan spoke, he raised his hand, transforming the alley into an expansive grassland, and with another gesture, mountains erupted from the ground. The three were taken aback, having never witnessed such astonishing feats. Even those beyond the 9th tier could not achieve this. How? How did you do that? Yang Shanwen furrowed his brow. Could there be new technology developed? Do not panic. He can only affect visual perception, Guozongwei stated gravely. As an ordinary person, dealing with him will be effortless, even without sight. Oh, is that so? Qin Chuan's voice seemed to traverse space, appearing behind Guozongwei. He felt a sharp pain in his chest as a beam of light pierced through his heart. Blood gushed forth with the rhythm of his heartbeat. I mentioned hallucinations. Why did you believe the figure in front of you was real? Qin Chuan remarked indifferently. Chapter 76. The Start of University U. Guozongwei glanced behind him, twisting his body as an elbow strike, accompanied by a thunderous sound, surged towards Qin Chuan's head. However, the afterimage dissipated, and his strike missed. The formidable power of a fifth-tier awakened being was undeniable, even with a pierced heart. One would not succumb to death immediately, provided timely medical intervention could facilitate a full recovery. Cough, cough. Guozongwei clutched his chest, channeling his awakened energy to stem the flow of blood. Yet, a faint white substance at the wound hindered the healing process of his energy. Yang Shanwen and Song Yulin were momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, but as fifth-tier awakened beings, they swiftly regained their composure. Their abilities erupted. Yang Shangwen, a fire-type awakened being, and Song Yulin, a beast mimicry awakened being, saw his muscles swell, transforming him into a half-lion beast-man towering over 6 meters. His massive form filled the narrow alley, causing the walls on either side to buckle under the pressure. This fellow's methods are too peculiar. We must destroy this place. Song Yulin's voice resonated, low and thunderous. Yang Shangwen understood the gravity of the situation, with Guozongwei and them being evenly matched. The fact that Qin Chuan could stealthily approach Guozongwei and pierce his heart indicated that Qin Chuan possessed the capability to suddenly appear behind them and do the same. Hence, the optimal strategy was not to confront Qin Chuan directly but to wreak havoc around them, amplifying the chaos as much as possible by attracting the official guard team. Qin Chuan would be deterred from acting against them in plain sight. The potential devastation caused by a fifth-tier awakened being unleashing their full power in the city, resulting in countless casualties, was not a concern they were willing to entertain. After all, no number of lives mattered more than their own. Boom. In the bustling city center, a sudden explosion rang out, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. From the epicenter of the blast, a fire dragon roared skyward, shattering nearby buildings, with colossal fireballs erupting from shattered windows. Thick smoke billowed upwards, and the debris of broken bricks and glass shards shot forth like lethal projectiles, bending street lamps and demolishing storefronts. Fortunately, most people were awakened beings with enhanced physical prowess, allowing them to mostly evade the incoming shrapnel. Some even found the energy to gather and observe the explosion. What on earth happened? An explosion in the city center? I've never heard of such a thing in the past 200 years. Look at the scale of the explosion. It must be a coordinated and organized action. Who dares to be so audacious as to detonate a bomb in the city center? Are they seeking death? Those buildings are known haunts for awakened beings who hunt in the wilderness. Could this be an act of revenge? The crowd buzzed with speculation, some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment for social media. Thick smoke spread across the area as numerous individuals, disheveled and cursing, emerged from the chaos. A curious onlooker seized a clean-cut young man, inquiring, "Young man, what happened inside?" Uncertain, the youth shook his head and squeezed out of the crowd of onlookers. As soon as he stepped outside, his phone began to ring. "Is this Qin Chuan?" "Yes. Yes. Do you even realize what time it is? Out of 63 students, you are the only one who hasn't arrived. Hurry to classroom 302 in the Qin Chuan building. Haven't I already graduated?" "Graduated? What on earth are you thinking? Today marks the beginning of the new academic year, and you are unaware of it?" The voice on the other end erupted into a fit of frantic shouting, reminiscent of a bespectacled, middle-aged teacher experiencing a midlife crisis. "I understand," Qin Chuan replied, ending the call. Had the teacher called just 5 minutes earlier, he might have missed it entirely. Moments ago, Yang Shangwen and Song Yulin had joined forces in a desperate attempt to overcome him, yet Qin Chuan had not granted them a single opportunity. Wielding his spiritual energy like a blade and executing the 7-star step, he swiftly severed their necks with an almost spectral grace. Indeed, a fifth-tier awakened individual possesses formidable strength. In a direct confrontation, the two might have endured for a minute or two against Qin Chuan. Alas, murder has never required a fair fight. Regardless of the methods employed, as long as the outcome aligns with one's desires, it is deemed optimal. After advancing to the third layer of Qi cultivation, Qin Chuan's inner spiritual energy sufficed to support the use of relatively advanced spells. Consequently, he bewildered the trio with illusions before covertly executing his lethal strike. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the cultivation world for a millennium, he had witnessed an innumerable array of sordid tactics, and the count of those who had perished at his hands was unfathomable. Thus, employing such methods against Yang Shangwen and his companions bore no psychological burden for him. He deemed it entirely justified. As Qin Chuan stepped beyond the blast radius, a group of awakened individuals clad in defense team uniforms hurriedly arrived, erecting a perimeter to prevent further entry into the area affected by the secondary explosion. Xiaoyang University, while not on par with the elite institutions, is nonetheless highly regarded, ranking among the top schools in Lanshur. Those who attend are all awakened individuals, with the university even enticing third-tier awakeners to enroll through scholarships and various incentives. Although Xiaoyang University primarily focuses on the education of awakened individuals, it also offers corresponding courses for mechanics and researchers. In its initial 2 years, the school produced 4 3-star mechanics, gaining considerable acclaim. Qin Chuan returned home to collect his admission letter and some materials before making his way to Xiaoyang University. The campus environment was quite pleasant, with wide avenues flanked by lush trees, their canopies adorned with banners and decorations celebrating the start of the academic year, creating a vibrant atmosphere. However, as the official start time had already passed, the campus felt eerily empty. Upon arriving at classroom 302 in the Qin Chuan building, he found a middle-aged woman with graying hair chattering incessantly. Upon noticing Qin Chuan at the door, she paused and waved him in. "This is our final classmate," she announced. "Everyone has introduced themselves. Please share a brief introduction." Qin Chuan stepped up to the podium. Class 1 was the elite cohort at Xiaoyang University, with nearly all students being second-tier awakened individuals. Qin Chuan's arrival immediately captured the attention of the assembled students. However, when the crowd beheld Qin Chuan, Unremarkable and not even an awakened, they shook their heads internally and soon turned their attention elsewhere. I am Qin Chuan, hailing from Lawn City number 13 Middle School. Qin Chuan stated calmly from the podium. Yet, no sooner had he uttered these words than the students, who had previously paid him little mind, erupted into a frenzy. What? Qin Chuan? You were the Qin Chuan? The one who topped the college entrance examination in Lawn City? You didn't choose those prestigious schools. And yet you came here despite being the top scorer? Rumors had circulated about Qin Chuan's alleged cheating. Could there be truth to them? It seemed plausible, after all. He wasn't even an awakened. How could he possibly achieve the top rank? Although the college entrance examination had lost some of its former significance, students remained deeply invested in it, and even those not from Lawn City had heard tales related to Qin Chuan. Chapter 77. Registration for the Destiny Cup. The teacher at the podium slammed the desk several times. Qin Chuan's grades are certified by the Ministry of Education. His enrollment in our school signifies his acknowledgement of our ethos and regulations. What is there to fuss about? Please, take a seat. The teacher gestured towards the front, where a girl dressed in a speckled outfit shrank back in her seat like a ladybug, leaving one spot beside her empty. Qin Chuan, unperturbed, walked over and sat down. The girl appeared frightened, inching further away from him. All right, let us continue. Where was I? The teacher asked. You were discussing this semester's course arrangements. A student reminded from below. Ah, yes, the course arrangements. In addition to foundational courses, based on the preferences you indicated during high school, you must also complete corresponding professional assessments. Over the span of 4 years at university, passing these assessments is essential for obtaining your diploma and graduating successfully. The Awakeners graduation assessment involves hunting a D-class aberrant beast, while the mechanics assessment requires obtaining a 2-star mechanic certification. The teacher continued her discourse while some students below began to doze off. By the way, let me see the hands of those in our class who are second-tier awakening prodigies. A considerable number of over 30 students raised their hands, casting proud glances at those who remained seated. Very well, you may lower your hands. Now, who has passed the 1-star mechanic assessment? This time, only a few. Scattered 6 raised their hands, one being the previously mentioned second-tier prodigy, who proudly lifted his chin. Recently, the authorities, in collaboration with major universities, announced a Destiny Cup exchange competition open to all students under 20. The criteria are as follows: second-tier awakening prodigies, top 20 scorers before the college entrance examination, and 1-star mechanics. I just counted. There are 42 students in our class who meet these qualifications. If you are interested, please feel free to approach me privately for registration details. The teacher continued to address some mundane matters, such as dormitory arrangements and the prohibition of tardiness and early departures from class. Only when she felt she had covered everything necessary did she exit the classroom. As soon as she left, the classroom erupted with chatter. Qin Chuan, could you please make way? The girl beside him, clad in a white speckled outfit, spoke softly. She lowered her head, her loose hair obscuring her face, yet her glasses were still visible. With nothing pressing to do in class, Qin Chuan decided to seize the moment to register for the Destiny Cup and stood up. The girl seized the opportunity, hurriedly squeezing past him. Qin Chuan, right? I'm Xiuzhen, a graduate of the 2nd High School of Guluo City. The only student who was both a second-tier awakening prodigy and a 1-star mechanic approached him, flanked by 5 others, all wearing mischievous smiles. Xiuzhen looked at Qin Chuan with immense pride. I just made a wager with them about whether you have cheated on your exams. They all claim that you must have cheated. However, I believe you did not. Why not share with the guys? Did you actually cheat? As Xiuzhen spoke, he placed a hand on Qin Chuan's shoulder. Qin Chuan merely cast a faint glance at him, brushed off his hand, and promptly left the vicinity. Xiuzhen was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished that this top student from Lawn City High School would show him such disregard. Brother gang, this guy is rather arrogant, someone remarked. Indeed, it appears he may not have cheated. Who would dare to be so brazen without the strength to back it up? You know nothing. He is just an ordinary person and must have cheated. A student from Lawn City's 3rd middle school went to confront him at 13th middle school. Yet he only dared to call the police, avoiding a direct confrontation. If he had nothing to hide, what was there to fear? I saw this incident on the forum. It made me laugh to the point of tears. I heard that half of those from 3rd middle school were caught and sobbed for ages before being released. So, what about our wager? Brother gang, should I bring him back for further questioning? Behind Xiuzhen, several individuals chimed in, suggesting they retrieve Qin Chuan. Xiuzhen, with a smile that was neither here nor there, gazed at Qin Chuan's departing figure, and shook his head. No need. We are all classmates. And it would not reflect well to resort to physicality during class hours. The school year has just begun. We will have ample time to engage with him later. In due course, the truth will reveal itself. Indeed, Brother Gang is right. For those of you who wagered that Qin Chuan did not cheat, prepare for a thorough reckoning in the office. The teacher handed Qin Chuan a registration form for the Destiny Cup. After he completed it, he inquired, "When does the internal selection begin?" "There are 2 days for registration, followed by the internal selections. There are certain aspects I must disclose, even if they may dampen your enthusiasm for participating. The eligibility criteria for this competition stipulate an age limit of under 20, meaning it is not exclusively first-year students who can compete. Many second-year students, and even some advanced third-year students, qualify as well. Currently, quite a few second and third-year students have already achieved the third or even fourth tier of talent awakening. Additionally, mechanics are also eligible to participate. It would not be surprising to see a 2-star mechanic in the mix. Furthermore, this year, many exceptional students from other districts have transferred to our school thus. It is advisable for you to adjust your mindset regarding this competition. Consider it an opportunity to broaden your horizons and hone your skills, rather than setting excessively lofty goals. Of course, do not harbor any resentment towards the perceived unfairness of the selection process. Everyone is competing under the same rules. And when you reach your second year next year, your chances will significantly increase. It will not be too late to exert yourself then. The teacher continued to write on the evaluation form while conversing with Qin Chuan. Given that he was the top student in the college entrance examination in Lon City and personally recruited by the head of the admissions office, she felt compelled to offer him additional advice to prevent him from becoming discouraged by the many upperclassmen he would face in competition. By the way, do not be late for your afternoon classes. This afternoon marks the inaugural practical training session, and Teacher Zhao is indeed an authentic 5th-tier awakener, known for his fiery temper. Arriving late to his class bears severe consequences. The teacher reiterated this point. Upon seeing Qin Chuan nod, she finally acquiesced, saying, "Very well. You may go now and familiarize yourself with the campus environment. The Destiny Cup is about to commence at last." As Qin Chuan made his way to the dormitory, he reflected on how, since his rebirth, he had been diligently preparing for the competition. Now that the moment was nearly upon him, a sense of anticipation welled within him. He silently hoped that the rewards would not disappoint. "Qin Chuan, goodness, it truly is you." At the entrance of the dormitory, 4 young men were shoulder to shoulder, and upon spotting Qin Chuan, they displayed expressions of astonishment. It was none other than Chun Hao, Li Hai, Wei Tao, and Du Ming. Chapter 78. The Extraordinary Transfer Student, Is It Really You? Qin Chuan expressed mild astonishment upon unexpectedly encountering Chun Hao and his companions. He recalled that in his previous life, Chun Hao did not attend university in Lon City, and they would not have met until graduation at the end of the semester. Evidently, his rebirth had altered certain predetermined paths. He chuckled, "Thanks to you, we scored over 1,500 points on the college entrance examination and enrolled in this school." However, his expression swiftly shifted to one of concern. "What have you been up to this month? You have no idea how hard I've been working to advance to the 2nd tier." Chun Hao was quite loquacious, effortlessly recounting his experiences while leading Qin Chuan to their dormitory. The 4 of them were all awakened beings, placed together in Class 8, and thus shared a dormitory. "By the way, did you know that our school has 5 formidable transfer students this semester?" Chun Hao boasted mysteriously to Qin Chuan. "Transfer students from Jin City?" Qin Chuan inquired. "You know?" Chun Hao initially intended to astound Qin Chuan with this revelation, only to feel a pang of disappointment at being preempted. "I had heard rumors of some prodigies from Jin City coming to Lon City, but I did not expect them to be at our school," Qin Chuan replied. "Hey, it's not just our school. Nearly every university in Lon City has a few transfer students from Jin City. Do you realize that these transfer students hardly regard us local students as equals? The official Destiny Cup is scheduled to take place in a month, but the slots are limited, with only 10 participants allowed from each district. The students from Jin City are here to snatch our spots since they cannot secure their own." Chun Hao explained, his tone animated. The education forum in Lon City is abuzz with controversy. An upperclassman initiated a movement online, rallying all students to resist the transfer students from Jin City. Just this morning, some seniors from our school sought out trouble with the transfer students to show their support. He continued, his excitement palpable. They had mingled with the crowd earlier before attending their class meeting, and on their way back to the dormitory, they fortuitously encountered Qin Chuan. Were the transfer students driven away? Qin Chuan asked curiously. Not a chance. Those students from Jin City are fierce. They arranged to spar on the playground. And our seniors were quickly overwhelmed. A few were even carried off to the infirmary. Chen Hao recounted, his enthusiasm undiminished. Later, the school intervened to prevent further conflict. Unfortunately, several fourth-year seniors reached the playground entrance, but could not join the fray. He continued, seemingly reluctant to conclude the tale. Those transfer students are second-year students. Although they are all fifth-tier awakened beings, they lack experience. If the fourth-year seniors had engaged, they might have taught them a lesson. I am not so sure. Qin Chuan replied. Wei Tao retorted. That fellow named Yuanying, a fire-type awakening master of the celestial rank, managed to defeat our school's fourth-tier beast-type awakeners solely with his fists and feet, without even activating his awakening skills. He must be the most formidable among the 5 transfer students. If it weren't for one of our school's top 10 seniors, he would have certainly posed a significant challenge. Most formidable? Li Hai interjected with a light laugh. You haven't seen that guy named Ho Hao Kai. He is a 5th-tier beast-type awakener who transforms into a 4-meter-tall standing cheetah, moving with the speed of lightning. One of our 5th-tier awakeners faced him and didn't even touch a hair on his body before being beaten to the point of vomiting blood and ultimately carried off to the infirmary. Wei Tao's expression turned astonished. Is that fellow really that fierce? Do you think so? I called you to join, but you insisted on watching Qin Ciyu's long legs. Do you regret it now? Li Hai chuckled. Don't underestimate Qin Ciyu. She is also a 5th-tier wind-type awakening master. Not only is she fast, but she can also throw wind blades. I believe Ho Hao Kai might not be able to defeat her. TSK. Back then, your eyes were glued to her legs, and you claim to know she can throw wind blades? Which of my eyes saw me staring at her legs? As the two began to bicker, Du Ming interjected, do you think these transfer students can compete against the mechanics? I remember our school has quite a few 2-star mechanics. I find that a bit dubious. 2-star mechanics are usually on par with 6th-tier celestial awakening masters. If they possessed such strength, they wouldn't be here in Lon City vying for spots. They could easily break through in Jin City instead. That makes sense. From their conversation, Qin Chuan gained a rough understanding of the transfer students' abilities. They likely all stood at the level of 5th-tier celestial awakening masters, comparable to the few 5th-tier awakening masters that Qi Ming had previously invited. They were slightly stronger than Guo Zhongwei's group, but not by much. And certainly not as powerful as that fellow named Qiu Di he had encountered in Yiqian town. They posed no substantial threat to him. As they discussed, the group made their way back to their dormitory. The dormitory was a 4-person suite, and upon entering, Chen Hao rummaged through his belongings and handed food to Qin Chuan. Aren't you going to the cafeteria? Qin Chuan inquired curiously. Don't even mention it. This idiot trained for a month during the summer, and like a starving ghost. He bought several thousand yuan worth of food, half of which remains uneaten, Wei Tao remarked derisively. Shut your cawing mouth. If you want to eat, eat. If not, get lost, Chen Hao retorted, tossing him a piece of nutritional bread, which Wei Tao eagerly tore open and devoured. Chen Hao then offered a bread to Qin Chuan and asked, you topped the entrance exam and are eligible to register for the Destiny Cup. Are you going? Qin Chuan nodded and informed the group that he had already registered. They accepted this as a matter of course, albeit with some regret. If it were only first-year students, you would likely make the top 10. Unfortunately, many second-year students are participating this time. However, it's all right. I've heard the Destiny Cup is held annually. Tomorrow, you'll be a second-year senior, easily managing the first-year underclassmen. Qin Chuan spent the entire afternoon in the dormitory with Chen Hao and his companions, only departing for class later in the day. After parting ways at the dormitory entrance, he made his way directly to the training room. The practical training course was held there, which was approximately the size of a standard basketball court. Upon his arrival, he noticed that several classmates were already in position. Ah, look who it is. The top scorer of the college entrance examination has arrived. Upon Qin Chuan's entrance, a sarcastic voice rang out. It belonged to none other than a fellow student named Shirlu, who was provocatively chewing gum as he eyed Qin Chuan. Mind your tone. You should be more respectful when addressing the top scorer, warned Xiao Gang with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. If you offend him, just wait until the practical training session. He might take it out on you, believe it or not. Brother Gang is right, I misspoke. But what can I do now that the words are out? Shirlu replied with a rather infuriating expression. Chapter 79. Training session. Hurry over and apologize. Seek their forgiveness. With a swift kick, Xiao Gang propelled Shirlu towards Qin Chuan. The force of the impact was such that, were an ordinary person to be struck by his velocity, they might suffer broken ribs, leaving no room for jest. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, wishing to ignore the ruckus, and deftly sidestepped. Yet Lu persisted, appearing unsteady. As he reached for support, his hand arced ominously towards Qin Chuan's shoulder. Qin Chuan slightly turned, allowing Li's hand to slice past him. After 2 more unsteady steps, Lu regained his balance, only to find Qin Chuan had already departed. The classmates observed this scene in silence. For it was the beginning of the school year, and familiarity was yet to be established, leaving no one willing to intervene. To Qin Chuan's surprise, it was the girl in the white-spotted attire who spoke up. "We are merely aligning ourselves according to the seating arrangement from the previous class meeting." She adjusted her glasses and explained, crossing her arms in front of her, her demeanor modest and reserved. Xiao Gang, witnessing this, snickered derisively. The quiet girl and the pretentious boy, what a perfect match. His words were whispered, yet Qin Chuan, being a practitioner of the mystical arts, caught every syllable. His displeasure evident in a slight frown. Do not provoke them. Although Xiao Gang is merely a second-tier practitioner, he is a dual-element awakener of celestial quality. Generally, even third-tier celestial awakeners would struggle against him, the girl cautioned in hushed tones. "Thank you," Qin Chuan acknowledged her concern. A second-tier dual-element awakener indeed represents a prodigy, which explains his arrogance. "You're welcome. May I ask your name?" "I am Lu." "Lu? It is you." Lu looked up, astonished, and inquired, "Have we met before?" Qin Chuan shook his head, a quiet chuckle echoing in his heart. Lu, how could he forget her? In his previous life, during his freshman year, he made waves by passing the first-tier mechanic examination, earning him the title of a genius. While the school's standards were modest, it also reflected the difficulty of the mechanic assessments. Remarkably, Lu had passed the 3-star mechanic evaluation in her first year. This achievement sent shockwaves throughout the academic community, prompting the most reputable media outlets to interview her for 3 consecutive days, heralding her as an indisputable genius mechanic. Later, when the moon fractured and demons descended, she was even conscripted into the elite mechanic squad of Lan City. As for what transpired thereafter, Qin Chuan was unaware. He remembered this event vividly, as the impact of her accomplishment was profound. Imagine struggling to pass as a first-tier mechanic, only to see a peer effortlessly conquer the 3-star certification. How could such a memory fade? It was unexpected to find her so understated during her freshman year. Qin Chuan cast another glance at Lu, who seemed to sense his gaze and lowered her head once more, quietly standing there. Before long, Teacher Zhao, clad in loose training attire, entered the room. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, swept over the crowd, causing the onlookers to lower their heads in silence. Even Xiao Gang dared not meet Teacher Zhao's eyes, except for Qin Chuan, who remained expressionless, neither servile nor arrogant, standing amidst the bowed heads like a crane among chickens, distinctly prominent. Teacher Zhao's gaze lingered briefly on Qin Chuan. In his 2 decades of teaching, it was rare to encounter a freshman who could maintain such composure before his deliberately imposing presence. "What is your name?" Teacher Zhao inquired in a low voice. "Qin Chuan," came the reply. "Is it you?" A flicker of surprise crossed Teacher Zhao's eyes, evidently familiar with Qin Chuan's name. After scrutinizing him for a moment, he nodded approvingly. "Very well." He then shifted his attention away from Qin Chuan and announced in a clear voice, "My name is Zhao Tingming, a 5th-tier beast mimic awakener, and I will be your instructor for this practical training course. In my class, I permit you to challenge one another, to compete. However, there is one condition. The use of awakening techniques is strictly prohibited. All challenges must be resolved through physical combat. The use of awakening techniques will be taught by other instructors. Do you have any questions?" The training room fell into silence. After a moment's pause with no one speaking, Zhao Tingming continued, "Since there are no inquiries, I shall assume you all comprehend. Should anyone employ awakening techniques during my classes in the future, do not blame me." With that, he led the group in warm-up exercises before assessing the freshmen's capabilities. "Who would like to volunteer for a demonstration?" Zhao Tingming asked. No one responded. And just as he was about to address Qin Chuan, Xiao Gang stepped forward. "Teacher, I will." Zhao Tingming glanced at Xiao Gang and nodded in approval, then stepped forward. Xiao Gang walked out proudly, head held high. "One more volunteer," Zhao Tingming said. Lu also stepped up, a 2nd-tier celestial awakener. Zhao Tingming instructed the 2 to spar for demonstration. Even without employing awakening techniques, a second-tier celestial awakener possesses remarkable physical prowess. The crowd formed a large circle, watching the two combatants. Shirla demonstrated his skills in movement and striking with fluidity and grace, yet Xiaogang proved to be the superior fighter. Within mere exchanges, Xiaogang delivered a spinning kick that sent Shirla sprawling. Brother Gang is indeed formidable, Shirlu exclaimed as he rose, raising his hand in surrender. His strength was nearly comparable to that of a second-tier beast mimic awakener. How had he trained to become so powerful? Xiaogang was renowned as a prodigy in Goluo City, having begun his training from a young age. Indeed, during the college entrance examination, he had once defeated an F-grade beast without using awakening techniques. The students buzzed with excitement, with those following Xiaogang boasting proudly. Some girls, upon hearing this, were filled with admiration. Xiaogang, indifferent to their chatter, remarked, "Remember, the body is fundamental. Your focus on enhancing awakening techniques is misplaced." Shirlu awkwardly chuckled. "Without employing my awakening skills, I am merely at an ordinary second-tier level. How could I possibly compare to you, Gang? Both of you are commendable, especially you." Zhao Tingming remarked approvingly as he gazed at Xiaogang. He resonated deeply with Xiaogang's assertion that physicality is fundamental. He added, "Your movements are agile, and your strikes possess adequate force. Achieving this level requires at least a decade of dedicated practice. However, your footwork remains somewhat disordered. This is an area you should focus on improving." "Thank you for your guidance, Master." Xiaogang expressed his gratitude. Zhao Tingming nodded and then turned his attention to the others. "Is there anyone else who wishes to practice?" The crowd, aware that they were no match for Xiaogang, hesitated to step forward lest they embarrass themselves. "If no one volunteers, we shall proceed with one-on-one practice. I will first assess your abilities before determining the subsequent lesson plans." At that moment, Shirlu suddenly interjected, "Teacher Zhao, may I select my opponent?" Zhao Tingming, having been favorably impressed by Shirli's earlier initiative, inquired, "Whom do you wish to choose?" "Him," Shirla said with an intent gaze directed at Qin Chuan. "I want to test the true caliber of the top scorer from Launcher's college entrance examination. Are you up for the challenge?" Chapter 80. This classmate is quite fierce. Stone Lu actually challenges him? It was anticipated. Hadn't they just been wagering on whether Qin Chuan had cheated on the college entrance examination yesterday? Today, they must confirm it. That would be disastrous. In my view, aside from his handsome appearance, Qin Chuan is rather unremarkable. He is not an awakened one. So how could he possibly contend with the second-tier prodigy, Stone Lu? Wait, do you all truly believe he cheated on the exam? Huh. The students were abuzz with speculation. Before encountering Qin Chuan, perhaps they had some reservations about the top student from Lan City, but upon seeing him, a mere chuckle sufficed to convey their stance. Given that Qin Chuan is not even an awakened individual, how could he attain the top score in Lan City without resorting to deceit? It's no wonder the high school students from Lan City felt aggrieved and went to blockade the entrance of the 13th middle school if it were them. They too would feel indignant. If you lack the courage to confront me, then keep your distance when you see me in the future. Stone Lu, buoyed by the support of his peers, provocatively taunted further. Is it possible? Qin Chuan ignored Stone Lu and instead turned to Zhao Tingming beside him. The crowd was puzzled. Why inquire of Zhao Tingming when it was Stone Lu who had issued the challenge? Was he apprehensive? Did he wish for Zhao Tingming to intervene against Stone Lu's provocation? Even Zhao Tingming remarked, "I do not prohibit competition among students, but if you are unwilling, you may also decline." Stone Lu, seizing the moment, scoffed, "If you are afraid, just admit it. I do not bully the weak. After acknowledging defeat, you can simply act low-key." Qin Chuan stepped out of the group and coldly snorted, "Since you seek death, then come forth." Instantly, the crowd was intrigued. Qin Chuan, who had been aloof, was finally showing signs of agitation. A spectacle was about to unfold. Stone Lu grinned, believing his provocation had succeeded, beckoning with his finger. "Come on. Let me show you how to deal with you." His abilities surged as he approached Qin Chuan with well-rehearsed steps, launching a series of rapid punches aimed at Qin Chuan's face. The speed of his fists was astonishing, even creating afterimages, eliciting gasps from the surrounding students. These punches were merely intended to intimidate Qin Chuan, but to his astonishment, Qin Chuan did not flinch, not even blinking. "Have you not eaten?" This remark left the students astonished, clearly not expecting the seemingly affable Qin Chuan to provoke so effectively. Stone Lu was evidently enraged. "Fine, fine. If I don't send you to the infirmary, then I am not a man." Stone Lu's attacks suddenly became fierce, with both flying and side kicks delivered with great force. A blow to the head could easily render someone unconscious. Yet in Qin Chuan's eyes, this was no different from a child's play. It was far too simplistic. With his hands behind his back, Qin Chuan effortlessly evaded the incoming punches and kicks, each time seeming to be on the verge of being struck, but narrowly escaping. The surrounding students felt anxiety for Stone Lo. And those who mingled with Xiaogang shouted loudly, "Extend your arm a bit more. Are you foolish?" Shirlu was utterly preoccupied and did not bother to respond. He was already drenched in sweat, having exerted himself to the utmost. Yet Qin Chuan was as slippery as an eel, evading his every attack. Xiaogang furrowed his brow. Recognizing that Qin Chuan possessed some skill, his evasive maneuvers were quite adept, and even if it were he in the ring, it would likely take 2 or 3 dozen strikes to land a hit on him. Zhao Tingming, observing Qin Chuan's agile dodging, was struck with admiration. Upon closer inspection, he found Qin Chuan's footwork to be remarkably intricate, surpassing that of many 9th-tier experts he had encountered. Enough of this dodging. Shirla growled through gritted teeth, his strikes growing heavier and more forceful, sending gusts of wind with his fists and feet, causing some students to blanch in fear. This was no mere sparring match. It was evidently a life-and-death struggle. As you wish. Qin Chuan scoffed, abruptly lifting his leg high, striking down like a guillotine. Shirla was taken aback, hastily crossing his arms in defense, yet he was still sent crashing to the ground by Qin Chuan's powerful kick. Did he win? The crowd was taken aback. Just moments ago, Shirlu had held a decisive advantage, forcing Qin Chuan to retreat repeatedly, yet in the blink of an eye, Qin Chuan had knocked him down? How could Shirlu be so weak, unable to evade such a blatant attack? Have you all noticed? Qin Chuan hasn't used his hands at all. Indeed, is he really that extraordinary? He must possess remarkable talent. Perhaps that first place in the college entrance examination is truly within his grasp. Witnessing Qin Chuan's effortless victory, those who had previously suspected him of cheating began to change their minds. Li Silu slowly released the grip on her clothing, her palms slick with sweat. Shirlu is truly pathetic. He keeps boasting about his prowess, yet he can't even defeat an ordinary person without awakening. What a disgrace! The group beside Xiaogang seethed with resentment. Shirlu, lying on the ground, could hear the surrounding voices and felt his teeth grind in fury. He suppressed the pain in his chest and sprang back to his feet, shouting, again, "I refuse to accept this." He swung his fists once more at Qin Chuan. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Shirlu, seizing his hands. Enough. With a gasp, Shirlu halted, his internal energy surging chaotically, unable to contain himself. He spat a mouthful of blood, splattering it on the ground and onto Zhao Tingming. The students erupted into a clamor, but Zhao Tingming remained expressionless. Hoisting Shirlu over his shoulder and calling to Xiaogang and the others, "Come with me to the infirmary to take care of him." To the other students, he instructed, "You all rest for now." Xiaogang gritted his teeth and nodded, casting a cold glance at Qin Chuan. He had intended to wait until Zhao Tingming left to teach Qin Chuan a lesson, but the unexpected arrival of Zhao Tingming had thwarted his plans. "Consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, I shall have my revenge doubled," Xiaogang remarked coldly as he passed by Qin Chuan. Once they vacated the training room, the crowd erupted in excitement. Shirla threatened to send Qin Chuan to the infirmary, yet, ironically, it was he who ended up there instead. The onlookers cast eager glances at Qin Chuan, with some audacious girls approaching him directly, seeking to obtain his contact information. Qin Chuan, rendered speechless, politely declined their advances one by one. Unbeknownst to him, this very rejection only heightened the interest of those girls, prompting them to shift positions closer to him, leaving Li Silu distanced from the group. Thus, the first training session concluded, and only minutes before the class ended did Zhao Tingming return. He stared at Qin Chuan for an extended duration before inquiring, "So, when you previously asked me if it was permissible, you were not inquiring if he could challenge you, but rather if you were allowed to strike? Otherwise?" Qin Chuan retorted. The students in the classroom were left utterly speechless, gazing at Qin Chuan in astonishment. They had encountered pretentiousness before, but never had they witnessed someone so audaciously boastful in advance. This classmate certainly possessed an impressive level of boldness. Chapter 81. Go ahead and try him. Ever since Qin Chuan effortlessly defeated Shirlu, no one in the class dared to underestimate him any longer. Even those under Xiaogang's wing made a concerted effort to avoid him. "Brother Gang, although Shirlu was weak, he was one of us. Are we just going to let this slide?" Jiang Yi expressed his discontent, whispering in Xiaogang's ear. Xiaogang cast a sidelong glance at Qin Chuan, who was seated at his desk, and smirked coldly. "No rush. This fellow must not have awakened yet. So he has devoted all his attention to his agility and martial skills. We'll strike during the next awakening skills class. This is using one's strengths to exploit the opponent's weaknesses. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up as he chimed in. Clever. Xiao Gang nodded slowly, feeling triumphant. But if he hasn't awakened, why is he attending the awakening skills class? Jiang Yi blinked and inquired. Xiao Gang's expression stiffened. Damn it, I really didn't consider that. That guy, Qin Chuan, is not an awakened one. What is he doing in the awakening skills class? Wouldn't that mean the plan was thwarted? Seeing the puzzled expressions of his underlings, Xiao Gang quickly devised a new strategy and pointed to Li Silu, seated beside Qin Chuan. He seems to have a good rapport with that quiet girl. Let us extract some interest from her first. Brother Gang is astute. Brother Gang makes a valid point. But when are we going to deal with Qin Chuan? No rush. It's only the beginning of the first year. We have plenty of time. That morning was the mecha training class, and the instructor, Xiao Quan, a 3-star mechanic, entered the classroom clad in mecha. The icy metallic shell gleamed with a silvery brilliance, its stark, minimalist lines bestowing it with a cold yet striking appearance. The chest emitted a pulsating blue energy glow, radiating outward like a flowing light band, continuously providing formidable power. This was high-grade mecha, a far cry from the rudimentary mecha previously controlled by Zhang Hai. This contraption bore an uncanny resemblance to Iron Man from old sci-fi films, differing only in paint and core energy source, otherwise nearly identical. Both were crafted from nanomaterials, capable of being concealed beneath the skin and instantly summoned when needed. Although such mecha frequently graced the news, many students present were witnessing one for the first time. Thus, when it made its entrance, the entire class erupted in excitement. Gasps and shrieks echoed throughout the room. Li Silu fixated on the mecha, her previous days completely vanished. Her eyes, framed by her glasses, glinted with a predatory gleam, reminiscent of a wolf stalking its prey. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Quan, a 3-star mechanic and your instructor for the mecha course. In today's first lesson, we will get acquainted with one another. Tomorrow morning, in our second class, we will head to the mecha room, where I will let you experience piloting a mecha. Xiao Quan's words instantly ignited the atmosphere in the classroom. Few attendees had ever passed the mechanic examination, and thus had no prior opportunity to pilot a mecha. The prospect of experiencing it filled them with immense excitement. All right, Xiao Quan declared as he approached the podium. The mecha, like a receding tide, slowly retracted from his head and limbs, ultimately vanishing into his chest. Subsequently, the instructor prompted the students to introduce themselves, starting with the individual on his right. Gradually, the students began to present themselves in succession. Thus, the morning class unfolded in a rather mundane manner. In the afternoon, a class on awakening techniques awaited. Originally, Qin Chuan had no intention of attending, but the first session mandated presence, compelling him to join the fray. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky was devoid of clouds. The scorching sun appeared to be embedded in the azure expanse above, radiating waves of heat that scorched the earth below. On the playground, the air close to the ground shimmered under the intense heat. Qin Chuan's class stood on the field, where a 5th-tier heavenly awakened individual named Su Hua was conducting the lesson. The awakening techniques were categorized into 9 stars based on their difficulty and potency. In our future classes, we will primarily focus on the foundational 1-star awakening skills. Su Hua, demonstrating remarkable dedication, spoke for half an hour under the blazing sun. Initially, the students were full of vigor, yet as time passed, they began to resemble wilted vegetables, swaying unsteadily. Only Qin Chuan remained unaffected, standing beneath the sun without a single bead of sweat. It seemed that being near him offered a refreshing coolness. Li Silu made several attempts and discovered the secret. Proximity to Qin Chuan brought an inexplicable comfort. Subtly, she inched closer to him, donning an expression of pure enjoyment. Finally, Su Hua concluded his lengthy discourse and surveyed the crowd. Do you have any questions? Teacher, I have a question. A student raised his hand. As an ordinary awakened individual, am I exempt from attending this course? His inquiry resonated with many, eliciting nods of agreement. You may choose not to attend, but I must emphasize that I have previously taught ordinary awakened individuals. With sufficient diligence and effort, they too can master basic awakening techniques. What? Ordinary awakened individuals can learn awakening techniques. Su Hua's words ignited a fervor among the ordinary awakened students, their eager eyes fixed upon him. Su Hua nodded. The specific reasons remain unclear. Perhaps all awakened individuals inherently possess the capacity to wield awakening techniques, Yet ordinary awakened individuals may not have manifested this ability after awakening. With proper training and guidance, they can indeed learn to execute awakening techniques. Is that truly so? Then I must attend the awakening techniques course. I too wish to master awakening techniques, conjuring a fire dragon with my hands. The crowd erupted in excitement. Teacher, for our first awakening techniques class today, should we engage in some sparring to assess our classmates' abilities? A suggestion was put forth by Yuanying. Indeed, it would be fitting for our practical training to incorporate such a combat format. Another student next to Xiuzhen chimed in. That is not permissible. Practical training and awakening techniques constitute entirely different types of courses. In practical training, even if you fight fiercely, the worst outcome might be a stay in the infirmary for 10 days to a month. However, should there be a mishap in awakening technique combat, the consequences could be fatal. Thus, our assessments of awakening techniques are solely evaluative and do not involve practical combat. Moreover, you are expressly forbidden from employing awakening techniques against your classmates. Should I discover any violations, you shall bear the consequences. Suhua stated with a slight shake of his head, his tone grave and serious. Oh. Jiang and his companions appeared disheartened. Li Silu, an initial-tier celestial awakening practitioner, was initially their target for discipline during today's awakening techniques class. Alas, it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. No matter, there is still the mecha class. Tomorrow morning, we shall all experience the battle armor, and it would be entirely normal to engage in friendly sparring with our classmates, Xiaogang remarked. I believe that Teacher Chia will no longer impede us then. Jiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, we shall teach Li Silu a lesson then. Serving as a warning to Qin Chuan to temper his arrogance. The others looked at him in surprise. If we are to spar in battle armor, why trouble Li Silu? Why not confront Qin Chuan directly? Realization dawned upon them, and even Xiaogang cast an approving glance at Jiang, acknowledging the soundness of his logic. Previously, they had directed their ire towards Li Silu due to Qin Chuan's lack of celestial awakening status. Yet it was certain that Qin Chuan would also partake in the battle armor experience. Why then pursue Li Silu? It seemed redundant. Jiang hastily clarified. I believe that Qin Chuan possesses considerable martial prowess. Once clad in battle armor, he may prove formidable. We might not stand a chance against him. Upon hearing this, the group's expression shifted, recalling the scene from yesterday's bout between Qin Chuan and Shirlu. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, instantly awakening their senses. It seemed indeed that they may not prevail. Xiaogang, incensed, delivered a sharp slap to the back of Jiang's head. Damn it, how can you bolster others' confidence while diminishing your own? Tomorrow, you will be the one to test Qin Chuan. Upon hearing this, Jiang's countenance fell. Ah? Me? Chapter 82. The Armored Combat Class. The so-called Armored Combat Room is not an enclosed space, but rather an expansive open square covering 20 to 30,000 square meters. Encircled by towering iron nets reaching 20 meters in height. When Qin Chuan and his companions arrived, they found themselves amidst a throng of second-year seniors, who lingered outside to observe the newcomers. It felt as if a band of monkeys had descended upon the school, all eager to witness the spectacle. Come, a few classmates. Accompany me to retrieve the armors, announced Xiao Quan, donning sunglasses and clasping his hands behind his back, his voice resonating. Instantly, a group of boys stepped forward, following him away from the armored combat room. Before long, they returned, pushing carts laden with metallic boxes, educational trial armors. Though inferior in materials and capabilities to the primary armors, they possessed a rudimentary auxiliary operating system, facilitating walking, running, jumping, and flying. This should suffice for your experience, Xiao Quan declared, lifting one of the gleaming metal boxes for all to see. He pointed to a glimmering red dot at the center of the box, explaining, iris recognition activated. Only students of our institution are authorized to utilize these. Now, who wishes to be the first to give it a try? Xiao Quan surveyed the eager faces before him. A multitude of hands shot up in anticipation. You. He casually selected a boy from the crowd. The boy, brimming with excitement, rushed forward and, under Xiao Quan's guidance, effortlessly unlocked the armor box. Silver plates of armor seemed to come to life, gradually enveloping him from his legs upwards. Each metallic shell interlocking with precision. The armor ascended past his waist and arms, culminating in a silver mask that enveloped his face, igniting his eyes with a crimson glow. In the blink of an eye, he was fully clad in the armor, shimmering brilliantly under the sun. This suit of armor lacked the dazzling flare of the advanced armor Xiao Quan had donned the previous day, devoid of visible energy flow. It resembled more a metallic figurine than a formidable combat suit. Buzz, the boy initiated movement in the armor, only for his feet to falter, colliding awkwardly as he toppled to the ground. Goodness, such a clumsy fool, unable to even walk in armor? Pathetic. The students erupted in mockery. The second-year seniors observing from the sidelines also displayed amused expressions. Inside the armor, the fallen boy was drenched in sweat, desperate yet unable to discern how to maneuver the suit back to its feet, writhing like a metallic worm on the ground. After nearly a minute's wait, Xiao Quan stepped forward, unfastening the armor and effortlessly lifting him up. Once the armor was opened, the boy emerged not just drenched in perspiration, but also blushing furiously with embarrassment. He had hoped to impress his classmates, but ended up making a grand fool of himself, wishing only for a hole to disappear into. With his head lowered, he hurried back to his spot. Xiao Quan, packing away the armor, smiled and remarked, "You all witnessed that the armor is not as easily controlled as you might have imagined. My expectations for you are modest. Today, if you can manage to navigate the armor for 10 meters, I shall be quite satisfied." Upon hearing this, those students yet to try the armor immediately expressed their discontent. 10 meters? Teacher, do not underestimate us. Really, is 10 meters that far? I can at least walk 11 meters. Get lost, you spineless wretch. Haven't you ever seen a pig run? Give me 5 minutes, and I will surely take off right from this spot. Haha, I've been perusing various battle armor strategies online since I was 5. With a little practice, it will be a piece of cake. The students, brimming with enthusiasm, spoke as if they were already 5-star battle armor masters. Jiang Yi's eyes widened. Is battle armor really that difficult to control? Although I have never been assessed as a 1-star battle armor master, I possess the operational prowess of a second-tier awakened individual. Xiao Gang chuckled with pride. Having practiced with me for so long, you are naturally more familiar with battle armor. Most people have never even seen one before this class. How can they handle it? So, do you now have confidence in teaching Qin Chuan a lesson? Jiang Yi chuckled, glancing at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan appeared contemplative, while Li Si beside him was entranced by the battle armor, much like the foolish girl next door. Well, if you all are so confident, let us put it to the test. Line up on the left, 1 suit each. Xiao Quan wore a smile. The crowd eagerly lined up, excitement palpable as they accepted the battle armor handed to them by Xiao Quan and began to don it. Hey, teacher. My hair is caught in the battle armor. What should I do? Teacher, can this battle armor be adjusted larger? It's so tight. As the group continued to put on their battle armor, they encountered various issues, and chaos ensued in the battle armor room. The upperclassmen outside were laughing uproariously. A bunch of novices. I recall our first battle armor experience class. Though exaggerated, we could at least manage to control the armor somewhat. This new batch of recruits is truly becoming more inept. At that moment, Jiang Yi donned his battle armor, capable of walking, running, and even jumping, instantly capturing everyone's astonished gaze. This guy is quite impressive. Is he a mechanic? No, I remember he isn't. I just asked the mechanics, and they all said they don't wear this trial armor, claiming they're not used to it. Showing off. Students struggling to walk were green with envy at Jiang Yi's dexterity. Seeing his own prowess in operating the battle armor, Jiang Yi became elated, steering the armor towards Qin Chuan, who had yet to cue. Qin Chuan cast a casual glance his way. Jiang Yi felt as if he were being scrutinized by a fierce tiger. The image of Qin Chuan effortlessly defeating Shirlu flashed in his mind, and the confidence he had just nurtured evaporated. He quickly changed direction, heading toward Li Si, who was still fiddling with her just-acquired battle armor. Meanwhile, Xiao Gang and the others, who had been closely observing Jiang Yi, were left dumbfounded. What is this guy up to? I told him to confront Qin Chuan, and now he is approaching Li Si? What a coward! Xiao Gang gritted his teeth and cursed. Upon receiving her battle armor, Li Si did not immediately put it on. Instead, she opened the box to calibrate the system. At this moment, she appeared exceptionally earnest, her once dull eyes now ablaze with intensity, as if she were a completely different person from her usual self. The clattering of metal armor grew increasingly closer. Jiang Yi stepped onto Li Silu's armor case, exclaiming, "You foolish girl, do you wish to don the armor? Remove your foot from there." Li Silu did not raise her gaze, her tone icy as she replied, "Oh, you still possess some spirit? What if I refuse to move it? Do you intend to wear the armor and confront me?" Jiang Yi laughed arrogantly, harboring a sense of fear towards Qin Chuan but entirely dismissing Li Silu. He recalled that among the 6 mechanics who raised their hands, Li Silu was absent. She was merely an ordinary first-level awakener. After all, what was there to fear? Do you even deserve it? Li Silu retorted coldly, her finger lightly tapping the armor case. The metallic components of the armor began to crawl up her slender hand, steadily extending to her left arm, then enveloping her upper body, lower body, and finally, the metallic mask settled into place. In the blink of an eye, the silver armor adorned Li Silu, and she rose slowly. As her crimson eyes ignited, a piercing aura emanated forth. Chapter 83. Li Silu Yuanying stood in a daze, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld Li Silu clad in her battle armor. He realized that her armor was entirely unlike their own. While the armors donned by his peers were of a simple, robust design, indistinguishable regardless of gender, why did Li Silu's armor accentuate her slender waist and elongated legs? Moreover, while others appeared somewhat clumsy in their suits, Li Silu seemed to come alive in hers. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed, followed by a burst of silvery light that shot forth, rolling across the ground and crashing violently into a nearby metal barrier. The students practicing their walking in the battle suits turned their heads in unison. There lay a battered suit, resembling a broken metallic toy, sprawled on the ground, with the barrier behind it pushed outwards by 2 or 3 meters. What on earth happened? Was that the guy who claimed he could take off from a standstill? Did he fly in the wrong direction? The students exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the situation. At that moment, a striking figure in silver armor strode forward. Despite her armored exterior, it was evident to all that she was a woman, for her physique was simply too alluring. She approached the damaged armor, towering over it, and lifted her foot, delivering a merciless stomp. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by, and the fallen armor vanished without a trace. Her foot landed powerfully on the ground, cracking it with numerous fissures. A chill ran down the spines of the onlookers. Who was this person? How ruthless! Were one to be struck by that blow, even in armor, they would be incapacitated for at least half a month. With her foot having missed its target, Li Silu slowly turned her gaze toward Xiao Quan, who was dragging Yuanying away. Their eyes met, and Xiao Quan's glimmered with intrigue. I never expected such a genius mechanical modifier to emerge among this year's freshmen. However, was it truly necessary to resort to such violence in a conflict among students? Li Silu regarded him coldly. Are you suggesting I should allow him to bully others? Do not misunderstand. I did not imply that, Xiao Quan explained, as he pried open the battle armor to drag Yuanying out. Hurry and apologize. Having been kicked dozens of meters away by Li Silu, Yuanying was already petrified. He rushed forward, clinging to her long legs. Sister, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Li Silu remained silent, simply observing him. Yuanying, feeling as though he had been electrocuted, released his grip and slapped himself hard. It was my fault, my fault. I sullied the great sister's armor. Seeing him in such a state, Xiao Quan interceded for him once more. After a moment of silence, Li Silu uttered a single word. Get lost. Very well. Yuanying felt as though he had received a reprieve, scrambling away in a flurry. The surrounding students watched in astonishment. Who is this girl, so formidable? Not only did she come to our class and confront our people, but even the teachers regard her with such respect. It must undoubtedly be an upperclassman. That fellow Yuanying has provoked someone and deserves the beating he received. TSK. Just moments ago, he was embracing that long leg of hers. Are you envious? I am not. Do not make baseless claims. Among the students, only a select few, including Xiao Gang, who have been paying attention to Yuanying, know that the person clad in feminine battle armor is none other than the usually reserved and introverted Li Silu. Once Li Silu donned the armor, she transformed completely, exuding an aura of coldness and authority that was palpable. Not only Yuanying, but even Xiao Gang himself would doubt his chances of besting Li Silu in her armored form. What a monstrous being! Xiao Gang was astounded. With the start of the university semester, he had believed himself to be the unrivaled standout of this cohort. Yet, first, Qin Chuan emerged, and now there was Li Silu, leaving him to question his very existence. Qin Chuan, witnessing Li Silu's decisive and no-nonsense reprimand of Yuanying, was equally taken aback. After all, in their previous life, he had only heard of Li Silu's reputation without ever having met her. This life, his impression of her was still tied to her previous, somewhat dazed and naive demeanor. The stark contrast was astonishing to anyone. The sophomores, who had been observing the spectacle from outside, were now rendered speechless. What on earth was going on? How was her armor so distinct from the others, who had infiltrated the newcomer group with their own battle armor to show off? Look. It's not someone from our class 6. None of the girls in our class would engage in such antics. The girls from class 5 wouldn't either. Currently, Only our two classes have free time. If it's not from our class, who could it be? Could it be a senior? Uft. They are all too busy trying to accumulate credits. Who has the leisure to tease these freshmen? No way, a first-year student piloting armor with such prowess? A multitude of glances exchanged. Everyone eagerly anticipated the moment when the individual would reveal themselves by shedding the armor. Shall we converse? Xiao Quan approached Li Silu, eschewing any authoritative demeanor and instead inquiring as an equal. He pondered to himself, questioning whether he could transform a standard trial battle suit within mere minutes. In Xiao Quan's estimation, only those researchers profoundly familiar with battle armor could achieve such a feat, yet this young woman before him had accomplished it. Li Silu nodded. Classmates, you are free to practice now. There are 6 one-star mechanics in the class. Feel free to ask them any questions you may have. After Xiao Quan made his instructions, he departed with Li Silu. Once they left, the students resumed their chatter. Some began searching around, eager to discover who was absent from class, for surely that individual was the one in armor just moments ago. Unfortunately, Li Silu's usual lack of presence meant that, after counting, they failed to notice her absence. Qin Chuan had no interest in trying the instructional battle armor, and while seated nearby, he received a call from Wei Ziyuan. The individual who had previously auctioned the spiritual stones had returned and was currently in Lan City, making it convenient for Qin Chuan to meet at any time. Qin Chuan set the time for tonight, as the internal selection for the Destiny Cup would commence the following day. He feared that once the competition began, he would be left with little time to spare. Xiao Gang, noticing Qin Chuan seated nearby, contemplated causing him some trouble. However, numerous classmates approached him for guidance on how to operate the battle armor, leaving him with no opportunity to pursue his intentions, and he ultimately decided against it. That evening, Qin Chuan departed from the school and arrived at the Taro restaurant prearranged with Wei Ziyuan. In addition to Wei Ziyuan and a stranger who appeared to be a middle-aged man, Old Qi was also present, seeking to discuss matters regarding the pharmaceutical factory with Qin Chuan. Chapter 84. The pharmaceutical factory situation at the opulent Xiangyu restaurant. Luxury cars were plentiful. When Qin Chuan arrived after class, Wei Ziyuan and his companions had been awaiting him in the tea room for quite some time. Upon his arrival, they promptly stood to greet him. Dr. Qin, this is Zhou Xing, the 4th-tier awakened one who previously submitted the cultivation stone for auction, Wei Ziyuan introduced. Greetings. I have heard that you submitted the cultivation stone for auction. May I inquire where you acquired it? Qin Chuan nodded slightly. Wei Ziyuan had already briefed Zhou Xing on the reason for Qin Chuan's inquiry, so Zhou Xing was prepared, explaining, I discovered this cultivation stone in a river. At that time, I found 2 stones. I used one to ascend from a 3rd tier to a 4th-tier awakened state, and due to financial constraints, I decided to auction the other. Qin Chuan responded with a nod. Please elaborate. Which river was it? Zhou Xing pondered for a moment and replied, I am not entirely certain of the exact location, as I was being pursued by a beast at the time and jumped into the river in a moment of desperation. I leapt in near Bema Mountain and floated downstream for about 3 hours. Considering the current speed, it should be around 40 to 50 kilometers away. I found the cultivation stone near a split mountain peak. Yes, the mountain that appears to have been cleaved apart. It seems as though a colossal blade sliced through it, and the river flows from that rift. After finishing his explanation, he stood quietly, awaiting Qin Chuan's next question. Qin Chuan nodded thoughtfully and then turned to Wei Ziyuan. Based on his description, can we deduce its location? Certainly. From my rough assessment, the area near the coastal region corresponds to the ruins of the former Tianhai city. It would take approximately 2 days to reach there from Ellen City. Would you like to go investigate? Wei Ziyuan responded. Let us postpone that for now. I likely won't have the time in the immediate future, Qin Chuan replied. Zhou Xing interjected. There are many beasts within that cleaved mountain. I spotted no fewer than 10 while I was in the river, watching them from the mountain's peak. If you decide to go, please exercise caution. Thank you. Qin Chuan expressed his gratitude. You are too kind, Dr. Qin. It is my privilege to assist you. If you have any further inquiries, please feel free to ask. Zhou Xing beamed. It seemed that Wei Ziyuan had expended considerable resources to secure Zhou Xing's cooperation. Yet Qin Chuan was satisfied with the information he had received and posed no additional questions. Seeing this, Wei Ziyuan led Zhou Xing out of the tea room to dine nearby. Once they had departed, Qin Chuan turned to the elderly Qi, who had been silently seated beside him. Elder Qi, how has the progress been at the pharmaceutical factory these past few days? Elder Qi wore a troubled expression and shook his head. The progress has not been particularly smooth. After the incident at our press conference, the 3 families from Jin City encountered trouble in Ellen City. Are you aware of this? Elder Qi knew that Qin Chuan had closely followed the Jin City trio when they left that day, and their subsequent misfortune might be linked to him. However, he did not wish to make arbitrary guesses, so he directly inquired, "Have you heard of it?" Qin Chuan nodded. "Is it still these three families causing the trouble?" Elder Qi nodded in agreement. These three families wield significant influence. With a mere word, countless individuals are eager to serve them. All the workers who were building our factory have been lured away at high prices, and recently, it has been the Wei family as people doing the construction, which has consequently delayed our progress. Initially, we anticipated completion this month, but now it seems it will take considerably longer. Qin Chuan acknowledged his understanding of the situation. By the way, at the last press conference, our elixir's effects astonished everyone, and the inventory sold out at the prices you set. Additionally, many people placed orders. We initially agreed that they would all be settled within 6 months, but now it appears. Elder Qi looked dejected, clearly troubled by the recent events. Yet, the power of the three families in the gold market is formidable. Even with the Wei family backing us, it remains challenging to contend with them. Let us proceed by the order of the bookings. Those who placed later orders should all be refunded. We can offer them some compensation. You can handle that. Have you been in touch with Wang Qifeng? Qin Chuan asked. I have. He has recently been on a business trip to other cities and won't return until early next month. However, even when he returns, he may not be much help regarding the factory matters. Elder Qi expressed his doubts. As for the elixir manufacturing aspect, while you can mechanically follow my instructions, any issues that arise will not be resolved. Wang Qifeng is quite an expert in this field. His presence would make things much easier. Qin Chuan clarified. And Elder Qi suddenly grasped the situation. I will inform you when he returns. Subsequently, Elder Qi reported numerous factory-related matters to Qin Chuan. For instance, Wang Hu and his team had recruited many second-tier awakened individuals to safeguard the factory, and the herbal merchants had taken advantage of the situation to inflate prices. For many of these issues, Qin Chuan allowed him to handle them as he saw fit. Qin Chuan's sole desire was to grow stronger, and establishing a pharmaceutical factory was merely a means to that end. After concluding his discussions with Elder Qi, he conversed briefly with Wei Ziyuan. Primarily because Wei Ziyuan possessed extensive connections, Qin Chuan asked him to keep an eye out for peculiar items, promising to offer high prices for anything he found appealing. Wei Ziyuan promptly assured him he would diligently attend to this matter. The following morning, Xiaoyang University suddenly buzzed with activity. Some younger third-year students, who had been outside completing tasks to earn credits, had now returned. During the morning class, the homeroom teacher, Wang Yuanying, entered holding a stack of identity cards the size of a palm. After 2 days of counting, we have determined the number of participants from our class for the Destiny Cup, a total of 47 individuals. This means all eligible students have registered. I am delighted to see your enthusiastic participation in the school's organized competition activities. She continued, these identity cards are randomly numbered. I will call out a name, and you may come forward to collect your card. Wang Yuanying announced. Qin Chuan stepped forward to receive his identity card, number 985. He was somewhat surprised to find that Li Silu had not registered. Are you not participating? Mechanics are also eligible to participate in the Destiny Cup, inquired Qin Chuan. In his previous life, his impression of Li Silu was formed after she had become a 3-star mechanic. However, he was unaware if she had ever entered the Destiny Cup competition. At this moment, Li Silu reverted to her familiar persona, the introverted girl with glasses and a vacant gaze. She lowered her head and softly spoke. Teacher Chiao has withdrawn my registration materials. He said that for the time being, I should train under him and subsequently represent our school in the city competition. Qin Chuan understood. Given Li Silu's demonstrated prowess in piloting the battle armor, she had certainly captivated many. Nonetheless, her youthful age and limited experience rendered her less formidable compared to the second and third-year mechanics. She would likely be at a disadvantage in practical combat scenarios. However, with Xiao Quan's specialized training over this period, her skills could see significant improvement, and perhaps she might even pass the 2-star mechanic assessment. Wang Yuanying had completed the distribution of identification cards and began to inform her classmates about the Destiny Cup. This year's Destiny Cup marks its inaugural edition. Organized in collaboration with various universities under the auspices of the Ministry of Education, our school has a total of 512 participants with 369 freshmen. The second-year students being the most numerous at 579, while the remainder are third-year students. As newcomers, you are at a disadvantage in this competition. Those in their second and third years are predominantly third-tier awakened individuals, with some even reaching the 4th and 5th tiers. Thus, I hope that those of you participating can maintain a composed mindset and approach this selection process with a spirit of learning. Her words were delicately phrased. It was not that she lacked faith in her students. Rather, the circumstances were evident. After all, those competing had studied for an additional year or two and possessed higher levels. How could one possibly contend against them? Chapter 85. The selection begins. Teacher Wang. What are the rules for this competition? Someone inquired amidst the crowd. With so many participants, will it be a one-on-one arena match or a chaotic free-for-all with 10 individuals battling it out, where the victors advance? Wang Yuanying replied. This competition is expected to span 2.5 days. The first day and a half will involve a points-based format. The identity cards you were just issued each contain a base score. When 2 cards are placed in proximity, the points from the lower card will automatically transfer to the upper card. On the first day, we will engage in a chaotic melee format with 100 participants per group, lasting 1 hour. After this hour, the 10 individuals with the highest scores will qualify for advancement, while the rest will be eliminated. After the first round, 250 participants will remain, who will then compete in a second round of 50. Ultimately, 25 individuals will proceed to the following day as competition. On the second day, we will adopt an arena format, with 9 participants randomly selected to serve as champions. The remaining 15 may challenge any of the champions. If a challenge is successful, the challenger becomes the new champion. If they lose, they forfeit their opportunity to compete. The final 9 standing in the arena will represent our school in the city selection process. Additionally, those 9 students will receive certain rewards from our institution. Having explained the commonly understood competition selection rules, Wang Yuanying noticed that everyone comprehended the process. However, one voice questioned, Teacher, why are there 9 champions? Isn't it customary for each school to have 10 slots? The school has allocated only 9 slots due to one participant's unique circumstances. They will be undergoing training over the next 2 days, thus directly securing a spot, Wang Yuanying clarified. This statement sparked discontent among the crowd, many perceiving it as favoritism. Li Silu, overhearing the murmurs of dissatisfaction, felt her cheeks flush and lowered her head in embarrassment. Wang Yuanying rapped her knuckles on the table, commanding silence. Enough. If you have grievances, let your performance speak for itself. If anyone manages to advance to the second day, then you may question this allocation. And I shall relay your concerns to the principal. At her words, the room fell silent. They were acutely aware of their own abilities, recognizing that most would likely falter in the first round. Even if they were to miraculously succeed, they would almost certainly be eliminated in the subsequent 50-person melee. Teacher, will there be engineers participating as well? Will we engage in combat with them? Another student asked. Even a novice engineer, when clad in battle armor, can rival a 5th-tier awakened being. How could we, as 2nd-tier top-class awakened individuals, possibly compete? Wang Yuanying explained. In the initial 2 rounds, engineers and awakened beings will battle separately. However, in the arena on the second day, there will be no distinction. Engineers may challenge awakened beings, and vice versa. Many breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. What a pity, he has narrowly escaped this ordeal. Xiao Gang cast a sidelong glance at Qin Chuan, who had registered for the campus selection as an engineer. Upon noticing that Qin Chuan had also signed up, he was initially contemplating how to teach Qin Chuan a lesson, hoping at the very least to render him bedridden for half a month. However, upon hearing Wang Yuanying mention the rule that awakening beings and mechanics would not encounter each other in the first 2 rounds, he felt a pang of disappointment. He believed he had a chance to advance to the arena competition the following day, yet he suspected that Qin Chuan would likely falter on the first day. Even if he were to miraculously pass the first round, there was no way he would succeed in the second. Very well, if there are no further questions, follow me. Today marks the opening ceremony of the Mandate Cup, and you will be assigned to your competition groups according to your identification badges, Wang Yuanying concluded. Leading the way out of the classroom, the vast playground was teeming with people. The entire faculty and student body had gathered here. The scattered crowd began to coalesce into groups by class, forming neat rectangles. Once all the teams settled into silence, the principal of Xiuzhen University approached the podium. With fervent rhetoric, he extolled the illustrious history of Xiuzhen University, its myriad virtues, and the strength of its esteemed faculty. After the introduction, he transitioned to discussing the Mandate Cup, detailing its significance and the distribution of groups for the free-for-all competition. The first group consisted of numbers 0001 to 00100, and so forth, with each 100 forming a distinct group, culminating in a final group of 112 participants. In total, there were 25 groups. Due to the large number of participants, this free-for-all competition would take place across two venues, the playground we currently occupied and the nearby mech chamber. Awakening beings would compete on the playground, while mechanics would contest in the mech chamber. The internal selection competition prioritized camaraderie above rivalry. Injuries were an inevitable aspect of practical combat, and I urge the more powerful students to show restraint when their dominance is apparent. Although we have arranged for 6-tier awakening beings and 3-star mechanics to oversee the event with numerous participants, even the 10 supervising teachers may not be able to attend to every need. Furthermore, each class has designated viewing areas. I expect all instructors to enforce this strictly to avoid any disruptions for the competitors. The principal paused momentarily, ensuring that no questions arose, before stating, "Now that the time is nearly upon us, teachers, please commence your duties as previously assigned." Dismissed. Teachers from each class guided their students away from the playground toward their designated viewing positions. Although it was merely a matter of seating, the sheer number of students necessitated a full hour for everyone to settle down. Some remained to watch from the playground, while others proceeded to the mech chamber. Naturally, Qin Chuan was at the playground, while Li Silu had already vanished, presumably off to train with Xiao Quan. 20 formidable 6-tier awakening beings also appeared in the viewing area, evenly distributed around the playground to ensure they could swiftly assist within the arena. "Hello, hello, hello," the announcement echoed across the playground. 10 minutes later, the first group of awakening beings was set to commence their competition. "Please, students of Group 1, prepare yourselves. You will enter the arena promptly in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, a group of individuals gradually entered the playground. The expanse of the field rendered the presence of 100 people remarkably spacious. It is Ho Haokai. I have previously witnessed him showcase his extraordinary talents, exuding an air of charming sophistication. I never anticipated he would be in the first group." From the audience, gasps of astonishment arose. This transfer student, Ho Haokai, had previously engaged in a brawl with third-year students at our school, and it was only natural that many recognized him. Is this truly Ho Haokai? Qin Chuan recalled the evaluations made by Qin Hao and others regarding several transfer students, piquing his interest in this individual. Chapter 86. The first group competition. Ho Haokai is a lean young man, sporting a buzz cut and dressed in a simple black t-shirt and specially designed shorts. His eyes gleam with the intensity of a cheetah fixated on its prey, emanating an aura of palpable danger. He strides confidently among the competitors, his demeanor haughty, clearly dismissing those around him. The others keep a respectful distance, wary of becoming his initial target. Some gather in small clusters, whispering conspiratorially, forming a temporary alliance to confront others in the chaotic melee, thereby enhancing their chances of survival. Others have already singled out their targets, intent on eliminating a few to hone their skills. Although the free-for-all has yet to officially commence, the atmosphere on the playground is charged with tension. The students in the observation area are already sweating with anticipation. Ding, ding. As the starting bell rings, the taut atmosphere is ignited. Roar. One by one, the beastkin awakeners explode into their awakened forms, transforming into towering beasts, 2 to 3 meters high, part human and part animal. Their wild roars reverberate through the sky, the distinct scent of ferocity permeating the air. Boom. A fire element celestial awakeners has already launched an attack, fiery serpents dancing through the air, consuming everything in their path and instantly igniting the battlefield. Meanwhile, a wind element celestial awakener conjures a tempest, flames raging uncontrollably within the storm. The air in the playground grows increasingly sweltering, the intense heat crashing like tumultuous waves upon the shore. Observers near the center can almost reach out and touch the fiery serpents surging through the air. This experience is far more immersive than watching a blockbuster in a cinema. One misstep could result in flames engulfing them. How formidable! The onlooking students hold their breath, eyes wide as they witness the chaos, the reflections of flames dancing in their gaze. It is no surprise, these competitors are all at least second-tier celestial awakeners, talents that would stand out in any other school. If they are not strong, who is? Just look closely. Are there any freshmen in this first group? They are all second-year students. Indeed, the weakest among them is a third-tier celestial awakener. TSK, TSK. The audience gasps in awe. It must be said that although they are still students, their innate gifts are undeniable. Perhaps their experience does not match that of the third-tier celestial awakeners who battle in the wilderness, yet in terms of raw power, they are certainly not inferior. Qin Chuan's attention is fixed on Ho Haokai. At this moment, 23 individuals have formed a coalition to besiege this newcomer. Having failed in Jin City, how foolish it is to attempt to seize a place here. The inhabitants of Jin City should promptly return. We do not welcome you here. The 20-some individuals harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Ho Haokai, as he is an outsider. Often, humans experience an inexplicable sentiment, while they are all competitors. The emergence of an outsider tends to unify them against the intruder, fostering a strong sense of collective identity. Some individuals scoff at the notion of a collective spirit, while others ardently embrace it. Clearly, the 20 or so individuals in question belong to the latter group. They recognize their inability to advance to the subsequent rounds of selection and thus intend to impede the outsider, Ho Haokai, in the first round. With a disdainful glance, Ho Haokai curled his lips into a cold smirk. Is it merely this motley crew of yours? The audacity is astounding. Brothers, let us take him down. Among the group were 13 awakened beastmasters, akin to ferocious prehistoric creatures fixated on a mere speck before them. They surged forth like an avalanche. In the blink of an eye, the beastmasters were sent flying one by one, as if enormous garments had been hurled into the sky. Ho Haokai propelled himself from the ground, resembling a cannonball shooting upwards. With a single punch, he struck out. Bang! His fist, akin to a high-velocity missile, collided with a beast-formed student, unleashing a visible ripple of white energy. Boom! The beast-formed student plummeted like a meteor, crashing down along a straight trajectory and creating a deep, beast-shaped crater in the hard ground, cracks spiderwebbing outward from the impact. Bang! 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 In midair, Ho Haokai utilized the beastmasters as stepping stones, his body coiling like a taut bowstring, relentlessly delivering punch after punch without fatigue. The beast-formed students continued to fall, akin to a breathtaking meteor shower. The remaining dozen or so elemental awakened were left in shock. How could 13 beastmasters possibly falter at the hands of Ho Haokai in less than half a minute? Are they truly of the same generation? Stop gawking, act. A fourth-tier Earth Awakened shouted, his expression grim. He slammed his hands onto the ground, causing a bulge the size of a basin to form, surging toward the descending Ho Haokai as if it possessed a life of its own. The other elemental awakened, roused by the shout, hastily unleashed their awakening abilities. Flames coalesced, resembling a furious dragon emerging from its lair, lunging towards Ho Haokai. Wind blades formed, like a tempest, enveloping him from all directions. A rare lightning awakened, with bolts of electricity tearing through space, conjured countless azure chains to ensnare Ho Haokai. As Ho Haokai landed, his form instantly swelled, his shirt burst into countless shreds under his muscular frame, and his shoes exploded apart. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a creature over 4 meters tall, a hybrid of man and cheetah, with dark yellow fur adorned with black spots, and 2 curved black streaks resembling tears near the corners of his eyes. Elemental awakened individuals were far more challenging to contend with than beastmasters. Although he underestimated the students of Launcher, he did not overreach, opting instead for beast transformation. With his arms crossed before his chest, his fingers bore claws as sharp as blades. He tore through the air with a fierce motion, the pressure of the wind shaped into claws, slicing forward like a flash of steel. The roaring flames in the incoming wind blades were shredded into countless fragments by Ho Haokai's claw-like wind pressure. As the lightning descended, Ho Haokai's feet shattered the earth beneath him, and his massive form seemingly teleported to the side of the lightning awakened. The awakened one of the thunder type narrowed his eyes sharply, his entire being crackling with azure arcs of electricity. Just as he intended to evade, he felt as though a speeding truck had collided with his chest, sending him hurtling backward until he crashed into the stands at the edge of the playground, embedding into the structure. After dispatching the most troublesome thunder-type awakened individual with a swift kick, Ho Haokai turned his body and seized the head of the earth-type awakened one, violently hurling him towards the periphery of the playground. The remaining dozen or so elite awakened competitors were taken aback, retreating in panic from the beastly Ho Haokai. However, their speed paled in comparison to that of the leopard-like Ho Haokai. He surged forward like a wolf among sheep, throwing all those who dared to confront him towards the edge of the playground. At this moment, he stood in the center of the field, his claws still stained with tattered remnants of fabric, blood dripping onto the ground. The surrounding competitors were struck with a sense of dread. What kind of malevolent star was this? They dared not approach, hastily distancing themselves for fear that Ho Haokai might turn his wrath upon them as well. Ho Haokai merely cast them a cold glance before slowly advancing towards those he had defeated, collecting their identity cards and placing them beneath his own to absorb their points. The students in the stands were left utterly astounded. This individual was astonishingly formidable. He had effortlessly dispatched 13 beastly awakened rivals in mere moments, relying solely on his innate abilities. What had he consumed to grow so powerful? I considered myself a genius in my community, yet in comparison to him, I felt utterly trivial. And to think he was someone who could not thrive in the Golden City. What kind of ferocity did the true powerhouses of that place possess? This was the first time these students had witnessed such a fierce, beastly awakened individual, fighting not through flashy skills, but purely through raw physical strength and extraordinary speed. As they observed the competitors being flung outside the playground by Ho Haokai, they were genuinely taken aback, their nerves tingling with shock. While they harbored animosity towards Ho Haokai and his fellow transfer students from the Golden City, they could not help but concede that these individuals were remarkably strong. Chapter 87. The competition of the 8th group in this internal selection competition. Does our school truly possess individuals capable of surpassing them? Given the prowess he has just displayed, even the 4th-year students might not guarantee victory. Could it be that all 5 of the top spots in this internal selection are occupied by transfer students? How utterly disgraceful for our institution. It cannot be. We still have mechanics vying for selection. While the awakened ones may struggle against them, the mechanics are undoubtedly formidable. Indeed, I am aware that there are second-year 2-star mechanics participating in the selection, and they should be able to outshine these transfer students. Let us hope that during the arena matches, these mechanics can restore some pride for our school. The spectators have merely witnessed Ho Haokai's strength and have come to the consensus that the other transfer students are not inferior to him, placing their hopes on the mechanics to challenge them. Not bad at all. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. Ho Haokai exhibits commendable control over his strength and adeptness in movement. If I refrained from employing any cultivation techniques, it would certainly require considerable effort to defeat him. I had previously underestimated the innate talents among these awakened individuals. I wonder if there will be any contenders in this Destiny Cup who can compel me to exert my utmost. Upon witnessing Ho Haokai's capabilities, Qin Chuan found himself anticipating just how formidable the true talents from Jin City could be. They are out. The rankings have been revealed. At that moment, a student beside Qin Chuan, holding a phone, exclaimed in excitement. The rankings of the participants have just been announced. Currently in first place what? It's not Ho Haokai. It's Li Qingshuang, a 2-star mechanic. Incredible. He has amassed 32 points, having defeated 32 mechanics. How astonishing. Ho Haokai only has 26 points. Where did you see that? On the school's official website, on the homepage of the Destiny Cup campus selection. Take a look for yourself. Students eagerly pulled out their phones to log onto the official site, gasping in awe. Wow, did you see the 5th and 10th groups? They are so thrilling. Hiss, there are actually 3 transfer students in the 5th group. How will the others compete? And in the 10th group, there are 7 third-year participants, all 5th-tier awakened ones. How are these groups even divided? 2 death groups. I truly hope we reach their groups soon. Though the spectators spoke of death groups, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. The participants naturally wished to avoid such groupings, but for the audience, it was a different story. They relished the prospect of watching fierce clashes between strong contenders. It is nothing short of a visual feast. Qin Chuan glanced at his identification badge, 985 perfectly placed in the 10th group. It seems some individuals have drawn the short straw. The first group concluded after 43 minutes, with Ho Haokai emerging in first place, advancing into the second round of the 50-person melee. He ultimately achieved a remarkable score of 29 points, leading the second place by a staggering 10 points. The medical team was the first to enter the scene, gradually carrying out some injured participants on stretchers. Fortunately, as they were all students, no one suffered fatal injuries, only serious wounds were recorded. The treatment of the injured and the simple restoration of the playground took about 10 minutes, totaling approximately an hour. Following an announcement over the loudspeaker, the second group began their preparations. The second, third, and fourth groups consisted entirely of local students from Xianying University, with the most formidable being a junior, a 5th-tier awakened individual. After the breathtaking performance of Ho Haokai in the first round, the subsequent contestants appeared rather ordinary, leading some students overseeing the competition to suspect that the latter were engaging in a sham. This provoked furious reactions from several participants, who shouted, "If you're so capable, come down here, and I'll make your mother not recognize you." To which the 4th-tier awakened individual across from them retorted, "You think you can take me on? Go ahead." In an instant, the spectators fell silent. The competition standards required at least a second-tier awakened status to participate. Those lacking such qualifications would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Finally, after the fourth group had concluded, the staff cleared the arena and called for the fifth group to prepare. Upon hearing that the fifth group was about to begin, the spectators gradually shifted their focus from their phones to the playground. The three transfer students included Zhuang Yongwang and Ying Jingping, both fifth-tier fire awakened individuals, and Qin Xiu, a fifth-tier wind awakened individual. Their presence garnered considerable attention, particularly that of Qin Xiu, who was tall and donned a baseball cap, a white inner top paired with a black vest, and her long, fair legs attracted many enthusiastic senior and junior admirers, turning them into her devoted fans. Chewing gum, she strode into the arena with long strides, occasionally waving and interacting with the audience, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a fan meeting rather than a competition. The female spectators in the viewing area looked on with disdain, inwardly berating her as a seductress. Nevertheless, Qin Xiu remained unfazed. Ding, ding, ding. As the signal for the competition sounded, a fierce battle erupted within the playground. Unfortunately, the anticipated showdown among the transfer students did not materialize. The three seemed to have tacitly agreed not to engage one another. Once they secured their 15 points and ensured their advancement, they stood quietly in a corner, waiting for the remaining participants to compete for the other 7 qualifying spots. The others were well aware of the prowess of the transfer students and therefore refrained from provoking them, knowing there were still 7 spots to contend for. What the hell? Why aren't they going after the transfer students? They should unite against them. Are you even Xianying University students? A group of cowards lamented. Initially, there were 10 spots available, and now 3 had been taken without any resistance. Damn it, if I were down there, I would definitely make the first move against the transfer students. The spectators were grumbling. It was unclear whether their overwhelming sense of school pride was genuine or if they were merely disgruntled over missing out on what could have been an extraordinarily exciting melee. The fifth group concluded, and the 3 transfer students undoubtedly advanced to the second round, alongside 3 other 5th-tier awakened individuals and 4 4th-tier awakened individuals. The first day's competition has come to an end. It is now past 4 in the afternoon. The playground, ravaged by the fierce battles of the afternoon, lies in disarray, requiring time for makeshift repairs. The spectators remain unsatisfied, eagerly anticipating the performance of Group 10, which will not be revealed until tomorrow, leaving them with a lingering sense of frustration. However, the school's regulations are absolute, and they are powerless to change the situation. As the awakened competition zone disbanded, a throng of individuals surged towards the mecha competition area, only to find it similarly battered and bruised, marking the conclusion of today's contests. The campus selection competition has become the headline news within the school, filling forums with discussions about the day's events. Ironically, a post titled "Risking It All to Stealthily Capture Qin Xiu" fan club established. Inquiries welcome has been pinned at the top. Males are enthusiastically liking the post and seeking membership, while females below are vehemently criticizing the men's choices, leading to a cacophony of discord. On the following morning, some students are still seen gathering offline, engaging in heated exchanges with remarks like "What makes her legs superior to mine? And my bear is no less impressive than hers," ringing through the air, igniting passions. As the campus broadcast sounded, the arguments subsided, and individuals gradually resumed their roles from the previous day. Although the matches of Groups 6, 7, 8, and 9 were thrilling and garnered cheers from the audience, they failed to ignite the atmosphere completely. It was only with the emergence of Group 10 that the entire venue erupted in excitement. Chapter 88. He is the first in the college entrance examination. Behold, the illustrious group of 7 from the 3rd year. Where are they? Is it the 5 boys and 2 girls? Indeed. That bald fellow with a tattoo on his head is Chao Lang, a 5th-tier beast mimic awakener, undoubtedly the most formidable among the 3rd-year cohort. When has a 5th-tier beast mimic ever matched an elemental awakener? I reckon the strongest is Bai Junho from the water element. He could take on 2 opponents of the same tier back in his 2nd year without faltering. He even received invitations from prestigious schools in Jin City, yet he declined. Now that he is in his 3rd year, he must be even more formidable. Personally, I believe the mightiest is Su Gui from the fire element. I encountered him in the wilderness area, and my goodness, he can single-handedly slay Class C mutated beasts. One must realize that Class C beasts correspond to 6th-tier awakeners. Though they are undeniably strong, my support lies with Luo Xinran and Tang Wenju. Xinran and Wenju, we shall forever stand by you. Go forth. Seeing the senior girls, the boys can't help but exhibit a rather juvenile demeanor. Those infatuated girls, clutching their support banners. How dare they judge me? My admiration lies solely with the charisma of Senior Tang Xin and Senior Gong Sibao, unlike the chaotic thoughts swirling in your minds. How do you know what thoughts occupy my mind? You. Initially, everyone was rallying behind their favored contestants, yet the popularity of the 7 third-year seniors was overwhelming, particularly the strikingly attractive duo, who already had their own fan clubs. Even before the selection competition on the playground commenced, their support teams were embroiled in a fierce rivalry. At that moment, a voice of encouragement rose above all others. Qin Chuan, go for it. Show these amateurs what you're made of. Let them witness the prowess of the top student from number 13 middle school. Qin Hao was particularly exuberant, brandishing a banner in support of Qin Chuan, and had somehow procured a large conical megaphone. As a second-tier awakener, his voice, amplified through the megaphone, rivaled the announcements over the playground's loudspeakers. Compared to the cacophony of support surrounding him, his voice stood out like a crane among chickens. His exclamation captured the attention of nearly everyone present. Who is Qin Chuan? Never heard of him, do you? Do you take me for an omniscient sage? I looked it up. He is a freshman this year, the top student from No. 13 middle school in Lawn City. No, actually, he ranked first in this year's college entrance examination. Oh, the top scorer in the college entrance exam. It's been ages since I followed such matters. Is the top student so ostentatious now? The top scorer from my year barely made it into the top 10 at our school. Back then, he was mocked for being the only one who took the exam seriously. A fourth-year student reminisced about the past, a smile creeping onto his lips. Let us not be so dismissive. Being the top scorer in the college entrance exam is still an honor. It's quite normal for him to have 1 or 2 fans, but he might be a bit too flamboyant, and I fear Qin Chuan will face some backlash. These freshmen who fail to respect their seniors have indeed put Qin Chuan in a precarious position. A senior student in his 3rd year shook his head and sighed. Many nodded in agreement, acknowledging the senior's insightful remarks. As a freshman participating in the campus selection, it sufficed to simply gain experience. Yet here was this exaggerated support team, trumpet in hand, drowning out the voices of the upperclassmen. Understandably, the seniors harbored some displeasure. While they could not confront the spectators, they could certainly take their frustrations out on Qin Chuan, the participant. The burden of the fans would fall squarely on his shoulders. Wait, what? This fellow is not an awakened? A gasp arose from one who was reviewing Qin Chuan's profile. Not an awakened? Could he be a mechanic? It is indeed rare for a mechanic to secure the top score. Did all those awakened students merely swat mosquitoes during their exams? But wait, if he is not an awakened, how could he be placed in the awakened group? Surely he should belong to the mechanic category? Doubts emerged regarding the grouping in the selection process. You are mistaken. He is neither an awakened nor a mechanic. If he is neither, then what is he? A cultivator. A cultivator? Goodness. A cultivator? My grandfather is a cultivator. He spends his days striking a wooden fish. My grandmother is as well. Aside from eating, she meditates daily. Just half a month ago, she insisted on fasting, only to be hospitalized after 3 days of hunger. My neighbor, Uncle Air, is also a cultivator. But aren't cultivators typically elderly folk engaged in health practices? Are there young people who pursue this path? What purpose does it serve? I do not know. Look, there is one right in front of you. You will understand shortly. TSK, him? Let us give him some credit for his top exam score. At most, he will last 10 minutes before being eliminated. I disagree with your assessment. What? Do you believe he can advance to the 2nd round? No, I believe that since he achieved the highest score, he must possess some skills and can endure for 11 minutes. Upon discovering Qin Chuan's aspiration to be a cultivator, a significant wave of controversy swept through the spectator area. After all, to them, cultivation was an activity associated with the elderly, and the notion of someone their age claiming to be a cultivator felt surreal. Those privy to Qin Chuan's information held little optimism for him. It seems today's group is particularly lively. Old foam, did you intentionally arrange the groups this way? 7 fifth-tier awakened individuals are guaranteed to advance to the 2nd or even 3rd round, yet you placed them together and included Qin Chuan as well. I heard Qin Chuan performed remarkably well in the exams. I am eager to see what strength he truly possesses. You old rascal, your temper remains as foul as ever, even scheming against students. Even if Qin Chuan is formidable, he is at most of the 4th-tier awakened caliber. Placing him here to compete with 5th-tier awakened is clearly setting him up for failure. A cultivator? If he can emerge from this group without resorting to underhanded tactics, I shall acknowledge him. In the teacher's spectator area, various educators shared their opinions. Qin Chuan, the junior, your friend is quite enthusiastic. On the playground, several seniors, following Chun Hao's gaze, found Qin Chuan and exchanged knowing smiles. Qin Chuan felt somewhat speechless. This fellow Chun Hao had actually orchestrated such a spectacle, effectively placing him in a precarious position. Initially, he only needed to score a modest 10 points to advance to the next round, but now he had become the center of attention, making it impossible for him to maintain a low profile. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. The most formidable opponent here was merely a fifth-tier awakened being, posing no threat to him whatsoever. Noticing that Qin Chuan had chosen to disregard them, the smiles on the seniors' faces turned somewhat frosty. How intriguing. It has been a while since I encountered such an audacious junior, one remarked. Understandably so. I just overheard someone mention that he is the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination in Lon City. Youthful exuberance is bound to breed a hint of arrogance. Another senior sneered. Well, let us see if he can temper that arrogance and learn to show respect towards his seniors. Many others nodded in agreement, asserting that the main competitors in this selection were all second-year students, suggesting that these first-year participants should be cleared out to avoid injury during the melee. Indeed, that makes sense, they concurred. Hearing such remarks, the expressions of the first-year participants shifted, realizing they had already been marked for elimination before the competition had even begun. All of this was due to Qin Chuan, who had become the target of their resentment. These juniors are truly endearing, mused Tang Wenju and Luo Shiran. Two beautiful girls who whispered among themselves, clearly having witnessed the unfolding events. The 5 third-year boys, including Su Gui, cast a fleeting glance at Qin Chuan, noting his unremarkable demeanor, and then lost interest. They anticipated that once these second-year juniors accumulated sufficient credits, they could easily acquire points from them without much effort. As everyone harbored their own thoughts, they stepped onto the playground. Ding, ding, ding. With the ringing of the starting bell, the participants erupted into action. The cheers from the audience enveloped the arena like a fervent tide. Just as Qin Chuan came to a halt, a contestant transformed into a rhinoceros-like beast. Towering over 3 meters, charged towards him with a furious roar, its fist, as large as a cooking pot, hurtling towards Qin Chuan. Chapter 90. I choose the third option. Qin Chuan took a half-step back. His fist descended like a meteor, almost grazing the tip of Qin Chuan's nose before crashing into the freshly repaired ground, creating a massive crater. Debris erupted, resembling concealed projectiles. The rhinoceros-transformed contestant raised his head. Exhaling a breath of warmth, as if he had just learned to speak, he struggled to articulate. You actually dodged it. Come again. With his hind leg muscles taut, he propelled himself once more towards Qin Chuan's chest. Qin Chuan sidestepped and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap to the face of the rhinoceros-like contestant. The sharp crack reverberated through the chaotic melee, though it might have gone unnoticed. The rhinoceros contestant, however, felt as if he had been struck by a speeding train. His head snapped to the side, followed by his upper body, and ultimately, his colossal frame was sent sprawling, tumbling several meters before crashing to the ground. The rhinoceros awakened one, with his enormous bovine eyes wide with disbelief, gazed at this freshman, about to speak when Qin Chuan's foot descended upon him. His mouth and head were thrust into the earth, while his large, hairy hands flailed helplessly, unable to grasp Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan retrieved his identity card and placed it beneath his own, absorbing the points before tossing it onto the defeated contestant. As a second-tier beast mimic awakener, refrain from bullying others. If there's a next competition, come back then. With that, Qin Chuan kicked the contestant's shoulder, sending him skidding along the ground. Interesting. Undoubtedly. He was the top scorer from Lon City. Although not an awakener, his skills were commendable. 3 fourth-tier heavenly awakens approached, applauding. Qin Chuan glanced at them. His tone indifferent. You may leave. The trio laughed. Afraid to face us? Have you grown timid now? You weren't so cowardly with that sophomore earlier. They jeered. The top scorer, yet you fear the strong? Qin Chuan regarded them as if they were simpletons. Your points are too few. I can't be bothered to engage. Accumulate more points before seeking me. Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted. Arrogant. A freshman daring to speak so boldly. Today, I shall teach you respect. The 3 were all fire-type heavenly awakeners and simultaneously unleashed their awakening techniques, flames roaring and surging toward Qin Chuan. Do you even stand a chance? Qin Chuan scoffed, employing his fire manipulation technique. He raised his hand and grasped the air. The tumultuous flames, as if summoned by an unseen force, transformed into obedient sheep, converging into his hand, coalescing into a vibrant, radiant orb, akin to a miniature sun held within his grasp. The 3 second-year students instantly fell into a daze, staring at the dazzling sphere in Qin Chuan's hand, swallowing hard. They had just unleashed their prideful second-star awakening techniques, intending to demonstrate their superiority over Qin Chuan with a decisive blow. Yet, to their astonishment, Qin Chuan had effortlessly absorbed their attack, surpassing their wildest expectations. It is important to note that during the Awakening Techniques class, even the instructor's assessment of their accomplishments cannot effectively mitigate their methods. In a moment of distraction, Qin Chuan forcefully shattered a luminous orb with both hands, transforming it from 1 orb into 3, each the size of a thumb, suspended like miniature asteroids between his palms. With a casual flick of his wrist, the 3 thumb-sized orbs shot forth like meteors, striking the midsection of 3 individuals. Thud, thud, thud. The trio collapsed to the ground, hunched over like shrimp, clutching their abdomens and expelling a pool of sour liquid. This display was a mere act of mercy from Qin Chuan, had he wished. That strike could have pierced their hearts directly. Playing with fire? For cultivators, this was akin to a dimensional strike against these awakened beings. The most fundamental technique of fire control in the cultivation realm could easily convert the opponent's flames for one's own use. Not to mention the formidable spells capable of turning vast mountain ranges into seas of fire. Stop. I concede. One individual raised his hand in surrender, offering his identity card with both hands. The other 2 quickly followed suit. After all, this was merely a campus selection competition, and there was no need to fight to the death. Primarily, their strength was only above average among the participants, rendering them unlikely to advance. Thus they held little obsession with the points. After realizing they could not overpower Qin Chuan, they readily offered their points. Qin Chuan absorbed their scores, and his card, previously marked 002, transformed into 005. Too slow, he mused, shaking his head slightly as he scanned the chaos for a moment before his gaze settled upon Su Gui, who was nearest to him. He had been keeping a close watch on Su Gui, who had accumulated 8 points. Once Su Gui reached 15, Qin Chuan would make his move. Damn it, brother, you stepped on my hand. At that moment, someone beneath Qin Chuan's foot called out in a hushed voice. Qin Chuan looked down to see a disheveled figure lying on the ground, covered in dirt and tatters. He was not injured, rather, he had intentionally torn his clothes and lay there since the onset of the brawl, aiming to survive until the end and later boast about his prowess for having survived in a group filled with 2nd and 3rd-year students. Unexpectedly, Qin Chuan had stepped on his hand, causing him to grimace in pain. Upon recognizing Qin Chuan, his expression shifted. It's you, Qin Chuan? After a moment of shock, he sprang up like a dog whose tail had been stepped on, shouting, Qin Chuan is here. Qin Chuan is here. His voice was piercing, cutting through the chaos and drawing the attention of everyone around. Not only that, but even those in the viewing stands turned their focus to this loud proclamation. Goodness, hasn't he been carried out yet? How many minutes has it been? Is it 10 minutes yet? Just 2 minutes left. Soon. I estimate he can last at most another 2 minutes. Seeing Qin Chuan surrounded by the other participants, Jin Hao shouted, Qin Chuan, go for it. Don't hold back. Ha. Delusional fans, he won T last even 2 minutes now. Many spectators chuckled with malicious glee. Qin Chuan truly wished to express his gratitude to Jin Hao. While others had to actively seek out competitors to challenge in order to earn points, his path was considerably simpler. He merely needed to stand there, and a steady stream of challengers would present themselves. Indeed, the 18 sophomore participants halted in their tracks, charging towards Qin Chuan without hesitation. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a swift step, he vanished, weaving seamlessly among the 18 like a specter. When his form materialized once more, the 18 felt a sudden pressure in their chests, their vital energy surging uncontrollably, a metallic taste flooding their throats as blood escaped the corners of their mouths. What have you done? They gazed at Qin Chuan in disbelief. Most of them were 3rd-tier awakened beings, with a few even at the 4th tier, yet none had perceived what Qin Chuan had just executed. Without responding, Qin Chuan moved past them like the autumn harvest, collecting their identity cards and reaping the fruits of victory. Among the 18, 3 were 4th-tier awakened beings, yielding a total of 27 points. Upon recording this on his identity card, the number shifted from 005 to 032. In a competition where the total points were only 100, he had initially intended to seize points from Su Gui, but these participants had enthusiastically gifted him 32 points, more than sufficient for advancement. His desire to strike further had dissipated. The spectators were left dumbfounded, particularly those who had confidently asserted that Qin Chuan could not endure for 10 minutes now looked as if they had seen a ghost, utterly incredulous. Goodness, what are these sophomores doing? They can't even handle a freshman cultivator? They should go back and nurse themselves. How embarrassing to compete. In the observation area, the teachers who had been watching the chaotic melee like a spectacle were equally astonished. The teacher, surnamed Feng, in a fit of excitement, smashed his palm onto the table before him, instantly eliminating 18 awakened beings. This fellow is truly formidable. He must be at least a 5th-tier awakened being. Haha, old Feng. Do you now believe he didn't cheat in the college entrance exam? Do you acknowledge him? It matters not if I acknowledge him. What truly counts is whether those students recognize him. Old Feng's gaze was intense as he fixed it on the arena. At that moment, Su Gui strode purposefully towards Qin Chuan, who also noted Su Gui's approach. Their eyes locked. Su Gui grinned widely. I've been watching you for quite some time. You now have 2 choices. He gestured towards the observation platform. First, hand over your identity card and take a seat on the observation platform to watch my next match. Or second, receive a beating from me and then head to the medical room to watch the broadcast of my next match. You have 5 seconds to choose. Qin Chuan chuckled. I choose the third option, to beat you up and send you to the medical room to watch the match broadcast. Su Gui's expression transformed dramatically, revealing a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Chapter 91. Shall we take a gamble? Goodness. Su Gui has gone to confront Qin Chuan. At last. These two are about to clash. I have been anticipating this moment for quite some time. What about Chao Lang and the others? Let's join forces to take down that arrogant freshman. On the observation platform, the excitement surged as the renowned 3rd-year 5-star awakened individual, Su Gui, finally faced off against Qin Chuan. The supporters of Su Gui nearly lost their voices, eagerly awaiting to witness how Su Gui would teach Qin Chuan a lesson. In the teacher's observation area, the anticipation was palpable as the esteemed genius Su Gui encountered the newly emerged talent, Qin Chuan. Ladies and gentlemen, who do you believe will emerge victorious, Qin Chuan or Su Gui? Old Su, your question lacks depth. Oh, pray tell, why is that? Qin Chuan has only recently graduated from high school and has yet to spend a month in university. At his core, he remains a high school student, devoid of any formal university education. In contrast, Su Gui has been here for over 2 years, excelling in both practical and awakening technique courses. The mere fact that they're meeting on the same battlefield is already a stroke of fate. Do you truly believe Qin Chuan can triumph over Su Gui? A middle-aged teacher shook his head knowingly. Many of the instructors nodded in agreement, recognizing that the participants who had previously besieged Qin Chuan were predominantly 2nd and 3rd-tier awakened individuals with average abilities. Among them were several 3rd-year students who consistently ranked in the lower tiers during assessments, merely coasting through their time at the school. Defeating them is hardly an impressive feat. I am confident that both Su Gui and Chao Lang could accomplish that with ease. Indeed, while Qin Chuan's performance is remarkable, having defeated numerous university students shortly after high school graduation, he may still lack the experience to contend with the elite of the 3rd year. The majority of teachers, possessing keen insights, tended to favor Su Gui in the debate surrounding Qin Chuan. After all, from any perspective, Su Gui's chances of victory were significantly greater. Old Su shook his head. While you all believe Su Gui will win, I hold a different opinion. I believe Qin Chuan has the potential to prevail. Observe him. Whether in previous encounters or now, he exhibits remarkable composure. Without absolute strength and confidence, one cannot display such tranquility. A teacher turned to him. Old Su, if that is your stance, shall we place a wager? On what? Let us bet on who will win between Qin Chuan and Su Gui. If Su Gui triumphs, you shall bestow upon me a 4-star awakening technique. If Qin Chuan wins, I will grant you one. What say you? Old Su chuckled. Let it be witnessed by all, no backing out. Those who renege shall be deemed dogs. Wait. I wish to join as well. I bet on Su Gui's victory. I too place my bet on Su Gui. In truth, these teachers are all awakened individuals themselves, often engaging in activities on the islands during breaks. When they saw the 2 contentious students preparing to engage, they eagerly began to place their bets. The vice principal, a venerable elder with a white beard, turned a blind eye to such occurrences, occasionally glancing at the participants. Had he not taken pride in his seniority over these teachers, he might have at least attempted to suppress 2 4-star awakening techniques. Among the total of 8 individuals, 7 placed their bets on Su Guwei, while I alone had faith in Qin Chuan's victory. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. On the playground, the chaos of combatants suddenly galvanized the spectators, who appeared inexplicably euphoric, as if under the influence of some stimulant. Upon realizing that Qin Chuan and Su Guwei were facing off, they instinctively cleared a space around them, wary of being caught in the crossfire. Chao Lang, Luo Wenjiu, and several third-year, fifth-tier awakened beings paused their skirmishes, intrigued by the unfolding duel. With a score of over 10 points each, they harbored no fears of failing to advance. Su Guwei reveled in the attention, greeting the crowd with a wave before slowly turning to face Qin Chuan, his expression growing increasingly cold. Let me see what you, the top student of the college entrance examination, are truly made of. With a dismissive snort, Su Guwei enveloped himself in blazing flames, radiating waves of intense heat that scorched the surrounding air, leaving those nearby parched and gasping. In an instant, like a volcanic eruption, a fire dragon, as thick as a barrel, soared into the sky, tracing a wicked arc before roaring towards Qin Chuan. The head of this dragon was none other than Su Guwei himself. Qin Chuan emanated a brilliant glow, channeling his spiritual power into his arm, and struck forth with a single palm. The impact resonated through the air with a thunderous explosion. Flames rippled outward, scorching nearby low-tier awakened beings who barely escaped unscathed. Su Guwei was propelled backward, spinning gracefully through the air. Yet, the torrent of flames behind him surged forward, merging into distinct pillars of fire that coiled like serpents, encircling Qin Chuan. 3-star awakening technique, devouring dragon. The mastery of fire control displayed by Su Guwei astonished the onlookers while eliciting approving nods from the teachers, clearly impressed by his execution of the technique. Stop pretending. Although devouring dragon is formidable, it should not be capable of inflicting a fatal wound upon you, Su Guwei warned, his gaze fixed warily on Qin Chuan, now shrouded in flames. No sooner had he spoken than a figure tore through the inferno, hurtling towards him. Su Guwei's pupils constricted in alarm. Previously, he had noted Qin Chuan's remarkable ability to manipulate the flames of awakened beings with ease, and his use of devouring dragon had been a test of his suspicions. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The flames of the awakening technique posed little threat to Qin Chuan. Rather, they could inadvertently serve as nourishment for his own offensive capabilities. As thoughts raced in his mind, Qin Chuan had already closed the distance to Su Guwei, his long leg descending like a guillotine towards Su Guwei's head, accompanied by a piercing whistle. In response, Su Guwei unleashed flames from both palms, using the force to propel himself backward just in time to evade Qin Chuan's strike. He deftly adjusted the direction of his flame jets mid-air, achieving a trajectory conducive to flight. Like a missile propelled by fire, he redirected himself towards Qin Chuan, executing a spinning kick that tore through the space, the flames coalescing into a crescent slash aimed at the nape of Qin Chuan's neck. In a swift motion, Qin Chuan pivoted and met Su Guwei's kick with his own, resulting in a cross formation in midair. One stood firmly on the ground, while the other hung, suspended in the air. Time seemed to momentarily stand still. As Su Guwei landed, the tip of his left foot suddenly ignited with flames, and with a swift kick, he aimed directly for Qin Chuan's Adam's apple. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the two erupted into a fierce battle, the scorching flames rippling like crashing waves, sweeping outward in all directions. This individual is quite astute, Qin Chuan mused about Su Guwei. Though Su Guwei appeared disdainful and looked down upon him, he was, in fact, exceedingly cautious. Through observation and experimentation, he realized that the awakened flame techniques were ineffective against Qin Chuan, thus opting for close combat to secure victory. However, intelligence alone is futile without strength. In Qin Chuan's eyes, though Su Guwei was commendable, he paled in comparison to Pei Yunxian. At least during his previous encounter with Pei Yunxian, the opponent had not utilized both hands, yet the pressure he exerted was no less formidable than that of Su Guwei. Faced with Su Guwei, even without employing any cultivation techniques, Qin Chuan could easily manage the confrontation. Chapter 92. Victory of Su Guwei. Su Guwei and Qin Chuan engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging over 100 moves, and Su Guwei's astonishment only deepened. Although he was an awakened fire element practitioner of the highest caliber, he had not neglected the art of close combat while honing his awakening skills. Typically, even an ordinary fifth-tier awakened individual would struggle against him. Yet, in this confrontation, he felt as if Qin Chuan possessed an uncanny foresight into his every move, consistently countering him with an anticipatory grace. No matter how hard he fought, it felt as though he was striking a pillow, leaving him somewhat anxious. The spectators in the viewing area were taken aback as Su Gui chose to forego his awakening skills in favor of close combat with Qin Chuan, their dissatisfaction quickly mounting. Su Gui, what are you doing? You're a 5th-tier awakened master. Why engage in a brawl with him? Senior Su Gui, unleash your awakening skills on him. I refuse to believe he can evade the first blow, let alone the 3rd or 4th. Senior Su Gui, show no mercy. Quickly bring this battle to an end. The onlookers were filled with frustration, wishing they could step in for Su Gui and impart a stern lesson to this overconfident freshman. In the teacher's viewing area, the instructors, all of whom were at least 6th-tier awakened practitioners, possessed a far keener insight than the students in attendance. They discerned the underlying strategy at play, and with their experience and intuition, quickly understood Su Gui's reluctance to employ his awakening techniques in favor of hand-to-hand combat against Qin Chuan. This young man has some tricks up his sleeve. He has managed to seal Su Gui's awakening skills, one remarked. Thus, without his powers, Su Gui and Qin Chuan found themselves nearly on equal footing, the outcome of the match shrouded in uncertainty. What did this uncertainty imply? The instructors knew Su Gui well. Even without his awakening skills, he still operated at the level of a 5th-tier practitioner. Qin Chuan had only just graduated high school. Merely lasting a minute against Su Gui was commendable, yet did he truly believe he could secure victory? Old foam, remain patient. Pay close attention to the nuances of their exchange. On the surface, it appears Su Gui is dominating the fight, yet in reality, Qin Chuan is preemptively reading every strike. Su Gui's movements are grand and sweeping, while Qin Chuan responds with minimal, precise actions. Their stamina consumption is not even comparable. In no more than 2 minutes, Su Gui will falter due to exhaustion. This Qin Chuan, I underestimated him. It is evident that without substantial combat experience, one could never achieve such finesse. Teacher Su's eyes sparkled with insight as he observed the ongoing duel. With his comments, the other teachers suddenly grasped the situation. The faces of those who had bet on Su Gui's victory changed dramatically. Why can't I land a hit? What is happening? Just as Teacher Su had indicated, Su Gui's forceful strikes aimed at quickly subduing Qin Chuan were effortlessly deflected. The more he fought, the more frantic he became, his movements beginning to lose their coherence. Damn it! Are you some kind of eel? Why don't you dare take a punch head-on? Su Gui seethed in frustration. Your strength is commendable, but your composure requires further refinement. As Qin Chuan observed Su Gui displaying such remarkable prowess at this age, he felt a sense of appreciation for talent and thus decided to offer a word of advice. His intentions were noble, however, to Su Gui. It sounded akin to a senior imparting wisdom to a junior. Had these words been spoken by a venerable teacher, Su Gui might have responded with a gracious smile and a word of thanks. Yet, the fact that Qin Chuan was merely a freshman, speaking with an air of nonchalance, only served to exacerbate Su Gui's already simmering frustration. With fists and feet raining down like a torrential storm, he unleashed a barrage upon Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, shaking his head slightly, had no desire to prolong the confrontation. He employed the 7-star steps, vanishing like a specter. When Su Gui's fist passed through what he thought was Qin Chuan's head, he realized it was merely an illusion. Dazed, he scoured his surroundings for Qin Chuan's presence. A foreboding feeling swelling within him. Flames once again enveloped him, providing a modicum of defense. However, in the next instant, it felt as though a colossal vacuum had drawn all the flames towards Qin Chuan. Turning abruptly, he saw the flames swirling around Qin Chuan's arm, accompanied by a faint sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. A fist engulfed in flames rapidly expanded in his vision. At that moment, Su Gui's world was reduced to that singular fiery fist, seemingly capable of shattering the very fabric of space and time as it bore down upon him. His breath caught, and his blood nearly congealed. There was no evading it. With a resounding thud, Qin Chuan's fist connected with Su Gui's face, contorting it grotesquely. Like a scarecrow tossed by the wind, Su Gui was propelled into the air, spinning several times before crashing to the ground in a sprawled position. Qin Chuan approached slowly, retrieving Su Gui's identification card to absorb the points. He then strolled toward the edge of the arena, where the competitors, like frightened animals, hastily parted to grant him passage. Could it be true that this freshman had genuinely defeated Su Gui? No, surely Su Gui must have deliberately held back. That final punch was something even I could have dodged. He did not even attempt to evade it. This situation must have some underlying scheme. Whispers and murmurs erupted among the onlookers. Meanwhile, Chao Lang and several other fifth-tier awakened ones, upon witnessing Su Gui being effortlessly knocked away by Qin Chuan's straightforward punch, felt a chill of sweat trickle down their backs. Goodness, that punch was terrifying. It felt as though the heavens themselves might shatter. The group exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared astonishment. Su Gui, what on earth are you doing? Just that one punch. I could have avoided it even if my grandmother had been there. Yet you chose to take it head-on? After all my support, you really let me down. Discontented voices surged from the observation platform, akin to a tidal wave, with some even hurling shoes onto the field in their frustration. If Su Gui had been defeated in a fair fight, they could have accepted it, acknowledging that skill determines the outcome. But standing there, motionless, and being struck was simply intolerable. In the teacher's viewing area, Teacher Su, beaming with delight, rose and gestured. Come. Those who participated in the betting earlier, each of you will receive a 4-star awakening technique. It was agreed that no one should play tricks. However, if you insist on acting like dogs, a mere bark shall suffice. Witnessing the smug demeanor of old Su, the teachers were seething with resentment. Su Gui, a typically exemplary student, had unexpectedly faltered at this crucial moment. Just then, a flurry of shoes rained down onto the playground from the viewing platform. The teachers who had placed bets were further incensed, particularly old Feng, who stood up and scanned the crowd. Those who had thrown the shoes had all retreated. Oldly, while the playground gates shut, we will release them one by one. Anyone caught barefoot outside will face confinement. The expressions of certain individuals on the viewing platform darkened at this proclamation. Chapter 93. Tempest. After Qin Chuan secured a sufficient score, he chose to observe from the sidelines, and none dared to provoke him. Chao Lang and his companions assisted Su Gui in standing up, encouraging him to continue amassing points. Although Su Gui had been defeated by Qin Chuan, he still held a distinct advantage over the other competitors, and obtaining a place in the next round should not pose a challenge. However, Su Gui shook his head in refusal, casting a wary glance at Qin Chuan. That recent blow had not only vanquished him, but had also shattered his spirit. It's futile. Even if I were to secure a spot in the next round, I wouldn't survive the tournament. You all carry on without me. Su Gui felt disheartened. Chao Lang and the others hesitated to speak further, choosing silence. Meanwhile, the arena lay in ruins, with only about 30 formidable participants remaining. They did not cease their fierce battles in pursuit of points, even after Qin Chuan's victory over Su Gui. 10 minutes later, the 10 participants advancing to the next round were determined. Aside from Qin Chuan, the other 6 fifth-tier Celestial Awakened ones advanced, alongside 3 second-year students who were 4th-tier Celestial Awakened ones. The last 2 4th-tier participants managed to secure 8 and 9 points, marking the lowest scores to advance this time. There was little choice, as Qin Chuan's score was so high that it accounted for nearly half, and Chao Lang and his companions each had around 10 points. Thus, attaining 8 or 9 points was quite commendable. Alright, the first half of today's competition concludes here. The advancing participants should return to rest well. After the afternoon rounds determine the final 3 groups, we will commence the second round of selections for the awakened ones. Old Feng, the director of education, stated solemnly as he stood. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly with all present. Some spectators felt a tightening in their chests. A few leapt to escape the arena, fearing Old Feng's scrutiny. However, those who attempted to jump were swiftly brought down by Old Feng's hand. Using awakened skills recklessly on campus incurs even greater punishment. The barefooted students, eager to flee, instinctively recoiled, abandoning their dangerous thoughts. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the 4 exits of the arena, where some barefooted students attempted to leave forcefully, only to be met with bruises and black eyes, drawing the attention of onlookers. Amidst the chaos, a spectator seized the opportunity to slip into the arena, hastily donning 2 random shoes. Just as he finished putting them on and looked up, he met Old Feng's piercing gaze. He lowered his head. Director Feng, I was wrong. What was your mistake? During the school's selection competition, I should not have let my personal emotions lead me to throw shoes at the participants. Rest assured, I shall never repeat this. The student fervently vowed. Old Feng nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Acknowledging one's mistakes is the first step towards improvement. I shall not make things difficult for you this time. Do you see the state of this battered arena? You will tidy it up before you go eat. The student gazed at the ravaged arena, wondering how he would manage to clean up without losing his mind. His face turned ashen, resembling someone who had just consumed a dead fly. Director Feng, perhaps you should just confine me instead. Haha, Director Feng grinned. Do you have any objections? None at all. Then get to work. Students grimaced as they tidied up the playground. Fortunately, Old Feng merely sought to vent his frustrations on them rather than impose an inhumane punishment. He summoned all the students caught tossing shoes. A group, enduring the scorching sun, labored diligently on the ravaged ground, while a circle of onlookers, armed with their phones, captured the spectacle. Just as Qin Chuan exited the playground, Chen Hao and several others approached, brandishing a banner. Wow, Qin Chuan, you're incredible. Even the fifth-tier awakened ones in their third year are no match for you. How did you achieve this? As a freshman, why are you so exceptional? Confess, are you the reincarnation of some great figure? Chen Hao, witnessing his friend's prowess, spoke animatedly. Wei Tao and the others chimed in intermittently, and Qin Chuan responded occasionally. At Qin Chuan's request, Chen Hao reluctantly stowed the banner, though he did not discard it, as he intended to use it again in the afternoon's second round. Qin Chuan found this somewhat exasperating, but chose not to dwell on it. In the bustling cafeteria, discussions flowed. Can you believe there's a 3-star mechanic among us in this selection competition? What? A 3-star mechanic? Are you joking? Could it be that those seniors are competing unlawfully? I swear, I saw him with my own eyes. It's Sun Hao Hui from the third year. Didn't he just pass the 2-star mechanic exam last semester? How has he advanced to 3 stars so quickly? Who knows? But a 3-star mechanic is truly formidable. Their advanced battle armor moves at near supersonic speeds, and their strikes create sonic booms. What a spectacular sight. You missed out. I had invited you to watch the mechanic selection, but you insisted on the Awakened 1S competition and missed this thrilling event. Huh. There are even more impressive individuals in the Awakened category, like Qin Chuan, the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination in Lon City. I've heard whispers. ISNT it said he cheated? Cheated? Are you out of your mind? Did you not see how he single-handedly took on more than a dozen second and third-year students and defeated Sugue? You know. The guy ranked 35th in the second year. Wow, so powerful. Is he on drugs? Such conversations echoed around, as spectators of both the mechanic and awakened selections exchanged insights. All discussions revolved around the Destiny Cup's internal selection competition. Qin Chuan, you've become famous now, Wei Tao remarked. My buddy is no ordinary talent. When the winds of change arise, he transforms into a dragon. Chen Hao boasted proudly. Qin Chuan merely smiled faintly. At that moment, a thunderous sound reverberated, akin to the wrath of a thunder god, causing the very air to tremble. Some students in the cafeteria felt short of breath, dizzy, and a few even vomited. Outside, along the pathway beside the cafeteria, 2 rows of ornamental trees swayed violently, producing a cacophony of rustling leaves. A fierce gale swept through, engulfing fallen leaves, plastic bags, and other debris into the cafeteria, stirring up dust and stones, rendering those near the entrance unable to keep their eyes open. The dishes on the tables were all blown away, and bowls skidded across the floor in a frenzied dance. What on earth is happening outside? Is there a fighter jet zooming by? As some individuals cursed while shielding their eyes with their hands, they made their way out of the cafeteria, only to be pelted by pebbles the size of a thumb, debris striking them like concealed projectiles. Fortunately, they were all awakened beings, indifferent to such trivial injuries. Upon exiting the cafeteria, the wind abruptly ceased, leaving the trees outside swaying dejectedly, resembling frostbitten eggplants. The scene outside was chaotic, with various garments, both large and small, in hues of red and green, dangling from the treetops. Some people had been unexpectedly hurled against the walls by the sudden hurricane, left dazed and seeing stars. What is going on outside? Chen Hao and Wei Tao were equally startled by this strange tempest and hastily rose to inquire about the situation. By chance, Chen Hao noticed that Qin Chuan's expression was somewhat grim. It was noteworthy that Qin Chuan had consistently maintained an air of remarkable composure during this period. Yet today he displayed such a countenance. Chapter 94, The Meteorite Fall. Qin Chuan, what troubles you? Chen Hao inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. Qin Chuan gazed outside, his eyes reflecting a depth that Chen Hao had never witnessed before. While others may have been oblivious, Qin Chuan was acutely aware. He was certain that the sudden tempest was merely the aftermath of a fierce battle. Furthermore, such a magnitude of conflict could only be attributed to awakeners of at least the 9th tier. Lost in thought, Qin Chuan reminisced. He recalled that prior to the moon's fracture, there had been no significant skirmishes. Could it be that his reincarnation had altered the course of the world? Qin Chuan, why are you lost in thought? Chen Hao patted him on the shoulder. Nothing's amiss, Qin Chuan replied with a smile. Let us finish up and head out. The afternoon competition is about to commence. Aren't you curious about the sudden whirlwind? Shen Hao questioned, his gaze fixed on Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan shook his head and exited first. Outside the cafeteria, everyone was lamenting the unexpected gust of wind, likening it to entering a forest filled with chattering birds. The school administration had not issued any explanation or notification regarding the tempest. Some individuals began posting online to discuss the phenomenon, with many commenting that not only Lan City but also several neighboring cities had been affected by the tempest. As the discussion grew, no one could ascertain the origin of the disturbance. Official media merely reported on the storm's passage, offering no elucidation. In previous instances of similar tempests, relevant authorities would have issued prior warnings. This time, there had been no alert, and even the subsequent reports were hastily compiled. This only served to provoke deeper contemplation. The afternoon session of the Awakeners selection competition commenced, refocusing everyone's attention on the event. Qin Chuan observed the viewing area for teachers. Those present yesterday and earlier that day, including the vice principal, were conspicuously absent, their seats left empty, suggesting unforeseen circumstances had arisen. However, Old Feng remained, methodically presiding over the afternoon's proceedings. The 11th group of contestants entered, the last transfer student among them eliciting cheers from the audience. Meanwhile, the other participants felt a sense of foreboding. Ding, ding, ding. The bell signifying the start rang out. Flames, whirlwinds, and beast-like awakeners transformed the arena into a chaotic battleground. Boom. Amidst the competition, a deep rumble reverberated through the sky, akin to the sound of wheels rolling through the heavens, causing the air to tremble violently. The next moment, a colossal figure enveloped in flames broke through the clouds, descending like a meteor from the firmament. Everyone gazed upward, their necks craned like fledglings awaiting nourishment. What is that? Is that a meteor? It cannot be a meteor. With the space defense shield in place, any meteor should have been shattered in orbit. No. It's a beast. A beast engulfed in flames. What? A beast? How could a beast appear above the city? As the object descending from the heavens became clear, a look of astonishment spread across the faces of all present. It is important to note that the city is guarded by formidable protectors who do not permit the emergence of otherworldly beasts. Furthermore, there exists an aerial defense system to thwart the invasion of flying creatures. For nearly 2 centuries, since the appearance of these beasts, humanity has engaged in countless skirmishes, but they have always erupted in the wilderness. Today, however, marks the unprecedented occurrence of a beast plummeting from the sky above the city. Something significant is afoot. This thought blossomed in the minds of all. Everyone, do not dawdle. Evacuate the playground immediately. The competition scheduled for this afternoon is temporarily suspended,